Before this, I never imagined that I would be so far removed from that virtual world. If life in the ivory tower hadn't become so repetitive and almost desolate, I might never have come into contact with holographic glasses and VR games again. You can call me Gu Qingzhu, the once glorious swordsman. As he gradually faded into obscurity, I now live an ordinary university life under the identity of Gu Nai. I still can't forget that summer afternoon 3 years ago, when the air was filled with the noisy chirping of cicadas. At the entrance of the brick-red villa of the youth training camp, head coach Uncle Liang, with a deep sense of grief and helplessness, handed me an envelope containing the suspension notice. Uncle Liang. Bamboo, I believe you, but tell me honestly, have you broken any rules? No. I did not violate any rules. The test report was tampered with. I was framed. I gave this firm answer. Months of appeals went unanswered, leaving me only with the pain of exhaustion. Uncle Liang shook his head and handed the luggage to me. I'll try to figure something out, but you'd better not have too high hopes. The suspension imposed by the professional league can only have a very limited effect on me. Well, goodbye. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. I turned around and pushed open the glass rolling door of the mansion. The weather outside was starting to turn cold, the hot summer was coming to an end. My teammates from the youth training camp were signing with teams one after another, and were about to step onto the professional stage. As for me, I would be leaving the professional scene of God realm where I had worked hard for 2 years, and living the life of an ordinary person. I've said it before, I won't be a sparring partner, and I've never considered transitioning to a data analyst role. I don't remember how many times I've firmly rejected my old friend's kind invitation. It's not that I'm being stubborn, but I was once so close to making it onto the professional stage, and I really couldn't bear to become an unknown behind-the-scenes hero. Time has passed, and I've long since gotten used to sleeping until the sun is high in the sky, then wandering lazily around the small campus, becoming just another ordinary one among China's millions of college students. I woke up at 4 in the afternoon. The southern sun was still intense. I sat up from the park bench with my eyes half closed, and a sense of loss and loneliness welled up in me once again. This is life. How long has this aimless wandering continued? I often think that perhaps I'm the kind of person who can only live on youth and hard work. Once I leave the court, I lose my vitality and passion, as if I'm living a life that doesn't belong to me. I've always held on to an unrealistic expectation that maybe one day the league will find out the truth, the suspension will be lifted, and I'll be able to return to the court. This wait lasted for more than 3 years. Shaking my numb legs, I slowly stood up and walked through familiar streets and alleys, where huge promotional posters for the open beta of the VR game Kingdom could be seen almost everywhere. Across the vast land, the Kingdom arrives. The sequel to the classic VR game God Realm is coming soon. I paused briefly, looked up, and saw that the scene was set against the backdrop of the Far East. Behind the scattered dust on all sides, I could vaguely see thousands of horses galloping towards us. In the center of the picture, a man and a woman were straddling horseback, their long swords and staffs intertwined. They were Lian Wuk and Zhou Zhanshi, star players of the God Realm Professional League, and also my familiar teammates from the same youth training period. Gods and Gods can be considered the most outstanding masterpiece of VR games in the past decade, setting off a nationwide craze with a record-breaking 100 million concurrent online users. With promotional videos and backdrops for Kingdom plastered all over the streets and alleys, it's easy to predict just how popular this game will become in the future. But that's not something I should be thinking about. Facing the crimson sunset at the edge of the city, I once again felt melancholic and wistful. How to end dinner is the new world problem. Night swept in like a flood, the streets were deserted, and undercurrents surged, with lonely streetlights flickering like stars in the night sky. I sat down at the food stall. I loved the dim lighting, the swaying tables and chairs, the refreshing beer, the cheap and delicious food, and even more so, the fact that the stall owner allows me to pay on credit. Just then, the phone rang abruptly with a loud electronic ringtone, which was then swallowed up by the sound of the night wind. It was a familiar number. Hey, Bamboo, do you know who I am? With your hoarse voice, how could I not know you're Lin Hansu? Joking aside, who exactly is Lin Hansu? He's the #1 thief in the Chinese server, the vice-captain of the prestigious Qingyu esports team, and a star player known to everyone in the gaming community. If I had to add another layer of identity, it would be that we shared a dormitory and a bunk bed when we were in the youth training camp. Isn't my husky voice sexy? Anyway, did you know that Kingdom is about to have its open beta? Did you buy the holographic glasses? You should be back by now, right? You've been hiding your identity for long enough. Do you really think you're some kind of reclusive master? I've been retired for 3 years, why am I still getting involved in this? You should be thinking about why you weren't invited to the nation promotion this time, but Lian Wuk was. A loud sneeze came from the other end of the phone. It's not even the final of the last season of the God Realm yet, and Qingyu didn't win the championship. None of that matters. Kingdom is a brand new beginning. Don't you feel even a little bit excited? Alright, I'll think about it some more. I'll wait for you, you're a professional player, after all. I hastily pressed the end call button and walked expressionlessly down the rugged asphalt road again. The surrounding neon lights gradually lit up, bright and dazzling, leaving scattered spots of light on my retina. I don't want to express my chaotic feelings. Deep down, I long for a fresh start, but the past experiences are like a heavy cloud hanging over my head. Time has eroded my enthusiasm, and I'm unsure if I should re-enter that virtual world, so I keep hesitating and wavering. For me, God Realm is more than just a simple online game. The various people I met and the farces that arose cannot be explained in a few words. In the end, it all came to an abrupt end with a ban. Some things that seem within easy reach are actually the most difficult obstacles to overcome. For example, you might be standing in front of your dorm room and realize you don't have your key with you. Waiting is always a difficult thing, especially at times like this. As I leaned against the doorframe, dozing off, I heard my roommate Housy's excited, almost distorted shouts, which instantly woke me up. Gunai, someone actually sent you this package. I took a deep breath, rolled my eyes at him, and at the same time saw the words Kingdom on the holographic glasses wrapped around his hand. What's going on? Who would send me holographic glasses? Housey and I stared at each other, and he insisted that I was a die-hard fan of Kingdom, despite my countless denials. Hey, Lin Hansu, I suddenly received a package. Is it the holographic glasses you sent? You need me to sponsor your holographic glasses just to play a game? The open beta starts tomorrow, hurry up and buy them. Ugh, my captain's here, I can't talk to you anymore. As the dial tone of the phone hung up echoed in my ears, I fell into deep thought again. From the billboards on the street to Lin Hansu's invitation call, and then to the sudden appearance of the holographic glasses, it would be too far-fetched to say that it was driven by a mysterious force, but today I did have too many unexpected encounters with the Kingdom. Lin Hansu? Wait. Why do you know Lin Hansu from the Qingyu team? Holy crap, you've always said you don't play God Realm, you liar. Housey looked incredulous. I chuckled awkwardly, I haven't played it in the past 3 years. Big brother, that's Lin Hansu, the vice-captain of Qingyu, the #1 thief in the national server. Frowning, he thought back to when he left God Realm. It seemed that Lin Hansu had just become a formal member of Qingyu. Later, he paid less and less attention to God Realm. He thought Lin Hansu was just bragging when he heard his one-sided story. Is that thief who secretly stabbed people with a dagger really that skilled? Housey's eyes widened again. Big brother, you're probably the only one in the entire server who would dare to say that. Who is Lin Hansu? Even Wuk doesn't dare to underestimate him. What are you still thinking about? Look at the current promotion for Kingdom, it's so popular. Who isn't playing Kingdom now? I've also bought holographic glasses. Don't worry, just follow me. We'll definitely make a name for ourselves in Kingdom. Housey watched me enthusiastically outlining my grand plans, completely oblivious to my distracted state of mind. I was just thinking about whether I should take this opportunity to step into Kingdom, that different virtual world. I know I absolutely cannot leave a pair of holographic glasses out so old and rusty. I have to admit that my dream of playing professional esports has always been buried deep in a corner of my heart. More importantly, Lin Hansu's words kept echoing in my mind, you're a professional player. That's right, I'm a professional player. Let's go then. I smiled at Halsey, feigning calmness, while the turbulent world behind the holographic glasses reappeared in my mind. My emotions were surging uncontrollably. Returning to Kingdom was not only to break free from the monotony of my life, but more importantly, this time I was determined to reach the pinnacle of my career. Iris scanned and bound. There are 12 hours, 37 minutes, and 7 seconds left until the launch of Kingdom. This is a long novel with a complex plot and a slow-burning story. It's already over 1 million words long, so feel free to keep reading. Half a day of aimless living passed by in a flash. At midnight, a time of drowsiness, the image of the promotional poster in the holographic glasses suddenly flickered, accompanied by a deafening sound coming from the earpiece. Welcome to Kingdom, the vast land. There are 30 seconds left before the game launches. Please wait patiently. Halsey's excited shouts rang in my ears, Gunai. The server is open. A true master is one who remains calm and collected. I yawned and slowly sat up from the hard bed at school. The image on my holographic glasses flickered, bursting out with a burst of intense white light from the center. It then gradually expanded, eventually swallowing up all the other scenery, leaving only 4 black regular script characters. Enter the game. Without further ado, I clicked the button, but the screen didn't display any particularly vibrant colors. The scenery before us was still covered in cool tones, revealing a desolate autumn atmosphere. This was the Gobi Desert, a no-man's land in the north of the country. Welcome to the Kingdom. Your body's functions are being tested. Scanning facial contours. Please enter your game ID. I typed the 3 characters on the keyboard. This ID is available. Confirm the use of ID? Confirmation complete. Please select your character information. At the same time, images of 9 characters popped up on the screen, each corresponding to an initial class in Kingdom. In addition to retaining the original archers, swordsmen, priests, mages, knights, and assassins from Gods of the Realms, 3 new classes have been added: warlocks, druids, and hunters. Your class selection is warlock, confirm? After tapping the button a few times, notification sounds gradually came from the screen. Career selection complete. You have completed your initial registration. You will now be transported to a special starting point, the northern border. The environment is dangerous, so please proceed with caution. Another flash of white light streaked past, and the scenery before my eyes went from blurry to clear, but wasn't this the Gobi Desert from the very beginning of the game? What did the system notification say? A special starting location. It's unlikely that a hidden quest would be triggered right after entering the game. I walked across the vast Gobi Desert with doubts in my heart. The biting wind gradually stung my face, and I always had to turn the pain system in the game to the maximum to make everything in front of me more realistic. There were a few other people scattered around, and a man who looked like a swordsman slowly walked towards me. Brother, do you know what's going on? This is a swordsman named Zheng Rong. It's the early stage of the game, and everyone is wearing basic gear, so it's hard to see any distinctive features. Perhaps only his messy, frizzy hair can leave a lasting impression. I can't even find an NPC in this so-called beginner village. I can't figure out what the system is planning. I frowned, still clueless. A fully immersive holographic online game like Kingdom shouldn't have bugs in the starting area like the newbie village. Perhaps there's a hidden secret beneath the yellow sand. Suddenly we're starting newbie quests? I shook off the swirling sand from my forehead, and a vast expanse of white bones came into view. They walked towards me, stiffly wielding their rusty weapons. The camera automatically focuses on the monster, and then displays information about the monster on the screen. Name, Skull. Level, 1. Health, 100. Attack, 5 to 7. Defense, 0. Due to level restrictions, the recognition of more attributes cannot be unlocked. Description: the remains of the dead, awakened by a necromancer from outside the country. They move slowly, lack self-awareness, and will attack surrounding lifeforms on their own initiative. It looks like just a beginner monster, nothing to be afraid of. I'll take out my weapon, a level 1 sandalwood staff. A series of violent blows were delivered to the skull's joints, flashing several red numbers stained with blood. This was a weak point attack. Any monster that touched its most vulnerable spot would suffer a critical hit damage far exceeding normal levels. Swordsman Zhang Ron looked at me in surprise. Dude, you warlock can also get critical hits with every hit? After taking down one, I glanced back and saw the swordsman still frantically wielding his long sword, fighting the skeleton to a standstill. Pay attention to the weak points at the joints. Wow, good, buddy, you're hitting me so smoothly with a wooden stick right up to my face, that's too much. I chuckled. It had been 3 years since I'd played a holographic game, so my controls were a little rusty. Fortunately, the initial monster, the skeleton, had a very slow attack speed, making it easy to dodge. Kingdom is a game with a high degree of skill required. If your reaction speed is fast enough, you can theoretically dodge any incoming skill, or even a normal attack that doesn't require charging. The advantage of the Warlock class is that its skills primarily focus on area of effect, AoE, attacks and applying debuffs to enemies, greatly increasing the hit rate of its abilities. Therefore, classes like Warlocks and Mages are often jokingly referred to as old people's professions. He released a level 1 poison array, inserted the wooden stick in his hand into the skull's neck joint, and after a series of scattered numbers appeared, the white bones finally disintegrated into a skeleton, scattering into the yellow sand. The first wave of monsters has been repelled. Please rest for a while. Looking around at the other players, I realized that there shouldn't be any deaths during the beginner quests, but the health bars varied greatly. One archer had already lost a third of his health, while only I and a priest remained at full health. For priests, the basic attack animation is quite slow, and the level 1 skill Holy Light deals negligible damage, mainly serving to buff teammates. It's truly unbelievable that they can solo monsters without taking a single hit point. 30 seconds until the second wave of monsters appears. Wave February 3rd. Please continue the battle. In the distance came the roars of indescribable monsters, followed by groups of green-skinned dwarves, wielding spiked clubs and moving forward with close strides. Name, Goblin. Level, 1. Attack, 9 to 12. Defense, 6 to 10. Health, 120. Description, strange creatures from ancient forests, with bad tempers, living in groups. Goblins. I grinned. They're an indispensable part of traditional online games, aren't they? Despite their weakness, they can be incredibly annoying when they roam in large groups. Using the same method as before to deal with skeletons, pulling monsters was a piece of cake for me. The increased attack frequency of the goblins did not affect my dodging. I calmly used a serpentine step to move safely through the monster horde. This time, I took the time to observe the priest. As I expected, he didn't use his only skill, Holy Light, at all. He simply relied on tapping his staff repeatedly. Taking advantage of his slightly longer normal attack range than the goblin, the priest quickly distanced himself from the goblin after each instance of damage, skillfully pulling the monster without taking any damage. Is he a professional player from some team? With such detailed skills, he could easily play an assassin or swordsman, but instead he chose the priest class. How can you encounter such a master in a beginner map? Interesting, I muttered to myself. It seems that with the development of holographic games, talented players are emerging one after another. Holy crap, what's going on today? On the first day of the server opening, I saw warlocks and priests soloing monsters. The one who was really going crazy was the swordsman Zhang Ron, who was still frantically slashing at monsters with his longsword. He made several mistakes in a row, and his health bar dropped by a lot under the attack of the goblins. A priest's staff fell instantly, drawing away the aggro of the goblin behind the swordsman, which the swordsman was struggling to defend against. The swordsman hesitated for a moment, then stammered a thank you. This was so awkward. Since when did swordsmen need priests to pull monsters? The second wave of monsters has been repelled. Please rest for a while. It was only then that I saw the pastor's full appearance. Under the ID Moonwind Loneliness was a pale face, about 25 years old, with sharp features, but his long hair gave off a decadent vibe. You're quite skilled, You must have been a melee professional player before, the priest said, looking at me expressionlessly. I turned around and smiled. You're not bad either, being a priest who can pull mobs on your own. Then let's have a contest in the third round. He turned around and flicked the cane behind him. From afar, a black-robed wizard slowly emerged from the sand. His entire body was covered by a black robe, and only the outline of his body could be barely seen. Name: Witch Spirit, Boss Level Monster. Level 1. Mana: 20 to 25. Defense: 15 to 18. Health: 1000. Synopsis: a sorcerer from another world, Wuling, attempts to attack the borders of a kingdom by summoning otherworldly creatures. It's just a level 1 boss, how strong can its attributes be? Swordsman Zhang Rong smiled contemptuously, quickly approaching the witch spirit. He unleashed a heavy slash, dealing 16 damage, and the boss's health bar visibly dropped. It's just a beginner's quest. This boss isn't someone you can just take down. If everyone goes together, it'll be over in no time, right? As the swordsman was speaking, he was suddenly slammed into a giant magic orb and sent flying. His health was reduced by a staggering third, and he landed headfirst, sprawling awkwardly in the sand. And accompanied by a series of obscure chants, several skeletons rose from the sand and staggered toward the inverted Zhang Rong. This guy actually has a knack for comedy. I shook my head, lightly waved my weapon a few times, stood in front of the swordsman, and cleared away a few skeletons. The boss only has 1000 HP. It's a piece of cake for us 20-odd people to just throw a few skills at it. An archer shouted, knocked an arrow, and fired it, hitting the boss's left arm and displaying a number 15 with a bloodstain. Seeing that their attack was effective, everyone in the arena began to swing their weapons, and the flashing numbers quickly reduced the boss's health to less than half. But after only a moment, the fierce attack suddenly ceased, and the number of skeletons summoned by the boss increased dramatically, forming a continuous expanse on the vast yellow sand, almost engulfing the players in the arena. There were at least 100 of them. I have a plan, I said to Feng Yueji after observing the boss's movement path. I'll pull the boss, the witch spirit, and you can pull the ads, okay? What's so difficult about that? Yu Fengji snorted coldly, and with a flick of his hand, he pulled away the aggro of the skeletons that were besieging the mage. As the number of skeletons accumulated, the situation on the field gradually became overwhelming. The urgent task was to clear away the piles of bones. With so many, even level 1 monsters could overwhelm and kill people. However, the boss, the witch spirit, also deals considerable damage, as a single magic orb earlier had already taken away more than a third of the swordsman's health. Leave the witch spirit to me. I bypassed the encirclement of several skeletons along the way and quickly approached the witch spirit's side. The staff, glowing with dark ghostly fire, was swung around, and a mage was sent flying backward by the hammer. The mage's health bar was instantly reduced to 0, and then the character disappeared from the space. Isn't this a beginner's quest? Where did my character disappear to and get teleported to? Before I could think about all the suspicious points in front of me, the boss, witch spirit, had already aggroed me. What followed was a flashing green magic orb, but the launch speed of this charged skill wasn't very fast. A sidestep at a right angle is more than enough to avoid skills in front of you, even though the warlock's movement speed isn't particularly fast. In Kingdom, there is no red carpet mechanism like in traditional online games. Dodging any skill requires judging the skill's precast animation. When facing mage-type bosses with a single attack method, the spiral movement technique is the most effective. He swung the sandalwood stick in his hand and struck down, dealing 12 points of damage. The witch hesitated for a moment, then raised her dark purple staff high, and a light gray chanting progress bar appeared above her head. Send the output quickly while it's loading. I called out. Currently, my skills are insufficient to interrupt the boss's casting, but during the gaps in the chanting, everyone dealt additional damage, causing the boss's health to drop below half. Furthermore, taking damage during the casting prevents the repeated triggering of the summoning of skeletons. As the cast bar finished, I once again pulled the boss's aggro. At the same time, Yu Fengji darted out from the side, quickly waving his staff to pull the aggro of the newly Summon skeletons in the opposite direction. This cycle continues, and the boss's health is dropping at a visible rate. Can you hurry up? Fong Yueji ran forward at full speed without looking back. The number of skeletons behind him was already countless, densely packed together, surging like a tide. A level 1 warlock can't be any faster. I glanced at him helplessly. A skeleton was reaching out to hit the priest on the back. Fong Yueji staggered and lost a bit of health. Fortunately, he adjusted his center of gravity in time and did a sideslide, so he didn't fall into the skeleton's encirclement. The battle was nearing its end, and the remaining players began to focus their fire on the boss. With an archer firing an arrow, the witch spirit let out a roar of resentment before falling silent, its health bar completely reduced to 0. Although the death of the witch spirit did not drop any equipment, everyone present was leveled up to level 3 after a flash of holy light. Congratulations on defeating the boss, the witch spirit, and successfully defending the glory of the empire. The hidden quest for beginners, north of the border, has been completed. You are now being teleported to the beginner village, city of 10,000 blades. You have been rated S level by the system in the battle north of the border and have been equipped with the Ring of the North. Just as they were pondering their current predicament, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, transforming from endless yellow sand into a human village, and their vision was suddenly filled with an overwhelming flow of people. Through the gaps in the crowd, they could vaguely make out an elderly man with white hair, guiding the player through something. This is what I thought beginner quests should be like. In my experience, the beginner quests are for newbies who only have a superficial understanding. Chasing after those meager rewards will only slow down your leveling pace. Experienced players are far more efficient at grinding neutral monsters in the open world or low-level dungeons. Despite being decked out in basic gear, I, a level 3 warlock, still stood out somewhat amidst a group of level 1 characters. So, I parted the dense crowd and headed towards the forest, in the opposite direction from the starting village. The game kingdom has just entered open beta, and players need to explore all the map resources and monster distribution themselves. The official team will not provide any first-hand information. There are definitely monster strongholds in the forest, and besides, the quest in the north of the border directly boosted me to level 3, so I can at least maintain a level advantage for the time being. However, before even checking the special reward from the quest, I opened my inventory and found a bronze-colored ring inside. Name, the Ring of Jinbei. Level restriction, 5. Enhanced attribute, attack 18 points. Health, 200. Special effect, after a 30-second cast time, teleports the user to a random area within 1,000 yards. Remaining uses, 3. Description, a ring crafted by the Guardians north of the border, ancient in age and once used in sacrificial rites, possessing special effects. With such high attack power and health bonuses, plus the teleportation effect, it might be able to achieve a surprising victory, but it's a pity about the 3-use limit. My level isn't high enough to equip it yet, so I put the ring in my backpack. I thought being rated S-class meant I'd get a legendary weapon like the Dragon Slayer sword. What a pity. Who can blame them when Kingdom is a game with a relatively high degree of fairness? Sure enough, there's no such thing as getting a divine weapon after completing the newbie quests or reaching level 99 in one hit. I just wonder how many people got a similar ring like me. When I entered the kingdom this time, I dare not say that I had any lofty aspirations, but at least my idea of making a name for myself has never changed. Compared to Divinity, Gods and Gods, Kingdom is more meticulous in its map details, the scenery is so realistic it's almost frightening, and even the sense of touch can be simulated. As you walk along the rugged stone steps of the village, the man-made buildings gradually disappear, replaced by various natural landscapes. Dense ancient trees twist and turn, creating the appearance of a primeval forest. After casually clearing away a few level 1 rabbits that appeared along the way, my experience bar only increased by about 7%, so leveling up is probably not as easy as I imagined. Occasionally, 2 or 3 players would walk by silently, choosing to level up by fighting monsters in the wild, just like me, avoiding the crowded newbie village. I ventured deeper into the forest, searching for monsters of higher level. Gradually, the appearance of the towering city became apparent, with rock walls rising abruptly from the forest. After walking for about 20 minutes, the mountain path began to level out, but the flow of people became denser. There was a small leveling spot ahead, where a dozen or so players were searching through the grass, hunting level 2 green snakes. Their IDs all had the prefix Chua, so they were probably either a studio or a guild. I didn't want to embarrass myself by joining the fight for monsters. I walked straight through the scattered crowd. The swordsman in the lead, named Chu Huixin, glanced at me, then lowered his head again and silently attacked the snake slithering in the grass. These leveling groups are usually very exclusive. Fortunately, it was early in the game and no one had anything valuable on them, otherwise they would have been likely to encounter PvP in the wild. In Kingdom, death will result in a level reduction of 1 and a chance to drop equipment. Therefore, strength is the fundamental factor for survival. This reminds me of the Yunxian Pavilion in God Realm, which made its fortune by intercepting solo players leveling up in the wild and seizing their equipment. Although it was eventually wiped out by a large guild, it was indeed a nightmare for solo players for a period of time. After traveling another 1,000 yards or so, and bypassing the huge rock in the middle of the road, my field of vision gradually narrowed, and the surrounding weeds gradually grew taller than my knees. As I looked around, I suddenly saw a dark shadow flash out quickly to my side. I subconsciously turned to the side, and found that my clothes had been torn in 2 obvious rips. Turning around, I saw a pair of scarlet eyes. Name, Wild Wolf, red-named creature. Level, 3. Attack, 19 to 21. Defense, 11 to 14. Health, 150. Description: wild wolves living in the mountains have a strong sense of territory and will actively attack any creature that enters their territory. Just as I finished checking the information, the claws attacked again with lightning speed, striking my neck in an instant before I could dodge. A critical hit. A number with sparks appeared, and more than a third of the health was instantly reduced. I broke out in a cold sweat. Wild monsters can launch sneak attacks? Immediately, use a slide step to create distance. For ranged, squishy classes like warlocks, getting hit by a monster a couple of times could be life-threatening. The wolf's attack speed was far superior to that of the skeletons before it. The black figure leaped up again. I swung my sandalwood staff, placing a poison array at my feet, then sidestepped to avoid the wolf's fangs. At the same time, the wolf that stepped into the poison array was given a poison debuff, and its health began to drop steadily. Fortunately, the wolf's attack methods are relatively simple. After observing it for a while, I figured out its attack pattern. Whether it's a claw attack or a pounce, the trajectory is a straight line, which can be easily avoided by using a spiral movement. About 2 minutes later, the wolf let out a howl and fell to its side, scattering 2 gold coins. Congratulations on successfully collecting 2 gold coins. At the same time, the experience bar also increased. Just one monster gives 6% experience points, which is much more generous than the level 1 rabbit before. I'll just level up here for now. The leveling process can be tedious, but it's an indispensable part of the game. For advanced players or even higher-level professional players, practicing the same combo repeatedly is commonplace. However, I often get tired of this monotonous repetition. I prefer to face different challenges and climb higher. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. When the sandalwood stick struck the wolf's head for the last time, a flash of golden light appeared, and it had successfully leveled up to level 4. Name, Straw Raincoat. Level restriction, 5. Enhanced attribute, defense 10 points. Description: the straw raincoats left behind by villagers in the mountains after they were attacked have a certain defensive function. Although it's a basic piece of equipment, gear is scarce in the early game, so you should use it for now to avoid being completely naked. I casually tossed my raincoat into my backpack, only to feel a sudden wave of drowsiness wash over me. I glanced at the time and realized it was already past 3 o'clock. Leaning against the railing, I realized the weather was a bit chilly. Before I knew it, autumn had arrived in Linjiang City. I hadn't felt the stillness of 3 in the morning for a long time. The cold wind gradually lessened my sudden drowsiness. When I entered the game again, I was surprised to find myself completely calm. Perhaps it was because I never had any particularly obsessive thoughts to begin with. As a player from the Gods and Gods era, many of the people I met back then have now entered the flow of life, and games are often considered an accessory to life. Many people are like that. One day, their avatar in their friend list suddenly turns gray, and that's the last time they log in, and they never interact again. When Kingdom launched, I didn't know if the people I met in the game were still around. Perhaps thinking about it was pointless. Relationships in the virtual world are fragile. All I wanted to do was follow the game's path and move forward at my own pace. Just then, a long yawn came from behind, and Halsey, wearing a pink pajama, pushed open the dormitory door and walked in. "How's it going? Are you getting used to the controls?" I nodded slowly. "It's alright, I'll get used to it gradually." But then again, Halsey said, brushing his messy hair aside, "the leveling speed in Kingdom is really slow." I nodded. "Yeah, it took me a while to finally reach level 4. Level 4? Holy crap, how did you get to level 4 so quickly?" "I took a shortcut and visited 2 monster spawn points and I only just reached level 3. Halsey stared at me with wide eyes as if he had seen a ghost. I took a symbolic step back and shrugged helplessly. "It's like when I first entered the game, I was teleported to a strange space, killed a wave of bosses, and leveled up 3 times in one go." "Did you also give him a ring?" "That's right, it's just a limited use item, nothing compared to some heaven-defying artifact." Halsey looked heartbroken. "Your luck is too good for a newbie." The border mission was an event when the game Kingdom was launched. Players have a chance to be teleported to a dungeon outside the border. If you successfully complete it and perform well and are rated as S, you can get a ring of the corresponding direction. Moreover, it is said that collecting all 6 rings can unlock special rewards. So that means there are only 6 rings in total? Alright, these things are still a long way off. I'm going to rest now. I haven't stayed up late in ages, I'm really sleepy. I smiled and turned around, leaving Halsey behind wailing that I didn't know how to utilize resources. Perhaps because I was truly exhausted, I fell asleep almost effortlessly as soon as I hit the bed. However, images of Kingdom kept replaying in my mind, the surging cavalry and iron horses in those propaganda posters, the skulls like water on the endless yellow sand, and the towering, steep peaks of the city. Then the images in the dream abruptly changed, returning from the Kingdom to the divine realm. Before me stood a towering pagoda that seemed to pierce the clouds. I felt like the smallest ant, standing at the base of the tower, looking up at its endless structure. Then I gradually realized that the tower was slowly tilting, and its enormous shadow gradually enveloped me. But I couldn't move. I could only watch helplessly as I was swallowed up by the tower, which was so large that it could almost block out the sun. Smoke and dust billowed up, covering the surrounding scenery. Nothing happened, and everything returned to calm. However, the scene before them changed once again. It was a circular hall with walls inlaid with a dazzling array of exquisite jewels. The crystal ball overhead shone brightly. A woman dressed in gorgeous clothes leaned back on a golden chair in the distance, exuding elegance and nobility. Hundreds of failures. This was my last moment in God Realm. I was cut down in the waist by a giant blade from afar by that venerable being. I was sent flying backward, and the scene before my eyes gradually blurred before fading into silent blackness. I woke up with a start. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Sunlight poured out from the gap in the curtains, reflecting the soft, red dust swirling in the air. I couldn't help but gasp for breath, still somewhat dazed. This dream intertwined my gaming careers in Kingdom and Divine Realm, reminding me of that terrible reality, the Tower of Babel that was always impossible to pass, and the giant blades that were impossible to dodge even when I knew the target of the skill. However realistic it may seem, it is ultimately just a dream, especially after so much time has passed. I can no longer clearly remember many details about God Realm, so I might as well immerse myself in Kingdom. Put on your holographic glasses and go online. The warlock, Frostwinter, reappeared in the dense forest where he had logged off yesterday, frantically dealing with a wolf that had attacked him. I started heading towards higher ground, thinking about finding another leveling spot. After reaching level 4, the experience points from the wolves were no longer sufficient due to my level advantage. During the time I was offline, many players caught up in level, and the crowd on the mountain gradually became denser. I even spotted level 5 players. To avoid the awkward situation of fighting over monsters, I started to venture deeper into the forest, hoping to find some unexpected rewards. The winding path led to a secluded spot. After walking casually for about 20 minutes, I pushed aside the bamboo blocking the hillside, and the view suddenly opened up before me. It must be said that the game kingdom has almost reached the ultimate in terms of sensory experience. Walking on the grass in the mountains, you can feel the subtle touch of the plants on the ground tickling your legs. Then came a double blow to my back. I turned around in surprise to see two butterflies with black patterns on their bodies flapping their wings, waiting for their chance to launch another attack. Name: Black-backed butterfly. Level: 5. Attack: 21 to 25. Defense: 20 to 25. Health: 75. Description: butterflies fluttering in the mountains are small in appearance, but are actually very aggressive. Butterflies move very fast, and trying to kill them by constantly dodging and pulling them is undoubtedly very energy-consuming. Fortunately, butterflies don't have much health, and as long as you can deal enough damage from 2 poison arrays, you can easily take one down. As I ran, I glanced at the surrounding terrain. About 10 meters away, there was a jagged rock that could serve as cover. I drew the 2 butterflies aggro, cast a poison spell to envelop them, and then continued moving towards the rocky cover. Although I took 2 hits from the butterflies, my health only dropped by about 1/5, so I wasn't in any real danger. Once the poison array's cooldown is full, release it again. A wave of corrosive poison rippled through the air, and the butterfly perished, scattering gold coins across the ground. In less than 3 minutes, another round of monsters was lured in, and they were successfully wiped out while holding the cover. Although their health dropped again, their experience bar rose quickly and had already reached more than half of level 4. Just as I was thinking of taking advantage of the terrain and farming 2 more waves of monsters to reach level 5, I heard rustling footsteps coming from afar on the grass. Someone's coming. Not knowing the number of people, I hid myself by leaning against the rocks. Before long, a man and a woman came into view. The man was a level 5 mage named Drunken Lakeheart, with an ordinary appearance and short, neat hair. He was carrying a staff. The assassin beside him, on the other hand, was much better equipped, wearing a full set of basic leather armor. It wasn't easy to gather a set of equipment in just half a day after the game started. Besides, in my experience, female players are not very common playing the assassin class. Perhaps it's because I spent so much time with Lin Hansu in the youth training camp that the sleazy image of assassins is deeply ingrained in my mind. This assassin with the ID flower guest looks like a pretty girl, she just doesn't seem like the sleazy assassin at all. Huajian, what do you think of this place? Zhu Huxin smiled obsequiously at Huajiang. I'll send someone to pull a wave of monsters, and you should be able to level up to level 7 soon. But the flower guest was unimpressed, pouting and snorting coldly, this place is fine. At least there aren't those annoying little guilds around. Clearing out the area takes so long, it really delays my leveling time. Don't worry, how could our Luoshui guild be compared to those shrimp soldiers and crab generals? I've made thorough preparations for the launch of Kingdom. This kingdom belongs to the 2 of us, ha. As I stood up, preparing to make a rational retreat, I suddenly heard the sound of a butterfly flapping its wings. Looking up, I realized that I had attracted the monster's hatred. It was truly a twist of fate. Who goes there? Zuehu Xian heard the sound coming from behind the rock in the distance and immediately shouted. I casually stepped out from behind the rock and smiled at the 2 people with unfriendly looks. Leveling up, you 2 chat, don't mind me. This place is reserved by our Luoshui guild. All irrelevant people, get out of the way. Zhu Huxin said aggressively, raising her head. Just as I was thinking that this girl was quite understanding, the second half of her sentence slowly drifted into my ears. Let's send him back to the city. In Kingdom, there are only 2 ways to return to town, one is to use items that allow movement, and the other is being automatically returned to town after being killed. When words fail, a fight is about to break out. The Luoshui guild has gone too far. I don't like to cause trouble, but swallowing my anger is not my way of life. I must teach them a lesson. Even if I am surrounded by the enemy, I will not sit idly by and wait to die. Ha! The mage in the distance let out a long sigh, seemingly wondering why the fireball he had just unleashed had missed its target. The current situation is still not optimistic. I am constantly being chased by butterflies, and there are mages and assassins behind me who are higher level than me. I can only create a sliver of hope for myself. Another fireball grazed past him. Huajiang seemed very dissatisfied with Zohuxin's 2 consecutive missed fireballs. What's wrong with you? You can't even hit someone like this? Zuehu clenched his fists impatiently. Huajian, listen to me, the main problem is that the kid on the other side is a bit unpredictable. He suddenly turns and changes direction, and my fireball can't track him, so it's inevitable that I'll miss. I'm speechless. You missed your fireball, fine, but what's with hitting the black-backed butterfly in the grass? Won't that cause me to be the target of all the aggro? Humph, you can't even handle a level 4 warlock, let me do it. Huajiang glanced at the mage beside him who had failed repeatedly, and charged towards me with a blade of health remaining. Caught between 2 attacks, I had little time to think about a solution. Just as the dagger was about to draw blood, the black-backed butterfly was already close to my back. Now! I moved forward smoothly, dodging the attacks from both sides. At the same time, the flower guest's dagger pierced the wing of the butterfly behind me, successfully transferring the aggro to the flower guest. This was an attack from nearly 10 black-backed butterflies. While escaping, I deliberately used poison arrays to attract the monster's aggro. In just over 10 seconds, the 2 poison arrays I released almost gathered all the black-backed butterflies around me. Now it's the flower guest's turn to have a headache. Before level 20, the assassin hasn't learned the stealth skill and can't quickly disengage from combat. Nearly 10 butterflies flapped their wings simultaneously. Although the flower-loving woman was trying to dodge, the butterfly's attack speed exceeded her expectations. Dozens of damage numbers popped up. Although each number was only around 20, when they were stacked together, the flower guest's health was reduced to almost 0 in an instant. Flower among flowers. Drunken Lakeheart disregarded his identity as a mage and rushed straight to the front of the battle line. Huajiang took a slow breath, used his dagger to draw a cross slash in the air to repel the butterfly's attack, and said with lingering fear, "Luckily I'm wearing all white clothes and still have more than 30 points of health left. So, should we still intercept that warlock?" Huajianka sneered with an ugly expression, "If we don't kill that sorcerer, won't Luoshui lose all face?" Drunken Lake hesitated for a moment, then took another step. I glanced at the monster's health, ignored the mage who was approaching me, and unleashed a poison array that seemed completely unrelated to me. This poison array was full of hidden tricks, covering not only a large number of black-backed butterflies with remaining blood, but also the flower guest. You have killed player Huajiang and are now in a red name state. The flower guest, with his remaining health, collapsed to the ground under the effects of the poison array. You have killed 8 black-backed butterflies, gained 848 experience points, and successfully leveled up. A surge of experience flowed in, a golden light flashed, and I leveled up to level 5. At the same time, I was able to learn the warlock's second skill. Spend 5 gold coins to learn the skill, Frozen Array? In the blink of an eye, the skill had already been upgraded. Huajian. You'd better pay with your life. Seeing Huajiang fall in battle, Zohuxin was furious and swung his staff at me. Another fireball flew past, just missing my clothes. Skills with that kind of accuracy can't hit me. Just as they were preparing to continue their counterattack, a sudden commotion of footsteps arose in the jungle behind Drunken Lakeheart. They could vaguely see more than a dozen figures pushing through the bushes as they approached. It seemed that the main force of the Luoshui Guild had arrived. I'm only level 5, and I'm not so arrogant as to think I can take on 1,000 men right now. I couldn't linger in the fight, so I threw down an ice spell at the foot of Drunken Lake, which triggered its effect. Time to make a quick getaway. By the time the ice melted, I was already far from the view of the heart of the lake. Frosty Winter, I've memorized this ID. We'll meet again someday. Drunken Lakeheart snapped out of her daze, gritting her teeth as she looked at the mess before her. Boss, where did Huajian go? Zuehu Xin stammered, I went back to the main city. I just encountered a master and was killed. Aren't there two of you? He's too insidious. Too cunning. Boss, I have a feeling you were just tricked by that warlock? I quickened my pace and walked for a while, and then the surroundings fell silent again. I bent down and sneezed a few times, wondering who was thinking about me this time. After hiking in the mountains for a while, the surrounding scenery became quite different. Even after looking at the map for a while, I still couldn't figure out where I was. There were a dozen or so players in the pool ahead, probably a studio. The leader was a level 6 middle-aged swordsman named Tanyetsidao, who was carrying a heavy sword that gleamed white and casually wearing a few pieces of beginner equipment. Seeing me appear, he looked up and waved at me. "Hey bro, wanna level up together? We're from Hurricane Studio, welcome to join us. 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, monthly income of 100,000, luxury cars and beautiful women are waiting for you, you'll reach the pinnacle of life in no time. This is an incredibly grandiose promise." I smiled politely at him and said, "Thank you, but I'm about to head deeper in." Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the players at Hurricane Studio were all rather mediocre. One archer even made a positioning mistake while pulling monsters, nearly losing all his health and then falling headfirst into the pool. When Tianyetsidao saw that I refused, he frowned and said to me, "Brother, you have to be careful if you go deeper into the city. The monsters inside are very high level, almost level 10. If you make a mistake, you might die and have to go back to the main city." I nodded in acknowledgement, without offering much explanation. To outsiders, it would seem rather presumptuous for a warlock with only level 5 and basic equipment to confidently venture into the depths of the forest. But in fact, I still had 2 pieces of equipment left in my backpack. I put on the raincoat and the ring, and my stats instantly increased significantly. Even my appearance became a little mysterious. A sorcerer in a raincoat in the wilderness, this must be the attire of a peerless master. After walking for nearly half an hour, an old wooden house suddenly appeared in the woods. At the same time, in front of the wooden house, I saw a person also wearing a straw raincoat. "Dude, are you copying my style? Young man, are you a warrior from the village?" An aged voice slowly came from inside the straw raincoat, like the sudden snapping of a 1,000-year-old tree branch. I was stunned for a moment, and it took me a long time to realize that this was an NPC. That's right, I am the warrior sent by the village to obtain the divine artifact. If you have any priceless treasures, sir, please entrust them to me. I tried my best to straighten my expression and said righteously. Judging from the novel, this inconspicuous person in the mountains might just be a peerless master, and besides, I really admire his taste in clothing. I can't remember how many years it has been since anyone visited this old man. "Young man, please follow me." The old man in the straw raincoat ignored me, put his hands behind his back, and moved slowly toward the simple wooden house not far away. I followed the old man and pushed open the dusty, dilapidated wooden door. The table was covered in dust, and it seemed that no one had been here for a long time. This place used to be the most prosperous part of the village, but now it has fallen into ruin, overgrown with weeds and deserted, all thanks to that monster, the old man said, hunching over and shaking his head in anguish. "Young man, can you do me this favor? System prompt, do you wish to accept the shared hidden quest Tales of an Ancient Village?" A description of the mission popped up on the screen. Task name, Tales of an Ancient Village. Recommended number of participants, 3. Recommended level, 7. Mission reward, unknown. Synopsis: the city of 10,000 Ren was once the most prosperous area within a few miles, but the appearance of strange creatures has turned it into a desolate place. Please fulfill the request of the ancient village chief and restore the appearance of the ancient village. There's no reason not to accept a task. Seeing that I had accepted the task, the old man nodded in approval, then turned around and walked deeper into the old house. The floorboards creaked and groaned, occasionally dropping specks of dust. The old cabinets inside the house were all teetering on the verge of collapse, and the various strange patterns on the walls were becoming faintly blurred. With images of various divine artifacts appearing in my mind, I nodded solemnly, preparing to welcome the golden light that was about to arrive. However, a sudden rustling sound reached my ears. I opened my eyes wide and was surprised to see the old man standing silently in place, his face serious, dragging an axe that was more than half corroded by rust. Can't you be serious for once? Not using a divine weapon is understandable, but restoring an ancient village with just this axe is absurd. I doubt it'd even be enough to chop wood. Besides, how do sorcerers use an axe? My complex emotions were palpable. I gripped the wooden handle of the axe without any particular reaction. Instead, the old man wore a look of satisfaction, turned his hands behind his back, and said, "Young man, you are the hope of the whole village. Whether the ancient village can be restored depends on your efforts." They accepted the mission and ran away? It feels like I've been tricked. A system notification sounded. You have successfully obtained the item Corrupted Axe. Please proceed to the target location. I frowned, opened my backpack and took a look, but found that I couldn't identify the properties of this machete. Name, Corrupted Axe, quest item. Level restriction, none. Enhanced attribute, unknown. Description, a seemingly useless axe. I swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss. This axe really does match the description perfectly. Alright, let's go check out the quest location first, but the dungeon requires a 3-player team. It's a bit sad to think about. Right now, I can only contact a handful of people in the game, and it's difficult to even form a 3-person team. During my time with Gods and Gods, most of the people I met belonged to various studios or guilds. Regardless of whether they joined Kingdom, no one knew about my sudden decision to return to holographic games. I planned to keep it a secret for a while longer. So the only option left is: you have successfully added player Heroic Spirit. After a short wait, the video call started, and Housy's familiar, slightly weathered face appeared on the other end of the screen. "Hey Gunai, it's been an hour already, I'm already level 6.5, how come you're still stuck at level 5? Housy looked at me with a puzzled expression. I said to the swordsman on the other side of the screen, "That's not important. I've accepted a quest. Do you want to come over?" I shared the story of the old village with the past. After reading the shared quest, Housy became excited. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a hidden quest. You wait, the city of 10,000 blades, right? Let me see if I can teleport out of the starting village. Come over right away." The images of the figures on the screen suddenly disappeared, and I turned around and walked towards the narrow door of the old house. It seemed that something was falling down along with running fiercely. With a nimble leap, he crossed the broken bamboo lying across the ground and stepped into the mud. Housy coughed twice, somewhat embarrassed. Well, there was a small mistake in the operation. I shook my head speechlessly and saw the last remaining flower rain standing nearby, looking bewildered. Before I could even speak, she stepped into the mud with a resolute expression. "You guys?" Just as I was about to sigh, I suddenly lost my footing, and the surrounding ground collapsed one after another. I began to fall rapidly as if I were weightless. I'm used to setting the experience level to 100%, and the sound of the wind in my ears felt so real, like bungee jumping without any protective gear. This is something I've never experienced in real life. It was thrilling enough. Of course, the pain from the sudden fall was even more unforgettable, exceeding the system's pain threshold and automatically reducing the experience level to 0. I glanced at my almost empty health bar, and with difficulty, I supported my back and slowly got up. At this moment, Housy was also about to land, but he cleverly released sword energy towards the ground, which played a certain role in cushioning the impact of the landing. The impact force was not great, and his health was quite good. After waiting for about 3 seconds, they heard Luo Huayu scream. Housy heard his sister's voice and immediately headed towards the source of the sound. But he saw Luo Huayu shoot out dozens of arrows at an extremely fast speed, almost all with the same trajectory, perpendicular to the ground, perfectly cushioning their landing. I looked at falling flowers with slight surprise. The game kingdom had only been open for a short time, and the weapon enhancement effect was quite limited. In the few seconds before landing, it was extremely difficult to stabilize oneself and shoot dozens of arrows at the same angle. Archery is considered a niche profession in mythology. Simply holding a bow steadily requires considerable skill. Furthermore, skilled archers have provided detailed test data showing that shooting steadily involves factors such as air resistance and wind force, highlighting the difficulty of playing an archer. This seemingly 16 or 17-year-old girl has mastered this skill remarkably well. Haozi looked arrogant, as if he had shot those arrows himself. See? This is real strength. You're no match for me. Luo Huayu listened and smiled shyly. I raised an eyebrow and said, the technique used by falling flower rain is indeed impressive. Haozi shrugged and said, they're from a professional archery team, so playing a professional archer is a piece of cake for them. So he's a professional archer in real life, no wonder his movements are so skillful. Luo Huayu put her hands behind her back and twirled the old-fashioned wooden bow. It's quite fun to play this game during breaks from training. Hurry up and replenish your blood. With so little blood left, you'd be in serious trouble if you fell. I smiled awkwardly at Haozi and gestured to the medicine bottle in his hand. Help me out, my good brother. You didn't come to do the mission without even buying medicine, did you? Haozi's face gradually showed a look of despair. After a tense and intense discussion, Haozi, with a pained expression, handed me a set of the cheapest, lowest-grade reply items. Use it sparingly. Medicine prices are very high right now. Even the most basic medicine cost me a whole night of grinding monsters to buy it. I nodded symbolically to show I understood, then quickly replenished my health before looking around. This place was a gloomy underground cave, with already low visibility. In addition, sunlight could hardly penetrate the dense bamboo forest, making it even more difficult to see anything. The three cautiously made their way through the dim light. At first, the bottom of the cave was relatively spacious, but a chilling aura wafted. Hits from the ironclad. No, the cavalry charge is too fast, I can't aim. Luo Huayu pursed her lips and shook her head. I quickly sidestepped away from the Iron Rider's aggro range, and Haozi pulled the aggro away in time, giving me a little breathing time to wait for the cooldown to come off. I then stacked 2 arrays and finally managed to kill him without any major incident. A few gold coins and an unremarkable piece of plain armor dropped, which Haozi casually put on, slightly increasing his defensive attributes. In our 3-person lineup, Haozi had no choice but to take on the role of the frontline tank. We can't do much against monsters that have no way to break through their defenses. We mainly rely on Gunai to deal damage, but the efficiency might be a bit problematic. We have to wait for the cooldown of 2 sets of skills. Haozi slowly took 2 steps into the darkness and stabbed an arrow into the abdomen of a cavalryman beside him, drawing aggro. You just need to draw aggro, and leave the rest to me, I replied readily. Iron cavalry swiftly kicked out, but the armor that had fallen earlier provided protection, only reducing Haozi's health by a small amount, just over 350. Then, following the established pattern, Iron Cavalry unleashed 2 charge attacks before his health was finally eroded to nothing. The experience points given by the Iron Cavalry are quite considerable, but our team doesn't have a priest. At this rate, we can only last until Haozi runs out of supplies, and we won't be able to continuously grind monsters. Furthermore, repeatedly widening the distance between myself and the Iron Cavalry before turning back to unleash my skills was not as simple as I had imagined. Several untimely movements nearly cost me my life under their hooves. I gestured to Haozi, the space here is too small, there's no way to stretch it out. I'll go see if there's a place inside where I can lure monsters. The distance between the cavalry is fixed at about 2 meters. With just one usable cover, we can try to slay the monsters in groups. Wait, isn't the pool in the center of the map the perfect spot? I lowered my head, the ditch in the pool was just the right spot to hide. If the edge of the pool could withstand the charge of the Iron Cavalry, then I could pull the monsters without taking damage. After expressing their thoughts to Haozi and Luoyu, the 3 of them quickly settled in the center of the pool. Should I go and pull the monsters? Luo Huayu asked us for our opinion. I gripped the fire starter, looking straight ahead. Let's begin. She fired an arrow at a cavalryman from afar, her scarlet eyes widening instantly, and the warhorse neighed as it galloped towards Hualuoyu. Then, if the Iron Cavalry wants to launch a charge skill and leap onto the pool, the warhorse must make a back of the hoof movement. This movement, which can be completed in just 1 second, becomes an opening, causing the Iron Cavalry's speed advantage to disappear. Luo Huayu accurately timed this attack interval, drawing her bow to its fullest extent and firing an arrow that instantly stunned the cavalry, interrupting their charge. This meant that until the cavalry's charge cooldown was ready again, they could only stand outside the pool, completely at the mercy of their attackers. Success! Luo Huayu gracefully flipped the bow in her hand half a turn before bringing it down, then smiled faintly. I nodded and asked, Falling Flower Rain, can you shoot arrows with such stiffness continuously? Maybe, it might work, I'll give it a try. The so-called stiffening arrow is used to find openings in a monster's body during movement, thereby interrupting its actions. For example, Falling Flower Rain's arrow accurately pierced the warhorse's joint. In a sense, this is a very difficult technique. Let's try pulling 3 first. Halsey brandished his sword, quickly attracting 2 iron cavalrymen who were wandering around. Dust rose and hooves thundered as they drew closer. However, Luo Huayu's arrows were faster. I could hardly tell the order in which the 2 arrows were fired. Suddenly, the 2 warhorses shuddered and then crashed violently into the edge of the pool. Even their health was reduced by a significant amount. Falling Flower Rain's arrows were accurate and flawless, while Halsey, the tank, became almost an idle bystander, silently swinging his sword and hitting only a few awkward single-digit numbers. Fortunately, my formation provided most of the damage, which kept the monster-killing efficiency at a very high level. After smoothly clearing out all the monsters on the map, my experience bar had unknowingly risen to level 8. During this time, I changed into a few inconspicuous pieces of basic equipment, finally escaping the state of being naked. Looking at the time, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. I was starting to feel tired, but Luo Huayu beside me still looked energetic. Logically speaking, aiming the stiffening arrow at the joints of the iron cavalry should have been more energy-consuming. I can only lament to myself that the so-called university life has drained me dry. At the same time, a series of sounds could be heard coming from the dark end, as if something was being activated. After taking off their holographic glasses, Halsey saw the familiar bedroom furnishings. Halsey and Luo Huayu discussed logging off first to have dinner before continuing their mission. The sky was beginning to turn a pale yellow. Halsey and I changed into formal attire and leisurely went downstairs. We walked along the not-so-long campus avenue, where the trees on both sides cast dappled shadows, blocking out the only sunlight. I casually sat down on the steps of the road at the school gate. All sorts of people flashed past me, and occasionally someone would cast a strange glance at me, but they would quickly turn back and walk into the crowd. I guessed it was definitely not because Halsey and I looked cool. Halsey stared wide-eyed, then turned his head away fiercely. Pa, when I become successful in the future, I'll be just as arrogant. As I listened, I shook my head and gave a wry smile. Don't think about things that far ahead. You might as well think about what to eat tonight. As she spoke, a bright and beautiful female student dressed in a school uniform ran out of the school, carrying a backpack whose brand I couldn't recognize, but I subconsciously judged that it must be very expensive. I vaguely remember that she was the most beautiful girl in some college, but we didn't have much interaction. Halsey seemed to have mentioned her to me a few times. He seemed to have pursued her when we entered university, but it didn't work out in the end. Halsey's expression grew even more desperate. I patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, don't think so badly. Maybe it's just that your family is rich. Halsey looked helpless and stood up with difficulty, saying, let's go, let's drink. The lights were dim that night, and I didn't know what Halsey was feeling. He was inexplicably drunk, and he never liked to show his emotions. I could only vaguely guess at some of the details, but I didn't know what to say. This unprovoked vulnerability seems to come out of nowhere, yet it also seems unavoidable. It was already 9 p.m. when I helped Halsey back to the dormitory. I watched in surprise as he almost struggled to put on the holographic glasses and log into the game. So drunk and still online? Unable to resist Halsey's insistence, I logged into the game. At this time, Luo Huayu was already online, leaning against a corner of the dungeon with her hands behind her back. When she saw Halsey and me appear, she nodded obediently. Brother, you don't seem to be in very good shape. Luo Huayu frowned as she looked at Halsey, who still seemed a little dazed. It's nothing, I'm just a little dizzy from drinking. Let's keep going. Housie forced a faint smile and waved his hand as he spoke. I could only pretend to be unaware and walk forward, gradually arriving at the end of the underground palace. A large, rust-colored iron gate with intricate openwork patterns stood there, revealing a narrow gap, seemingly only wide enough for one person to pass through. Before I logged off, I vaguely heard a tremor coming from ahead, which must have originated from here. I stood at the edge of the door, not daring to make any rash moves, for fear of triggering some destructive mechanism. Touching the inside of the door, I slowly moved forward, feeling the damp air rush towards me. The world behind the door was still a chaotic background, but I could see a dark blue wall lamp in the distance, emitting an eerie light. There are new monsters here. After reading the monster's data, a few lines of text appeared on the screen. Name, Lost Ghost. Level, 8. Attack, 45 to 48. Defense, 13 to 17. Health, 165. Synopsis: the fall of the village resulted in the deaths of innocent villagers, who became ghosts floating in the center of the underground palace. Just as I was about to unleash a formation to test the waters, Housie swayed out from behind me, then suddenly leaped up and unleashed a lightning-fast, devastating slash. Accompanied by a ghostly scream, a lightning-infused number popped up, indicating a fatal blow. 182, instantly killed. Generally speaking, monsters all have weak points, but the priority of these weaknesses varies from monster to monster. For humanoid monsters like the ghost, the throat and head are their biggest weak points. It seems that Housie's sword strike was aimed directly at the throat, tearing apart the ghost's carotid artery. Then came another sword strike, and another. In his drunken state, Housie moved with impunity, and the frequent critical hit numbers astonished me. Although the weak points of humanoid monsters are relatively easy to hit, I didn't expect Housie to have 2 more moves up his sleeve to hit those weak points with such a high frequency of continuous sword strikes. Recalling Luo Huayu's amazing performance, my impression of the brother and sister has changed drastically. However, I can be more or less convinced that Luo Huayu is a shooting team member, but Housie can't possibly be a fencer, can he? Fencing, thinking about it carefully, it's a little creepy. Perhaps it was because Housie was working too hard that the monster hunting on this level went particularly smoothly. Even when he made a mistake, the falling flower rain would appear in time to deliver an accurate arrow and kill the monster. Along the way, quite a few cloth armor pieces suitable for warlock and archer classes dropped, and there was even a green quality leather armor piece exclusive to archers. Name, Senyu leather jacket. Level, 10. Enhanced attributes, defense, 45 to 48. Effect, increases critical damage by 15%. At this point, all 3 of them had reached level 9. Housie and Luoyu, whose levels were already relatively high, should be close to level 10. At the end of this level is an old, deep well. Some of the bricks and tiles around the wellhead are scattered, making it impossible to see the depth of the well. However, one can vaguely sense that the water below is pulsating. What's going on here? I peered inside and saw that the well walls were covered with a thick layer of moss, which seemed to have been growing freely for a long time. What kind of clues to the mission were hidden here? If we want to continue through this checkpoint, perhaps we can only do so through this well. Luo Huayu said, shooting an arrow into the well. However, it only stirred up a small splash before the well water returned to its calm state. I hesitated for a moment, then decided that I should go down into the well for a closer look. At that moment, Housie's steps were a little unsteady, and he seemed unsteady just standing still. If I let him complete this task, he might fall directly into the well water. As an archer, Luo Huayu is even more fragile than me, and even in the game, I'm not really willing to let a girl explore a deep ancient well alone. Let me do it. Be careful, I have a feeling there's something strange about this well. Housie suddenly waved his hand. What are you afraid of? Gu Nai and I are, the 2 heroes of Fengling University. You should just rest on the side. I stepped on the slightly slippery bricks and tiles, pulling myself down slowly with the simple rope that Luo Huayu had made from a bowstring. The air in the well was even more humid, but the temperature did not change much. After falling about 10 meters, the bottom of the well gradually became clear. The well water wasn't very clear, and there seemed to be some plankton floating on the surface. I freed one hand and tentatively touched the water's surface with my staff. "There's movement! Pull me up!" I shouted upwards. There seemed to be a force pulling me underwater, and my health bar was gradually decreasing at a tiny speed. I frowned, used my left hand for leverage, lifted one foot off the ground, and used the staff in my hand as a fulcrum to swing my body and break free against the current. Clinging tightly to the rope in my hands, with my legs firmly planted on the slippery well wall, I struggled to climb upwards, the rising water behind me almost keeping pace with my movements. I realized there must be something in the water, so I casually used my two only skills, but unfortunately nothing happened. The formation was easily swallowed up by the well water. Retreat! It looks like something came out of the well. I've used several skills but none of them worked. Housie was still looking up curiously. Where is it? I can't see it? At that moment, the well water behind me gushed out, carrying a large amount of algae, which scattered and fell from the air. Behind the flow of water, I could vaguely see a blurry figure, huge in size, almost completely obscuring the entire well opening. Holy crap, I see it clearly this time. As the water receded, its full appearance was gradually revealed. The system then read the monster's relevant attributes. Name, Jade Toad, Lord Level Boss. Level, 10. Attack, 90 to 102. Defense, 46 to 57. Health, 3000. Synopsis: a toad that has lived in a deep well for many years, the culprit that destroyed the village's old civilization, and whose body is covered in potent toxins. I stared at the enormous toad in front of me, which was much larger than usual and was about 1.5 times the height of a person. I was stunned for a moment. It had been many years since I had played a full immersion online game, and the sudden visual impact was quite shocking. As the giant toad leaped out, the dark-colored well water splashed down, carrying a certain degree of corrosiveness. It sizzled as it hit the ground, and wisps of white smoke slowly rose into the air. Housie, who was near the well, unfortunately touched the well water. His arm turned greenish and glowed. With the poison debuff applied to him, his health bar dropped sharply at a rate of about 30 points per second. I moved slightly to the side of the toad to avoid the amphibian spitting out some unknown liquid. In the distance, Luo Huayu drew her bow and fired an arrow, which struck the toad squarely in the eye, resulting in a laughable critical hit of 20. Although it's only level 10 and doesn't have the level suppression effect, the Jade Toad is still a Lord-level boss. With our current equipment, we can't even break through its defenses. At this stage, it's simply a pipe dream for players to challenge a boss with this kind of attribute. Moreover, this toad has the property of being immune to poison damage, rendering the poison array ineffective. I despairingly discovered that, apart from the ice array skill, all I could do was fight hand-to-hand with a stick. At this moment, the critical hit from the falling flower's rain successfully drew the boss's aggro. The giant toad took a deep breath, and the entire space instantly became filled with flying sand and stones. Under the influence of a strong suction force, all objects present moved towards the pitch-black giant mouth. I bent down to lower my center of gravity a little, and only then did I manage to steady myself. My straw sandals rubbed against the ground as I moved gradually, giving off a sense of the era of skateboard shoes. In this situation, Housie, with the advantage of being a heavily armored warrior, remained almost completely still, while Lo Huayu was tossed about in the wind. Before she could even cry for help, she was already being blown away by the immense suction force. Gunai, think of something. Housie suddenly took a step back, but was blocked by the strong wind and retreated again. He could only wave to me from a distance. I'll give it a try. Seeing that the falling petals were about to reach the toad, I casually threw out an ice array, freezing the falling petals on the ground. At the same time, the quiver full of arrows behind her detached from her body, and dozens of sharp arrows flew out from it and poured into the giant mouth. I shuddered, imagining the pain. The toad's health bar was reduced by a third, and dozens of tiny damage numbers popped up, stacked together. The sudden, high damage caused the jade toad to freeze. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I immediately went around to its abdomen and stabbed its softest spot several times. -7, -9, -11, -8. All of them are single digits that don't cause any pain or discomfort. Isn't this like scraping? The only number 11 comes from near the venom sac of the jade toad, which may be its weak point. But before I could investigate further, the boss had already broken free from his stunned state. Let's go! I called out to Hausi from afar. Receive! Without arrows, Luo Huayu had lost its fighting ability, and Hausi's movements were too clumsy. At best he could only attract the boss's aggro. In addition, he had been drinking and was swaying, so the toad would probably kick him back to the main city. I flipped to the right, narrowly avoiding the toad's stomp. Amidst a cloud of dust, I crawled forward until my tattered raincoat was covered in dust. Finally, I managed to escape the boss's attack range. At the same time, he turned around and threw out an ice array to draw the toad's aggro, preventing the boss from healing. However, the biggest problem has now been exposed. So far, almost all the means that can be used to kill the boss have been exhausted. It is difficult to rely on the archer's quiver to significantly reduce the boss's health in one go, as before. Surely this mission can't require 3 archers to complete, right? Trying hard to remember, I made an S-shaped movement. Although I was a cloth armor class, the warlock's movement speed wasn't particularly fast. I could barely escape the boss's pursuit. I focused on twisting my feet and heard the stomping of toads and their angry roars coming from behind me, sometimes near, sometimes far. Continuously change direction to dodge the toad's sudden leaping attacks, then slowly increase the distance to put yourself in a safe position and ensure that your aggro value does not drop. Hausi, standing on the sidelines, finally endured until the debuff disappeared, bringing his health back to a safe level. Brother, look at his positioning. Luo Huayu raised an empty bow and pointed her slender finger at the field. It looks somewhat familiar, like the movement techniques of a lightly armed swordsman. Hausi frowned and clenched his gauntlet, seemingly deep in thought. It looks like a pendulum movement, Luo Huayu said softly, then shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. I haven't seen anyone use this kind of footwork much in the later stages of God Realm. This is because in the middle of God Realm, the system updated the gravity system, which increased the difficulty of pendulum movement. Moreover, some large guilds subsequently developed new ways to pull monsters. It can be said that pendulum movement has basically remained in the pre-God Realm era. However, Gunai's footwork is not completely pendulum movement. The swing amplitude has been improved to a certain extent, making it more flexible. After analyzing for a while, Hausi fell silent again. Luo Huayu tugged at her sleeve and asked, "Brother, can you do the pendulum maneuver?" Upon hearing this, Hausi immediately shook his head decisively, "Impossible. Heavy armor warriors can hardly make such a large swing, but even light armor professionals find it very difficult. Professional teams no longer specifically train this kind of movement. I'm not sure how difficult it is to perform this kind of footwork after the gravity system update. Should we talk to Su Rong about this? Didn't he ask you to find talented team members?" Hausi thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it's too early. Even we might not be able to get a place in Su Rong's team. Xingqian is a professional team after all, and I don't really want Gunai to get involved in this mess. Let's put this aside for now. I'll go help Gunai." Hausi shook his head, as if trying to clear his head, and shakily stepped forward, carrying his heavy sword. Luo Huayu, with a somewhat complicated expression, picked up her bow and followed closely behind Hausi. I saw the two figures in the distance. They moved around frequently, and I was already a little tired. I briefly touched the toad's weak point, the poison sac, but the effect was minimal. The combined damage from several attacks was only a little over 100 points, not enough to cause a fatal blow. Hausi understood immediately and moved closer to my side, drew his heavy sword and slashed twice. After drawing the aggro, he spun around and fought with the toad, allowing me to finally break free. Even after taking so long to weaken the boss, the jade toad still had about half of its health remaining. "Didn't you get any special items during the mission?" Luo Huayu silently leaned closer, picked up her bow, and poked my arm as she spoke. I pursed my lips. "There are no special props." "Wait, now that you mention it, it seems like there are." I suddenly remembered the rusty axe that the mysterious old man in the straw raincoat had given me. Could it be that I needed to rely on this broken axe to complete the mission? I took the axe out of my backpack and weighed it in my hand. I couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Not to mention that it could cut through iron like mud. The blade of the axe was even slightly curled. It was far from the legendary divine weapon. I held it up to the toad's towering figure and felt like I was trying to scam it. But given the current situation, I had no better option than to grit my teeth, pick up the rusty axe, circle around to the toad's field of vision, and wait for an opportunity to chop down hard on the swollen venom sac. Tiny specks of green liquid spurted out, grazing the corners of my clothes and landing on the ground, even corroding the rocks. Unexpectedly, as the axe was pulled out, a sliver of blood emerged from the toad's body, gradually tearing it open into a huge gash, from which blood flowed incessantly. -200. The axe attack was effective. The old, worn-out axe had surprisingly shed its rust, revealing a hint of its sharpness. Hausi exclaimed, "Gunai, why didn't you take it out sooner? This broken axe really has a hidden secret. Who would have thought this rusty axe would be so powerful?" The old man didn't explain it clearly. He just told me to chop down the toad with an axe, and that was it. The boss has been given a debuff called bleeding, which is causing the jade toad's health bar to drop steadily, and it has now fallen to 1/3. The sudden, intense damage caused the boss's aggro to become chaotic instantly. A powerful tail whip slammed into me, sending me flying backward and my health bar instantly dropping to 0. The axe flew out of his hand, tumbled through the air once, and fell from the sky, accidentally embedding itself in the toad's wrinkled back, instantly multiplying the original bleeding effect to 2 layers. -400. Well, the axe managed to hit its mark. It can only be said that fate is unavoidable. Hausi moved with some difficulty, once again firmly holding onto the boss's aggro. With a swift leap, accompanied by a shower of falling petals, he landed on the toad's back, tearing open his wounds with a kick. A heart-wrenching roar echoed throughout the space, and the jade toad's health was instantly depleted. As the venom gushed forth once more, the jade toad's long health bar finally reached 0. The three scrambled to avoid the venom, and the enormous shell finally collapsed, soon turning into stardust and dissipating, leaving behind a pile of items scattered beneath its skin. One of the items was even flashing with an orange light. I was secretly shocked. Could it be that the Lord-level boss dropped an orange-grade item? In Kingdom, the attributes of equipment are mainly measured by quality, ranging from the lowest level of white equipment to the rare and highly sought-after orange equipment. In the early stages of the game, most players' equipment is of excellent green quality and fine blue quality. As for the higher-level rare purple quality, legendary red quality, and even legendary orange quality, they are rare and hard to come by. They often need to be forged with a lot of materials or dropped by high-level bosses. If you could get an orange-tier item at this time, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's priceless. Only upon closer inspection did I realize that the appearance of this piece of equipment seemed somewhat familiar. An axe. Name: Star Axe, Quest Item. Level Restriction: 90. Additional Attributes: Unknown. Synopsis: Once a national treasure, it was stolen by the rebel leader and left to languish among the people for a long time, hidden away in the mountains. I felt a rush of blood to my head for no reason, which was very disappointing. It was a quest item from before. I sighed and then comforted myself that finding a divine artifact was just a plot in a novel. In addition, 3 other pieces of equipment were dropped. 2 green heavy armors unsurprisingly belonged to Hausi, and a blue quality bow. Name: Jade Bone Bow, Fine. Level Restriction: 12. Additional Attributes: Attack, 35 to 43. Critical Hit Damage Bonus 20%. Special Skill, Precision, increases arrow accuracy for 5 seconds after activation. Cooldown, 360s. Description: A bow forged from the bones of a rare mountain creature, capable of hitting a willow leaf from 100 paces away. I handed the bow to Luo Huayu, and then began to tidy up the scattered gold coins on the ground. Holding the bluish-green jade bow, Luo Huayu stood timidly in place, her expression somewhat complicated, and said, Gunai, this bow. I shrugged. It's yours now. Do we have another archer here? Since there are archers in the team, this bow naturally belongs to Falling Flowers Rain. The equipment is directly distributed according to the corresponding class. This is an unspoken rule in online games, even though this blue bow is quite valuable on the market. But you took on a mission and ended up getting nothing in the end, isn't that a bit? Luo Huayu held the bow, still looking hesitant. I pointed to the ceiling. Haven't we leveled up several times? Alright, you can have it, Haozi scratched his head. It's such a waste for this kid to take such good equipment. Haozi, you're a true brother. I stumbled a little, then consciously pocketed the remaining gold coins scattered on the ground. Fortunately, the experience points gained from killing the Jade Toad instantly propelled me to level 10, putting me back on par with Haozi and Luo Huayu. At the same time, the entire space began to shake abruptly, and pebbles and sand began to fall. Undead creature cannot be summoned again within 300 seconds of its death. According to official website information and player comments on forums, most people consider this skill to be useless. In the traditional sense, warlocks mainly focus on formations and crowd control, and the summoned undead are merely objects to transfer aggro. However, I have a different idea. I can use all 10 skill points I have to summon 2 undead creatures. After a brief loading screen, 2 skeletons with empty eyes slowly rose into view. Name, Bone Warrior, Tier 1 Undead Summon. Level, 11. Attack, 20 to 27. Defense, 30 to 35. Health, 250. Description: Undead creatures summoned using spells passed down through the warlock lineage. They lack independent consciousness. The 2 skeletons themselves had very average attributes, even slightly inferior to elite monsters of the same level. Trying to control the skeletons to move forward, their movements were somewhat clumsy, but their speed wasn't as slow as expected. I walked along the path illuminated by the moonlight, my boots making a soft rustling sound as they stepped on the ankle-deep grass. Otherwise, the forest was completely silent. Occasionally, I would see 2 or 3 players still leveling up tirelessly. In order not to attract too much attention, I put away the 2 skeletons and walked past them unnoticed, heading deeper into the forest, hoping to find a deserted leveling area. As midnight approached, the number of online players had dwindled considerably. Those still battling it out were mostly professional studios or gaming guilds. Their goal was clear: quickly reach level 20, leave the starting village, enter the main city, climb the leaderboards, and make a name for themselves. The map icon displayed the words Moonlight Canyon, suggesting that we had unexpectedly entered a map outside the forest. Descending along the steep slope, the view gradually opened up, and the towering trees that had once filled the sky disappeared, replaced by low shrubs. The vegetation on the ground touched my legs, bringing a slightly itchy sensation, and the soft moonlight flowed down, spreading with each step. The mountain road extends to the bottom of the valley, and the ground begins to become flat, changing the monotonous appearance of the mountain forest. You have now entered Moonlight Lake. When I looked up, I saw the vast lake in front of me. The shoreline, stretching for miles, encircled the lake, which shimmered with silvery moonlight and reflected the deep, dark colors of the surrounding mountains. I sat down by the lake, surrounded by a few scattered plants that glowed like fireflies. I reached out to touch them, but because my gathering skill was too low, I didn't get any information. I remained silent in this environment of alternating light and shadow. The most mysterious guild in God Realm is called the Scenic Sightseeing Group, whose members range from level 1 to the maximum level. This is not surprising, but what is lamentable is that this is a group of gamers whose purpose is to enjoy the scenery. I always thought the fun of holographic games was in accomplishing things that are difficult to achieve in the real world through this replicated world, and now it seems that these landscapes are one of them. In the first few years after entering God Realm, I had no time to pay attention to these rules and regulations. My online time was almost entirely occupied by leveling up and fighting monsters. The frantic map running also caused the game to fall into a boring cycle. However, a rustling sound suddenly came from beside her, which unknowingly foreshadowed the impending danger. In the instant she turned her head, a feather-like arrow shot towards her face. I rolled over on the grass, nimbly dodging the sudden attack. I struggled to my feet, preparing to counterattack. At that moment, the ground suddenly caved in, and in the instant I lost my balance, I felt myself being tightly bound from my waist down by a rope with a net-like structure. Holy crap, a trap! Someone's ambushed us. I was terrified and racked my brains trying to recall if I had offended someone so much that they would hold a deep grudge and stake out this place to catch me at midnight. But not long after, several humanoid monsters wearing feather-like headdresses slowly emerged from the bushes, and relevant information appeared on the screen. Name, Moon Clan. Level, 25. Attack, 75 to 82. Defense, 50 to 57. Health, 500. Brief introduction. The original inhabitants of Moon Lake have a strong sense of territory. It turns out I've trespassed into the territory of the Moon Clan. No wonder I didn't see any monsters on such a large map before. It seems the Moon Clan has driven the other species out of their territory. Before I could think any further, I felt myself being lifted into the air and slowly moved in a certain direction by two people. At the same time, I finally saw the full appearance of these monsters. Their skin had a faint bronze glow, and they carried wooden quivers on their backs. Apart from being relatively short, they were roughly no different from the natives in the real world. Where are they taking me? It can't be the Moon Clan conscripting men, can it? I tried to twist my arms, but found that I couldn't break free from the tightly bound ropes. The sandalwood stick beside me was also tied around my waist, and I couldn't even cast a spell. I weighed whether I needed a dramatic leap to change the current passive situation, but considering the monster's extremely high level and attributes, I figured it probably wouldn't be of much use. Waiting to die is obviously not the best way to solve the problem, but at this moment, the only option is to wait and see. The surrounding scenery kept changing, but always presented a dark tone, and then finally settled on the gate of a camp. Two tribesmen with more elaborate headdresses stood at the entrance, presumably of higher-ranking members. Name, Moon Clan Warrior. Level, 25, Elite Monster. Attack, 100 to 120. Defense, 62 to 73. Health, 650. Brief introduction. The most skilled warriors among the Moon Clan, they undergo rigorous training from a young age and possess extremely strong combat abilities. I muttered to myself that the situation was bad. It seemed I had stumbled into a monster's lair. As the monster's quality continued to improve, the difficulty of escaping would only increase. He took a deep breath, flipped his wrist, and turned to the side, but he still couldn't move. The escape techniques he learned from the movies were completely useless. I couldn't help but utter a few words in my local dialect, but after receiving an unfriendly kick from one of them, I finally decided to shut up. After observing the surroundings, I discovered that this was a camp built between a crevice in the canyon. I could vaguely see several campfires flickering in the fire, and the tribesmen were patrolling back and forth in orderly steps. This is a monster farming spot for players level 25 and above to level up together. I never expected to stumble into it in such an absurd way. At my current level of 11, I'm afraid there's no chance of survival if I try to break through. After the handover ceremony, I was escorted deeper into the area by two Moon Clan warriors, with people around me casting strange glances at me from time to time. My carefully planned escape was gradually thwarted by the enclosed and towering terrain on both sides, and the idea of escaping unscathed seemed increasingly absurd. Name, Moon Clan Chief, Lord Level Boss. Level, 35. Attack, 780 to 870. Defense, 900-1054. Health, 60,000. Brief introduction. The supreme figure in the Moon Clan, inheriting and continuing the power of the Moon Clan from his father. He swallowed hard, banishing all thoughts of a final, decisive battle. How could a monster that had broken through level 20 appear in this map, which belonged to the beginner village? Putting aside its astonishing stats, even in a bare-handed fight, I had no chance of winning. Taking advantage of the opportunity to communicate with the warriors and the clan leader, I planned more than a dozen escape routes based on the surrounding terrain, and then rejected them one by one. This terrain is so encircling that there is no way to escape. It is completely sealed off on all sides. Unless one uses some kind of tool, there is absolutely no possibility of escape. Wait, props. I touched the Jinbei ring on my left hand and grinned. This time, I finally didn't have to be at the mercy of the so-called Moon Clan. I cleared my throat, drawing the attention of the Moon Clan members, then flashed the brightest smile I could muster, casually raised my hand, and silently chanted a spell to trigger the Jinbei ring, preparing to make my escape. You are currently bound and unable to access the teleportation function of the Jinbei ring. The system's cold notification echoed in my ears. My smile froze on my face, and the air around me seemed to grow colder. Feeling the ill-intentioned gaze, I awkwardly raised an eyebrow and said, "Sorry to bother you." With a burst of strength from his legs, he opened a gap in the rope net that had been stretched along the way, and at the same time, he tore it apart with his hands. In that instant, he finally broke free from the restraints on his body. Without thinking too much, he looked around and ran in a less crowded direction. As long as he could create enough distance and buy enough time, he could guide the ring and run away. I imagined making a sharp turn and passing a sentry not far away. Although I didn't look back, I could imagine that I was probably running around tirelessly with the entire camp in tow. This shouldn't be the art style of this game. I took a desperate step, but suddenly felt a pain in my back, and my body stiffened. I turned around and realized that it was a giant wooden club thrown by the Moon Clan chief's servant that had hit me squarely in the back while I was running. -275. I struggled to my feet, the real senses causing a burning pain in my back. With only a quarter of my health remaining, I stumbled forward, the nearest Moon Clan member almost touching the hem of my clothes. Almost reflexively, I froze myself with an ice spell and twisted my ankle. Taking this opportunity, I guided the ring to escape, but then I remembered that the teleportation skill had a 30-second cast time. Before I could even complain, the tall clan leader's attendant was still searching around for something to throw. I figured if I got hit by that stick again, I'd be instantly transported back to the main city, and I wouldn't even need a ring to teleport me. I quickened my pace, preparing to change direction, but then I discovered something even more despairing. Ahead lay a towering cliff. Heaven is going to kill me. In this dire situation, surrounded by enemies on all sides, it seems I'm doomed. Since losing levels and being sent back to the main city is inevitable, I might as well make the best of a bad situation. As the roars echoed through the valley beside him, and the densely packed tribesmen surged forward like a tide, with the towering cliffs almost obscuring all vision, how many people in the world could slowly raise their heads, stand still without flinching, and smile at the thousands of troops? I steadied my trembling legs and calmly extended a hand toward the surging crowd a dozen meters away. Although I don't possess the power of a master in a novel, capable of scattering an army with a single palm strike, such a gesture is certainly impressive and should usually be enough to intimidate the enemy, keeping them rooted to the spot and preventing them from making any rash moves. I smiled confidently, then stared in disbelief as the Moon Clan quickened their pace without hesitation and surged into the danger zone I had planned. Wait a minute, guys, aren't you afraid at all? Martial arts. Chinese Kung Fu, have you ever heard of it? I waved my hand, but it was no use to the fanatical crowd. As screams rang out, large blank areas appeared on the overlapping red health bars. Sparks flashed across the screen, indicating instant kills. I looked at the various pieces of equipment scattered on the ground with envy, but I still wisely stayed away from that dangerous place. Unfortunately, the monster died through unconventional means, and I didn't contribute any of its damage output. Otherwise, I might have been able to seize this opportunity and level up several times in one go. Taking advantage of the enemy's disarray during this chaos, I was able to catch my breath. The offensive in front of me had subsided somewhat, but 2 or 3 remaining tribesmen still charged towards me without hesitation. With my back against the rock wall, I rolled over, barely managing to fend off the occasional barrage of weapons. Although these monsters weren't particularly fast, their level 20 attributes still posed a significant level advantage over me. Their relentless advance gradually compressed my space, and if this continued, I would inevitably be surrounded and killed. As I was thinking, something seemed to flutter past my brow. I instinctively dodged it, only to realize that it was a rope. It was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Although today's experience was somewhat bizarre, at least there was always a way out. I reached out and grabbed the rope, struggling to climb upwards. A slight pain came from rubbing my hands together. This was an experience I had never had in the real world, yet it had come to me in this way. As I raised my hand, my feet braced against the rock face, and I leaned forward. A stone spear pierced straight out from right behind me. Startled, I shrank back and darted upwards without a second thought. The rock wall took on an arc shape. After passing through the section that was perpendicular to the ground, it became much easier to go up. Before long, they gradually moved out of the attack range of the Moon Clan. He took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down, and looked up to see a tall female hunter sitting on a rock not far away. She rested her pretty face on her hand, a small canine tooth showing through her slightly upturned lips. Her eyebrows were curved, her eyes were piercing, and her hair was tied into a ponytail that swept past her ears. Her slender legs swung in front of the rocks, possessing a captivating charm. However, the hunter's mark on her snow-white cheeks seemed somewhat out of place. But the mischievous grin that kept popping out when he turned his head made me break out in a cold sweat. What was going on? Then I glanced at the character information. ID, Chasing the Wind. Level, 14. Class, Hunter. Attack, 110 to 115. Defense, 67 to 78. Health, 450. The player has hidden the rest of the information. I gave a wry smile. My health is so low that I probably can't withstand the onslaught of that attack power of just over 100. Should I follow my principle of retreating again this time? I'm taking my leave now that you've disturbed my peaceful cultivation, lady. I clasped my hands in a fist salute and said firmly, then turned around naturally and left. A soft chuckle came from behind, followed by a clear, melodious voice. After all, I saved your life, shouldn't I show some appreciation? Why don't you add me as a friend? Maybe I can save you sometime in the future? I said, turning around a little awkwardly. With her pretty face clenched and her teeth tightly pressed together, Zhu Fengwu's face gradually revealed a helpless expression, accompanied by a shout of shameless. Don't blame me for not warning you, getting down from here isn't as easy as you think. You'd better pray for good luck. Zhu Fengwu shook her leg, stood up from the rock, and moved towards the other end of the flat ground. After thinking for a moment, I quickly followed. The flat area wasn't very big, and I soon reached the end. I looked down and a deep sense of dizziness immediately overwhelmed me. This side was a sheer cliff that dropped vertically, as if it had been cleaved vertically by an axe. And below the cliff, black and white striped tigers were seen walking by from time to time. Going down would mean certain death. How did you get up here? I asked, panting, looking at Zhu Fengwu. She snorted and pouted, saying, You're scared now? There was a mechanism here from the mission we came here with that leads directly here, but unfortunately it's a one-time use mechanism, so you didn't get a chance to go down. I said, Then won't you be trapped here too? Humph, see the ring on my hand? I can leave anytime I want. As for you, Sai, you'd better be glad those barbarians didn't have any ladders or anything like that. She raised her snow-white neck, waved her left hand in front of my eyes, and looked smug. But I have this ring too. I raised my hand somewhat awkwardly and gestured to her. What? She frowned, a look of surprise on her face, followed by a hint of wariness, her dark pupils fixed on me. I felt a little uneasy under her gaze. I turned my back and touched the sandalwood stick beside me. One should not have the heart to harm others, but one should not be without the heart to guard against others. If it is a murder and robbery, even if she is a pretty girl, I will not let her kill me. Fine, seeing how weak you are, I'm too embarrassed to bully you. Zhu Fengwu showed a helpless expression and shrugged at me. Was this a form of contempt? I recalled the opponent's terrifying attributes and ultimately gave up the idea of dueling with him. Actually, I'm much stronger than you appear on the surface, I said, coughing. Zhu Fengwu's beautiful eyes were full of a playful look. Is that so? How about we have a fight? Spare me. She pursed her lips and said, All right, this place is not safe to stay any longer. If you have the ring, you don't need to worry about getting away. I should go and turn in my mission. I nodded. All right, then farewell. Consider it a favor I owe you. If you're in danger, call me on the World Channel. A dark line gradually appeared on Zhu Fengwu's face. At the same time, I guided the ring. The 30-second cast time passed in the blink of an eye. I waved goodbye to chasing wind dance. The scenery in front of me began to blur. I felt as if I had been sucked into a huge black hole and had already lost my sense of direction. After an unknown amount of time, his body finally began to feel the solidity of the earth. He secretly felt grateful that he had been saved by the Jinbei ring. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape the encirclement of the Moon Clan alive. If he had unfortunately died back in the main city, not only would he have lost his level and equipment, but he would also have had a hard time entering a mysterious map like Moon Lake again. Then the image of Zhu Feng's beautiful figure flashed through my mind, but I shook my head. The game is like a martial arts world, we meet by chance, and it may be difficult to repay a helping hand. But there is always a future, and we will meet again if fate allows. All this nagging, in the end, isn't it just about liking how good-looking she is? I chuckled to myself, taking it as a self-deprecating jest about these inexplicable feelings. My brain was already deeply enveloped by fatigue, and I was vaguely disoriented. I checked the time and realized it was already 2 a.m. Perhaps it was because I hadn't stayed up late in a long time, and I couldn't adapt to nightlife so easily. I hurriedly pressed the logout button, took off the holographic glasses, and a deeper sense of drowsiness washed over me. Almost the instant I leaned down and pressed my face against the sheets, I gradually lost consciousness and drifted off to sleep. The night was hazy, and the moonlight, like mercury spilling onto the ground, shone through the curtains and onto the holographic glasses, making the silver-gray words Kingdom gleam. It was 11:30, but I was still drowsy. I waved to him, indicating that I wanted to sleep a little longer, and then lay down again. 3 seconds later, with a thud, I and the blanket hit the ground at the same time. I tugged at my crooked coat, wiped the toothpaste from the corner of my mouth, and walked along the sidewalk of Windchime University with my hair still a bit messy. It was autumn, and the weather was slightly cool. The cold wind blew through and into the cuffs, causing the pores all over the body to shrink instantly. As we walked along the roadside trees, Halsey continued to chatter, "Hurry up, do you know what day it is today? The esports club is recruiting new members. How can you still sleep on something so important? The number of places to join the club is quite limited. If you go late, you'll miss your chance." I nodded perfunctorily, but inwardly I was unconvinced. In fact, I didn't have much enthusiasm or interest in this esports club, I was just there to watch the show. Indeed, many of our parents' generation still regard it as a monstrous threat. Such a social orientation cannot be easily changed overnight. Perhaps it will only change when this generation truly becomes the backbone of society and has enough voice. Fortunately, the venue's facilities were quite complete. Spotlights shone down, making the smooth floor gleam slightly white, and rows of holographic glasses were neatly arranged. I passed several departments of various small games along the way. There weren't many people. Halsey kept raving about the benefits of the esports department, but I couldn't bring myself to show any emotion other than indifference, so I just treated it as a visit. As I approached the end of the corridor, the noise suddenly intensified. I looked up and saw a large decorative board with the word Kingdom prominently displayed, behind which stretched a spacious area filled with individual booths equipped with holographic glasses. It seemed the esports department had shifted its focus to the newly launched game, Kingdom. As the most popular game at the moment, it was no wonder so many enthusiastic young people were flocking there. Following the signs on the wall, I finally arrived at the source of the noisy crowd. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. The long line for registration stretched for more than 10 meters, and inside the club, there were countless students waiting for their admission verification. Halsey's face gradually showed a worried expression. "See, I told you, there are already so many people queuing up for the test that started at 12 o'clock, and who knows how many more will come later." I smiled at him and patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay, brother Hao is so talented, he can easily get into the esports club, right? Okay, once I join the esports club, with my swordsmanship, I might just become the club president." "I'll definitely protect you then." Halsey nodded with satisfaction. But, I stepped back and smiled at him, I didn't say I wanted to join the esports club. He shrugged helplessly and waved goodbye to me. "I'll go queue up to register first. You can take a look around for now." Many players were wearing holographic glasses and working hard. Through the electronic screens provided, you could see the player's first-person perspective. I observed that their levels were all around level 10 or slightly below. If they weren't doing something special like me and were just following the tutorial step by step, their speed would be just right. As for the girl named Chasing the Wind whom I saw yesterday, if she didn't level up by grinding monsters like a professional team, how many special quests would she have to complete to achieve such a high level? As I was pondering this, I saw a girl with long, flowing hair walking towards me from afar. She was wearing an elegant dress that accentuated her fair skin. Her features were delicate, and she was the kind of person who was very pleasing to the eye. "Excuse me, are you here to sign up for the esports club?" I shook my head and said, "Sorry, I'm just here to take a look. I'm not very good at the game." A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, then she nodded, "Then you can look around freely for now, I still have some things to take care of." As she spoke, she turned around, her high heels clicking as she hurried toward the end of the equipment room. Sigh, another loss. There really is a gap in strength. A frustrated sigh came from behind the door not far away. I walked over with some doubt. The door wasn't completely closed. I could see several people standing on either side of one of the standard competition machines. I recognized the long-haired girl who had greeted me earlier among them. "To be honest, your strength is really not up to par." A man with a buzz cut on the left raised his head and said casually, "Don't be so arrogant. You only beat 2 people," the long-haired girl said indignantly. "Oh, the president and vice president both lost, so why don't you, the mascot, give it a try?" The buzz-cut man grinned arrogantly. "You?" "Never mind," a boy wearing black-rimmed glasses waved his hand, "it's just that we're not as skilled." Are you guys having a competition?" I knocked on the door and peeked out from under the door. The girl's eyes widened for a moment, then quickly dimmed again. The man with the buzz cut looked me up and down, then raised his chin and said, "A new face, huh? Your esports club isn't going to rely on a newbie, is it?" The spiky-haired man's arrogant expression made me slightly uncomfortable. Just as I was about to retort, a sharp female voice rang out behind me, "Just tell me if you dare to accept the challenge. You only won 2 rounds by chance." "Hey, aren't you just making me the target of hatred?" I just acted impulsively because I couldn't stand other people's arrogance. The man with the buzz cut snorted disdainfully and sneered, "Then come on, but don't say I'm bullying a newbie." At this point, I was in a bind. I braced myself and stepped forward, pretending to be humble, and said, "Please give me your guidance." "Then let's stick to the old format, best of 3, and use the machines," the man with the buzz cut said confidently, turning his head to look directly at the holographic glasses used for the competition. "Hey, are you sure you can do this?" the long-haired girl asked, looking a little nervous. I smiled nonchalantly, "Perhaps we can give it a try. Have you played God Realm before? What was your ranking?" She looked at me with a complicated expression, as if she was worried about her impulsive behavior earlier. I looked up and thought about it carefully. It seems that when I played, there wasn't a ranking system yet. I'm probably around level 70. Seeing my serious expression, the long-haired girl looked a little distressed and covered her forehead with her left hand, then said softly to me, "It's okay, as long as you've done your best." I nodded, calmly walked to the machine, sat down, and put on the holographic glasses. Iris scan complete, person identified. Matching 2 players, please wait. You have 10 seconds to prepare before the start of the match. With a flash of white light, I was teleported to an ancient arena, which was also the system's default PK map. The floor tiles were slightly yellowish, the outer walls were towering, there were rows of neat stone steps, and the audience seats were arranged in a staggered manner. "Kid, don't get distracted, or your health bar will be empty in no time." Following the sound, on the other side of the field stood a mage called Night Soul. His black robes gave him a sinister aura, and the mage's weapon in his hand, inlaid with dark purple diamonds, was faintly glowing, and it looked to be a high-quality weapon. In comparison, my straw raincoat and green sandalwood staff only give me a bit of a beggar's mentality. I think it should be okay. In fact, the long-haired girl called Jinsey herself didn't have much confidence. she had already lost to the strongest member of the esports club, the president and vice president. A disheveled young man just wandered over and didn't even reach the maximum level in God Realm. Perhaps she could only hope that he wouldn't lose too badly and at least retain some face. The club president, wearing black-rimmed glasses, frowned and said, "There's no clear class advantage or disadvantage between warlocks and mages. If we lose, we won't even have a way to save face." As the numbers on the big screen gradually jumped from 10 to 0, I took out the sandalwood stick from my waist and stared at the face under the black robe. Name, Night Soul. Attack, 90 to 95. Defense, 43 to 52. Health, 400. This player has hidden more information. This is a high attack, fragile mage. Before level 11, mages haven't learned any movement skills and don't have strong survivability. If you can get close enough to their skill range, they shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. The dark purple staff was swung first, and as the color of the inlaid gem changed, a small fireball flew straight towards them. Fireball is a mage's most basic skill. This was a probing feint. Feeling the intense heat, I stood motionless, expressionless. A number of 62 appeared on the hem of her clothes. A small portion of her 450 health points had been reduced, but it was no big deal. What's going on? The people watching from the sidelines were dumbfounded. Surely they couldn't even avoid such a fireball. Night Soul probably didn't expect me to not even dodge, and hesitated for a moment before quickly raising his staff. Is that all you've got? Your legs are already weak? This is a skill that mages learn at level 10. After chanting for 1.5 seconds, it releases 3 gusts of wind towards a designated location, dealing damage and disrupting the enemy's movement. 1.5 seconds isn't a long time. I weighed my options and quickly moved closer, hoping to use the ice array to interrupt the wind's chanting. Unfortunately, I overestimated my speed. Before I could fully reach the skill's release range, the 3 winds had already swept across the sky. -46, -52, -59. My health bar dropped to less than half in an instant, and I still couldn't even touch the hem of the other person's clothes. That's strange. The mage's skill casting range is only slightly longer than the warlock's. How come he hasn't even cast Ice Array after fighting for so long? It's impossible that he hasn't even opened the skill point system yet. The club president, wearing black-rimmed glasses, muttered to himself somewhat seriously. At that moment, I was still enveloped by a chaotic feeling in the wind, making it difficult to move. It took me about 3 seconds to sense the direction of the wind, and then I moved my body accordingly. Only then did I barely escape the wind's embrace, but I inevitably got hit by a scorching fireball along the way. I frowned. In the early stages of the game, without many skills, PvP is not so easy. Once you get hit by the opponent's combo and your health is lowered, you will be at a significant disadvantage in the following battle. I casually unleashed a poison array, but it didn't have much effect. My opponent wasn't as haphazard as I'd imagined. They deliberately stayed outside my skill range, using their longer reach to chip away at my health round after round. While this is a fairly common tactic among mage players, controlling the distance to this extent shows considerable skill. -87. As I missed my sidestep, a fireball struck, dealing fatal damage and completely depleting my remaining health bar, leaving the screen gray. See that? That's the difference. Your esports club really can't produce any talent anymore. The buzzcut man under the cloak put away his staff, not forgetting to loudly mock him. I didn't respond, but silently recalled the details from before, his positioning habits, skill predictions, and so on. For fragile characters like mages, the most frightening thing is being caught in close combat. As a light swordsman player in Myth, I have seen too many mages, who are like powerful weapons, being killed by an assassin swordsman with ordinary equipment. The reason is simple: mage skills require casting time, and the higher the damage of a large skill, the longer the casting time. Once you are in close range, the opponent will not give you such an opportunity. Casting in front of the opponent is likely to be interrupted, so you can only rely on short cooldown instant skills to survive. The long-haired girl, Jinsei, looked even more dejected. So it still doesn't work? They haven't even used many skills yet, and the battle situation is indeed a bit dire. Warlocks still lack damage in the early game. The club president adjusted his glasses, a hint of helplessness on his face. The second round started quickly, and I remained calm as the numbers reached 0. Night Soul couldn't help but let out a boastful laugh. "Young man, you've been beaten up like this, and you're still trying to act tough?" I had no interest in paying him any attention. I continued chanting my skill, and as the ground cracked open, 2 horrifying skeletons slowly rose up and stood stiffly in front of me. "What is this?" Almost everyone outside the arena exclaimed in unison. I don't think I've ever seen anyone enhance their summoned undead. The long-haired girl also looked uncertain. As expected, a newcomer. I flicked out the sandalwood staff, rubbed it in my hands a couple of times, and controlled the 2 skeletons to move forward from either side. "You don't think you can defeat me with these 2 monsters that have a little over 200 HP, do you?" A fireball shot out, hurtling toward the left wing. Just as it was about to hit the skull's head, it suddenly turned, the scorching ball grazing the left arm as it flew away. Oomph, what a petty trick. I smiled and didn't say anything, maneuvering the 2 skeletons to continue approaching. Although the skeletons didn't have much health and weren't very lethal, Night Soul wouldn't let them get close. However, without a mage with a large area of effect attack, how could I avoid getting close to the skeleton? At the same time, I also started moving towards the skill release indicator circle. Night Soul tried to deal with it using the same strategy as in the first game, calmly raising his staff and starting to chant. However, what he didn't expect was that even the lowest level skeleton had skills, and his skill was precisely Slam. Slam, a powerful forward swing that knocks back the target and can interrupt all casting skills. While the skeleton's combat power is indeed insufficient to harm Night Soul in a short time, his plan to instantly kill me while being protected by 2 skeletons is equally far-fetched. Your summon has interrupted Night Soul's casting of the skill Righteous Wind. At the same time, Night Soul was also stunned. This was an opportunity. Thanks to the Wind Spirit staff, my movement speed wasn't slow, and I just managed to throw out the ice array, accurately enveloping Night Soul. Night Soul, who had just escaped the stun state, was hit by the follow-up control and was still unable to move. With a casual placement of a poison array, accompanied by the continuous damage from the debuff and the slapping of bones, countless small amounts of damage stacked together, causing Night Soul's already short health bar to plummet linearly. He turned to the side, twirled the stick in his hand, and smacked Night Soul on the head with a smack. A number 46 with sparks. Your opponent Night Soul's health has reached 0, and you have won the match. A sharp, delicate shout suddenly came from outside the arena. That was satisfying. Well done. Jinsei, calm down. The short-haired girl said, rubbing her slightly sore shoulders, though she secretly cheered for the blow that had hit the buzzcut man on the head. Ha! The club president put his hands behind his head, as if he were thinking about something, and muttered to himself, "Is this okay?" I remained silent. The final battle wasn't as easy to win as I'd imagined. The reason I'd been able to so easily deflect Night Soul's attacks earlier was largely due to his lack of understanding of my tactics. He'd suffered a silent defeat and was barely able to mount any resistance. But I knew this mage had a systematic approach to his gameplay, and if he were to unleash it, the outcome would be uncertain. This time his gaze was much more solemn, and he said in a cold voice, "Don't think that your underhanded fighting methods can defeat me twice." I continued summoning skeletons, but this time Night Soul cautiously pulled back, throwing fireballs from a distance in an attempt to deplete my health. It has to be said that operating on 3 fronts is indeed quite mentally taxing. Fireballs that are usually easy to avoid are difficult to react to quickly in this kind of situation. Before you know it, a skeleton has lost more than half of its health. After some thought, I realized that if I continued to whittle down their health like this, I'd likely find myself in a passive position like in the first game once both skeletons were out of health, with little chance of winning. Perhaps I should take a gamble and launch a direct assault. That might offer a glimmer of hope. Night Soul clearly hadn't expected me to continue getting close. He hurriedly threw out his skill and immediately tried to back away, but unfortunately, with the Wind Spirit staff buff, his movement speed was nowhere near mine. This is... The club president was once again at a loss. What kind of tactic was this warlock's crazy attempt to get close? After watching these two matches, he almost began to doubt whether he was playing the game Kingdoms. At that moment, the soul of night finally began chanting the gale of wind in place. Although I couldn't interrupt him, I took this opportunity to get almost completely close to him. As the bones shattered in the fierce wind and turned to ashes, my staff was also swung out at the same time. Critical hit, -57. Night Soul turned around to try and locate me, but I was faster, moving in the opposite direction, so the fireball missed again. However, Night Soul still has one skill that it hasn't used. But I don't think Night Soul has a chance to repeat the same trick, given my positioning. Flowing like clouds in water. During this time, Night Soul failed to touch the hem of my clothes. Instead, he was frequently subjected to beatings, and his health gradually decreased without my noticing. What the hell? Is this still a warlock? The group of people watching from the sidelines were dumbfounded. Aren't warlocks supposed to be ranged damage dealers who control the battlefield with formations and stay in the back of the team waiting for their skills to cool down? What's with this guy holding a stick right in front of her face, hitting her once and then moving on to another spot? Night Soul's feelings at this moment were indescribable. He felt as if the person in front of him wasn't a warlock, but a rogue. Who would PK like this? With a smack, the sandalwood staff, which was meant to be used to cast spells, was instead used as a melee weapon and swung out hard, coldly striking Night Soul's face and depleting his remaining health. Having failed to land a single skill, Night Soul stared silently at the failure message that popped up in front of him, a sense of despair surging within him. Being killed in close combat by a warlock, whose agile footwork constantly shifts left and right makes it impossible to predict their skills, is a feeling I've only experienced before when I was in the team in training with the youth players. Is this person in front of me a master? Does the Wind Chime Sports Club have such a person? You won. The long-haired girl, Jinsei, still looked somewhat incredulous, but then she immediately realized what she had done and practically dragged me off the competition machine, excitedly saying, "Wow, you're amazing. Even Guan Yiping lost to you." I waved my hand, smiled modestly, and said, "It's nothing, it's just basic operation." "But your playing style is shameless enough." What do you think? A man wearing a black round hat patted the club president on the shoulder from the sidelines. That strange tactic did disrupt the mage's combat system to some extent, but it's hard to say how strong this person is. Can you and I perform that kind of high-frequency spinning step? The club president shook his head decisively. No, that's why I said I don't understand this person. He seems to have some deep melee combat skills, so why did he come to play a warlock? I find it hard to understand. The man in the round hat shrugged and said, putting everything else aside, at least he managed to bring down Guan Yiping, whom none of us could defeat. That's real strength. Perhaps there should be some new forces in Kingdom 2. At this moment, the crew-cut man, who had been silent in his seat for a long time, slowly stood up and said, "You played very well." I looked at him and nodded. "See you in the Kingdom. The figure swept past me and quickly disappeared behind the door. I raised my left eyebrow and asked, "This guy seems a bit unconvinced." "But it's okay," she suddenly slapped my shoulder hard. "You finally helped us get revenge this time. Oh, I forgot to mention, my name is Lu Jinsei. Gu Nai." I smiled at her. This is the club president, Li Yunxian, who is also the competition analyst. This short-haired woman is Liang Xinyu, the equipment manager. The one wearing the round hat in the corner is Zhou Yu, who is also the strongest player here and is currently a reserve youth training member of the Qinghu team. A round face peeked out from under the brim of the hat and smiled brightly at me. As if encouraging me, Lu Jinsei patted my back. "You have already proven yourself. From now on, you will be the backbone of the esports club. Keep up the good work." "But," I said softly, feeling a little embarrassed, "I just came to take a look. I don't plan to join the esports club." "What? Look at that long line outside. So many people want to join the esports club." Lu Jinsei couldn't help but show a look of surprise on her face. "I'm a pretty easygoing person and I'm not used to following groups. I'm afraid that joining the esports club would disrupt the atmosphere." "It's okay, you can just register your name in the club," Lu Jinsei quickly said. Forget it, there's no need to force it, club president Lee Yunshin pushed up his glasses. Anyway, we're all from the same school. If the esports club has any difficulties, I think Gunai will definitely come to help, right? I smiled, realizing that I really couldn't refuse. Okay, see you then, goodbye. I haven't used such high-intensity footwork in several years, and it's fortunate that I didn't make any serious mistakes. Moreover, Wan Yiping's combat system is a fresh product that has emerged in the post-myth era for me. What about the more powerful professional teams? I shook my head, no longer thinking about these distant questions, and walked out the door. Just then, I saw Haozi looking around at something, so I waved to him. Gunai, I passed the test. I'm a member of the esports club now. How about it? Are you envious? Haozi jogged over, his face beaming with pride. I was too embarrassed to tell him that I had almost been admitted to the club without taking the entrance exam, so I cupped my hands in congratulations and said, "Then I hope the esports club leaders will take good care of me." Deli, let's go back and log into the game. After quickly finishing lunch, it was already 2 p.m. when I logged back into the game. Everything in the holographic glasses appeared dark and indistinct, making it difficult to discern anything clearly. Only then did I realize that I had logged off in a hurry after using the ring to escape last night, and I had no idea where I had been teleported to. However, figuring out how to get out of here was a serious problem. It was pitch black all around, with no light source in sight, so for now, they could only grope their way along the rock face, randomly choosing a direction to move forward. The ground was uneven, with small pebbles scattered around, and the slope was uneven, with varying degrees of inclination. Turning around, I realized that what looked like a stone was actually a monster. Name, Rock Turtle. Level, 12. Attack, 23 to 27. Defense, 150 to 172. Health, 400. Description: a turtle-like creature that inhabits the moon caves, possessing an extremely long lifespan and a hard shell that cannot be pierced even by swords. Upon seeing that astonishing defense, I couldn't help but gasp and tentatively tap the tortoise shell with a stick. The blood streaks remained still, then jumped to a negligible single digit. At the same time, it also attracted the monster's hatred. The rock turtle slowly raised its head and reluctantly lunged forward. The number 8 is equally impressive. Tears streamed down my face. If I weren't completely lost in such a dark environment, I would never have chosen to spend so much time sitting still and banging on a turtle. Fortunately, with the help of formations and bones, the rock turtle's health loss rate was barely acceptable. In Kingdom, there is actually a distinction between physical and magical attacks, however, the character panel attributes are generally based on attack. Monsters like the rock turtle are clearly categorized as having superior physical resistance, so casting a few formations can still have a certain effect on its health bar. For several minutes, the action continued, almost as if polishing the rock turtle. As the rock turtle curled up, a piece of silvery armor finally emerged. Name, Rock Armor. Level Restriction, 11. Additional Attribute, Defense, 35 to 37. Health, 150. Special Effect, Slow, when attacked, slows the enemy's movement speed by 5%. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. The attributes of this piece of equipment were very tempting at this time of year. It could be considered a very suitable defensive piece for tanks, especially the slowing effect, which was helpful in preventing tank classes from being easily kite. Even I had the urge to put it on and try it out. However, it does seem a bit cumbersome. Looking at the loose armor on my body, even walking feels a bit heavy, and it is probably difficult to provide the necessary protection. In Kingdom, the equipment system is very open. There is no clear distinction between heavy armor and light armor classes, and even, the same applies to male and female equipment. However, the effects of wearing them are naturally incomparable. Forced to change back into his original simple raincoat, he continued onward. Along the way, he encountered monsters like rock turtles. Considering the decent amount of equipment they dropped, he patiently fought them off. Most of the equipment was heavy armor from the same series, and the 5 pieces stacked together could achieve an astonishing 25% slowing effect. Attribute-wise, it should be able to stick to and rub against squishy classes. I'm thinking of getting a set for Housey after we get out, then his food for this week should be taken care of. Until the rock turtles disappeared completely, I found 2 sets of rock-type equipment in my inventory, along with various other items, and my experience bar finally filled up to level 12. Although the monster hunting process was a bit tedious, it was still a worthwhile trip. As the slope of the ground began to rise abruptly, faint glimmers of light appeared ahead. I was pleasantly surprised. After all, I had been traveling in the darkness for so long, and the long-awaited light was all the more precious. This also meant that the exit was not far away. I quickened my pace and climbed the steep slope. A circular opening appeared before me. I poked my head out to try and observe the surroundings. A gust of cold wind blew in my face, making me shiver. It's so refreshing. The hole leads to a huge pool below, the exact depth of which is unknown. The yellowish tiles around it are engraved with ancient patterns, which seem to be the culture of the elves mentioned in the documentary kingdom. Within this enormous space, there are 8 such black holes on the 4 walls, all arranged symmetrically above the pool. This architectural style resembles a giant drainage system. The 8 black holes are presumably rivers that lead directly to the outside world. When the water level rises, the accumulated rainwater will flow through these 8 drains into the pool below to prevent flooding. However, this drainage system must have been abandoned for a long time, as a considerable number of rock turtles have appeared in the drainage channels, and the water level in the pool has remained consistently at its lowest point. Such a massive drainage system could not have been completed without years of continuous construction, yet it has been abandoned here for no apparent reason. It must have undergone a migration of the entire species, and perhaps there was once a dwelling place for elves nearby. In the lore of Kingdom, elves have always been a mysterious race possessing immense power, though few have ever truly seen their faces. What happened that caused even the elves to avoid them? I stood there and analyzed the situation haphazardly, but I only managed to grasp the basics. In fact, I was almost unable to move an inch in front of such a drainage outlet. My immediate priority was to get to the outside world and leave this desolate place. Just then, the system beeped with a new message. I opened it and saw that it was from Housey. "Gunai, where are you, kid?" "Yeah, where am I?" I opened the map and looked at it, then stared blankly at the 3 huge question marks in the map name column. "What does this mean?" "There are 3 question marks on my spot," I replied to Housey. 3 question marks, where did you go? Let me see. Having accepted Housey's video call invitation, Housey, wearing a cool green wind spirit helmet, was busy fighting monsters in the crowd. "What is this ancient building? How did you get into a map like this? Did you take on some good quest and secretly level up?" I pursed my lips and replied helplessly, "That would be even better. We were teleported in by that ring. There are hardly any monsters in this dark place. We killed a few turtles, and now we don't even know where the exit is." "Then keep working hard, I'm going to level up." Housey grinned slyly. "But I crafted a set of equipment for you." I sent him the stats of that rock armor set. His expression immediately turned serious. "Give me your address, where are you? I'm coming to rescue you right now. May we meet again someday." I smiled, snapped the video call shut, turned around, and retraced my steps. If this really is a drainage system, then following the drain outlets will surely lead to the outside world. As darkness returned, I began to ponder the exact location of this place. I remembered that before teleporting yesterday, I was in the Moon Clan's camp, within the map area of Moon Lake. Moon Lake is a rather peculiar map. The monsters are already above the level 20 limit of the starting village, and 1,000 yards is not a very long distance. I guess I should still be somewhere around Moon Lake. The biggest concern is that the drainage outlet, which is the only theoretical outlet, has been blocked, which would make the situation quite serious. Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly felt dizzy and bumped into the rock wall in front of me with a thud. -75. It seems like the drain has reached its end. Touching my burning forehead, I couldn't help but want to slap my own mouth. Still somewhat unwilling to give up, I groped around on the rugged rock face for a while, but when I realized there were no mechanisms or even a sliver of sunlight to let through, I decided to give up. Somewhat desperately, he squatted in place, wondering if he really had to stay in this dark environment for 48 hours before reactivating the ring. Wait a minute. If this area still belongs to the Moon Clan's territory, then could that huge pool below lead to Moon Lake? Suddenly realizing this, I reluctantly got up and turned around again. This was the third time I had walked through this drainage ditch today. When the darkness before me was dispelled by the light, I thought for a moment that rather than staying in this environment for another 30 hours, I might as well take a gamble and go down into the drain to find an exit. That being said, when actually facing a height of tens of meters, I couldn't help but feel a little scared. I gasped and took a step forward, intending to do a cool 360-degree spin in the air, but I instantly lost my balance and fell into the water in a strange posture. With a loud smack, more than half of his health was whittled down, accompanied by a spray of water several meters high. Fortunately, the gravity system in Kingdom isn't entirely based on reality, otherwise, such a freefall from such a height would have been enough to kill him instantly. As the turbulent scene before them gradually stabilized, an orange breathing bar appeared on the screen, slowly fading away. Make sure you get ashore before the breathing bar finishes counting down. I started moving forward underwater by sliding my arms. It was still daytime, and the sunlight was shining through the water, making the view fairly clear. I could see the shimmering ripples. However, the scene before me was not as clear as I had imagined. Looking around, the underwater world was littered with all sorts of abandoned, rusty-colored artifacts, and even large wrecks like ships. But there was no time to delve into those things. I swam toward a huge black hole in the distance, which seemed to be the only place with an exit. As I moved, the cavity grew larger and larger. I could vaguely feel a suction force coming from it. Tiny objects or scrap metal flew past me from time to time, falling into the center of the cavity and becoming indistinguishable. Could this be a vortex? Based on the principle that there's no turning back once the arrow is released, and with my breathing bar already down to about halfway, I simply increased my speed and moved closer to the void. The decreasing distance increased the suction force. When I saw a faintly white object flash by in the center of the hole, I lost control of my body and fell into it upside down, dizzy and disoriented as I was swept deeper and deeper by the swirling water. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying in a place that resembled a riverbank. I immediately checked the map and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least I was back on the normal map, back at the bottom of Moon Lake. Looking up, I saw a funnel-shaped stone structure with a trickle of water flowing from it. I came out of here? That's completely contrary to scientific evidence. He stood up, clutching his aching back, and walked along the pebbly riverbank for a while, trying to figure out where to escape, when he suddenly heard voices coming from the other side not far away. Someone's there. I moved quickly, carefully hiding myself behind the stone wall, waiting to see what would happen. Captain, this is it. A deep male voice rang out, echoing through the space like a booming bell. It seemed that was the exit. I glanced towards the source of the sound and spotted a familiar figure. A gray robe, long hair covering his ears, and somewhat unfocused eyes. Wasn't this unconventional attire the same priest I encountered during my beginner quests in the north of the border? ID, Moonlit Loneliness. Level, 14. Attack, 70 to 75. Defense, 120 to 125. Health, 650. Healing Blessing, increases healing output by 7%. The player has hidden the rest of the information. Pfft, how come another level 14 priest with a blood shield has appeared? Then let's get started quickly, don't let other guilds beat us to it. Feng Yueji nodded aloofly and said. Just do as President Feng Yue said, everyone be careful and finish this quickly. The deep male voice rang out again, and a short but muscular man with a buzzcut stepped out. I checked his information. ID, Angry Eyes. Level, 12. Attack, 110 to 115. Defense, 60 to 65. Health, 550. Swordsmanship Mastery Level 1, Melee Evasion Level 1. Holy crap, the sword in that hand must be at least a high-quality, specialized weapon, otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such high attack power. In comparison, looking down at the cheap raincoat he was wearing, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He was supposed to be a semi-expert, yet the difference in equipment was just too great. Following Fong Yueji and Numo Ningmo, there was a young knight and a weathered archer uncle, all of them wearing the Fengyue Guild's emblem above their heads. I observed the four people from the shadows. Although I was very interested in what they were looking for, I was afraid that if I rushed in now, I would be ganged up on by the Fengyue Guild. So it was better to hold back for now. Then Fong Yueji took 2 steps toward the riverbank, took out a blue crystal ball from his backpack, held it in his palm, raised both hands, and recited a spell. I recognized it at a glance. It was a special item for starting a quest. The calm water surface instantly began to ripple, and a dark shadow was faintly floating. As the ripples expanded, water gushed out, and then a dragon's head with fierce eyes and sharp fangs emerged from it. Name: Ice Soul, Lord Level Boss. Level: 15. Attack: 170 to 182. Defense: 95 to 100. Health: 5,000. Introduction: the giant dragon that dwells at the bottom of Moon Lake has the power to control the flow of water. It was once revered as a sacred object by the elven race. However, due to changes in the kingdom, its power has been greatly weakened and restricted, and it mostly sleeps to recuperate. I swallowed hard. Another Lord-level boss. How come Lord-level bosses have become commonplace since I started playing the game? In the Game Kingdom, bosses are divided into 6 tiers, ranging from common and elite to Lord and Celestial tiers, and even legendary bosses and a handful of God-tier bosses. In the early stages of the game, Lord-level bosses are the highest goal that players can achieve. However, since the Fengyue Guild was the first to discover this boss, and I have no grudge against Fengyue, whether out of a sense of superiority or professional ethics, I cannot do something as unethical as stealing the boss. But this is a Lord-level boss, which is very difficult to defeat. Who knows if the Fengyue Guild will be wiped out? There might still be a chance to pick up some loot and make a fortune. Let's wait and see how things develop. The ice dragon raised its head, routinely uttering some pre-battle threats, and then violently exhaled a breath of dragon fire that instantly filled the air. I couldn't help but tighten my raincoat, as if the temperature of the entire space had dropped a few degrees. The young-looking knight was the first to charge, his heavy silver armor gleaming and making a soft metallic clanging sound. I examined his stats and found that this knight had an astonishing defense of nearly 180 points and 800 health points. He was likely wearing a set of blue-silver armor with set bonuses, which he had acquired at great expense. They've really gone all out to build up such a tank in the early game. It should be able to reliably withstand damage from both normal and elite bosses. However, Lord-level bosses are rare and hard to come by. The system description says they can only be encountered in special missions and cannot be compared to wild bosses, especially when there is a level advantage, making the battle situation unpredictable. The knight unleashed his signature taunt skill, instantly drawing aggro. As the dragon swung its head, it raised its claws and slammed them down, leaving 3 distinct claw marks on the massive shield with a deafening hiss. Parry, -132. Seeing that the aggro had completely stabilized, the archer and the Furious One finally came into attack range to deal damage. With the support of good equipment, their DPS was quite considerable. This team's coordination is quite excellent. Fong Yueji's strength goes without saying. We already experienced it when we first entered the game in the northern borderlands. Although the knight's movements are somewhat clumsy and stiff, his aggro generation and skill timing are just right, demonstrating solid fundamentals. His fierce gaze and sweeping swordplay showed the skill of a seasoned practitioner. He might even be a professional in this field in real life. The only odd one was the weathered archer uncle. Having already witnessed professional archers like Falling Flower Rain, he had a real-world archery foundation, making him naturally more adept in the game. The man in front of me, when he drew his bow, tilted at an exaggerated angle, which involuntarily reminded me of shooting a giant eagle with a bow. He was clearly not a professional, but the trajectory of the arrow was very tricky, always managing to hit the gaps between the dragon scales and deliver critical damage. There are hidden masters everywhere. This uncle may have a unique understanding of archery, just like an old man playing basketball in the park and hitting every three-pointer. Even with its level advantage, Ice Soul couldn't escape the pain of such a critical hit. When its health dropped below 4,000, Ice Soul let out a sharp dragon roar. The lake water within a 50-yard radius centered on Ice Soul suddenly surged up, condensing into countless ice crystals that plummeted from the sky. This terrifying large-scale area of effect attack covered all four of them. Feng Yueji and the knight, who had relatively high defense, were able to barely get through, but the archer, who was fragile, had more than half of his health taken away by the ice crystals. Feng Yueji frowned slightly. It's a Lord-level boss after all. It's not as easy to deal with as I thought. Guangza, let's keep the boss's aggro for now, and I'll think of something else. Uncle, do we have any decent mages in our guild? It's Hongxiang Pavilion again. We really need to teach them a lesson. Just because they have more people and more money, they think they can bully other guilds like this? Maybe we should let Yuro come in first to replace her. Ning Mao has gone back to the main city and won't be back for a while. Feng Yueji said helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Just then, footsteps were heard coming from the passage, followed by an extremely voluptuous assassin in leather boots, a hint of anxiety on his face. Fengyue, I'm here. Yuro has arrived, so let's begin. You can fill in Ning Mao's spot. However, the female assassin hesitated for a moment before saying, some brothers in the guild said they saw Hongxiang Pavilion rushing here. What? This hidden quest shouldn't have been leaked, Feng Yueji said, looking down as if he was thinking. But he quickly realized that there was a ferocious Lord-level boss swaggering in front of him. Never mind that, let's go all in. Get the brothers in the guild who are not busy to come and prepare for the battle. We'll take down the boss as soon as possible. Feng Yueji raised the staff in his hand, and a beam of holy light shone down, directly pulling the knight's health above the safety line, and everything continued to proceed in an orderly manner. If it weren't for the relatively obvious wind-up animation of Ice Soul Claw Strike, giving players enough reaction time, this female thief would probably have been killed long ago. After experiencing the first round of massive AoE damage, the team roughly figured out the release pattern of the ice crystals. It would automatically trigger whenever Ice Spirit lost 1,000 points of health. Feng Yueji controlled this perfectly. Whenever the boss's health was close to that point, the group would gather around the priest. With the light shield raised, the damage caused by the ice crystals was reduced by more than half. I realized that this was the priest's level 10 skill sanctuary, which provides a shield to friendly units around the priest. As time went on, the boss's health continued to drop without any further serious deviations. Feng Yueji was a very skilled priest with excellent control over the rhythm, and there was no overflow of healing throughout the entire process. Seeing that the Ice Soul strategy was nearing its end, and since the Wind and Moon Guild had managed to kill the boss safely, there was no need for me to show my face. It was better not to do anything unethical like stealing the boss. I continued to hide behind the rock wall, waiting for the Wind and Moon Guild to finish its work before escaping. However, things did not turn out as smoothly as I had imagined. Outside the cave, the sounds of close combat and shouts of battle suddenly arose, growing louder and louder, filled with the echoing whoosh of sharp blades colliding. President Feng, the Red Xiang Pavilion has broken in. A swordsman rushed in, panting. The sword in his left hand showed signs of breaking, its durability had been depleted. Damn it, they attacked without warning. They must know the secrets of this place. Luckily, they only sent the guild's higher-ups. If the lower-ups had spread the word, wouldn't guilds from all over the city have flocked here? Feng Yueji gritted his teeth. We've invested heavily in this boss, so we can't just give it up so easily. Let the brothers hold out a little longer. We'll compensate them for the level drop and return to the main city later. This boss drops special items, and we're determined to get it. Such a big conflict has broken out outside? I slowly got up along the edge of the rock wall and gradually moved towards the center of the area, wanting to observe the situation up close. At this moment, the four were still continuously attacking the boss, their health bar already reduced to nearly 1,000 points. Then, a sparking spear was thrown from the cave entrance, piercing the archer's back. Before he could even react, his already low health bar vanished instantly. From the shadows, a tall druid emerged, observing everything with a half-smile. ID, Qianma Hongchen. Level, 14. Attack, 108 to 121. Defense, 95 to 102. Health, 700. Berserker, increases attack speed and movement speed by 10% when in beast form. I spat out a mouthful of blood. Are equipment so worthless these days? I've seen so many people with such terrifying stats in just one day. Among the 9 classes, the druid possesses defensive attributes approaching those of a tank class, while also demonstrating impressive flexibility and offensive capabilities. With both human and beast forms, its offensive methods are highly diverse, making the druid, like the archer, a particularly difficult class to master, requiring a high level of proficiency in skill combos. President Fong, why do you keep such good things to yourself? Why don't you share them with us? Fong Yueji snorted coldly, restored the knight's health, and said, Qianma Hanshan, don't push your luck. You're just a watchdog. Do you really think Fong Yueji is afraid of you? Hey, it's not appropriate for a support class like a priest to act like this. Besides, look how few people your guild has. How about letting me take over this boss? Qianma Hanshan waved his hand, and more. Then a dozen players from Hongxiang Pavilion walked out from behind him. Although their equipment was not as good as Feng Yueji's, their levels were not inferior. With their numbers, they could easily overpower the others. You need to think this through carefully. What you're doing now represents the reputation of Hongxiang Pavilion. If word of this boss-stealing behavior gets out on the forums, what will the players of Kingdom think? You'd better think it through. Feng Yueji smiled calmly, tugged at the cuffs of his robe, and put pressure on the other party. Who knew that Qianma Hanshan wouldn't fall for that at all? Ha ha, Qianma Hanshan narrowed his eyes and grinned. Why are you pretending to be calm? Do you think I can't see that you're increasing the frequency of your attacks? I glanced at the massive ice soul. Its long health bar was steadily dropping, now below 10%, about to enter the final kill threshold. Forget about Hongxiang Pavilion, just focus your damage on the boss. As long as we get the loot, that's all that matters. Feng Yueji suddenly raised his staff and activated his protection skill again, enveloping the surrounding Feng Yu guild members within it. Focus fire on Feng Yueji. Without the priest, let's see how they can hold off the boss. Qianma Hanshan shouted the order. In an instant, countless skills flashed before my eyes, dazzling me. The mage's fireballs and arrows were intertwined, daggers and blades overlapped, accompanied by the heavy thud of the knight charging and the dazzling holy light of the priest's staff, as countless health bars slid back and forth. The boss only has 100 HP left, everyone hurry up. Someone shouted, making the already somewhat chaotic space even more lively. If you can land the final blow on this kind of boss, you'll definitely gain a lot of experience points, and you might even level up instantly. Even with monster spawn points available now, it would take most of the day to achieve that. Tempted by this, many people rushed up one after another. I leaned half my body out along the rock face, but after thinking about it, I still didn't have the impulse. At this moment, skills are flying and stacking in the arena. Even if you have the chance to enter the real attack circle and grab the boss, it is impossible to escape unscathed. You might even lose 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. Given the disparity in strength, rushing forward rashly would be a losing proposition. As 5 or 6 corpses, killed by a barrage of skills, lay scattered across the field, and Ice Soul's health bar dropped to almost invisible levels, strange phenomena suddenly began to occur. The dragon's scales all tightened, forming a single, silvery, armor-like skin. The water boiled again, giant waves swirling and rising high into the sky, accompanied by a terrifying dragon roar, before freezing into ice blocks that adhered to the surface of the Ice Soul. Ice Soul exhaled a surge of dragon breath, almost freezing the air. The condensed ice pillars, carrying its massive body, churned and thrashed. The ice pillars shattered, and countless ice shards scattered, transforming into countless sharp blades that shot out at lightning speed, piercing through all the melee classes that approached the Ice Soul. Instant kill. As time goes on, people outside the attack range are inevitably affected. Although the ice shards on the outer ring are not dense due to the distance, most of the people there are fragile ranged classes. Being hit by the ice shards repeatedly causes damage that is hard to bear. Therefore, this space instantly turned into a battlefield, with countless corpses lying on the ground and various equipment scattered around them. I sighed with lingering fear. Luckily, I hadn't acted rashly earlier. Thanks to the cover of the rock wall, I was able to escape this almost full-screen attack. Otherwise, I would probably be in the same situation as those people on the ground who didn't know what was going on and ended up back in the main city. Damn it, this boss has a full-screen ultimate attack. Qianma Hongshan's health was also almost gone, even with a knight blocking several ice spikes in front of him. He quickly created distance and hurriedly started using potions. Now that the main tanks are all dead, let's see how we take down this boss. Feng Yueji sneered. After that round of attacks, his already dwindling forces were reduced to just the assassin Yuro. I was a little confused as to why it was the squishy classes that survived. But then I realized that it was probably because assassins move faster, and if they played properly, they could escape through the gaps in the ice shards. It's just 400 HP, brother. Help me hold off those two, we'll just go for the kill. Qianma Hongshan said, transforming into beast form and lunging towards Binghun. The ice spirit, who had just used a clearing skill and was surrounded by empty space, almost lost aggro and automatically regenerated health. At this moment, it suddenly saw the appearance of a ferocious beast and naturally locked aggro on it. However, the druid was very agile, quickly leaping to dodge the heavy claw, and then turning around to bite, inflicting a bleeding effect. -25, -7. Seeing the boss's health gradually decrease, Feng Yueji could not hide his anxiety. However, there were too few people on this side. Compared to the 7 or 8 people who still remained in Hongshan Pavilion, they could not form a real competitive force. Moreover, without heavy armor classes, it would be quite difficult to break through. I grinned, it was time to make my appearance. He pulled the staff from his waist, leaped over the rock wall, and ran straight toward the boss. Oh no, there's a kid over there trying to take advantage of the situation, one of the archers from Hongshan Pavilion shouted, raising his bow. All eyes were on me. I smiled a little awkwardly and saw Feng Yueji staring in disbelief in the distance. I waved to him as a greeting. Feng Wei, should we? Yuro looked at me with some hesitation as I walked by. Feng Yueji shook his head and said, let him go. We probably won't have a chance to touch this boss. If he finds something, we can still trade with him. Then he closed his eyes in regret. When did this kid arrive? I didn't even notice him. Suddenly someone ran out from the other side of the cliff, looking all weird. But whatever, as long as Hongshan Pavilion doesn't get it, it's fine no matter what. Kid, think it over carefully. It's not too late to get lost now. Think carefully about the consequences of offending Hongshan Pavilion. Qianma Hongshan's heart raced as he watched the boss's health dwindle, fearing that he would be doing all the work for someone else and hand over the kill experience. Of course I knew this was just a waste of time. I glanced at the boss's health bar and saw that it was already a tiny number in the 20s. I didn't have time to think about controlling the timing of my skills, so I cast a poison array, which landed on the boss's body almost simultaneously with Qianma Hongshan's claws. All eyes were on who had the golden light flashed, but about 3 seconds passed and there was still no movement on me or Qianma Hongshan. Then I saw the system notification. Lord-level boss Ice Soul has been defeated. Killer, chasing wind dance. Puff. That's when I noticed a gleaming silver weapon, like a short dagger, embedded in the head of the fallen dragon. Surely not, such a small weapon had stolen the experience from the kill. And that ID looked strangely familiar, wasn't that the pretty girl who saved me a few days ago? Holy crap, is this the real-life example of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? With a dark expression, I watched as chasing wind dance approached Ice Soul's corpse. Only then did I snap out of the disappointment of having my kill stolen and realize that there were still loot scattered all over the ground. The most frustrated person was Qianma Hongshan. The boss that he had planned to take down had gone wrong again, and one person after another appeared to try and take advantage of the situation. Not only was the experience gained from the kill stolen, but the dropped items were also almost taken by others. You stole our Hongshan Pavilion's boss? Qianma Hongshan was furious. A giant spear flew out of his hand. Perhaps hearing the sound, Zhu Fingwu touched the ground with her left foot, spun around, and without looking back, confidently continued forward, narrowly avoiding the spear that was thrown at her. "Brothers, get him! Leave this guy here!" Qian Ma Hongchen shouted angrily at the crowd. However, the distance between them was already beyond the attack range, and it would take time for them to arrive. There were only 3 people around the ice soul, and with the items scattered all over the ground, it was a matter of who could react the fastest. Among them, the most radiant dagger, with a faint purple outline, was located at the very center of the fallen items. Before I could get close, a rope loop shot out, caught the dagger, and immediately retracted. "Got it." Zhu Fingwu's face beamed with a bright smile. I sighed inwardly that my most valuable possession was gone, and casually stuffed the pile of materials-like items in front of me into my bag. Looking up, I caught a glimpse of Zhu Fingwu looking at me with a charmingly mischievous smile. I shivered and felt a little flustered. "You cover the rear, I'll protect the equipment and retreat first." She turned around quickly and tossed a cheap green item into my hand. "What's the meaning?" "All right, so you're all in cahoots. None of you are getting away." The ferocious beast immediately pounced on me, who was closer. I was in tears. I didn't even know her. Then they could only quickly sway and move to avoid the approaching claws. "Brother, if you don't listen to my explanation." At this moment, Qian Ma Hongchen, enraged and exasperated, had lost all reason and was chasing after me without saying a word. Behind him was a 10-person group from Hongxiang Pavilion, looking like they wouldn't give up until they got the equipment. But did he ever consider that the item I received was only a green tier item? "Why are you running? If I don't run, am I supposed to just stand there and let you slaughter me?" I quickly threw a few worthless pieces of basic equipment from my backpack on the ground to lighten the load. Qian Ma Hongchen was stunned when he saw the equipment scattered all over the ground. He squatted down, picked it up and checked its attributes, only to find that it was a few useless white items. The passing of winter's frost. I heard a deafening sound behind me, and without turning my head, I ran forward 2 steps, gradually widening the distance between us. The people from Hongxiang Pavilion stood there bewildered, looking completely lost. Despite their meticulous preparations, they seemed to have gained nothing, and many high-level players had to return to the main city, losing a level for nothing. "Boss, what should we do?" a Red Xiang Pavilion archer asked timidly. Qian Ma Hongchen pondered for a while, then said, "The information I received is that Feng Yueji will drop a special quest item when fighting this boss. I think those 2 just picked up the equipment and materials. As long as that item is still there, the rest are irrelevant." "Is it an orange bead?" the archer gestured. Qian Ma Hongchen nodded and said, "That's right, you saw it?" "Yes," the archer nodded, his eyes slightly evasive. "But it seems a skeleton came out and picked it up just now." "What?" This time, I formed a grudge with Qian Ma Hongchen, but I'm not worried about it. Feng Yueji's Fengyue Guild stole the boss, which will inevitably lead to a major conflict with Hongxiang. Even if Qian Ma Hongchen has the time to send people to target me, I believe that as a lone traveler, with my agility, I won't easily find myself in a dilemma. The materials this time are quite interesting. I sorted them out simply and found that there are about 20 blue-quality dragon scales and 2 purple-quality dragon horns. I'm not very familiar with the forging system yet. In the short few days since the server opened, I've been running around leveling up instead of following the tutorial step by step. I haven't even entered the starting village. You can only see the crafting process at the blacksmith. But logically, blue-quality materials should be able to craft equipment of the corresponding quality. As I opened the map, planning to return to the main city first, a withered hand suddenly reached out from my side, offering me a round bead that glowed with orange light. They are the White Bone Warriors. Lord-level bosses like Ice Soul usually drop a lot of items. With time running out, I guessed I wouldn't be able to take all the loot at once, so I secretly summoned a bone warrior behind the rock wall. After I first appeared and ran away with a bunch of items in my cloak, Hongxiang Pavilion had completely focused its attention on me. At this time, I controlled the Bone Warrior with 2 lines and looted all the remaining drops from the boss. Sure enough, I had a lot of loot. Name, Spirit Feather, special item. Level restriction, 15. Description: a jewel lost by the Moon Clan, its function is unknown. I frowned. Could this be a quest item? Suddenly, a beep beep sound came from the friend list. Player Feng Yueji has requested to add you as a friend. As soon as I pressed the agree button, my chat window was flooded with his messages. Hey bro, hello. Are you there? Sorry to bother you. Hard. Looking at these kinds of words filled with meaningless phrases, I casually typed, President Feng, you're too kind. Brother, did you find an orange bead? I don't think I've ever seen it before. Is it something important? I pretended to know nothing, trying to get some information out of Feng Yueji. That's not very useful. I like collecting things, and keeping these random things in my backpack is just a kind of fun. Want to try the same straw raincoat as the mysterious old man in the beginner village? I'll give you a discount. Well, never mind, I won't hide it from you. This bead is really important to our Wind and Moon Guild. I saw clearly that it was taken by a skeleton. You know you were the only warlock here. Why don't we talk about it face to face? You name your price. I frowned. A face-to-face meeting was quite dangerous. I was all alone. If Feng Yueji surrounded me with dozens of people, even if I was very capable, I would not be able to escape. Why put myself in danger? I refused to say, I'm so busy, I don't have time. Let's get this over with quickly. There was a long silence on the other end, then someone said, a set of blue warlock gear, 6 pieces for a 15% damage increase. However, I absolutely couldn't show weakness at this moment. Based on the theory of casting a long line to catch a big fish, I tentatively asked, isn't it a little too little? Brother, you probably don't understand the value of the blue set right now. This thing is so useful to you, you wouldn't want it to fall into the hands of other guilds, would you? Feng Yueji fell silent again. I was about to close the window when a message suddenly popped up after a few minutes of waiting without a reply. He couldn't hold back. Add one more purple weapon, that's the most we can afford. We're a small guild, we don't have the funds, we can't afford any more equipment. Purple weapons? Such a big deal? There are no more than 10 purple weapons on the auction house right now, and they are all being sold for over 30,000. I carefully considered the words in the chat window, and it is indeed true that a purple weapon is attached. However, to be honest, although this stick is of purple quality, its attributes are a bit off. I'm telling you this in advance. Then a picture of the equipment's stats was sent. Name, Fire Stick, Rare Purple. Level restriction, 15. Additional attributes, Attack, 67 to 72. Attack frequency increased by 15%. Movement speed increased by 15%. Special effect, Firestarter. The Firestarter stick transforms into a long weapon with melee capabilities, lasting 30 minutes. CD, 2 hours. No wonder Feng Yueji said the attributes were a bit off. This stick is indeed somewhat unconventional. This is the first time I've ever seen a sandalwood staff that can be transformed into a melee weapon. Judging from the weapon's added attributes, it certainly lives up to its rare purple quality. However, most players who choose the Warlock class don't have experience with melee classes, so they probably won't be able to bring out the special effect of burning fire. Isn't that tailor-made for me? Seeing that I hadn't replied for a long time, Feng Yueji thought that the offer he had made wasn't enough and became a little anxious. Brother, there's really no way to add anymore. There are still so many people in the guild, we can't keep operating. I suppressed my excitement and said, alright, since you're so sincere, I'll do you a favor. The blue suit and the fire poker were added to the backpack. Feng Yueji felt relieved and said to me, thank you very much. Consider it a favor I owe you. No need to be polite, let's each take what we need. I'm going to level up now. By the way, if you're interested, you can join the Wind and Moon Guild. Goodbye, goodbye. Interrupting Feng Yueji's sales pitch, I closed the chat list and equipped the gear I had acquired. Unexpectedly, the biggest gain from this trip came from a bead that Baigu had casually picked up. Looking at the equipment panel again, my attributes were now completely new. Name, Fading Frost Winter. Level, 12. Class, Warlock. Attack, 87 to 92. Defense, 95 to 100. Health, 650. Formation Specialization, increases damage output by 15%. The attributes have finally moved beyond the mediocrity of the wearing a straw raincoat stage. Although the fire stick is not yet at the usable level, the defense on the panel is already quite impressive. Having just upgraded my equipment, I wasn't in a hurry to find monsters to test its strength. I still had some materials in my inventory to process, and I also needed to bring the rock armor set to Housie. Then I couldn't help but think of Wind Chaser, the graceful female hunter. In the endgame of the boss Ice Soul, she not only stole the boss's experience but also took the most valuable purple dagger. She was incredibly elusive. It's a shame she didn't play a rogue with that skill. As I walked and pondered, I was fortunate enough to encounter no obstacles along the way. In a daze, I made my way back to the city of 10,000 Run when the moon was at its zenith. Following the map's directions, we located the main city of the beginner village and also called Housie over. Soon, a green hat that blended almost seamlessly into the forest came into view. Gunai, when did you become rich? Housie looked at me with an incredulous expression. I've had quite an eventful day, it's hard to explain in just a few words. I shrugged helplessly and handed the rock armor to him. I knew you were a good person. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Housie excitedly patted my shoulder, then changed into a set of silver-gray armor with a green hat, creating an indescribable impression. However, for a great swordsman, this defensive attribute was outrageously high, almost comparable to a knight. How about it? My heavy swordsmanship can be used as a main tank. It's powerful and unrestrained, unlike the soft and weak light swordsmanship. Alright, I'm logging off now. I rolled my eyes at Housie, who was still boasting on the spot, and took off my holographic glasses. In university life, the longest nights are the longest nights, and the shortest mornings are the shortest. The time around 10 a.m. every day always leaves me feeling particularly lost. I lean against the dilapidated window frame of my dormitory, staring blankly out the window. Students walk by in twos and threes, or in groups, downstairs, and occasionally there are a few long-legged girls, but they don't arouse any of my imagination. I was thinking about whether I should light a cigarette to pass the time and soothe my lonely heart. Unfortunately, I don't smoke or drink. In that respect, I'm a model youth. Gunai. I squinted and saw someone downstairs waving at me. It was a pretty girl who looked somewhat familiar. Good morning, Lu Jinsi. It's already past 10 o'clock, I'm afraid it's long past the time to say good morning. I smiled at her somewhat awkwardly. What's wrong? Is something the matter? She hesitated for a moment, then said, come down, and tell me slowly. I raised an eyebrow, guessing it was something to do with the esports club again. To be honest, I don't want to join any organization for now, or rather, I prefer the feeling of being alone, even though, to some extent, it's very difficult for solo players to survive in the game. To get to the deeper reason, I once had a great sense of belonging in God Realm. After that guild disbanded, I became disdainful of guilds and similar organizations and lost all interest in them. However, considering she's a pretty girl, it wouldn't hurt to go down and have a discussion. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Here's the thing, the system has released a new expansion pack. Since some players have already reached level 20 and can leave the starting village, it means that the level 1 main city will be open soon. If possible, could you go to the same city as our esports club? I hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. Looking at Lu Jinsi's pitiful, wide-open eyes, with a hint of grievance in them, I really couldn't refuse her. All right. Anyway, I haven't decided where to go, so at least staying in the same main city as Housie wouldn't be a bad idea. Thanks, see you in Luodao then. Seeing that I had agreed, her brows relaxed, as if she had solved a major problem. Lu Jinsi didn't notice my perfunctory attitude, exchanged a few polite words with me, and then left. I pondered her words. Some players had already reached level 20, these must be the professional esports players. I've always disliked the tedious grind of leveling up in games. Back in Gods and Gods, I could join guild teams, but now that I've returned to Kingdom, I haven't told anyone, and I don't even know if my old friends have returned. But anyway, my level 12 is rather pathetic, looks like I'll have to log in and try harder. Logging into the jungle, the surrounding green shadows revealed a dense scattering of IDs, making it impossible to discern the monsters' exact locations. In the past few days, most players had reached around level 10, naturally causing these publicly visible monster farming spots to become overcrowded, resembling the frantic monster hunting scenes of the early days of the game. Gunai is finally online. Just as I was figuring out which direction to move in, Housy's notification popped up in my friends list. Do you know any leveling spots with fewer people? This forest is full of people, it's impossible to get any monsters. Housy sent a blood-spitting emoji. Why are you still in the forest? All the mainstream players are there now, where are you going to level up? I found a 5-player dungeon here, want me to mark the location for you, come over? I checked the coordinates, and they pointed directly to the edge of the city of 10,000 Blades, a place called the Dark Swamp. Most people probably wouldn't go there. Okay, I'll be right there. After more than 10 minutes on the rugged mountain road, the forest gradually receded, and we entered the swampy area of our destination. From afar, I could see Housy's signature green helmet. He raised his hand to signal to me. There were 3 other faces beside him. Besides the familiar falling flowers rain, there was a priest and a knight. Then everyone's here. Housy smiled and snapped his fingers. I pursed my lips and ignored him. I greeted Luo Huayu, who was secretly glancing at me. The little girl smiled shyly and then turned her head away without making a sound. Then I realized they were talking about me. Among the 4, even the lowest level Housy was level 15, and the seemingly aloof female priest was level 17. It's alright. Look at my brother's gear, it's at least a blue set. Alright, just be careful and don't end up lying dead in the dungeon. The female priest waved her hand to interrupt Housy and walked straight towards the dungeon entrance, speaking quite bluntly. Housy gave me an awkward smile, leaned closer, and whispered, "That's just how she is." I shook my head to indicate that I didn't care, and slowly followed. As the 5 figures simultaneously stepped into the swamp's boundary, the surrounding environment abruptly changed, transforming from the bright green of the outside world to a deep, dark green, slowly exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. The ground was covered with unidentified moss, slippery and exposed, interspersed with several darker areas, presumably the swamp mentioned in the instant's description. The humidity here is very high, which reduces the sensitivity of players' operations. Housy tried to swing his sword a couple of times, but his movements were a bit clumsy. The female priest frowned and said, "I read some guides before I came. Everyone should be careful not to step into the swamp and avoid the green liquid that may fall from above." Looking up, the sky was covered by several strong green plants, which twisted and intertwined together, with several branches that glowed with an eerie green light reaching down. Sap dripped slowly from the tips from time to time, and wisps of white smoke drifted in the air. Navigating this terrain is quite difficult, especially when monsters appear later. You have to fight while also taking care of the surrounding terrain. If you're not careful, you can easily be sent back to the respawn point. After walking along the muddy ground for about 3 minutes, the road ahead suddenly narrowed, and an extremely dilapidated wooden bridge appeared in front of us. The bridge was suspended in the air by ropes about the thickness of a wrist on both sides of the cliff, and was relatively stable. There are monsters after this bridge, everyone be careful. After saying that, the female priest swayed her figure and quickly stepped across the bridge. Footsteps gradually echoed, raising a slight dust cloud. As Housy's heavy boots landed, the bridge suddenly trembled violently, shattering and collapsing in mid-air before plunging into the deep valley below. Careful! With a shout, Luo Huayu quickly took a step forward, and several shimmering streams of venom sprayed out from afar, landing right behind her feet. A plume of white smoke immediately rose from the ground, leaving a shallow crater. Looking up, I saw several low, light brown objects moving slowly in the swamp, but they were not clearly visible against the backdrop. Name, Spirit of the Swamp. Level, 15. Attack, 90 to 105. Defense, 75 to 80. Health, 600. Description: a highly venomous creature born in swamps, it moves slowly but possesses extremely strong aggression and territorial instincts. Judging from its stats, the swamp spirit has higher stats than ordinary monsters in the wild, but it is not as difficult to deal with as you might imagine. When it sprays venom, the swamp spirit will have a noticeable moment of stun, which can be used to judge the approximate landing point of the venom. Judging from their skills, none of them were newbies to this type of game, so this level of dungeon monsters was no problem for them. The knight moved with practiced ease, using a taunt skill to trap the monsters together. With a barrage of various AoE skills, red numbers flashed in the air, and the swamp spirit's health steadily decreased. The swamp spirit is indeed a dungeon monster, and the experience gained from killing it is considerable. In addition, there is experience compensation based on level, so my experience bar is growing rapidly. After easily clearing the first wave of monsters at the entrance, the group continued wading through the swamp, their view gradually opening up. Occasionally, a few stray monsters would emerge from the side, only to be whittled down and killed in the middle of the path by ranged attacks. So far, this dungeon had not yet revealed its terrifying side. Housie trudged through the mud, his feet sinking deep into the mud. As a heavy armor class, this terrain greatly hindered his movement, making him appear somewhat clumsy. I looked ahead and saw the ground suddenly turn a dark color, with bubbles of varying sizes constantly churning, clearly indicating a large swamp. This shouldn't be the case. I don't recall any terrain this difficult to traverse, the female priest muttered to herself, gazing at the swamp. However, since the level is set up this way, there must be a way to get through it. After observing the surrounding terrain, the only things that can be used are the rock walls on both sides. This series of maneuvers may seem simple, but it's quite difficult for cloth-armored classes. Unlike heavy-armored classes, who naturally have a higher stamina limit, cloth-armored classes aren't particularly adept at climbing. Fortunately, the rock face wasn't as steep as expected. After finding a foothold, they could temporarily suspend their bodies on the rock face, but this also put them in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. "Well, Brother Frostwinter, have you found a way through?" A soft, feminine voice, incongruous with the knight's physique, drifted faintly from below. I shivered and involuntarily increased the pressure on my hands. It probably won't work. There's nowhere to step up there, and the dungeon design must have taken that leather-wearing classes can't climb such rock walls. I slowly descended from the rock face back to the ground. There was clearly another way to cross this swamp. The female priest, standing at the front of the group, kept shaking her head as she looked at the vast expanse of swamp. I checked the relevant guides on the forums, and it seems that no one has encountered this situation yet. The swamps in the guides are all distributed in blocks, so players can cross them by moving around. Could it be that the distribution of this swamp is randomly refreshed, and our refresh mechanism just happened to encounter some bug, causing the entire screen to be filled with swamps? Should we exit and come back in to take a look? Housie looked thoughtful, and indeed, he couldn't find a way to get through such a vast expanse of swamp. "Then we'll just wait here," Housie said helplessly, planting his gleaming silver greatsword into the ground. Theoretically, Kingdom shouldn't have a bug that directly prevents players from progressing through dungeons. The heavily armored knight just tried to force his way through, but within 5 seconds, his health had already dropped by half. Could there be another entrance here? Recalling the path I took to enter the instance, there were no side paths or similar terrain features. If I had to name one, it seems there was only that rift valley under the broken bridge. I got up and walked towards the dungeon entrance. Housie saw me and followed me in a few steps. "What, did you find something? Could that rift valley be the entrance to some place?" Housie stared wide-eyed, looking incredulous. "No way, it's bottomless and pitch black down there. I reckon if I jump down, I'll just send you straight to the respawn point." "That's hard to say. What if it's some kind of peerless master NPC living there? Right now, we don't have a better choice than to give it a try. Hey, I have to remind you, there's no protection mechanism after level 10. You've only been level 13 for a short time, and you'll be dropped back down soon. Besides, if you really die down there, you won't be able to pick up any equipment that drops." Looking down at the pitch-black void below the cliff, it seemed like jumping off like this might really be a free kill. "You're right. I'll take off my gear first." I've been wearing the blue set for half a day. If I get a piece of it and lose the set bonus, I'll be heartbroken. I shrugged, turned my back, and leaped down with a graceful motion. The surrounding light faded away rapidly, leaving me with what seemed like a bottomless ancient well, utterly silent. The feeling now is no different from bungee jumping or skydiving in real life. I had many high-level jumps in God Realm before, so I did not feel uncomfortable at this time. In addition, the sense of danger of this kind of action has been weakened by dozens of times, so it will not cause physical pain. I had no idea how long the fall would take. I thought it would only be a few seconds, and at worst I would be sent back to the respawn point after landing. But the fall lasted for more than half a minute. Could it be a bug? If I get stuck outside the map's modeled area, it will be troublesome to get back. I was thinking of sending Halsey a message to report the situation. He was probably still waiting for me at the respawn point. The map you are on is temporarily unable to communicate with the outside world. What's going on? Is this a region where communication is blocked? Having spent the last few days fighting monsters in the wild, I didn't have any extra supplies, so I had no choice but to disengage and rest, slowly waiting for my health to recover. It seems necessary to visit the potion shop before entering the main city. After level 20, when entering a level 1 main city, the basic attributes of monsters will be greatly increased, and leveling up will no longer be as easy as it is now. During my recovery time, I observed my surroundings. I was at the bottom of the valley, surrounded by darkness and dampness, with a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. The ground was covered with tall, dead trees that gleamed with a black sheen. The strong trunks were piled up in a crisscross pattern, taking up most of the space, leaving almost no place to step. Finally, after my health was fully restored, I stood up. Although the surrounding environment didn't seem to be inhabited by any living creatures, and everything exuded an aura of decay and death, I still dared not let my guard down. There was no telling if there might be some undead creatures active here. Struggling to get up, I searched for a foothold among the branches. These dead trees were of different ages, probably fallen from above the valley and accumulated over the years. Was this gloomy arrangement trying to hide something? After advancing for about 5 minutes, the trees in the depths became thicker and heavier, with trunks so large that it took 3 people to encircle them. It was almost impossible to step over them in one stride, and they could only climb over them with difficulty by using the texture of the trunks. I have no idea how big this valley is, and I can't communicate with Halsey via text message. I also have no idea what the situation is like on the surface. However, judging from the current situation, this is at least not a loophole in the dungeon design, but a hidden area. It's just that the designer had bad intentions, and the conditions for triggering it are indeed too harsh. Who would jump off a cliff for no reason? Complaining to myself, I'd lost track of how long I'd been walking, and at one point even doubted whether this empty valley had any end. Just as I was getting caught up in a cycle of constantly climbing over trees, the tree beneath my feet suddenly became loose. I sensed something was light and successfully reached level 17. Put away your weapon. The fire effect works very well. After switching to a melee weapon, there was no awkwardness in using it. As a long weapon, it suits me very well. It's just a pity that it has a 2-hour cooldown, which means that I can't stay in melee mode for long periods of time. I opened my backpack, which contained items of various colors, piled up haphazardly. There were some useless low-level green equipment pieces and a few scattered blue equipment pieces dropped by monsters. I casually put them on the auction house with an average price. The most expensive item on the market right now is a purple longbow. Name, Chasing the Sun, purple rare. Usage level, 25. Additional attribute, attack 97 to 102. Critical hit damage bonus 20%. Effect, Sun Chaser, your arrows inflict a burning effect, causing the hit target to lose health over 5 seconds and slow down by 15%. Description, the skybow Chasing the Sun is a bow crafted by a dwarf master craftsman from Deer Antlers. The arrows it fires can pierce through cold iron. Take another look at the price, it's a dense array of zeros. 40,000 gold coins, which is 120,000. However, there are nearly 30 items in the trading market with prices exceeding 100,000. It's clear that capital investment in Kingdom has increased further. I shook my head and closed the trading post. Now that I'd sorted through the items in my backpack, things were much clearer: some crafting materials, a gleaming philosopher's stone, and a few bottles of basic supplies. Once I got to the main city, I'd need to look into choosing a secondary profession. In the long run, that would be the best way to make money. Thinking about this, I can't help but laugh and cry. I originally wanted to switch professions and start from scratch, so I simply chose a ranged DPS. Who knew that by some strange twist of fate, I've ended up playing it like a melee character? The stick in my hand struck down, dealing massive critical damage at the junction of the butterfly's wings. The butterfly trembled in the air, quickly lost its balance, and crashed to the ground, turning into specks of dust. At the same time, a clear female voice came from behind me. "I've arrived." I turned around, and the female demon with a maple leaf mark on her left cheek appeared in front of me. She was level 18, and her equipment was brand new. However, looking at that pretty face to face now, her appearance inexplicably felt vaguely familiar. I frowned. Could she also be a player of God Realm? Unfortunately, the story from back then was too far in the past, and I couldn't remember whether we had only met once or if there was some deeper connection between us. "Hey, say something," she pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes as she saw I remained silent. "The time it takes to get on the road is enough for me to reach level 20 and enter the main city. What should I say? Why don't you explain what happened last time?" She curled the corners of her lips into a sweet smile. At the same time, I saw the purple dagger in her hand, the item dropped by the ice dragon boss, flying between her slender fingers, reflecting sunlight into spots on my face. This is a blatant threat. I cursed him inwardly as a scoundrel. Isn't this just bullying people because of his high level? He has no class whatsoever. Then, reluctantly, he decisively gave a thumbs up and said firmly, "No need to explain. What I mean is that this is a Robin Hood-style act of helping the poor, and it's very satisfying." Alright, I admit I was unfair in that matter. Consider it a favor I owe you, otherwise people will think I'm bullying you. I waved my hand, afraid that if I continued to entangle myself, this last bit of favor would be lost. To make a long story short, in this instance in front of you, after you pass the first level, jump down into the canyon crevice in the middle of the road, and then follow the texture of the tree roots. Kiting. As I was distracted, a loud smack rang out. In an instant, I felt dizzy, as if I had been hit hard by something heavy. I was sent flying backward, but fortunately, I didn't land in a swamp, so I wasn't in danger of sinking. I touched my nose. Thankfully, my appearance wasn't damaged, so the problem shouldn't be too serious. I raised my staff and cast a poison array around the python, but its attributes far surpassed mine, coupled with the level difference. The faint, single-digit health depletion popped up awkwardly on the screen. The swamp python then launched a counterattack. I noticed a change in the light before me, and before I could determine the direction of the snake's tail attack, I immediately chose to jump back to create distance. The snake's tail lashed out in the air with a soft sound, and I was unharmed. From my observation, pythons move relatively slowly. I can use this speed advantage to pull them away and keep myself at a relatively safe distance to unleash my skills. Although the damage is limited, by repeating a few combos, its health will decrease at a visible rate. I estimate that I can kill one in about 3 minutes. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that no mistakes can be made. After all, I am alone in the swamp. If I accidentally step into the mud, I will basically have to go back to the respawn point to wait for my fate. With a sharp hiss, the python's body trembled, then collapsed to the ground. I walked over and picked up the quest item and gold coins, along with a gleaming snake fang hidden among them. Name: Silver Wing, Forging Item. The forging system is not yet available. Please go to the main city to learn the corresponding skills after you reach level 20. I've got it. Looks like crafting materials drop here. I'll collect them and study them properly when I get to the main city. With the strategy in place, the quest progressed much faster after I mastered the monster hunting approach. Aside from 2 mistakes that resulted in me losing a little health to the snake's tail, I didn't encounter any major difficulties. Unfortunately, the snake fangs called Silver Wings had a low drop rate, and after I collected 10, none of them dropped. As the last python was also eroded by the poisonous mist of the magic circle and turned into stardust, the taskbar also changed accordingly. Jude's request has now become available for completion. I unconsciously raised my arms. After repeating the tedious operations for more than an hour, I could feel a real soreness in the muscles of my arms. This is probably a unique feature of Kingdom. Players can choose a realistic haptic response, which is closer to the essence of holographic games to a certain extent. Even the soreness in the ankles after walking for a long time, or the difficulty of walking when stuck in a swamp. Like me right now. I was too carried away with my own success, and took a leisurely step without considering whether the stepping stone ahead was a swamp. Looking at my calf, which was partially sunk, I pondered that in this situation, calling for help was the only option left. I glanced at the few names scattered across my friend list, their coordinates showing they were within a kilometer's distance. There was only one ID that might be able to save me. Dancing with the Wind. How was it? Did the mission go smoothly? Fortunately, the message could be sent, so it seems she has already left the tree hole under the Rift Valley. The reward for this mission is really generous. Thanks to you this time. You are welcome. Then I'll go level up first. See you in the main city if fate allows. Wait a minute, I have a good leveling spot here. It has level 20 monsters called swamp pythons, which are easy to kill and provide a considerable amount of experience. Do you want to consider it? I thought for a moment. There was no need to directly say that I was stuck in a quagmire and needed rescue. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and then Zhu Fengwu's voice came through. Thanks, but I still have to go back to the guild. I haven't been leveling with them much lately. Besides, if I come over, I'll just be competing with you for monsters, which would reduce your leveling efficiency, wouldn't it? Well, it's not really a big deal. You can come and take a look. By the way, I accidentally fell into the swamp just now. If it's convenient, come and pull me out. I vaguely sensed an unfriendly tone coming from the other end of the screen. Go to hell. Watching a pair of leather boots flashing across the swamp, I realized it was the hunter's unique skill, Swift Step, which increases movement speed and provides a certain degree of slowing and control effects. Therefore, even in terrain like a swamp, one can move swiftly. Hey, if I didn't know your own limitations, I would suspect you jumped in on purpose. Zhu Fengwu crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking at me hanging on the edge of the swamp. Okay, I was just kidding, she said, extending her hand. I tried to avoid those clear, beautiful eyes. Heaven knows what kind of cunning was hidden behind those eyes. But then again, the smooth, delicate touch in my hand was something I absolutely couldn't say out loud, just for my personal safety. Thanks. I had just steadied myself when an arrow flew past me from afar, grazing my scalp. 2 strands of hair fell through the air, and I could tell from my hearing that it was the level 15 archer skill, Stun Arrow. I've been looking for you for a long time, chasing Wind Dance. Turning around, the voice came from a level 20 archer named A Glimpse of Old Snow. However, he had hidden his stats, so the system couldn't read his specific numbers. But judging from the faint blue patterns emanating from his equipment, it was probably not an ordinary item. Zhu Fengwu's face darkened. She stared expressionlessly at Yizhu and Joshua, who was poised to attack in the distance, and asked, Yizhu and Joshua, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? Is the matter of Xin Yu stealing our boss over like this? You still haven't given us the explanation we wanted, and you've run off here to secretly enjoy some alone time with yourselves? Zhu Fengwu listened, a blush of anger spreading across her face. You're talking nonsense. We were the ones who discovered that boss first, and the boss's hatred has always been directed at us, the Xuan Yu Knights. Haven't you duly bullied lone wolves and forcibly taken bosses enough times? Aren't you ashamed to say such things? I gripped the fire poker at my waist and nonchalantly stood up during their conversation to replenish my health, ready to fight at any moment. In principle, I don't want to get involved in this kind of guild dispute, and I have no intention of playing the hero to save the damsel in distress, but leaving now would definitely be unethical, at least not like a master, and I can't stay out of it. As expected, I've always been someone who can't shake off the burden of being a master. Frosty winter, you can leave now. This is none of your business. Chasing Wind Dance didn't even turn her head. Leave? There's no need, I said calmly. Besides, they won't let me leave. Kid, it's ridiculous that you're letting a woman stay behind to handle guild matters. Ishi Jioshua suddenly raised her voice. I'm telling you, you're in trouble. A cold, sarcastic smile played on his lips, which was quite infuriating. He clearly mistook me for a member of the Xianyu Guild. Enough with the nonsense. Suddenly, Zhu Fengwu's figure disappeared. With a few sidesteps, she approached Yi Joshua at an extremely fast speed. The short knife sliced through the fluttering redwood and almost slit Yi Joshua's neck. This was the skill gnawing strike. -264. Zhu Fengwu wielded a purple weapon, far superior in quality to Joshua's defensive armor. With this single strike, the archer's health bar dropped by more than a quarter. Ishi Joshua clearly hadn't expected that his life would be so fragile in front of the sharp dagger, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. However, Zhu Fengwu was aggressive and kept increasing the frequency of her attacks, not giving him a chance to adjust his position. The dagger kept stabbing at her weak points from all sorts of tricky angles. Yi Joshua was already flustered just by parrying, let alone finding space to counterattack. Zhu Fengwu's every move is perfectly natural, and her fighting style is quite agile and graceful. Judging from this, if Yi Joshua makes even a small mistake, the result could very well be a fatal blow from the short sword. As expected, the archer couldn't keep up with the hunter's attack frequency. Yi Joshua was ultimately a step behind at some point, and the silver dagger swiftly swept across his neck, leaving bloodstains. This strike was fatal. -568. Health is almost gone. Yi Joshua hurriedly pressed the back step, trying to use displacement to widen the distance between himself and Zhu Fengwu. However, he did not expect Zhu Fengwu to be even faster. In just a moment of stun, he was once again in dangerous attack range. However, what was unexpected was that Yi Joshua did not come alone this time to seek revenge. There was a faint tap-tap sound of footsteps on the mud around, and it was not possible to make out the exact location. It was probably an assassin who had sneaked up in stealth mode. Yi Joshua knew exactly how strong Zhu Fengwu was. Moreover, it would be a waste for an archer to go toe-to-toe with a professional hunter. Even if she had a clear advantage in terms of skill, it would be difficult for her to find a way to keep the hunter from dying. Yi Joshua's plan was well conceived. She created an opening for Zhu Fengwu, drawing her into close combat. Once Zhu Fengwu engaged, she would simultaneously cut off her own retreat. At this point, she would allow the assassins to surround her from behind, forming an encirclement. For lightly armored classes like hunters, it's difficult to fight multiple opponents at once. A sudden attack from behind is even more deadly to a hunter's weak defense. In theory, killing Wind Dancer should have been a sure thing. The only thing he overlooked was the surrounding terrain. The swamp greatly restricted the thief's movement, or rather, the stealth skill was practically useless in this swamp. I looked at the row of shallow footprints not far away, pressed the fire poker at my waist, and judged from the sounds around me that there was more than one thief hiding there. The nearest footprints were about 2 meters behind Zhu Fengwu's back. Watch out behind you. I took a nimble step back and quickly moved in front of Zhu Fengwu, reaching out to push her waist and touching her skin through her thin clothes. A dagger gleaming green light slid along my sleeve, and the assassin, having launched his attack, revealed himself. If an assassin cannot deliver a fatal blow while invisible, the consequences are predictable. The cooldown of the fire stick had just ended, and crimson light patterns appeared on the stick in his hand. It drew a blazing arc in the air and struck the back of his neck with unerring accuracy. A rather terrifying critical hit dealt damage, and the thief's health was instantly reduced to almost zero. At the same time, the ice array I cast while swinging the stick finished its cast. To the man's puzzled look, the stick made contact with his body, and a point-blank frost effect rendered him unable to move. Warlocks play melee, he wailed, his health already almost gone. This series of actions took only 2 seconds. Zhu Fengwu came to her senses, gave me a complicated look, and then quickly turned her head away. The short sword flashed past her side, and the assassin's last bit of health was wiped out in an instant. I never saw the assassin's ID. To make matters worse, and escape. At worst, we'll die from the continuous health loss due to suffocation in the swamp. That's a natural environmental effect, so we won't lose our equipment. At least we can minimize the damage. Seeing that Zhu Fengwu nodded knowingly, I stepped into the swamp, my calves instantly disappearing into the water, and my whole body began to sink. After all that, how did we end up back at the very beginning? The assassin not far away seemed to have seen through my plan and quickly moved towards me, attempting to kill me before I was swallowed by the swamp. However, he clearly forgot that an assassin should never easily expose himself to the enemy's view. His figure swayed, and propelled by a skeleton, he stumbled and fell headlong into the swamp, struggling and trembling violently, a rather gruesome scene. Holy crap, what is this thing? Zhu Fengwu couldn't help but chuckle, made a gesture at me, and began to gradually sink. At the same time, as I violently swung my arms, I began to fall rapidly, and only 2 circular lights and shadows remained in my field of vision, followed by a long breathing bar appearing on the screen. However, I did not choose to use the ring directly. I roughly estimated that, based on the rate at which the breathing bar disappeared, the oxygen supply could last for about a minute. In the extra time, I chose to continue descending to avoid being affected by the mage's AoE skills and interrupting the ring's casting. But just then, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my abdomen, as if a hard object had pierced through me, and instantly my health bar dropped by half. Surely there aren't any monsters in this swamp, right? The metallic, icy feel of it was like an iron sword. I dared not make any more rash moves, fearing that I might touch some dangerous items and die on the spot in the swamp. I quickly activated the legendary function of the Zhenbei ring. Fortunately, it was a close call. With a flash of white light, the scenery around me suddenly changed, and I found myself in the beginner town. Looking at the scorching sun in the sky, I breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the steps by the street. These last few minutes were incredibly exciting and thrilling. Being surrounded by dozens of people is something that has happened very few times in my gaming career. Today, I took advantage of the terrain and managed to escape unscathed. But this matter is definitely not over yet. Having offended the Sakura Guild, given the character of Ishii Joshua, they will certainly not let it go easily. Originally there was nothing, so where can dust settle? First it was the Red Xiang Pavilion, then the wine and pears. I haven't offended anyone, so why do troubles keep piling up? However, there's no need to worry about these things. The mainstream players are already close to level 20. It's hard to say whether I'll run into Ishii Joshua after I switch to the main city. Even if he wants to cause me trouble, it's easy for me to run away when I'm fighting alone. I should just put these grudges behind me. However, this rusty iron sword that I brought out of the swamp has piqued my interest. Name, Xian Tai Greatsword, green, wear. Attack power, 25 to 33. Level, 10. Description, a large sword uniformly issued to the National Expeditionary Force, sturdy and sharp. It looks like this was left behind in the swamp by a fallen soldier. When I accepted the Swamp Python quest earlier, the old soldier seemed to have mentioned needing python skin to make leather armor for the soldiers. I wonder if this sword is related to him. I can show it to him when I turn in the quest later. Maybe it will trigger some hidden event. I sheathed my sword and opened my friends list, intending to inquire about Zhu Fengwu's situation, only to see that she had dropped to level 19. She should have sunk before me. The time required for casting should have been more than enough. I wondered why she hadn't escaped successfully. Brother, what you've done. Luckily, the mage's fireball didn't hit me in the end. I finished casting my breathing bar and managed to commit suicide without any serious injury. I didn't lose my equipment to them. Humph, they must be furious now. That ring from Old Snow was a pretty good item, and the thief who ambushed me had decent gear too, right? Ha, the dagger is really useful, it even has a healing reduction effect. I laughed awkwardly, but there's a problem. Actually you can use the ring to teleport away. Why didn't you say so sooner? No wonder your level didn't change, you just slipped away like that? That's right. I even waved my hand to remind you earlier, and when you nodded solemnly, I thought you understood what I meant. I thought you were making a fist gesture to show encouragement. Am I really that stupid? I gave a wry smile. It seems, it can't all be my fault, can it? See you later, I'm logging off now. I hurriedly took off my helmet in case that girl, Zhu Fingwu, retaliated. Today's experience was bizarre and tortuous, but fortunately, I gained a lot. By the end of the day, my level had caught up with the main group. What's so funny? You've been grinning like an idiot since you took off your helmet. Hauzi raised an eyebrow at me, looking puzzled. What do you know? I waved my hand dismissively. This is the fun of the game. Hey, tell me, what's got Gunai interested in? Did you flirt with some girl, or steal some guild's boss? Am I really that wicked? After putting away my helmet, I got out of bed. The day passed quickly, and hunger easily overwhelmed me. I gestured to Hauzi, let's go eat. I have something I want to ask you. What's the matter? If it's about girls from our school, I might know a little bit. But if you show sincerity by treating me to dinner, you know I'll tell you everything I know. Ask me anything that doesn't involve morality or law. Hauzi flicked his chopsticks and gave me a satisfied smile. I rolled my eyes and dumped a plate of dried bean curd into the boiling pot. Do you know what a piece of old snow is? That's all. Do you have any more details? It's not a big deal, just a minor disagreement. Hey, what are you worried about? He's just a vice president. He won't hold a grudge over a small conflict. Hauzi almost spat out the food in his mouth. Gunai, you're something else. You didn't invite me to something so exciting. There was no time to react. There were more than 20 people surrounding me, and I was almost killed by some unknown area of effect attack. Hauzi pondered for a moment. You don't need to worry too much. The kingdom has only been open for a short time, and Jolie only has 300 to 500 people in total. Although Ishii Joshua has been making quite a splash on the forum recently, his personal strength is probably limited. He's the kind of person who talks a big game but doesn't actually do anything. 300 to 500 men. If they could send 10 of them to ambush me in the wild, that would be enough to give me a headache. Once you get to the main city, just go to the clothing store and buy a cloak to cover your ID. In the early stages of the game, everyone is busy leveling up, so they don't have time to fuss over you. Then, I hesitated for a moment, and suddenly the image of Zhu Fingwu's face covered in blood flashed into my mind. Do you know someone named Zhu Fingwu? Chasing the wind dance, Hauzi looked bewildered, then winked and gave a knowing look. I don't know who Chasing the Wind Dance is, but it's a girl's ID, right? Your focus is really strange. I looked at him with a black line on my face. Hauzi slammed his hand on the table. Alright, Gunai, I knew you went to steal monsters and flirt with girls, didn't I? I guessed it perfectly. How could that be? You dare question me, the all-knowing wind chime? Let me tell you, I can even tell you all the gossip about Lin Hansu, let alone this little thing. The fact that I don't remember such a person just means she's an unknown nobody. Alright, she's a female player who plays the hunter class. I recalled how decisive and ruthless Chasing Wind Dance was when she killed the thief in Old Snow. Her combat skills were quite proficient and experienced, not like a novice or an unknown player. Besides, she is indeed quite good-looking. Hauzi shook his head firmly. Impossible. How many girls would play the hunter? This new class is difficult to master, and there's no established playstyle yet. It's a thankless task. Most people with that skill level play the more well-rounded assassin class. But speaking of which, Gunai, as someone who's been there, I have to remind you, while touching each other in the game isn't a big deal, it'll have a bad impact if word gets out. You know, inappropriate thoughts. Seeing the increasingly intense, hostile glint in my eyes, Hauzi finally shut his mouth, still wanting more. Then, what about Xianyu? I pondered for a moment, recalling that the Guild of Chasing Wind Dance seemed to be called that. Speaking of Xuanyu, I should be the one with the most say in this matter. As Hauzi was speaking, a short-haired girl wearing a plaid shirt and a short skirt walked out from the table behind her, pulled out a chair, and sat down at our table naturally. I glanced at her. She had a pretty face and seemed vaguely familiar. She was probably a student at this school too. Liang Xinyu, what brings you here? Haozi asked. Liang Xinyu naturally picked up the conversation. I'm very interested in what you're talking about. Maybe I'll learn something. This is Liang Xinyu, the vice president of our school's esports club. We're all acquaintances, so please don't stand on ceremony, Haozi greeted her warmly, easing the somewhat awkward atmosphere. We've met once before. I nodded to her. She smiled and continued, I heard you mention Xuanyu. As the person in charge of equipment at our school, I've had quite a bit of contact with them. Right? The veterans of the esports club really know this stuff. I'm just showing off my limited knowledge. Haozi nodded in agreement. Lu Zhenghao, Liang Xinyu raised her chin and glanced at Haozi. You're not trying to say I'm old, are you? When are you going to pay my club dues? No way, I'm innocent, please continue. Haozi chuckled awkwardly and remained silent. I'd like to ask, what level is our school? Don't worry, we're here this time. We'll lead Fengling Esports out of Linjiang City and into the whole country, right, Gunai? Haozi stood up, leaning on the table, and declared confidently. Ha! You're making that claim way too early. Ahem, Liang Xinyu waved her hand, everyone is in a different environment. Xuanyu has a complete training system, and we definitely can't compare in terms of cultivating players. For example, Zhu Xiaozi, the current star archer of Lingyuan team, started his career at Xuanyu. After Xuanyu switches to Kingdom this time, he will definitely increase his efforts and strive for the national championship. I nodded. If that's the case, it makes sense. Xu Fengwu is very likely a rising star cultivated by Xianyu, with the goal of competing in the university tournaments in Kingdom. Speaking of which, Gunai, have you thought through what our president said last time? Liang Xinyu turned her head to look at me, her expression somewhat solemn. What's wrong? Of course it's about going to the main city. A few of us have already entered Luodao. Do you want to come along? Just as I was about to reply, I saw Haozi wave his hand and slam his fist on the table with great enthusiasm. Gunai, you should stand with your brother through thick and thin. Fine, what can I do? You can't live without me, Haozi. Then it's a deal, Liang Xinyu said with a smile, but her expression gradually dimmed. Jinxi keeps nagging to recruit you into our team. Even if she says it's a gradual process, I'm getting tired of her nagging. You all think so highly of me, aren't you afraid that I'm not that good, and that my performance was just a flash of inspiration? I joked. Come on, you do have some discernment. Everyone else is just pretending to be an expert, but you're afraid others will know you're an expert. Liang Xinyu shrugged, stood up, waved goodbye, and said, I'm leaving now, see you in the game. Why are you staring at her legs? I patted Haozi on the shoulder. Can't I even take a look? Besides, you're talking to me like that, but you've already looked at it yourself. Having solved our food and clothing problems, Haozi and I strolled leisurely along the tree-lined paths of the campus. It was already the height of summer, and the cicadas' chirping was even more resounding. The stars in the sky were dazzling, and couples were whispering sweet nothings under the streetlights, creating a scene of perfect harmony. Are you hiding something from me? Haozi turned to examine me closely, as if trying to read something from my face. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Why do I get the feeling that you have some reservations about the esports club? I shook my head. It's not exactly resistance, but I'm used to being free and undisciplined on my own. It's quite uncomfortable to be in a small group and have to take orders. It took me a long time to get used to my life as Gunai, and I don't want to easily disrupt this hard-won peace. Fortunately, Haozi was unaware of my inner thoughts. Come on, you're afraid of trouble? You've made quite a few enemies since the server opened. Hee hee, what can I do? I spread my hands innocently. They came to me, I can't just sit idly by, right? Alright, I can't convince you, but you have to choose Luodao as the main city for me. I've already made my promise. If you don't come, where will I put my face in the esports club after this? For your sake in picking up girls, I have no choice but to sacrifice myself. It makes one sigh at the decline of morality. Even good brothers can be betrayed under the guise of a woman. Am I really that exaggerated? Once again setting foot on the land of this kingdom, it was nighttime in the game. The streets of the town were still bustling with pedestrians, moving between all sorts of shops under the dim yellow light of the Gothic streetlights. I checked the coordinates of the Nether Swamp in my quest log and headed there to turn in Jude's quest. The starting town wasn't very big, it only had a resurrection point and a few facilities providing tutorials. Some complex systems or crafting professions wouldn't unlock until the main city. After about a 2 or 3 minute walk, the town gates were behind me. Once away from human habitation, the advancements in science and technology, such as electric lights, become unattainable. Only by relying on the moonlight can one discern the direction of travel. Some players, whose levels were still in the single digits, gathered together and hunted green snakes in 2s and 3s. Their movements were so clumsy that it reminded me of when I first started playing this kind of game. I couldn't even release a normal attack properly, which probably made me even more of a laughingstock. I used to think that time flew by quickly when I was in that virtual world, day after day. Now, in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. God Realm has become a thing of the past, and I have suddenly arrived at the age of 20, a time of great upheaval. For a long time, I felt like I'd been missing something over the past 3 years, but it's hard to pinpoint exactly what it is. It's as if all it left me with were illusory memories, and even removing it from my body wouldn't make much of a difference. I don't even know if logging back into Kingdom was the right decision, as a ban still hangs over my head. I must admit, I am a rather fragile and sentimental person, especially on a moonlit night like this, walking alone through the dense forest. I shook my head, clearing my mind of all the pointless lamentations, and continued on my way. When they saw the old man again, it was an hour later. Fortunately, the stamina consumption mechanism for walking in Kingdom is quite friendly. As long as it's not a long run, the stamina bar recovers quickly enough. I took out the python skins I had collected during the day from my bag and handed them to him one by one. After carefully checking them, he nodded solemnly to me. "Thank you, young man. With this batch of leather armor, I believe our soldiers will be able to demonstrate even greater power on the battlefield." A system notification pops up. "Congratulations on completing the quest. Jude's request. The reward has been sent to your inventory." The experience bar visibly increased significantly, and I only needed about 1/3 of the experience to smoothly reach level 20. I also received a small amount of gold and a piece of blue equipment. Since I was a frontier warrior, giving less reward was understandable. The blue equipment was a druid's fist weapon, its base stats were decent. Considering that no one I knew had a druid character, I casually set an average price and put it on the exchange. Seeing that Jude was no longer speaking and had lowered his head, lost in his own thoughts, I took out the heavy sword I had found in the swamp from my bag and waved it in front of him. "Sir, do you recognize this?" My eyes lit up. It seemed there really was something special about this sword. "Sir, which town is it?" "This is where we usually trade. The historian is on the second floor of the library." I was on the verge of tears. I had just left there an hour ago. Did I have to go back the way I came and walk the same route again? "Sir, it's getting late, and wild animals roam the forest. If I return now, I'm afraid I'll encounter danger. Do you have a better plan?" Jude was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he took out an old staff from his pocket. Looking at Jude, who appeared to be a warrior clad in armor, I never expected him to be a mage. He pointed in the air and muttered incantations, and a 6-pointed star magic circle slowly appeared on the ground. "Young man, go back through this teleportation array. It will ensure your safe arrival. Remember to give my regards to the historian." I nodded my thanks, and Jude waved his staff again. The scenery in front of me gradually blurred, and after a few dozen seconds, the appearance of the library slowly materialized. This teleportation array was quite magical. At the same time, this also frightened the librarian NPC on duty. After all, it was a bit unbelievable that someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere. If I hadn't done anything else, I probably would have been hit by his fireball and sent back to the respawn point. Excuse me, is the historian here?" "What do you want with the historian?" The administrator NPC still had a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Commander Jude from the edge of the Netherworld swamp sent me here. The NPC nodded thoughtfully. Go upstairs, the historian is on the second floor. Sitting by the window was a middle-aged man with a grizzled beard whose features were obscured, dressed in a blue robe trimmed with gold down. When he saw me come up, he slightly raised his forehead, revealing a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. Did Jude send you? Yes, Your Excellency. I nodded. This expert is truly extraordinary. Before I could even speak, he had already guessed what I wanted to say. Jude has already spoken to me, he's just waiting for you. So this is how NPCs communicate? I took the sword out of my bag and handed it over with both hands. This is the weapon I found in the swamp. The historian took the sword, examined it for a few moments, and said, it is indeed not a product of our time, it is probably from the Dark Ages. Young man, do you know about the Dark Ages? He placed the sword flat on the table, glanced at me, and continued, 500 years ago, gods and demons fought. We humans, caught in the middle, suffered immense devastation. Kingdoms were overthrown, and people were displaced. We later called this period the Dark Ages. The war between the gods and demons lasted for 300 years. Fortunately, the gods were victorious in the end, which brought that era to a close. Look at the wall. I looked up, raised an eyebrow, and saw that this was the country's propaganda poster, Lankei and Yunmeng's. This young man has quite the vision, actually recognizing two of the greatest warriors in the divine realm. I thought no one in this era knew them anymore. I didn't tell him that I had not only heard of them, but had also seen them in person. They were Lian Wuk and Zhou Zhanshi. Well then, young man, would you like to hand over this sword to me? I'd like to take this opportunity to study it and supplement the historical facts of that time. A system prompt appears. Do you want to hand over the Xian Tai Greatsword to the NPC historian Lysander? You will receive a certain reward. Yes. This greatsword of black iron would only take up weight in my backpack if I carried it. I might as well hand it over to the historian, and besides, I get a reward for it. Historian Lysander's favorability rating increases. Congratulations on receiving 25,000 experience points and Lysander's token. My eyes lit up. This experience boosted my level to 20 instantly, saving me a lot of trouble. Judging from this, I can go straight to the main city tomorrow morning, and my life in the newbie town will come to an end. In addition, I found another badge-like item in my backpack, which seemed to have been given to me by Lysander earlier. Name, Lysander's token, special item. Description, a personal token of the historian, which can serve as a pass in the National Library. I stared blankly at the object in my backpack. Did this mean I had acquired a free electronic library? Lysander smiled at me. Young man, the road to learning is long and never ends. I hope that after you arrive in the main city, you will continue to devote yourself to your studies and make outstanding contributions to the development of the nation. I nodded in agreement and turned to say goodbye. Stepping out of the library, I pressed the logout button under the starry night sky and quietly removed my helmet. Looking back, Halsey was still engrossed in his game. He said he had already gone to the main city that day and was busy with various complicated class quests that evening. I didn't feel any urgency about time. I lay down, put on my headphones, and played some jazz, a song called Lovers Under the Stars. Actually, I don't know much about jazz, but the soothing melody made me feel inexplicably at ease, and before I knew it, I had fallen into a deep sleep. The night passed silently. When I woke up, the clock on the dormitory wall had just pointed to 6 o'clock. Although it was already autumn, the weather was still very hot and humid. A faint ray of sunlight shone through the thin curtains, illuminating the soft red dust on the windowsill. I used to be a night owl, but since I started playing Kingdom, my brain is unconsciously overwhelmed by sleepiness around 9 or 10 p.m. every night. Spending long hours online really drains my energy, so my sleep schedule has started to become healthier. I jumped out of bed, washed up, and logged into Kingdom. Last night, after I reached level 20, a task popped up in the taskbar on my screen, asking me to go to the main city for professional certification. After confirming several times according to the system prompts, a series of images quickly appeared on the screen. It appears to be a preview of the exteriors of various main cities, along with their corresponding geographical environments. I paid special attention to Luodao, a main city bordering the longest river in the country, with mountains on both sides forming a natural barrier, which can be described as an insurmountable chasm. At the same time, because it is located on the main trade route between the north and south, it is also an important transportation hub, connecting the cities on both sides. Are you sure you want to choose Luodao as your main city? Confirm. A flash of white light appeared before my eyes, and after about 5 seconds, everything brightened up, and I found myself standing beneath a tall city gate. The level of detail in the main city's modeling was beyond my wildest imagination. The stone city gate was wide open, about 20 meters high, and engraved with the emblem representing the nation's characteristics. Soldiers in silver armor stood in neat rows on the city wall, gazing at the distant green wilderness and deep mountains. The 4-colored national flags fluttered in the wind, and the towering arrow towers stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun, almost obscuring its brilliance. It was still early, but the main city was bustling with noise, giving no sense of the leisurely atmosphere that a morning should bring. Players filled the streets, with leather and hard armor, and long and short weapons all mixed together. I took 2 steps into the city, and the soldiers guarding the city gate bowed to me. "Warrior, welcome to the main city of Luodao." Zooming in on the map and looking at it from the south to the north of the city, I finally found the location of the Warlocks Guild, a relatively remote alleyway at the west end of the city. Walking through the bustling street, I saw players setting up stalls to sell dropped equipment. However, upon closer inspection, most of the items were unremarkable, outdated green and white gear that only newbies unfamiliar with the market would likely buy. Occasionally, a few blue items were displayed, but they were marked with unbelievably high prices. Given the unstable market at the game's launch, it's best to list equipment directly on the auction house. Upon arriving at the Warlocks Guild, one sees a low, curved roof with a dark-colored warlock emblem. This is supposed to be one of the 9 major professions, so why does it seem so deserted? In contrast, the neighboring Mages Guild and the knightly orders seen along the way appear bustling and lively. Pushing open the door, the wooden floorboards creaked underfoot, suggesting that not many people choose the warlock class. The room was sparsely populated, with a few NPCs helping players complete their warlock certification. I waited at a window for 2 minutes, and then a thin, gray-haired old man appeared at the reception desk. Although he was emaciated, he looked quite energetic. "Hello, I am Doolin, the Vice President of the Warlock Association. It's my pleasure to serve you." Doolin remained expressionless. I saw no sign of happiness in him. "I'm here to register for professional warlock certification. Please unleash your skill." After a long loading bar, the vice president of the Warlock Association in front of him revealed a puzzling and meaningful smile. "Young man, you major in necromancy." "That's right. I don't know what necromancy is, but I'll agree to it for now. It should be right. This is a subject of study. For warlocks, necromancy is the most difficult branch. I haven't seen a warlock from this lineage for many years. If you want to master it, you must put in a lot of effort. Manipulating bones is not as easy as you imagine." I suddenly realized that the warlock's skill set is all paired with magic circles, so it's only natural that there are no warlocks who specialize in necromancy. If I didn't have a fire stick that can be converted into melee, which perfectly matches the attributes of the skeleton, I wouldn't have thought of allocating points to undead summoning. While I was nodding, Doolin stamped a red seal on the paper, proving that I had been registered with the Warlock Guild. At this moment, the system also changed my status from apprentice warlock to professional warlock. "If you want to learn a skill, please go over there." Having spent the only 10 gold coins in his bag, he learned that learning new skills would require paying a fee after becoming a professional warlock. Currently, the price of gold coins on the market is still very high. 10 gold coins would cost at least 50 yuan in real currency. After the skill trainer gave a detailed explanation and explained the key points of releasing the skill, a black icon appeared in the skill bar. This is the Warlock's level 20 skill, Desolation. It creates a passable wall within a 1,000-yard radius. When enemy units pass through, their movement speed, attack speed, and defense are reduced. When friendly units pass through, their corresponding attributes are increased. It's a decent support skill that can be quite useful in actual combat. After resolving my career issue, I remembered I still had 10 silver fangs dropped by slaying swamp pythons online. I heard they were related to the forging system, so I thought I'd go to the blacksmith to see how it worked. According to the map, the blacksmith shop is located in the center of the commercial street, which is full of members of various small groups and guilds. I even saw the affiliated guild of a professional esports team, but those people were not core members and I couldn't name them. However, it is certain that there are professional esports teams stationed in this main city. After thinking about it carefully, I opened my friends list and searched for an ID named, but the results showed that no such person could be found. So, Morning Clouds are nowhere to be found. This is a level 25 assassin, it should be him. I pressed the Add Friend button. I knew Lin Hance's schedule very well, he should usually be online leveling up by now. But I didn't get a response from the system for a long time. I pursed my lips and chose the most direct method, adding him a dozen more times. Sure enough, the account was online, and the other party finally appeared in my friend list. Who are you? The tone on the other end of the screen revealed a hint of impatience. Me. I sent a single-word voice message. Did I hear that right? I smiled and said, "Didn't you ask me to come? Why are you so surprised? Let me make it clear first, I'm not your fan." Something's not right. Lin Hance's tone suddenly rose several decibels. Bamboo, what are you playing at, a warlock? A new game, can't I try out a new class? Seriously? Where's your light sword? I'm not trying to discourage you, but it's really hard to master a warlock without someone as malicious as Xiao Juanfu. Lin Hansu's voice sounded somewhat heartbroken. The captain of the Queech team is known as a cunning sorcerer. I wonder what Xiao Juanfu would think if he heard that. I said I was just trying it out. Maybe I'll switch back to the light sword class when I get back into the swing of things, but definitely not now. Let me tell you, I've been researching the main build with the bone skill, and it's actually quite interesting. The other person responded suspiciously, I think you're trying to really mess things up. By the way, you're not playing a light swordsman, is that some kind of cover-up? 3 years have passed, who still remembers me? I said this as calmly as possible. Let's not talk about that for now. Judging from your level, you still don't like leveling up, just like before. Grinding monsters is such a boring thing, I don't know how a certain assassin can enjoy it. A rolling eyes emoji came from the other end. Where are you now? You should be in the main city by now, level 20. I'm in Luodao right now. Luodao? It's quite close. I'm in Linen. Why don't you consider coming here? We can catch up. Exchanging feelings? That sounds disgusting. Forget it. You're running around to 4 different locations every day to level up. It'll be hard for anyone to find you. If it delays your leveling, the coach will give me trouble, and I can't handle that. Alright, I won't force you. Tell me anytime if you have any ideas. Qing Yang and I are on good terms in the team, and I'm also quite familiar with the coach. I shook my head. I came here simply to play the game. I don't want to be a cheap sparring partner for the Qingyu team. Of course I know. Would I let my own brother be my sparring partner? The former God Realm dual-wielding light swordsman, Yen Guo Wuhen, would never be willing to live under someone else's roof as a sparring partner. Let me think, there seem to be 2 teams. One is Yuabai, which was reorganized last year and only stayed in the professional league after playing in the relegation matches. And the other one? I think it's Wenjiu? I don't recognize either of them. I guess I don't pay enough attention to professional leagues, I have no recollection of these 2 teams at all. Wait a minute, why are you asking this? Just asking casually. You'd better focus on leveling up, bye. After ending the conversation, I was pondering when a grey-robed priest with striking long hair flashed before my eyes. When I saw the ID above his head, I realized he was someone I knew. The wind and moon are lonely. Hey, isn't this brother Shishuangdong? He also noticed my presence. It was quite a coincidence that we met on the streets of Luodao at around 7 in the morning. President Feng, how have you been? Brother Frostwinter is joking. My little guild doesn't dare to call itself a guild leader. I'm just having fun with my brothers. Behind Feng Yueji were a dozen or so players of various classes, mostly ranged, and several of them were familiar faces. I had met them briefly in the underwater cavern. Seeing them greet me, I waved back. By the way, you'd better be careful lately. Feng Yueji's expression suddenly turned serious. Hongxiang Pavilion is also in Luodao, you know that, right? Xianma Hongqian is still brooding over the day the boss was robbed, and he's been investigating his whereabouts during those 2 days. Hongxiang Pavilion has quite a few people in Luodao, more than 800 on the register. You'd better keep your distance, and tell your accomplice to be careful too, and don't get into any trouble. Fellow traveler, that's really blunt. I wanted to explain, but after opening my mouth, I realized it would be futile. I was just thinking of leveling up peacefully after entering the main city, but who knew I'd be targeted by the Red Xiang Pavilion again? These days are destined to be anything but peaceful. That's true, but I have a question, I said, pointing to the 1 o'clock position behind Feng Yueji. The druid about 50 meters away looked familiar. Look at that person, isn't that Qianma Hongqian? Damn! To run into someone in such a big city, Feng Yueji glanced back, subtly made a gesture to the crowd, and then suddenly began to move, run. I always felt that a group of 10 or more people like us moving together was more likely to attract attention. Fortunately, the main city was crowded, and after we bypassed the buildings on the street, we didn't see Qianma Hongqian again. Hey, Guild Master Feng, why are you running so badly? I bent over and caught my breath. As expected, the stamina bar of ranged classes is not as good as that of melee classes. It was already empty after only a few steps. We're both leather armor users, what's the point of comparing us? Feng Yueji leaned against a corner to rest. Brother, any plans for the future? I don't have any detailed plans yet. I've only just arrived in the main city, so I'm going to wander around and take a look at the various systems and kingdom before leveling up in a couple of days. Why are you talking in a back alley, making it all so mysterious? Surely this pastor doesn't want to have a one-on-one fight with me. Feng Yueji looked towards the alley entrance and, finding no one around, lowered her voice and asked, "Do you remember the bead you gave me last time?" I raised an eyebrow. I remember. Hey, I made it clear, there's no possibility of switching it back. Hey, I'm not going to exchange it back. That broken stick is useless to me anyway. Anyway, I'm a leader of a clan, how could I do something so shameful? To tell you the truth, that bead actually had another use. It allows players to unlock a hidden 10-player dungeon after they arrive in the main city. A hidden copy? I became interested. Hidden dungeons are quite rare in games. Feng Yueji nodded. Do you remember that Ice Dragon boss from last time? It was the guardian of the Moon Clan, and that bead was the key to unlocking the Moon Lake dungeon. So, when I was still in the newbie village, I think I accidentally entered the Moon Clan's territory. But it turned out to be a hidden dungeon? No wonder it was impossible for players at that level to kill monsters 20 levels or higher. I smiled knowingly. The reason Feng Yueji told me this must be because he encountered some problem in this hidden instance that he couldn't solve on his own. So it's a hidden dungeon. Guildmaster Feng's bead is worth a fortune, we must make good use of it. Feng Yueji looked at me with an ambiguous expression, and I almost got goosebumps. Brother Frostwinter, you deserve most of the credit for finding this bead, so I think you should be on the list of people to go into this dungeon. The hidden 10-player dungeon contains a considerable amount of materials and equipment, and at the very least, it can help you level up quickly. Although my relationship with Feng Yueji is fairly good, this opportunity shouldn't generally be given to someone outside the Feng Yu Guild like me. It's only possible that the Feng Yu Guild itself can't handle this dungeon. President Feng, then I won't stand on ceremony. I understand the benefits of the hidden dungeon. Just tell me what difficulties you've encountered. Then I'll be blunt. The monsters there have incredibly high stats, their aggro is easily disrupted, and they require high-range DPS. We've been in the main city for 2 days, and we've tried forming a 10-person team 2 or 3 times, but we were wiped out before we could even clear the mobs. We didn't get anything, and we even lost 2 levels. It's a complete loss. Feng Yueji looked at me with a worried expression. I'm afraid I can't be of much help in terms of damage output. You know that warlocks aren't a class that excels in damage output. Besides, wouldn't my joining take away the warlock's position in your guild? Feng Yueji touched his forehead with his staff, his tone tinged with helplessness. Don't worry about that. If any equipment drops, your class can keep it all, and I'll distribute the rest to the guild members. To be honest, this dungeon has a time limit, and it closes in 5 days, so we don't have time to level up. I'm afraid that if we enter any later, we won't be able to finish this dungeon. I hesitated for a moment. How can I help you? My initial setup is this: 1 knight, 2 mages, 2 archers, 2 priests, 1 warlock, 1 hunter, and 1 assassin. The monsters in the dungeon have very high stats, so the requirements for stats and level are obvious. I've prepared everything else, except for a warlock and a hunter. The warlock is for you, and you know what I mean by missing a hunter. Are you sure it's not just about needing a hunter? I finally understood what Feng Yueji meant. He was hoping I would call Zhu Fengwu over. I heard a mocking laugh. How could that be? This position is specially for you. I don't need to tell you the role of a warlock in a dungeon, right? It's definitely a core position. Feng Yueji frowned, then said, Brother, but this dungeon really can't function without a hunter. There are too many mobs in the first stage, and for a hunter to set up traps and block their way, the requirements for positioning and skill release are very high. You know, there are very few hunters in Kingdom, and even fewer high-level players. It just so happens that I saw one in your team the other day. In a team, brother, with just a word from you, it's a piece of cake. I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. That hunter was definitely not as easy to catch as I thought. Ahem, I'll try to persuade her. Although she's a member of our team, we still need to get her personal opinion first. Feng Yueji grinned, revealing a knowing smile. No problem, no problem. If all goes well, let's hurry up and set off this afternoon. I'll be waiting for you at the tavern at the city gate. Okay, I'll ask and contact you later. I waved to Feng Yueji, turned around, and walked towards the other end of the alley. I'll go check out the blacksmith shop first. I'll wait for your news. After saying goodbye to the group from the Fengyue Guild, I followed the map markers toward the blacksmith shop. On the way, I checked my friends list. Zhu Fengwo hadn't logged on yet, so I sent her a message beforehand. Not to mention Feng Yueji's kind invitation, I was also quite interested in hidden dungeons and such. Are you free this afternoon? This sentence sounds exactly like a pickup line. I squeezed my eyes hard, feeling a strange sense of frustration, but since I had already sent it, and the chat system didn't have a recall function, explaining further would seem redundant. I decided to leave it at that for now and think about the rest when she came online. The blacksmith shop is located in the 3rd block. It is a large shop, almost the size of 5 ordinary shops. When I arrived, the metal signboard was crowded with players of all professions, making it a bustling place. I patted the swordsman in front of me on the shoulder and asked, Brother, what's going on with so many people in here? Hey, we're just here to join in the fun. Look at the innermost part. I heard that professional players from the Moon White team are crafting equipment inside. I don't know who leaked the news, but everyone in this block has come to see. I gave a wry smile. So there were professional gamers here. No wonder so many people crowded into the blacksmith shop. The influence of these professional gamers is really huge. They completely blocked the spacious front hall. I recalled Lin Hance's tone when he mentioned the Moonlight team. Even players from such a relegation-threatened team were considered invincible masters in the eyes of ordinary people. The swordsman, feeling somewhat displeased, glanced at the archer, taking advantage of his height, and said, What do you mean, just a professional player? Let me tell you, he could easily take on 5 of you. I don't know if he can beat 5 of me, but I know that beating 5 of you is absolutely no problem for me. What did you say? Let's go to the training ground and have a one-on-one match. The 2 men left, cursing and swearing. I groped my way through the gaps in the crowd and walked step by step into the blacksmith's shop. The argument behind me was gradually drowned out by the voices of the people. In the blacksmith shop, each equipment crafting spot is independent, with hundreds or even thousands of workshops of all sizes, which can easily meet the needs of the entire main city, not to mention that it is still early. Most people present were just there to catch a glimpse of the professional players. The use of the blacksmith shop was not a big deal. The equipment forging system had only just been opened, and only a small number of people had forging materials. I squeezed through the crowd and found a relatively quiet studio, intending to study it slowly. Use the blacksmith workshop? The current price is 1 gold coin per hour? The price is acceptable, considering the market price of gold. It's only 5 yuan per hour. After pressing the confirmation button, a faint white light gradually appeared before my eyes. You have been transferred to room 0183. Would you like to set the room to prevent others from watching? Yes. Standing in this tiny room, barely a foot wide, there was only a waist-high workbench in the center, on which were placed a series of metal objects whose names I did not know. Why isn't there even a beginner's tutorial? Am I supposed to figure it out on my own? I tentatively touched the hammer on the table, the cold touch traveling through my fingertips, and at the same time, a system notification appeared on the screen. Please place the materials you need for crafting on the crafting table. I took 2 silver fangs from my bag and placed them on the marked spot on the workbench. The crafting material silverwing can be used to craft bracelets of various grades. Crafting requires 2 pieces per set. Listening to the system's prompts, if everything goes smoothly, 5 bracelets should be able to be crafted. However, based on experience, the crafting system is probably not as simple as imagined. It cannot simply be a matter of synthesis. Every action a player takes may affect the quality and additional attributes of the equipment. Please proceed with caution. Now, please pick up your pliers. From the moment I completed the first step of the crafting task, the system's prompts flashed in my ears almost every 30 seconds. On the status bar that displayed the area and degree of force applied, the cursor moved rapidly. If I was not careful, I might exceed the standard limit and ruin the material. In some steps, there were even very strict timers ticking numbers. Unfortunately, my first batch of materials turned into dust after my trembling hammer fell. No wonder people say these side jobs are mentally taxing. Now I truly understand that feeling. Having learned from the painful experience of losing 2 silver wings the first time, I was extremely cautious during the second round of operation, feeling very restrained and almost wanting to use my fingertips to manipulate them. When I put the materials into the furnace to smelt, I had the illusion that I was covered in sweat, and my joints felt stiff and sore. Fortunately, nothing went wrong this time, so it was worth the effort. The final molding stage was nothing special, it proceeded step by step. After waiting a few minutes, a gleaming silver bracelet appeared, the very creation of Silverwing. Although the quality of this bracelet is rather low, it's just a common green item. Name, Silverwing, Rare. Level restriction, 20. Additional attributes, Health, 125. Special effect, reduces continuous area damage by 5%. I looked at the bracelet I got from the level 5 beginner quest and suddenly thought it was a pretty good item. Sometimes you can't have too high expectations. Some people may look impressive with purple quality weapons, but their bracelets are still plain. But perhaps it was truly a stroke of luck, because 2 of the remaining 3 sets of materials yielded purple quality bracelets, which was completely unexpected. I picked up the bluish-green bracelet, it was smooth and had a unique luster. Name, Silverwing, Rare. Level restriction, 20. Additional attributes, Health, 250. Defense, 50. Special effect, reduces continuous area damage by 20%, and doubles when health is below 30%. Description: this bracelet, made from the sharp teeth of a swamp serpent, is as warm and smooth as jade, translucent and elegant, and is no ordinary piece. This special effect is really useful. The damage reduction when near death undoubtedly provides more room for maneuver. As a universal piece of equipment for all classes, the bracelet will sell out easily. A piece of transitional equipment priced at 60,000, even with rare attributes, seems somewhat like price gouging. However, it's possible someone might actually buy it, since there are quite a few players in Kingdom who don't have time to play the game and therefore spend large sums of money acquiring equipment. I checked the prices of accessories of the same level. The common purple quality ones had broken the 3,000 gold coin mark, but they were all relatively common attributes that added defense. So I set a maximum price of 5,000 gold coins for the current section and put them on the market in 4 hours. There are still 2 green silver wings left in the bag, I'll just put them down for a bargain price. And there's the dagger I picked up a few days ago from an assassin under the command of Old Snow. Purple quality weapons are extremely rare, so this blue dagger with special attributes has a decent market value. With everything arranged, I pushed open the door to the studio. An hour had passed since I arrived, and the crowd had long since vanished, leaving only a few people consulting with the NPCs in the shop. After opening the skill panel and entering the main city, as your level increases, you will unlock your second job advancement after reaching level 30. For warlocks, there are 2 main types. One is the spellcaster, who focuses on crowd control and adds various control effects to the opponent. The other is the confederate, who focuses on damage. However, warlocks' skill casting range is relatively short and their frequency is not as high as that of mages, so when the official announcement of this type of playstyle was made, few people were optimistic about it. In Kingdom, each skill requires 10 skill points to reach the maximum level. Since skill points were scarce in the early game, I simply put all my points into undead summoning at once and leveled it up to the maximum. Skill name, Undead Summoning. Level, 20. Effect, summons 2 undead minions based on the warlock's own attributes. At the same time, I also saw the attributes of the undead. After I leveled up to level 20, the undead also upgraded to a tier 2 summon, the Undead Knight. Its attributes were roughly half that of a normal knight, but it did not have the knight's usual skills. The empty skill list contains only 2 skills, one is a slam used to interrupt channeling, and the other is an armor-piercing skill called Pierce, which is nothing special. However, considering that the armor penetration of 2 undead knights can be stacked, it's still a pretty good way to deal damage. Although controlling 2 skeletons in battle is equivalent to 3 threads, the operational pressure is still quite high. I chuckled. It had been a long time since I'd played games. The micromanagement of the light swordsman in Gods and Gods was far more complex than this. It seemed that it would take some time for me to fully adapt to holographic games and get back into form. The skeleton's eyes were empty, as lost as ever. I put away the fire poker in my hand and walked towards the long street outside the block. By this time, the sky had changed from a bluish green to a clear yellow. As time went by, the streets became crowded with people, bustling with noise, creating an almost unreal cacophony. I sat idly on a bench in the middle of the road for a while, gazing at the city's architecture. I was particularly drawn to the Gothic style. It lacked the opulent grandeur of Gothic architecture, instead exuding a slightly cold and silent quality. Many players have set up shops on the street, which is much more affordable than the 5% handling fee charged by the trading house. Items of various professions are displayed on parchment. I wandered around casually and found very few items that suited my needs. Most of the items were green gear, which is in high demand among ordinary players, with a few pieces of average quality blue gear mixed in, and the prices weren't exactly what I wanted. Housey didn't wake up until after 9 o'clock. Full of energy, he swiped my window 3 times, his words full of suspicion that I had gotten up early to secretly level up. How is it? Isn't Luodao much larger than that beginner town from before? Everyone says it's the main city, but it takes me half a day to find a place on the road. Where are you? I scratched my head. The second bench from the left on the main street in front of the blacksmith shop in the 3rd block. What's up? You want to come over? Wait for me a moment. About 20 minutes later, just when I felt like I was about to drift off to sleep in the game, a great swordsman in full silver armor appeared in front of me. He took off his helmet, revealing a face I recognized. Not bad, Housey, you've been upgrading your gear really fast these past few days. This set of heavy armor must have a lot of bonuses. Of course. 20% damage reduction to all attributes plus a percentage of health regeneration per second. Do you know what that means? It means that even if you poke that broken wooden stick at me for 5 minutes, I won't lose any health. I rolled my eyes at him. Come on, what great deal did you get? This set can't be obtained from regular maps, right? Housey's laughter always carried a hint of malice. what do you think? I've rejoined the organization. Organize? He patted his helmet helplessly. You ungrateful brat, what did I tell you before? The school's esports club is our strong support. Hearing these words from Halsey, they sounded suspiciously sinister. Hey, you've got to the main city now, aren't you going to come with me to see the scale of the esports club? It's a guild, after all. I immediately shook my head. I usually refuse to be in front of so many strangers, just thinking about it makes me feel incredibly awkward. Alright, I'm not asking for your opinion, this is a request. Halsey awkwardly twirled his sword. Lunch today. Where are we? Let's go. I said righteously, looking at Halsey seriously. There are quite a few leveling spots near the main city. The farther away from the city, the higher the level of the monsters. Currently, everyone is looking for monster spawn points within a radius of about 1,000 meters around the city. Listening to Halsey's incessant chatter, we headed south along the 3rd Street. After leaving the city gate, the surrounding area gradually became farmland and forest. There were some low-level monsters around the age of 20, and many solo players were leveling up nearby. They saw Halsey and me pass by, glanced up slightly, and then repeated what they were doing. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the forest finally changed its appearance, revealing wetland-like mudflats with babbling streams flowing through them. This is the place. Everyone's level is still not high enough. We can only barely level up by killing level 25 monsters here. I frowned and looked in the direction Halsey pointed. In the distance, there were 2 groups of people intertwined. Fireballs and arrows flew through the air from time to time, mixed with the noise of people. Judging from this situation, it was probably not as simple as leveling up. Damn it, it looks like they've started fighting over a leveling spot. Halsey looked flustered, drew his silver greatsword from his waist, and quickened his pace towards the riverbank. Since I was already here, I couldn't stay out of it, so I followed closely behind Halsey. After joining a guild, I inevitably had to compete for leveling spots. I wasn't unaware of what was happening, but it came a little too soon. Among the crowd were several familiar faces, members of the esports club whom they had met once before. They were huddled passively in a circle, at risk of being broken through by the surrounding firepower at any moment. Halsey is here. Everyone, hold on. A mage wearing black-rimmed glasses waved excitedly when he saw Halsey arrive. If I remember correctly, this person should be Li Yunxian, the president of the esports club. Although his appearance has been modified, his overall temperament has not changed much. Oh, there's reinforcements? The deep, husky male voice sounded as if it had been torn apart, giving listeners a chilling, eerie feeling. An assassin appeared out of nowhere, his dagger glowing with an eerie dark purple hue, as if coated with some kind of poison, as it moved and climbed up Halsey's back. Pull out the fire poker, activate its active effect, and the red patterns slowly begin to burn. In an instant, I used my left foot to propel myself forward, and extended my right hand. The stick collided perfectly with the dagger, neutralizing the attack. A sneak attack? Halsey belatedly turned around, looked at the gray-haired assassin beside him, and swung his heavy sword. However, the opponent's movement speed was astonishing, and he skillfully leaned back and easily dodged the attack. Is this all you've got? You want to compete with our late autumn guild for leveling spots? The gray-haired assassin crossed his arms with a half-smile, seemingly unconcerned about exposing his vulnerable body to Halsey's heavy sword. We were here first. Li Yunxian frowned, as if he had hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to speak. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the other party kept letting out a mocking laugh. Is this your first time playing an online game? Leveling spots aren't just for whoever occupies them, they belong to whoever wants them? This was a knight whose physique was somewhat out of shape. Alright, so you mean we'll decide the winner based on strength? Halsey's sword slid through the air, his expression turning serious, giving the impression that a battle was about to break out. However, the situation is not optimistic. The esports club only has 20 or 30 people. Although their levels are up to par, their equipment is somewhat lacking. On the other hand, the Late Autumn Guild has about 10 more members and seems to be a legitimate registered guild with a well-balanced composition, including frontline tanks, backline DPS, and healers. If a fight breaks out, it will be difficult for Wind Chime Esports Club to gain the upper hand. Why don't we just forget about it? Li Yinxian tugged at Haozi's gauntlet, indicating, we can just find another place to level up. The main city is so big, we won't have trouble finding a place to level up. But I know Haozi's personality, and it's impossible for him to let things go like this. How can we do that? What will the members who were just killed and sent back to the leveling point think? Li Yinxian awkwardly adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. After Haozi's rebuttal, he couldn't offer any further suggestions to back down. These few people over there are probably not enough. Besides, look who I brought with me, Haozi said confidently, revealing a set of neat white teeth. I chuckled awkwardly and greeted the crowd that had just noticed me. Gunai, a priest, called out to me. It was Lu Jinsi. Her appearance hadn't been altered and was exactly the same as in real life. Wearing the priest's robes, she had a certain ethereal quality. Is he the one who defeated Guan Yiping from Xinjiang Esports Club before? Is that the warlock? He looks pretty powerful. Listening to the whispers among the crowd, Li Yinxian, the president of the esports club, had a somewhat uncertain expression. At this moment, Lu Jinsi and Liang Xinyu walked up to me, one a priest and the other an assassin. Their equipment was quite good, glowing with the blue light of set bonuses. I never expected that Gu Nai would be doing so well in the country. Our vice president was thinking of giving you some financial assistance, but it seems that was a bit unnecessary, Liang Xinyu teased. What are you saying? Lu Jinsi gently nudged Liang Xinyu. Didn't Haozi ask Gu Nai to come and help? Let's do it for the sake of the school's esports club, I said, pretending to be very serious. It's definitely not because Haozi promised to treat me to dinner. Can we talk later, bro? Haozi bared his teeth and yelled at me. The enemy's heavy armor class had already launched an offensive, with 3 or 4 knights charging at him at the same time. He was frantically dodging in place. I helplessly shrugged, chanted to summon 2 skeletons from the ground, and looked at the dense crowd in front of me. Since we're going to fight, let's finish this quickly. We can't waste the precious cooldown time of the fire stick. Raise your hand. The flames flickered in the air, making a sound as they struck metal. To my left, an assassin looked at me with a surprised expression. A 3-digit number popped up above his head, indicating that he had lost 1/3 of his health. It seemed that the defensive attributes of his equipment were not very high. This is the drawback of an assassin's stealth ability. When affected by an area of effect, AoE, attack, even a single-digit amount of damage will reveal their outline. It was precisely because I casually released the ice array just now that I noticed this and discovered the assassin lying in ambush nearby. At the same time, 2 arrows shot out from the wind chime camp behind me, one in front and one behind, piercing his left shoulder and neck, instantly reducing his health to 0. The assassin's figure also vanished, turning into scattered specks of light, returning to the respawn point. Having dealt with the assassin in front of him, Haozi at the front of the battle line was showing signs of being overwhelmed. Although Haozi's equipment was quite luxurious at this stage, he still couldn't withstand the control chain of several enemy knights in the front row. His health had already dropped by more than half due to the AoE skills. Starry Wish. A silver light flashed from the staff beside him, enveloping Haozi and instantly raising his health to 600 points. This was also known as the Great Healing Spell, instantly restoring health without requiring casting, but it had a relatively long cooldown. With his immediate health issue resolved, Haozi breathed a sigh of relief and began to play more boldly. He took a charge from the enemy knight and completed the incantation of his Earth Splitter. The ground trembled instantly, dust billowed up, and all 4 people in front of him were knocked away. I casually cast a poison array, inflicting a continuous damage debuff. The fire attribute is still quite significant at this stage, and the health of several knights dropped rapidly, with several 3-digit numbers popping up. A side slide step, and he swings the stick. -705. The critical hit damage left the knight with a hint of confusion and disbelief, probably because he hadn't expected a warlock's normal attack damage to be so high. What is this? Housey looked at the weapon in my hand, his face showing the same expression. I scratched my head. Maybe this is the purple weapon. A purple weapon? Where did you get so lucky? No wonder I couldn't find you these past few days. I gave a dry laugh and shifted my gaze to the enemy's lines. After clearing out several of the enemy's frontline units, their damage dealers were gradually exposed. Although Wancho had a large number of people, their combat strength was uneven, and not everyone was as well armed as the assassin from before. Many squishy damage dealers were taken down by Housey after he got close, with a few basic attacks followed by small skills. In an instant, the situation turned around. The esports club, which was on the verge of collapse, suddenly broke through the encirclement with overwhelming force in just a few minutes. It's a pity that there are very few assassin players in the esports club, so they can't directly kill Wancho's back row. Therefore, they can only rely on ranged attacks to slowly whittle down the opponent's health, and cannot achieve a clean and decisive kill. However, most people's defensive attributes were no match for the fire in late autumn. For a moment, I completely abandoned the release of magic circles and attacked in close combat. This sense of impact felt familiar and exhilarating, and my blood was boiling. Watch out! Li Yunxian suddenly exclaimed, leaning back and using the mage's only survival skill, Flash, to teleport away. However, his health was only 500 points left, indicating that he had only taken a small set of skills from the assassin. Is this the assassin's burst of power? Ah! The priest beside him only had time to let out a cry of surprise at being attacked before his health bar dropped to 0. A dark figure flashed through the crowd, but it was difficult to pinpoint the exact moment of his appearance. Each attack happened in the blink of an eye, yet it was accompanied by the collapse of a member of the club. I frowned. I had to deal with this assassin, otherwise, if things continued like this, the back row of Windchime would soon be slaughtered. I'll handle him, you guys be careful. I gestured to Lu Jinsi and Liang Xinyu, then walked towards our back row. This time I saw it very clearly. The weapon in that assassin's hand must be very special. It should have some kind of special finishing effect. Under the normal combo, there were 2 extra purple damages, which directly caused a lot of damage overflow, leaving squishy characters with no room to counterattack. To be honest, I'm not very confident that I can contain an assassin, especially as a fragile, lightly armored class. An unprecedented sense of crisis was spreading, and a cacophony of sounds gradually arose around them, including a sharp, piercing sound as a dagger sliced through the air. On the right. I manipulated the skeleton to parry, and a familiar crimson critical strike popped up, blocking the attack for me. At the same time, the undead shattered due to its depleted health. That's a lot of damage. I saw the assassin's stats in front of me. ID, Abyss. Occupation, Assassin. Level, 23. Attack, 280 to 300. Defense, 120 to 153. Health, 1800. Bloodshed, deals additional bleeding and critical hit damage to enemies with less than 35% health. You reacted pretty quickly. The gray-robed assassin glanced at me indifferently, then quickly disappeared again. How should light armor classes deal with close-range attacks from assassins? Regarding this issue, I remember consulting Lin Hansu a long time ago. The answer is now quite vague, but I vaguely remember one point: never move aimlessly. Assassins are among the most agile of the 9 classes. Changing their position will not affect the angle of their attack, on the contrary, it will make it more difficult to judge the location of their opponent. Still on the right. The fire and the dagger clashed, sending sparks flying through the air. Minus 631. The gray-haired assassin stared in astonishment at the damage numbers that popped up above his head, seemingly still not understanding how I had managed to defuse the attack. I dared not be negligent, for opportunities are often fleeting. I immediately switched from defense to offense, launching a double attack while brandishing the fire. Assassins are essentially a fragile class. Once their position is exposed, they are easily focused and killed instantly. In those few short seconds, various projectiles flew through the air, but unfortunately, the gray-haired assassin was well equipped, and most of the damage did not break through his defenses and have a significant effect. After a series of attacks, he still had 1/3 of his health remaining. Li Yunxian stared at the priest with the ID stranded in the crowd from afar, his expression somewhat grim. An assassin with terrifying damage output, aided by such high healing, had no chance to kill him instantly. How did you determine my location? Abyss held the dagger to his chest, his sharp gaze fixed on me. It's not difficult at all. I gripped the fire tightly, remaining calm and composed. Speaking of which, Brother Gunai, how did you do that? Li Yunxian quietly took 2 steps closer to me and said in a low voice. It's just a disguised use of formations. I'd like to hear the details. A hint of enthusiasm crept into Abyss's otherwise icy tone. You should have Wanchio evacuate this leveling area. All right. Abyss's decisiveness surprised me. He waved to the knight beside him, signaling him to step back. The burly knight opened his mouth as if to say something, but under Abyss's imposing presence, he turned away reluctantly. I nodded, finally feeling relieved. After all, Wanchio had a significant advantage in numbers, and the Abyss was such a difficult point to deal with. If we could subdue them without a fight, that would be the best outcome. Of course, these things cannot be revealed on the surface. It's a very simple principle: when an assassin is hit by a skill and takes damage, their outline will be briefly revealed. That's right, but what does that prove? As a melee class, an assassin must get close to complete an attack. At this time, I just need to set up a continuous damage array under my feet in advance and wait for you to enter the range. The moment the damage is triggered, you can naturally find the corresponding position. Abyss pondered for a few seconds, as if recalling the battle just now, then turned around without looking back, tucked the dagger into his waistband, and walked out through the crowd. The members of the Late Autumn Guild were stunned and didn't know what to do. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Halsey seized the opening and swiftly struck, sending several lightly armored classes back to the resurrection point. They even started fighting after the ceasefire. That's definitely Halsey's style. Let's go, let's find another place to level up. At this moment, the priest named Stranded who had appeared earlier spoke up. He didn't seem angry, but the guild members slowly dispersed according to his instructions. As I watched them disappear into the jungle, a friend request popped up in my friend list from the Abyss. Pass. I was both amused and exasperated. He really was a fanatical warmonger. Li Yunxian walked over, patted my shoulder, and said with a stiff smile, "Thanks, Brother Gunai. Luckily, you and Halsey showed up in time. If we had fought Wanchio to the bitter end, I don't know how much we would have suffered. We might have been wiped out." Lu Jinsi sighed with lingering fear. It's nothing, just something I did. All eyes were on me, and I put the fire back into my waistband. A crucial rescue, Li Yunxian nodded, solemnly extending his hand to me. This is our first meeting in the game. Welcome to join us. The moment the handshake was made, a system notification popped up on the screen. Player Yun Linfeng invites you to join the Guild Windchime Esports. Since I've already promised Halsey, I'll bid farewell to my life as a freelancer for now. Within seconds, a wind icon appeared above my ID, which was considered a sign that I had joined a guild. Sinew, what were our losses in that conflict just now? Li Yunxian turned his head, seemingly still harboring resentment about what had just happened. A total of more than 30 people were killed and sent to the nearest respawn point. However, Wanchio's losses should be greater, especially after Halsey and Gunai arrived. Moreover, they did not retrieve the equipment they lost. I plan to distribute it to the members later. Where's Gunai? Is he coming alone? In this situation, it's more efficient to find a secluded leveling spot to remove the red name, and I also have an appointment with Feng Yueji this afternoon. See you later. I waved to the 2 girls and walked towards the woods on the other side of the river, where Halsey was already waiting. I didn't realize you were so popular. Halsey looked at me with a half-smile. I can only say it's all thanks to you. The first time you dragged me here, this was the kind of situation you created. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know there was a fight here before I came? I stared into his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid, rushing over here? Like that? Ahem, a lot of equipment dropped just now. I kept some for myself. Do you want any of it? I took several pieces of light armor from Halsey. They were all blue grade, and some even had good affixes. However, based on the set bonuses I already had, I was reluctant to change them. You should keep it, I don't plan to change it for now. Halsey didn't refuse and stuffed everything into his bag. I'll sell them at noon and treat you to dinner tonight. Okay, you're the more sensible one. Hey, are you settling into the environment of the esports club? I scratched my head. There's no such thing as being used to or not used to it. It's just that Li Yinxian's attitude towards me seems a bit subtle. But that's normal, after all, I'm a newbie and don't really feel a sense of belonging to the school's esports club. Why think so much? Are you just going to find a place to get a red name? Halsey pointed to his ID above his head. The blood color looked even better than mine. Considering the bag of equipment he just took out, heaven knows how many members of Wanchu he had killed. Sure, we need to find a less crowded place. With such a high sin value, dying once will probably mean losing more than half of our equipment. Oh dear, Halsey said with a fake expression of regret, my sister needs me to help her with a project. It's a pity. Gunai, you'd better keep up the good work. I watched Halsey leave with a disdainful look, and then I walked alone along the riverbank into the deeper part of the river. The number of players gradually became sparse. At this stage, players do not have the ability to go too far from the main city. The monsters in the unknown areas have quite terrifying attribute values. Therefore, even walking so openly on the main road, I wasn't worried at all. Occasionally, a few tourists who seemed to be taking pictures would see my bright red ID above their heads and run away as fast as they could. After walking for about 15 minutes, the river came to an end, and the green forest gradually disappeared. In front of us, an abandoned village appeared, exuding an unsettling and eerie atmosphere, as if it had been abandoned for many years. Just as I was about to step into it, a message popped up in my friends list. It was from Zhu Fengwu. What's wrong? Did you just wake up? I glanced at the time. It was 10:55 a.m. This didn't seem like a good wake-up time. For a pro player, logging on to level up at 11 p.m. is too lazy. Then how come someone who gets up so early is still a level lower than me? Let's not talk about that anymore. I thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Do you still remember that Ice Dragon boss? I remember. That boss actually dropped a special item that unlocks a hidden dungeon. I used that to trade with someone for the fire starter I had. The person on the other end of the chat window seemed to think for a moment before replying. Is that so? No wonder you didn't come looking for trouble with me. No, our partnership is unbreakable. How could you have such doubts? It's not that I couldn't beat them at all back then. Looking at the words appearing in the chat box, the image of that pretty face with a wicked smile and tiger teeth showing inexplicably popped into my mind. For my own safety, it's best to be careful when dealing with such a ruthless character. Of course I'm free for this afternoon? Zhu Fengwu said. Yes, I'll contact you again later. Yeah, I was here all afternoon. Your bright red ID, were you just out PvP in the wild? Sigh, it's still about leveling spots. It's the same old story. We had a little friction with a guild earlier, and we ended up having a small-scale skirmish. Now that you mention it, when did you join that guild? It seems kind of familiar. I suddenly realized that I had just joined the Wind Chime Guild of the Esports Club, and after walking for so long, I had completely forgotten about it. I've definitely seen this character whine somewhere before. Oh dear, I quickly interrupted her. Isn't this your ID? I've always been your loyal fan. She was still muttering to herself. Who are you kidding? Wind chimes? I can't remember them right now, but I'm sure I've seen them before. I narrowed my eyes awkwardly, indicating that she didn't need to insist. There's no need to force yourself to remember things. Alright, remember to call me this afternoon. After ending the conversation, I sent Feng Yueji a message to indicate that he had taken care of it. He replied with a laughing emoji instantly and sent me the coordinates. Brother Frostwinter, see you at 2 p.m. It sounds a bit ambiguous, but it's a hidden dungeon after all, so it's still worth looking forward to. I opened the map and took a look. It's not far from where I am now, but it's near the river we came from. I'll have to go back and find the exact location later. The first thing to do is to get rid of the red name as soon as possible. I copied the coordinates for Zhufengwu and then started walking towards the village in front of me. There was a musty smell in the air, and as I got closer, the olfactory sensation became more pronounced, clearly caused by wood being soaked in rainwater for years. The ground beneath my feet was damp, having been uncultivated for a long time, with only a few weeds growing there, swaying precariously in the wind. The whole village gives the impression of being on its deathbed. Just as I was about to venture deeper, the silence was suddenly broken by a piercing creak from the withered wooden door beside me. There was a dark shadowy figure behind the door, swaying slightly, which was rather eerie. Through the dim sunlight, I could barely make out that it was a corpse. Its face was bloodless, and its only black hair was wrinkled and curled up on its scalp. Its skin was withered, giving it a bit of the look of a zombie in a movie. Name: Decaying Indigenous People. Level: 26. Attack: 250 to 287. Defense: 180 to 200. Health: 4,500. Synopsis: The innocent villagers who sacrificed themselves because their village was cursed have long since lost their spirits and decayed their bodies, only their obsessions sustain their actions. Sure enough, a high-level monster appeared. My first reaction upon seeing the corpse was not the fear that was typical of the situation, but rather I focused on the monster's attributes. Although this guy is indeed not good-looking. The level 26 monster was 4 levels higher than me, and its stats were far superior. Trying to get a red name with it was quite a challenge. But since I'd already come this far, I was mentally prepared. He drew the fire staff from his waist. Its active effect, which had been activated earlier, was still on cooldown. However, theoretically, the staff alone should be more than enough to deal with the monsters in the wild. The necromancer chanted, summoning 2 skeletal soldiers, whom I controlled to approach the corpse behind the door step by step. At a distance of about 1 meter, the monster's aggro was triggered, and a sharp roar pierced my ears, somewhat eerie. I had assumed that most undead creatures like this would be clumsy, but the corpse in front of me was surprisingly fast. Its arm shot straight forward, lifting the door panel. Before I could react, a skeleton was hit. Minus 1,056. The damage was shocking. Knowing that the skeleton's total health was only slightly over 2,000, it might not have survived more than 2 hits. If it were me, with defense even lower than the skeleton's, I'd be in even greater danger if it got close. First, bury an ice array under the corpse's feet, then manipulate the skeleton with aggro value to circle around. A chill rises, and a slowing debuff is stacked on the monster's head, while it slowly loses health. To prevent the aggro value from becoming disordered, the skeleton needs to deal some additional damage at the right time. A heavy blow. Although it was a negligible number barely exceeding 3 digits, it at least solidified the hatred. The corpse, its blood-red eyes wide open, laboriously moved towards the white bones. The skills of ordinary monsters are all repetitive and cycled. As long as you figure out the approximate cooldown and dash distance of the corpse pierce skill, you can control the rhythm of killing monsters very well, which is easy for me. As a few drops of thick, dark black liquid seeped from the corpse's body, its health dropped to 0. The emaciated body trembled for a few seconds before collapsing with a thud, and putrid blood flowed outwards from the body as the center. Even though I turned the system's sensory sensitivity to the lowest setting, a strange smell still filled my nostrils. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it made me nauseous. Whose masterpiece is this? After temporarily shutting down all my senses, my mobility returned to normal. Looking at the horrific corpses on the ground, although I had seen many similar films from Europe and America and was already immune to such themes, facing such a scene almost directly in the game, combined with the eerie surroundings, couldn't help but evoke inappropriate thoughts. I can only look at the experience progress bar as a distraction. The benefits of fighting monsters above my level are quite considerable. I gained about 3% from just this one monster. If I can be patient, leveling up 2 levels in an afternoon is not a problem. Such efficiency is absolutely unimaginable at this stage. However, as some players speculated in the comments section of the official Weibo post, with the opening of the main city and the expansion of the map, the increased number of leveling locations and pathways will significantly accelerate the leveling process. At the same time, this will also lead to a split among players, widening the gap between different skill levels. The only downside was that these undead creatures didn't seem to drop any items. I proceeded methodically, killing 2 or 3 more. Just as I'd suspected, the undead's behavior patterns were pre-programmed. Once I found the rhythm to counter their attacks, leveling up at this efficiency wasn't difficult. Time flew by, and I finally managed to max out the remaining half of my level 22 experience bar. At the same time, my sin value decreased by 1/3. In the short term, it seems unlikely that I can completely get rid of the red name status. I can only try to be a little more cautious in the wild. Considering that I had an appointment with Phone Ueji in the afternoon, I logged off promptly at 11:30. Housie had already taken off his helmet early, carrying 2 nicely packaged lunches, and changed into his pink slippers that he used in his dormitory. So proactive today? I pointed to the plastic bag in his hand. Normally, Housie would never be so proactive as to bring his own lunch. In most cases, I was the one who had to take on the responsibility of providing meals. This was brought by the esports club. Housie's face was beaming with an undisguised smile, his expression quite smug. Thinking back to what happened this morning, I immediately understood. He must have been praised again at the esports club, which is why Housie was in such an excited state. Gunai, do you know what they're saying about us now? Housie excitedly handed me a pair of chopsticks. The Shenming elders of the Fengling Esports Club, you didn't expect that, did you? I had just put a piece of eggplant in my mouth when I almost choked. I can only say, it doesn't sound very good. Can I not accept it? This is just an opportunity, you know? We will start from Winchime Esports Club and become the most influential idol group in Kingdom. I looked at the two of us looking unkempt in the mirror, and decided it was best to put this plan on hold for now. I quickly finished lunch, and since I wasn't sleepy, I skipped the nap and logged back into Kingdom. Amidst Housie's soft snoring. It was still that corrupt village. I checked the coordinates Phone Ueji gave me, and it was only a little over half an hour until the agreed time. I might as well just go there. After all, it's quite dangerous to walk in the wild with such a big red name. It's better to set off early in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Time in Kingdom is synchronized with reality. It is noon, the hues of the wind blend into the warm sun on the horizon, and the autumn forest shines brightly under the sunlight, embellishing the towering mountains on the outskirts of the city. They found the shortest route on the map, which involved crossing a not too steep mountain range, although for light armor classes, a long journey was not an easy task. In the game, each class has a fixed stamina bar of 300 points, but the recovery and consumption speeds are on completely different levels. Generally, light armor classes, such as mages, warlocks, and priests, can quickly deplete their stamina by making a few consecutive vertical jumps. It takes about a minute for them to fully recover. Swordsmen and knights, or even more agile hunters and assassins, have an obvious advantage in traversing maps. Fortunately, I wasn't in a hurry. According to the planned route, the system estimated the time to arrive at the designated location in 23 minutes, so there shouldn't be any problem. With nothing to do, I opened the forum and started browsing casually while walking through the forest. The homepage had a few posts about game knowledge, but they were all relatively basic and suitable for novice players who were just starting out in the game. It's not a bad thing to know about this kind of thing. I opened one of the most popular ones, and the number of posts had already reached 8,000. It seems to be in a major city in the north. After the male protagonist was tricked by the female protagonist into giving him a purple weapon worth 80,000, he discovered that the female protagonist had no feelings for him at all, and even had cheated on him in private. He was so upset that he cried, which really made people feel indignant for the guy. Scrolling down to about 100 floors revealed a plot twist. The female lead's friends and family appeared, accusing the male lead of cheating first and attempting to settle the matter with a weapon. The comments section was filled with scumbag. One can only lament how unfortunate this guy is. Regardless of the truth of the matter, his reputation as a scumbag has certainly spread. I shook my head and was about to close the window when I suddenly saw the bottom floor, where the male protagonist's ID was revealed. The spirit hides in the heavens. Why does this name sound so familiar? Isn't this the ID of the mage from my guild back in God Realm? It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Thinking back to our past experiences, the two of us once caused a ruckus in Tianling City, attracting a whole city of NPC soldiers and thousands of players from other guilds to chase us. The image of that mage with gold-rimmed glasses immediately popped into my mind. I admit that for a moment I believed what was said in the post, that it was true. Shanin Tianxian was good in every way, except that he was indeed a bit too promiscuous in his love life. I added Shanin Tianxian as a friend, thinking that there must be quite a few people who added him recently to vent their emotions and seek justice for the woman, so I specially added a note to his profile. What should I write? After thinking about it, all the things I had with him were God Realm. So I'll just leave my old ID. Even if it's not the same person, it won't be awkward. The application was approved 5 minutes later, at which point I was struggling to climb tree branches, attempting to reach the highest point of the mountain. Bamboo? A message came from the other end of the line. Holy crap, it really was you. You didn't even change your ID? What happened? Did you and Bubble break up? We broke up a long time ago. Let me think, it was about 2 months after you left God Realm without saying goodbye. There was a pause on the other end, followed by a voice message. I really didn't expect it to be you. It's a bit of a surprise that you've returned to Kingdom. It's a pity that your main city is a bit far away, otherwise we might have been able to recreate the legend from back then, huh? Hearing his familiar voice brings back many memories associated with him. Thinking back on it now, I feel a bit nostalgic. I said, it's been a long time since I played. I'm just leveling up casually for now. Didn't you notice I'm a warlock now? What happened? A wry smile, maybe I lack confidence. I'll just treat this career change as a fresh start. It's such a pity. Back in the world of gods, you could have. It's okay, it's all in the past. I feel pretty good now. But you seem to be in a bad situation. A smiling expression couldn't hide his embarrassment. You know, with my personality, I'm never in a smooth situation. I recall a phrase he often said, being charming doesn't mean being promiscuous, and it seems I can understand his current predicament. Hey, let's talk later. Someone's chasing me. I need to find somewhere to hide for a while. Nothing has changed. Back in the game God Realm, Shanin Tianxian and I belonged to the same guild, Paradise. When we acted together, we were often mistaken for scumbags' cronies and were repeatedly targeted by assassins. Unfortunately, most people's impression of Shanin Tianxian is limited to a wealthy playboy, unaware of his talent and skill as a mage. If you search for some strategy posts from the early stages of God Realm, many of them are from Shanin Tianxian, a rather infamous ID. In the early days of holographic games, many techniques that may seem ordinary to today's players were huge innovations in game mechanics at the time. However, it has been about 5 years now, hasn't it? I shook my head. In the short 2 weeks I spent in Kingdom, many memories of holographic games were gradually waking up. I thought I had forgotten them all and would never have any contact with the game world again. As a result, by a twist of fate, I ended up back where I started. I wasn't particularly excited, nor did I feel any resistance or aversion. After being away from holographic games for more than 2 years, I was still able to easily immerse myself in Kingdom again, only the people around me had changed. The coordinates posted by Feng Yueji are of a waterfall about 5 meters high, which is hidden by the surrounding ancient trees with lush foliage. The sunlight shines through the gaps, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Feng Yueji waved to me from afar. His group had already gathered around the stone pillar in the center of the pool. I looked and saw that there were a few familiar faces among them, probably people I had met before. I am coming. A clear female voice came from behind me, and a slender hand climbed onto my shoulder. The knuckles were very distinct, and more importantly, the ornament on it should be of purple grade or higher, faintly glowing with a dark light. That's great. Frostwinter Brothers and the 4 and 8 expert have arrived. Passing this dungeon shouldn't be a problem this time. The knight named Radiance and his companion said without any hesitation. I still have some impression of him. He was the one who held the boss's aggro when we faced the ice dragon in the underwater cave. In this 10-player dungeon setup, only one paladin was brought, so undoubtedly all the pressure of pulling mobs would fall on that one person. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Zhu Fingwu. You've all met him before in the underground cave. Zhu Fingwu peeked out from behind me, waved her hand dismissively, completely unlike her usual self. Greetings, Master. Feng Yueji walked up eagerly, his face showing excitement without hesitation. With the help of the Master, and Brother Xuangdong too, let's set off immediately and try to conquer this dungeon as soon as possible. I secretly rolled my eyes, thinking to myself that this priest was indeed unreliable. The reason they couldn't clear this dungeon was obviously because they were missing a key hunter, and I had become a byproduct of their social obligations. Forget it, hidden dungeons are rare and hard to come by. Considering the leveling efficiency and equipment drops, I'll just have to make do this time. As he was pondering this, Feng Yueji took out the orange bead that triggered the quest from his bag and placed it in the groove in the center of the stone pillar. In less than 3 seconds, a faint white light was projected from underwater, focused, and gradually filled the entire bead. Confirm entry to the Moon Lake instance? After pressing the confirmation button in the system prompt window, I was automatically added to the team. At the same time, the avatars of the other 9 people were also displayed in the upper left corner of the screen. Frosty Winter, Warlock, level 23. It was a little awkward. I'd like to take him with me, but I never see him all day, Xu Fingwu said quietly, toying with the short knife in her hand. Feng Yue Bubble looked heartbroken and patted me on the shoulder. Brother, don't take your blessings for granted. For a man, dignity is sometimes not as important as you think. Then, Great Master, remember to take me with you when we go out later. I gritted my teeth, emphasizing the word Great Master, and looked at Zhu Fingwu with a playful expression. She was always very eager to see me make a fool of myself. In fact, I really want to tell Feng Yue Bubble that being with so-called experts was not the leveling up experience I imagined. Looking back, it was full of dangers, and you could easily encounter ambushes and close calls. All I can say is that I was unlucky and met the wrong person. A misty gas slowly rose around us, blurring our vision as if we were encased in a shell, our eyes filled with a dim, yellowish light. When everything became clear again, I was standing on a vast grassland. Welcome to the hidden dungeon Moon Lake. Remaining time, 5 days, 15 hours, and 17 minutes. I frowned and said, I feel like time is a bit tight. Feng Yueji listened with a troubled expression. Yes, once this dungeon quest is triggered, the corresponding time limit begins to be calculated. Originally, it was supposed to be 2 weeks, but for the past week we've been stuck on the mobs in the first stage. The first level's monsters are already this hard to get past. This dungeon doesn't sound like a pushover. However, it's reasonable that hidden dungeons are difficult. The designers must have planted a lot of traps for us. Let's hurry up and go, we don't know how many checkpoints are ahead. I pulled the fire starter from my waist and tried to concentrate. If I remember correctly, Moon Lake should be a very large map. The first time I accidentally wandered into Moon Lake, I barely escaped thanks to the ring. It was there that I met Chasing Wind Dance. I glanced back at the female hunter, the maple leaf mark on her face stood out against the azure sky. Let's go. Apart from Brother Frostwinter and the expert, none of us are new to this dungeon. Remember to stand in your positions later. Feng Yueji waved his hand, beckoning everyone forward. Judging from his expression, he must have done his homework. After only 2 minutes' walk, the road ahead was suddenly blocked by a row of bamboo railings, which seemed to be the real entrance. 2 fireballs slid down, creating a small gap in the protective barrier. At the same time, a sharp horn sounded from the horizon. In our field of vision, rows of Moon Clan inhabitants carrying spears were jogging towards us. We couldn't read their specific attributes, but their numbers were astonishing, stretching endlessly across the grass like an army. A row of monsters will spawn each time, but don't worry, their stats aren't high, they're just ordinary level 25 wild monsters. Xu Fengwu seemed to have seen what I was thinking, pressing down on her wrist as she spoke. How do you know about such a long distance? I asked, somewhat puzzled. Hey, did you even read the skill description properly? Xu Fengwu pointed to the hunter mark on her face. The hunter's level 15 skill, hunting, is a special passive skill that allows you to identify monster attributes from a greater distance than other classes. I chuckled awkwardly, the work wasn't quite up to par. Turning our attention back to the front lines, the Moon Clan inhabitants are getting closer and closer. As they advance, they officially enter the range of ranged classes, which means it's time for the 2 archers and the mage to make their mark. The Fengwei Guild is not large, but the equipment of these ranged DPS players is quite good, and their weapons are all glowing with purple epic quality light. Just as Xu Fengwu said, the monsters' attributes were equivalent to level 25 normal monsters. After the 4 ranged classes used their skills in one round, they were able to clear out a row of Moon Clan residents. As arrows and fireballs streaked across the sky and landed precisely on the path taken by the Moon Clan inhabitants, the health bars of the monsters in the front row plummeted almost instantly, while their experience bars rapidly increased, accompanied by piercing roars. I'm overjoyed, this game experience is amazing. At level 23, teaming up to kill level 25 monsters provides a bonus to experience gained from defeating monsters of higher levels, so my leveling speed is naturally faster than others. Of course, the premise is that you can ensure that you don't die. Otherwise, even if you are in a dungeon and the system has extra protection, you will still be penalized by losing half a level of experience if you die. I kept a close eye on the Moon Clan residents over there. Monsters were still spawning in droves. Although clearing the monsters was going smoothly so far, things were definitely not going to continue like this. Otherwise, Feng Yueji wouldn't have been stuck at this level for a week. The speed has increased. Xu Fengwu suddenly muttered to me. Is there? I frowned, but still couldn't find any clues. Perhaps I'm not as perceptive as the hunters in this regard. She pointed to the spot where the fireball had landed, the charred, black crater imprinted on the grass, stretching all the way from that end, now less than 50 meters away from us. I have to go now. With a brief but swift gust of wind, the huntress's figure instantly leaped over the defensive fence and ran towards the front line. Master? Guangzhou was clearly unaware that the wind-chasing dance party had suddenly rushed out of the safe zone. He stared blankly for a moment before standing up. I grabbed his glove and shook my head. Trust her, just wait here. According to Xu Fengwu, and based on the scorched grass, the monster respawn rate will increase. Ranged classes won't have enough time to clear the monsters, and they will continue to accumulate, compressing the only safe zone. The final result is predictable: hundreds of monsters piled up and pressed right in front of us. Such a massive horde of monsters would be impossible for even a whole squad of knights, let alone just one knight named Guangzhou. The only solution is to fundamentally slow down the monsters' advance, giving ranged classes time to clear each row of monsters. This relies on the hunter's skill in setting up the animal trap, which is the significance of chasing Wind Dance's journey. Xu Fengwu's shadow stretched long in the afternoon sun, the leather belt that climbed up her waist and her beautiful, slender legs swaying lightly on the grass. Brother Frost Winter. Guangzhou suddenly patted me on the shoulder from the side. I was stunned for a moment and looked at him with some confusion. Looking back on my every move, even my eyes were perfectly upright. I squinted at the small, dark figure that had already disappeared into the distance, and said casually, "Of course." Guangzhou nodded thoughtfully, seemingly relieved after my promise. "That's great. We've tried this first wave of mobs almost 10 times, and each time we were wiped out by the monsters in the middle of the process. The hunters in the guild don't have that kind of skill." I gave him a thumbs up, indicating that I believed in Xu Fengwu's abilities. Although my answer to him just now was just something I blurted out, given Xu Fengwu's strong personality, the presence of many onlookers, and the consequences of failure with only a little experience, I figured she would give it her all. The animal traps were very effective. It was noticeable that the monster horde's advance had slowed down considerably. "It's working. Increase the firepower," Feng Yueji said happily, adding an output-boosting buff to the ranged classes. But I still didn't look away. Squinting, the warlock's eyesight is not particularly good. In the air, besides the fireballs and arrows from Feng Yueji's ranged classes, there were also a large number of spears thrown by the monster horde. However, since only Zhu Fengwu was within range, all the aggro was concentrated on her. Even with the best positioning, this frequency of attacks is almost indiscriminate and cannot be dodged by movement. Quickly raise her health. I looked at Feng Yueji and blurted out. He paused for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. He raised his silver-white weapon and looked up in the direction the monster was heading. I fell silent. Feng Yueji was right, but I didn't believe that a dungeon could only be handled by an individual's ability alone. This was a principle I had upheld since coming from God Realm. When facing a predicament, we should try more teamwork. But at this moment, all we can do is unconditionally trust Wind Dance. Thankfully, the respawning of the Moon Clan residents is finally coming to an end, and the monster horde is no longer expanding, leaving only the few rows currently on the grassland. The monster horde is still advancing. Xu Fengwu's health dropped to 20 points at one point, but she managed to hold it at the crucial moment and recover it with the help of potions. At that moment, with the accumulated experience from the fall of more than 10 waves of monsters, I leveled up to level 24, and a faint golden light emanated from my body. Only 5 waves left, let's go all in. I pulled out the fire starter from my waist, feeling a bit itchy to fight. Watching others perform while standing idly by in a dungeon is really not my style. Furthermore, under these circumstances, chasing Wind Dance should also be nearing its limit. Although the last few waves of monsters are stronger, their numbers are ultimately limited, and the 10-person team will not be wiped out as a result. Alright, everyone, let's go and clear out the remaining monsters. I heard Feng Yueji's command behind me as I stepped out of the bamboo fence. A few sharp spears were occasionally thrown from the air, they were slow and easy to dodge. When I saw chasing Wind Dance, she was entangled in a battle with several Moon Clan residents, nimbly dodging the attacks from between them. Of course, from my perspective, I would prefer to call it a sorry state. It was only right to lend a helping hand. With a flick of his wrist, he threw down an ice array, and a chilling aura rose from the grass. The monsters were affected, and their movements instantly slowed down. I can handle it even if you don't come. Xu Fengwu chopped down a monster's health bar with her dagger, took a step back, and squatted down to stretch her sore wrists. At the same time, the monster's hatred shifted to me. There's no need to be reckless at a time like this, I thought, quickly closing in on the two monsters. Their faces were ferocious, their mouths filled with filthy yellow teeth, they didn't seem so approachable. After all, it's only half a level of experience. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt his feet slip and his whole body lose its balance. The weapon in his hand almost flew out of his hand. I'm so frustrated I could cry. Why is there a hunter's trap here? 2 steps away, Zhu Fengwu covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. Ha, what are you doing? I did a street dance routine with a somersault, stood up, and thankfully the others arrived late and probably didn't see this scene that tarnished my reputation. Be serious, we're fighting. Show some respect to the monsters. At this point, all they could do was pretend nothing had happened and vent all their resentment on the 2 Moon Clan residents in front of them. Considering the cooldown of the fireball skill itself, I didn't switch it to melee mode. Instead, I controlled 2 summon skeletons to fight the Moon Clan residents. Although these 2 are not comparable to the Moon Clan residents in terms of attributes, they are more agile, and the Moon Clan residents, having lost their spears, are not much of a threat in terms of aggression. Hey, it takes so long to kill just 2 monsters. Do you need my help? After resting for a while, Zhu Fengwu's health was fully restored. She simply sat down on the grass with her knees drawn up to her chest and watched my actions with great interest. Master, I'm a crowd control class, a support class, not here to fight melee opponents. The 2 monsters in front of us finally fell to the ground. It has to be said that it did take some effort. Looking around, the entire grassland was now in the process of cleaning up the mess. Most of the Moon Clan residents had been cleared out, leaving only a few remnants being chased by wind and moon foam. As expected, we didn't choose the wrong person. I've witnessed the skills of the great god Zhu Fengwu. The first hurdle that trapped us for a week is finally over. Feng Yueji sighed, looking relieved. Zhu Fengwu smiled and said, I was just lucky. I put my arm around Feng Yueji's shoulder and jokingly took credit for it. Old G, I deserve some credit too, I'm the one who invited the master. Ah, that's true. Brother Frostwinter, needless to say, I know your strength. I've always had a standard to measure it in my mind. I see. So tell me, how about we compete with the expert? Feng Yueji fiddled with his scepter, feigning ignorance, and gazed firmly ahead. It's time to continue. This is only the first round. Our journey is to the stars and the sea. I covered my forehead, thinking to myself, she really has no principles. Just then, I felt a slight chill on the back of my neck. That same playful smile again, the upturned corners of his mouth, the hidden canine teeth, all exuding unparalleled arrogance and confidence. I chose to follow in Feng Yueji's footsteps. With a formidable enemy at hand, we should put aside our grudges and be preoccupied with who wins and who loses. It's meaningless. With the fall of the last Moon Clan resident, the status bar display of the instance system finally changed accordingly. Defeat 1000 of 1000 Moon Tribe inhabitants, achieved, about to enter the second stage. Does this level have a second stage? A long spear made of palms suddenly flew over from the horizon. In this situation, there was no time for anyone to react, as everyone was still immersed in the joy of having cleared out the Moon Clan residents. The spear pierced through the body of the priest at the very back of the group, dealing an exaggerated amount of damage that instantly killed him. Before anyone could realize what had happened, the priest had gradually turned into specks of white light and returned to the resurrection point. The status bar changed again. Defeat the elite boss Moon Clan Elder, level 25. The boss has spawned. Everyone, focus your attention. Guanza, get ready to draw aggro. Feng Yueji stared intently into the distance. The exaggerated damage just now clearly indicated that this boss was no ordinary character. Even though it was only level 25, its elite level attributes were quite terrifying. A figure, about 2 meters tall, slowly walked over from the other end. His body was full of powerful muscles, making him look like a giant version of the average Moon Clan resident. The tallest person here is probably Guangza, but he is still noticeably shorter than the boss, and his shoulder width is almost half that of the former. It seems they are not in the same weight class at all. At this moment, the priest who had been unfortunately taken away by the spear rushed over from behind, and the group began to form a battle formation to prepare to meet the first boss of this instance. Guanza cautiously stepped forward and used his heavy shield to unleash a taunt skill. The Moon Clan elder let out a strange roar and quickened his pace as he charged toward Guangza. The boss's attributes were also read at this moment. Name, Elder Malos of the Moon Clan, Elite. Level, 25. Health, 50,000. Attack, 2530-16. Defense, 2300-2700. Synopsis: as the guardian of the first checkpoint of the Moon Clan's territory, Malos has a bad temper, and any intruders he encounters are invariably pierced by his spear. This attribute? With 50,000 HP, this is unprecedented in my understanding. I'm not sure if it will have some strange berserk mechanics. In any case, this elite boss is definitely a tough opponent. The group recognized the boss's attributes, and their expressions turned serious. Although they had expected the hidden dungeon to be difficult, the fact that the first boss was an elite-level boss with such high attributes was truly unexpected. Guanza, can your attributes withstand it? Feng Yueji clearly wasn't very confident either. It should be barely possible, Guangza replied, looking at the imposing figure approaching from not far away. After all, I'm wearing a purple set right now, so the monsters at this stage shouldn't be able to completely break through my defenses. Good heavens, a purple set. The Wind and Moon Guild really went all out to equip themselves with luster in order to conquer this hidden dungeon. It's unlikely that they obtained this set of purple armor themselves, they probably acquired it from the market by sorting it up. I roughly estimated how much this would cost, and it's roughly equivalent to the annual salary of an average white-collar worker. A series of ear-piercing sounds rang out as shields rubbed against metal weapons, and the boss's aggro was taken away by the gleam as the shield bash skill was unleashed. As expected, the luster's defensive attributes were quite reliable. Under the condition of blocking, the boss's normal attack only reduced his health by 1/5, and the two priests in the team could easily restore his health to full. After going back and forth like this twice, once Guangza had firmly controlled the aggro, the ranged classes began their output. Despite the impressive attack stats of the two mages and archers, they still struggled against the elite boss's thick armor, with most of the damage numbers remaining in the low 3 digits, which was not ideal. Fortunately, the boss's attack methods are quite simple, and after several rounds of attacks, we have a pretty good grasp of his skills. A dash skill that charges forward, an area of effect attack that sweeps forward with a spear, and an indiscriminate attack that knocks up and damages the surrounding area upon landing after a jump. With the boss constantly shifting its position and pulling at it, the DPS classes always stay behind the boss, usually managing to avoid the first two skills. As for the last indiscriminate skill, it is quite difficult to dodge, as its coverage area far exceeds the attack range of the classes present. Fortunately, it is released only once so far, when the boss's health was reduced to 90%. As the guild leader, Feng Yueji is undoubtedly a veteran of the martial arts world. He immediately noticed the problem: everyone be careful when the boss has 80% health. That knockback skill is very likely to be released when the boss's health is fixed. In close combat, various classes' projectiles crisscross the air, striking the boss and slowly reducing its health. 87%, 85%, 84%, 83%, 82%, oh no, it's been released ahead of schedule. The boss in front of him suddenly froze, ignoring Guangma's running, his back muscles contracting as if he were straining. This should be the precast animation of an indiscriminate skill. Without time to think, I used up all my remaining strength to quickly move out of the boss's attack range. The massive body leaped into the air, then plummeted downwards in an instant, crashing heavily onto the grass. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the ground trembled violently. Despite taking precautions in advance, I was still thrown into the air. Minus 1086. With a third of its health reduced, this boss's attack power is indeed not to be underestimated. Melee classes in the inner circle are not so lucky. Even if they react, it is impossible for them to get away from the very center of the boss's landing area, and the damage of this skill is directly related to the distance between them and the boss. There are 3 people in the inner circle at this moment. Dancing with the wind, shimmering, fleeting and ephemeral. With its sturdy armor, Guangza fearlessly withstood the damage, remaining at half its health, which was still considered quite healthy. Fengyue Bubble wasn't so lucky. After being knocked away, she was accidentally swept away by the spear's area of effect attack. Assassins have a natural weakness in defense, and her health was immediately depleted. The avatar in the team list turned gray. Priests can only learn the resurrection skill at level 30, so it seems this battle is out of his reach. It's not 80% health, everyone be careful. The boss's skill release frequency isn't a fixed amount of health loss. Although the team lost one member, Feng Yueji remained calm, using a group heal to raise everyone's basic health, and then continued to direct their positioning. "How's Feng?" The gray-haired assassin's sullen voice came through the squad voice chat. "Boss, I'm currently in third-person spectator mode." You keep a close watch on the airspace." Of course, besides that, another person caught my attention, chasing the wind. At the moment the boss unleashed its skill, I observed the team's panel. Everyone's health bar dropped to some extent, except for the hunter, whose health bar remained steadily at 90%. It can be said that she was not affected by the harm at all. How did she manage to do that? Following the angle at which the boss turned, I moved towards chasing Wind Dance, circled behind her, and maintained a distance where only the two of us could hear each other. "How did you do that? Tell me." She brandished her short sword, swiftly stabbing the boss before quickly pulling it out, leaving specks of blood on her face, and retreated. "Want to know?" She pursed her lips, as if pondering some perplexing mystery. I was completely baffled. It was just dodging a skill, it shouldn't involve any privacy issues, right? Yes. I nodded solemnly. Are you flirting with me? I'm not sure what kind of expression I have on my face right now, but it's definitely not the kind that's full of friendliness and goodwill. It's just that I'm venting my emotions on the boss. The boss's health continued to drop. Because I didn't know the specific trigger conditions for that terrifying indiscriminate skill, I kept a high level of concentration, watching his every move closely. Fortunately, warlocks are ranged classes, so they don't need to be particularly careful about boss's close-range attacks when raiding. That the healing will overflow. Once the coordination is wrong and the healing skill cooldown is on, it will be in a very dangerous situation. Another 5%, and the spear is fired again. This time, where is it aimed? The weapon slipped from my hand very slightly, and it was hard to tell where it was heading. I could only instinctively move away, so that even if it was coming straight at me, I could theoretically increase my reaction time. Fortunately, neither of the two priests died. If one of them had fallen, the healing wouldn't have been enough, and the knight would have been killed by the boss, leading to a common scenario of failing the dungeon. However, with two key damage-dealing classes missing, the Moon Clan Elder's health dropped at a slower rate, and the extended battle line meant that no one could afford to make serious mistakes, especially the crucial tanks and healers. Guanza was under a lot of pressure. Several times his health bar was almost empty. If it weren't for the fact that Feng Yueji and another priest cooperated well and there was no overflow of healing that caused the healing to be interrupted, the others would not have had time to take care of him and could only rely on taking health potions and relying on group healing to maintain their health. 15%. With a roar, the spear shot out. Right in my field of vision, the shield, barely glistening, flew out, heading straight for the priest on the left side of the battlefield. If the target of this attack is a priest, would Feng Yueji's healing output be sufficient? A figure suddenly flashed through the air. Although its speed was not as fast as the black lightning in the sky, it collided with the priest just before the spear hit him. Sharp metal pierced through his chest, splattering blood into the air. The image of Zhu Fengwu turned black in that instant, and her health bar dropped to 0. Suddenly, I heard someone shout God, and I gritted my teeth and yelled, Wind Dancer sacrificed herself to save the priest, ramp up the damage. Feng Yueji snapped out of his daze and chimed in, the priest isn't dead, we still have a chance. Don't let the great god lose a level for nothing. This is probably the first time I've witnessed the death of the character chasing Wind Dance in such a graceful and astonishing way. Fortunately, the priest's life was saved, and the battle was able to continue. Unbeknownst to them, the team had already lost nearly half its members. With 5% remaining, there were still 2 more instant kill skills to be used. At this point, it seemed that 2 priests and a tank were indispensable. In other words, only the 3 ranged DPS characters, including myself, are allowed to die now. The Warlock's output methods are indeed too limited. In order to speed up the offensive pace and avoid any mistakes or unforeseen problems, even though the fire skill has a cooldown, I have to switch to melee attacks. The stick in his hand was stained with firelight, its scorching texture burning the air. I walked toward the Moon Clan Elder's vicinity. His size was even larger than I had imagined. Indeed, the gameplay experience of melee classes is a completely different type. This is the first time I've faced a boss in melee combat since leaving God's realm, and some inexplicable feelings have arisen within me, but I know now is definitely not the time to express them. The spear grazed my cheek, and a wisp of blood floated in my vision. It was from the wound on my left cheek. The boss focused all its attention on Guanza. I circled around him in the opposite direction, always attacking from behind. It wasn't difficult to dodge the occasional melee attacks. Perhaps it was because I turned on the fire, but the frequency of my health dropping by 5% increased significantly, gradually approaching the critical value. Another throw. Fortunately, this time the target is the only remaining mage. Even though it was in the game, I still felt cold sweat pouring down my forehead. The pressure of facing an elite-level enemy at close range was immense, especially since my current defensive gear probably wouldn't be able to withstand even one of his attacks. Give it your all, just 10% left, we have a chance against this boss. Feng Yueji glanced at me and nodded seriously. Now that we've come this far, I have to give it my all. I don't want to have to fight a second time. Continuing to output damage, my hands felt a bit numb and stiff as I waved them around. It was definitely not as comfortable as drawing magic circles in the air, but the damage was still considerable. The fresh marks on the boss's body were a true reflection of that. The intense, numb repetition made me feel like each day was an eternity, and the process of losing the last 10% of my health seemed exceptionally long. So much so that when Phone Yueji shouted "watch out," I realized that the boss's health bar had dropped to the last bar. The moment the boss swung his arm, I sensed something was wrong. This strike was aimed at the gleaming light that would bring us into close combat. Before anyone could react, the spear struck the shield, producing a metallic groan that nearly pierced eardrums. It even left a thumb-sized black dent on the purple-quality shield, likely reducing its durability by more than a quarter. Phone Yueji repeatedly cast healing spells in that direction, but only received an invalidation message. The once glossy avatar has turned gray. Damn it, it had to be at the last minute. Guance's voice in the team voice chat sounded somewhat annoyed. It's not your fault, the stats of this elite boss are just too outrageous, the already fallen mage comforted him. Having lost its original target of hatred, the hatred was transferred to Phone Yueji, and the burly body ran towards the other side of the grassland. Perhaps it's not over yet. I cleared my dry throat. In any case, a priest's running speed is no match for the boss's. At this moment, only I, who am temporarily in a melee class, have the potential to hold the boss's aggro. I placed 2 formations to block the boss's movement, and then ran in a straight line to intercept it. I swung my fire-starting weapon and unleashed a complete 4-hit combo. The Moon Clan elder paused for a moment, then finally pointed his weapon at me. It's too much to sweep them all off their feet right from the start. Almost as a reflex, I jumped back, and the metal tip of the spear grazed my clothes. Frostwinter brother, hang in there. With my current defensive stats, whether I can withstand it or not is just a matter of taking one hit. If I get hit, I'll fall to the ground and die instantly. 4.7%. While dealing with the boss, I found myself wondering why such a massive body could be so agile. As for why I had such a strange and unrelated thought, I couldn't give a definite answer. The Frostbringer's positioning is impressive, this looks promising. I tried many times to find the pattern of the boss's attacks from the trajectory of the metal spear, but to no avail. The only thing I could do was to slide behind the boss during the wind-up animation of his weapon swing, hoping to gain that extra 0.5 seconds of reaction time to dodge. Miss, and more miss. To keep up with the boss's attack frequency, I was already using almost all my strength, which naturally lowered my damage output. Without absolute certainty, I didn't dare to attack rashly, fearing I wouldn't have time to recover and would die. Fortunately, melee classes calculate threat differently than ranged classes. Thanks to the damage from the formation, I didn't over-aggro, and threat remained firmly locked on me. At this moment, the priest's healing was meaningless to me. My health bar was just a matter of one more attack from the boss, leaving them no room to maneuver. In this way, they can focus their energy on adding buffs and rely on the remaining archers to whittle down the boss's health. There's still 2%. The sky was so bright it made me dizzy. Behind the Moon Clan elder was the shadow of a vast forest. I suddenly wanted to look out to see how far away that was, but the weapon falling from above completely blocked my view. It never ends, it's endless. Is it the left or the right this time? I instinctively turned to the side, but out of the corner of my eye I saw the boss's wrist suddenly flip, and the spear that I could have dodged changed its trajectory in the air, piercing straight through. Frosty Winter brothers. Get out of here, Frosty Winter. I gritted my teeth and said it lightly, not everyone has that kind of agility. Summon the skeleton. A skeleton hovered in mid-air, just barely colliding with an oncoming weapon, and instantly shattered into pieces. But with this buffer, I forcibly interrupted my side slide and chose a less than elegant way, rolling on the spot to dodge this devastating blow. I'm sorry, White Bone, but I guess I still have to rely on you when it matters most. Pretty awesome. Even someone like Phone Yueji couldn't help but swear. Another difficult 10 minutes passed. The patterns on the fire were beginning to fade, indicating that the passive situation was about to end. I couldn't remember how many side slides I had taken, and I had narrowly dodged the attack again. All that could be seen was a sparking arrow streaking through the air and embedding itself in the boss's shoulder. This time, he finally made no further move. Congratulations to your team for defeating the elite boss, the Moon Clan Elder, and completing the first stage of the mission. A golden light flashed above my head, and I instantly leveled up to level 25. A fierce battle. The boss's body gradually dissipated, turning into a pile of loot in the grass. Seeing this scene, I felt deflated, panting as I squatted on the grass. Even in the game, I could clearly feel the soreness surging from my limbs. During my break, I quickly learned the new level 25 skill through the skill bar. After obtaining the level 20 Warlock Guild certification, I can also perform this task in the wild, but it will cost 50% more to learn. This is a rare pure damage skill for Warlocks, Entanglement of Evil Spirits. Each time the spell deals damage, it will apply a mark to the target, up to 10 times. Releasing the skill will detonate the mark, dealing damage. At 10 stacks, it will also inflict a weakened effect on the target for 2 seconds, reducing all attributes by 20%. As I was pondering this, I saw the leading priest stride towards me. Suddenly, he bent down, grasped my hand, and exclaimed excitedly, "I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Brother Frostwinter is quite skilled. I think it's better for us to express ourselves in a manly way." Ahem, Fong Yueji calmed himself down and coughed, covering his face. "From the moment we met in the border dungeon at the beginning of the game, I knew you were no ordinary person. You must have played God Realm before." "Haha, who knows?" I scratched my head, stood up, and decided to avoid the question. "Tell me about it, I'm curious too." A voice that shouldn't have been there at that moment rang out from not far away. I rolled my eyes at Zhu Fingwu, taking it as an expression of my dissatisfaction. "Brother Frostwinter's mob-pulling skills must have been playing games for years," said Guangza, who had run all the way from the resurrection point with a strange light in his eyes. "It was really hard for a knight to run like this." "Hey, you must have been a paladin before." I shrugged non-committally. "No way, Frostwinter, you're keeping this from your teammates?" "That's right, we still have to go through the dungeon, and we don't know the details yet. Logically speaking, I was just participating in this instance as a bonus, and I was hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and easily get some rewards. Who knows what Feng Yueji and his teammates have been hyping up?" "Me? I've been following Wind Chaser since God Realm. I raised my finger and pointed at the hunter who was standing aside watching the fun. The crowd's attention immediately focused in that direction. "Why?" "No wonder, Frostwinter Brother and Wind Dance Master are both very powerful." "I knew it, this kind of skill must have been developed through long-term practice." Through the gaps in the crowd, Zhu Fingwu cast an unfriendly glance at me, her expression somewhat uncertain. Although she felt a little reluctant, she knew she had no choice but to bear it all alone. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel relieved. I nodded knowingly, looking at the pile of loot on the ground, shimmering with various colors. This was the scene every player dreamed of. The crowd gathered around the spot where the boss's corpse had just turned into starlight and dissipated, waiting for Feng Yueji to make another move. "Let's each choose one item for Frostwinter Brothers and Wind Chaser Dance. Does everyone agree?" Feng Yueji casually pointed to the fallen items on the ground. I hesitated for a moment, not expecting Feng Yueji to be so generous. Although there were many drops on the ground, there would definitely not be enough for 10 people if they were to be distributed. Usually, in this kind of dungeon, the distribution of drops is determined by the roll. It's obvious that without Frostwinter Brothers and Wind Dancer, we can't get through this. Wind and Moon Bubble, the first to fall in this battle, spoke first. Seeing everyone nodding in agreement, I silently patted the sleeve of Zhu Fingwu, who was still hesitating, and took the first step forward. Since Feng Yueji has already said so, it would seem a bit awkward to refuse again. Besides, this is only the first boss, and there are still many more rewards to be gained in the later stages of the dungeon. Most importantly, no one can resist the temptation of this pile of glittering equipment. I bent down and glanced at the equipment. The system quickly read out the equipment's attributes. The dropped equipment was all level 30, unusable at this stage, but level 30 is a watershed moment. There are no new maps opening, and the leveling speed will slow down a lot. This means that level 30 equipment can be used for a long period of time. A total of 6 pieces of equipment dropped. Apart from 2 blue items with decent stats that were commonly seen on the market, the other items, 2 pieces of light armor for classes, 1 piece of jewelry, and a longbow, were all purple quality items that are currently extremely rare and highly sought after. In terms of price, that level 30 purple longbow is definitely far superior to the other 3, and I wonder what price it would fetch in the auction house. However, I am aware of the unspoken rules of online games. If there are members of the corresponding class in the team, it is best not to take equipment that is not related to yourself. So I chose that set of gauntlets, which has a nice passive that extends the duration of continuous skills by 20%, which is perfect for warlocks to use on crucial spellcasting. Then I'll take the leg guards. Xu Fengwu naturally picked up the metal object, stood up, and retreated to the outer edge of the crowd. That was another piece of light armor for the class. The stats of the level 30 purple gear were quite impressive, but I was drawn to the passive effect of the gauntlets, so I made the choice without hesitation. Just as I was craning my neck to see who would win the bout, someone suddenly tugged at my robe from behind. Shifting her gaze to the back, Xu Fengwu gestured for me to come over, then quietly moved away from the crowd. I followed her for more than 10 meters, and just as I was about to ask her what had happened, a piece of leg armor suddenly flew towards my chest. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I took it shakily, holding the cold metal object, my mind blank, and for a moment I didn't know what to say. You really need it, don't you? If I hadn't known about Xu Fengwu, I would have almost lost my guard when I saw her tilting her head and smiling slightly. How can this be? I raised my hand, as if to return it. The strong are all adaptable and just wait for the system to give them equipment. A powerful person wearing a level 15 set? I stood there awkwardly, wondering how I should respond. Alright, you can keep it. The silver one doesn't look good at all, it doesn't match my profession at all, it's not leather armor, and it's not comfortable to wear. This answer left me speechless. Sister, who would pick and choose equipment based on whether it looks good or is comfortable? Xu Fengwu closed her eyes. It can't be explained to someone wearing level 15 equipment. Hey, I'm telling you, I asked tentatively, you didn't give it to me because your legs are too thick and you can't fit into it, did you? Give it back to me right now, I've changed my mind. I was wrong, never mind. I covered my head, still feeling a slight pain from the blow from the knife hilt. Then I'll take it. I opened my backpack and placed the leg armor inside. A faint blush appeared on Xu Fengwu's face as she finally calmed down completely. She slowly walked up to me and placed her left hand at waist level. I can't figure out what this gesture means. Why is she showing me her palm? It really is a game. Her hands, which she uses a short sword for years, don't have any calluses. It's really not scientific. I don't know what came over me, but I just naturally gave her a high five. The whole scene seemed to freeze. Are you an idiot? She abruptly withdrew her hand, lowered her head, and her expression was unreadable. I'm angry, so I won't give it away for free anymore. It'll be an equal exchange. Seeing that hand reach out again, I abandoned the idea of giving it another high five. What bothered me was that although it was supposed to be an equal exchange, I had very few valuables in my bag, so exchanging the gauntlets I had just received would obviously be pointless. Oh, right, and that bracelet from the auction house. Although it can't compare to the leg armor in terms of value, it's still a useful piece of equipment for now. I took the bracelet off the exchange and placed it in Xu Fengwu's hand. Her hand quickly clenched, and she turned gracefully, walking towards the crowd without looking back. I had a feeling I saw her eyes narrowed and the corners of her mouth slightly curved just now. I caught up with her, but she had already reverted to her expressionless, masterful demeanor. I was just about to tease her and ask if she wanted the bracelet when she caught my movement out of the corner of her eye, as if she understood what I was about to say. However, the silver wing appeared on her left wrist, swaying up and down with her steps. Meanwhile, Feng Yueji had just finished distributing his equipment and was ready to go. The bow eventually ended up in the hands of the older-looking archer in the group. His exact age was hard to estimate, but he had been playing online games for several years. Guanza saw me staring at the bow, walked over and put his arm around my shoulder, and said mysteriously, "That's a veteran of our guild. I heard that back in God Realm, the guild leader made his fortune thanks to him. By the way, Uncle has a very special identity in real life." "Oh?" Guanza covered his mouth, about to speak, when a bronze longbow was placed against his back. The archer's voice, like his appearance, was calm and deep. "Guanza, it's not good to talk about others behind their backs." "Ha, Uncle, I'm just complimenting you." The middle-aged man didn't seem to mind at all. He grinned broadly and looked at me, saying, "This involves confidential information." I shook hands with him to show respect. "Just call me Frostwinter, you're my senior, Uncle." "Why don't I get this treatment?" Guanza muttered to himself. The uncle found it amusing and slapped Guanza on the head. "Your hair hasn't even fully grown yet. You'll be mature when Aji doesn't have to worry about hatred anymore." "Ha, Aji." I couldn't help but call out, "This name is quite interesting." Guanza blinked innocently, then came to the front of the group, ready to lead the way. Turning around, Zhu Fingwu was chatting with the other female players, gesturing strangely at each other's figures, until the group moved on, at which point they dispersed laughing and joking. The grassland map had reached its end, and after a few steps, we reached the edge of the forest, but the vegetation in this instance was completely different from that in the wild outside. There were no low shrubs in sight, only tall, sturdy ancient trees, their shadows intertwined, creating a somewhat dim atmosphere. The ground was bare and damp, and a chilly current seemed to be blowing through the air. "No way, this was just a moment ago lush and green, how did it turn into a dark forest?" someone in the crowd muttered. Guanza stepped inside and swaggered deeper into the area, seemingly unconcerned about any potential dangers. Feng Yueji shook his head helplessly and followed after him. "When will you be as composed as me?" However, it turned out to be an overreaction. After walking for about 10 minutes, I didn't see a single monster. The only unpleasant thing was the heavy humidity in the forest, which made me feel suffocated and unable to breathe. I had to lower my senses by half to alleviate the physical discomfort. The first level is so difficult, but the second level is so boring. Has the dungeon designer run out of ideas? The older man interrupted. "Xiao Guang, say less. We don't know what will happen yet." Guanza, looking like his patience was about to run out, kicked the ground hard, leaving a blurry footprint. "Ask Bubble, I don't believe he doesn't have an opinion." No one responded. "Ha?" Guanza turned around and looked around, then suddenly raised his voice rapidly. "Where is everyone?" I glanced behind me, puzzled. I remembered that Bubble and another female priest had been walking at the very back, but now there was no one behind me. "What the hell?" the female mage Qiu Shangwan complained. The key point is that I didn't notice when those two people disappeared at all, not even a sound, including the fact that their health bars in the team list were in a perfectly healthy state. "No," Feng Yueji sighed. "I can't contact them either. It shows that there are special restrictions in the instance and I can't communicate with them." Xu Fingwu sat silently beside me, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. I looked further into the distance. I didn't know if the journey was too long or if the trees had completely blocked out the sunlight. The road I had come from was pitch black, and now the only light I could get was from the dim fireflies around me. Looking at it this way, it actually has a somewhat creepy feel to it. No way, I didn't come here to participate in a real-life horror escape room. Guanza couldn't help but speak up when he saw that the atmosphere was too quiet. I was just about to make a joke to ease the tension when I saw two vines suddenly flash past, extending from the tree canopy and moving the two mages in front of me from their original positions right before my eyes. The whole process took just over a second and was completely silent. Even if I had realized what was happening, I would have been helpless. However, this explains how the person disappeared. What is this thing? Guanza had obviously seen this as well, his voice trembling slightly as he looked at me in disbelief. Be careful of your surroundings. Xu Fingwu's voice was somewhat cold, and her expression showed unusual tension, probably because she had never seen such a scene before. There was no sound, all movements could only be detected by sight. Without moment. Come here. Xu Fingwu's voice suddenly rang out, echoing through the enclosed space. What is it? I looked at where she was pointing. It was a double door. Hey, isn't this a bit too reckless? Shouldn't you think it through a bit more? I teased her while continuing to work. You're usually quite bold, are you scared now? The door looked like it had been sealed for many years. The two panels were covered in dust and tightly sealed together, making it quite difficult to open. However, through the widening gap, a dazzling golden light shone from within, standing out starkly against the darkness outside. I'm not scared, I'm just thinking about planning ahead. This place is too eerie. Xu Fingwu looked behind me, peeking out half her head. Heh, I'd like to see what's behind this. With that, I exerted force with both arms and opened the door completely. Stepping inside, well, just as I expected. A crystal chandelier, opulent wall decorations, smooth and bright gold floor tiles, and further ahead, a golden throne. For a moment, my thoughts froze, my back was covered in cold sweat. I opened my mouth to say something, but I was speechless. At this moment, Xu Fingwu followed me in. Seeing me standing there blankly, she walked around to my front, frowned, and looked at me. Why do you look so pale? What happened here? I then came to my senses, took a deep breath, and said perfunctorily, It's nothing, it's nothing. The weapon in his hand was still the firewood, not the two light swords. That's right, this is the kingdom, and it's impossible to go back to the realm of gods. Everything has been turned over, and there will be no turning back. However, why does the scene of the Sky Tower from Divine Realm appear here so strangely, and exactly the same as what I remember? Do you know where this is? Xu Fingwu didn't look at me, standing with her back turned. I couldn't tell what her expression was at that moment. I thought about it and realized there was no need to hide it. I know. So you really have played God Realm. What's wrong? Are you holding a grudge? She turned around, her gaze sharp, her eyebrows curved. Her expression was exactly the same as usual, yet it gave off a gentle and peaceful quality, like a piece of fine white jade. So she has this side to her too? What am I thinking about again? At this moment, you must not lose your composure. I said, it's all right. Every man has a past he'd rather forget. This must be the Sky Tower. Perhaps. She looked at me and said, This is the 90th floor. Ordinary players can't get here. That's right, this is the 90th floor, and also the last place I stayed in God Realm. In the 125 floor tower, I stayed here for more than half a month, and I don't know how many times I was defeated and shattered to pieces. However, in the end, I still didn't make it through that layer, to leap from the window on the 90th floor and glide among the clouds. This is my last memory of God Realm, and it is a past I am unwilling to mention. I don't want to go into any more detail. It's not that I harbored any resentment, it's just that this boss was quite difficult to defeat, and I encountered some minor setbacks at the time, I said, pretending to downplay it. Is that all? She lowered her head dejectedly, her disappointment evident, completely shattering the beautiful image I had just formed in my mind. I thought it was something like being dumped by a girl. I casually shook my head, trying to calm myself down. Are you kidding? Would someone like me get dumped? Heh, who knows? Let's hurry up and start the boss fight. Let's finish this quickly. I suggested, taking steps closer to the golden throne. Although I was still reluctant to be in such a situation again, I couldn't show that emotion in front of others. I just kept deceiving myself and pretending to be relieved. It could be interpreted as a matter of saving face, or perhaps this challenge was unavoidable. I used the system to read the boss's attributes, but all I got were question marks, and there was also a line of bold text at the bottom of the screen. The shadow does not have specific numerical values, its attributes are automatically adjusted based on the player's situation. Since we can't even see the numerical values, it saves us the trouble of devising tactics, we can just fight step by step. Just as I was about to ask Chasing Wind Dance who would be the most suitable person to engage the monster, a short sword flew out and accurately pierced the boss's left arm. The crystal chandelier began to shake violently, and the elegant woman sitting on it suddenly sprang up and disappeared in an instant, leaving only the crown swaying and falling to the ground. No, it's that familiar feeling again. I stood there, not knowing what to do. The bright sunlight overhead was so dazzling that I couldn't open my eyes. Despite the passage of time, the emotions I had been suppressing surged up at this moment, and old memories came rushing back, with countless images of falling at the foot of the golden throne playing on a loop in my mind. Careful! The sword adorned with 7 jewels was aimed at my throat. This scene was all too familiar to me. What's going on? I can't move, it's like I've suddenly lost control of my body. Just as I was staring blankly as I was about to be pierced through, Zhu Fengwu suddenly appeared from my left, buried a trap on the ground, grabbed my waist, and rolled me to the side. The sharp sword grazed Zhu Fengwu's shoulder and slipped away. Why didn't you dodge? Didn't you say you were going to fight the boss? She quickly got up, looked at me with a puzzled expression and displeasure. I lowered my head, my mind overwhelmed by memories, and was unable to think straight. I repeated, I'm sorry. What's wrong? The boss's aggro immediately shifted to chasing wind dance. Despite being restricted by the trap, the boss's agility was very high, and she successfully broke free of the restraints in the instant she spoke. 2 shadows seemed to intertwine in the air, but the boss was clearly more agile. In my memory, the reason she was so difficult to defeat was because no one could keep up with her attack frequency. Under the boss's frequent attacks, chasing wind dance seemed to be finding it increasingly difficult to defend itself. The sword, which already had the advantage of attack range over the short knife, was now amplified to an extreme degree, and the hunter's leather armor was visibly covered with knife marks of varying depths. If it weren't for the medicine keeping her health up and using the brief gaps between her attacks to create distance, chasing wind dance's health bar would probably be empty by now. I'm still blaming myself. Why is that? 3 years later, I'm back to square one, back on the 90th floor of the Sky Tower. Can't I do it again? Returning to Kingdoms, despite confidently declaring my intention to return to the peak of my career, I'm actually unsure how far I can go. 3 years have passed, and I have gradually realized that I am no longer that spirited and talented 17-year-old boy, or perhaps I never was. I've always been someone who has a very accurate understanding of my own position. When I can't achieve something, I know when to cut my losses and give up. So, perhaps it was the last time I fell under the golden throne, perhaps it was when I left as the revolving door of the youth training base opened and closed, or perhaps my stubborn confidence was inadvertently shattered. I firmly believe that the story ends here, even if it ends abruptly, it is the inevitable outcome. Perhaps my current actions seem bizarre and incomprehensible to Zhu Fengwu, and may even stir up feelings of resentment. What was supposed to be a 2-player dungeon turned into one person fighting alone while the other stood by nonchalantly. I can hardly describe my current state. I try to make some movements, but it feels like I've lost control of my body. During this time, Zhu Fengwu turned around twice, opened her beautiful eyes wide, looked at me, opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she chose not to utter a word. The boss's health bar was slowly decreasing, but it seemed to have nothing to do with me anymore. My mind went completely blank. I could hear my own heavy breathing, feel the blood rushing through my arms, and feel every pore on my body opening and closing, squeezing out beads of sweat. Then the scene before my eyes began to invert. The ceiling swayed, and the monotonous golden color in my vision was stripped away, intertwining with the blackness when my eyelids closed, creating a bizarre and surreal scene, as if I were about to plunge into the abyss of chaos in an instant. With a soft thud, my head pressed against the cold floor. As the brim of the sorcerer's robe fell from my head, everything disappeared without a trace. The system has detected that the player's mental energy has exceeded the maximum capacity and is forcibly logging out. The helmet vibrated violently, jolting me awake from my seat. I stood up with lingering fear, feeling a strange sense of exhaustion wash over me, and my mind was foggy. I went into the bathroom and washed my face. My reflection in the mirror was deathly pale, devoid of any energy. The sight of myself gave me a strange sense of unfamiliarity, as if the person in the mirror wasn't me at all. Looking back, the 90th floor of the Sky Tower, the professional league's ban, and the farewell to gods and gods all happened within a short span of half a month. In the month following my departure from the youth training camp, I tossed and turned every night, unable to sleep and feeling depressed. I saw a psychologist who said I had a mental illness left over from psychological trauma. I refused to admit it and rejected all treatments and medications, instead choosing to pursue my studies under the name Gunai like an ordinary person. I sat there blankly, water droplets sliding down my nose. Looking at the orange sunlight streaming in through the window, I snapped out of my reverie. It was almost 5 in the afternoon, and night was approaching. Looking down, I saw the helmet still on the table. Only a minute or two had passed since I was forcibly logged off by the system, but it felt like a lifetime had passed. After hesitating for a moment, I slowly lifted the helmet with both hands. It had a series of numbers written on it, and to this day, I still don't know who sent it from. But at this moment, it doesn't matter anymore. All the sorrow or glory is in the past. This is Kingdom, and I must step out and make a change. The dungeon wasn't finished yet. I put on my helmet, and my character information was displayed on the screen in front of me. I opened my eyes and saw a short knife pierce past my hairline. Excuse me, but I came here to help you, didn't I? The once dashing and heroic female hunter was now quite disheveled. Her leather armor was tattered and worn, and it seemed that its durability was almost exhausted. A heartbreaking wound was also cut on her pretty face, and blood slowly seeped out. However, her beautiful eyes were clear and sharp, showing no sign of giving up. Oof. She reached out and wiped away the bloodstains that had slid down her cheeks, her displeasure threatening to erupt. Triggering the passive effect of burning fire, I used my stick to block the boss's oncoming sword strike. The mask was right in front of me, less than a foot away. If I said I went to the bathroom, would you believe me? I smiled apologetically at her. After all, deserting during a boss fight is not an easy thing for anyone to do. That depends on whether we can defeat this boss. Leave it to me, I replied confidently. Try again. Concentrate. Although the boss attacks very quickly, you can still manage to cope when you are in melee mode. However, there is no pattern to the sword moves, making it difficult to find an opening to counterattack. Fortunately, there are 2 people. With one person taking the hits and the other dealing damage, we can pass the level smoothly. It's not that simple. I haven't forgotten how many times this boss tormented me. From the moment I joined the battle, her swordplay became increasingly expansive and powerful. Despite being attacked from both sides, she held her own and frequently used some tricky sword moves. On the contrary, Xu Fengwu was showing signs of collapse due to the damage to her defensive gear, so I dared not be careless, for fear that a mistake would break the delicate balance of the battlefield. Don't be so reserved. You can look for her weaknesses. She doesn't have as many skill combinations as Sky Tower. Xu Fengwu's face was flushed, and she bit her lower lip tightly, trying to hold on while panting heavily. Is there really an opening? With such a fast attack frequency, just parrying is already pushing your reaction time to its limit, let alone counterattacking? In the brief moment of distraction, the sword was already pointing at my brow. I almost thought I couldn't dodge it in time, but Xu Fengwu grabbed my sleeve, causing my center of gravity to shift to a certain extent. Although my posture was very graceful, I managed to dodge this attack. Otherwise, if that sword had landed a critical hit, I'm afraid I wouldn't have felt so bad. There's a chance. I suddenly realized that although the boss's attack and recovery frequency was very fast, to parry the attacks of 2 people at the same time, it was inevitable to increase the degree of opening and closing of the sword moves, which also led to the exposure of blind spots in the body's defense when striking. The sword itself is limited by the length of the weapon. While it is more than capable of defending the far corner, the area in front of the chest and behind the waist is easy to expose a weakness. So I simply turned sideways, leaning towards the direction the sword was pointing from, and simultaneously slammed the firewood heavily into her chest. A reddish-black brand appeared on her golden robe, and her health bar noticeably dropped. We can use that to our advantage to attack her defensive blind spots. Xu Fengwu looked at me suspiciously. You didn't just realize that, did you? I was wondering why your movements were so stiff before. Ha, that was just to warm up. To prepare for another battle, probably because the attack was effective, I gradually regained my confidence in my actions. The boss's attacks are fierce, and simply defending won't reduce the boss's health bar. Only by switching from defense to offense can you regain the initiative. Since we've chosen this risky playstyle and are trying to avoid oncoming attacks by using positioning, we must accept the risks of making mistakes. For me, it has been a long time since I have experienced such an intense battle as today. My mental state is almost at its limit, and I feel that my attention is gradually drifting away. Unwittingly, a sword struck my left shoulder hard. Sure enough, the level 15 robe couldn't withstand the boss's brutality and shattered instantly, leaving the skin underneath torn and bleeding. Although the pain system in Kingdom cannot transmit physical damage, physiological reactions are unavoidable. For example, right now, I can clearly feel my left arm becoming heavy. Fortunately, like most people, I use my right hand as my dominant hand, and my left hand is only used to assist in the fight by supporting the fire. Looking up at the boss's health again, it still had about 20% remaining. She shouldn't go berserk, right? I asked tentatively. Can't you think of something positive? There shouldn't be any other status effects, I reassured myself as I kept playing. After all, this is just a weaker version of the boss. It shouldn't be too difficult for the players. The moment chasing. Win's short sword touched the boss's lower back, the boss's health bar dropped to the critical 20% mark. The boss drew his second sword. I shouldn't have let you speak so casually. Zhu Fengwu gave me a long, brooding look. Sorry, maybe I know too much, I said with an awkward laugh. Even at this stage, there's still a chance to force a kill when the enemy's health is down to 20%. As I was about to step forward, a short knife was placed in front of me. Can you at least fully heal before going in? With just over half your health, you'll be gone in 2 hits from the boss, okay? Oh, well, I scratched my head casually. I didn't buy any high-level potions before entering the dungeon. I just drank the ones given in the starting village and survived by relying on the priest's group heal. You? Xu Fengwu gritted her teeth and quickly mailed me 2 sets of medicine. I looked at them and saw that they were the highest level medicines that players could currently refine, with considerable recovery effects. No wonder Xu Fengwu's health had always remained in a relatively healthy state. Before I could think any further, the boss, now in dual sword mode, was already within my attack range, and the gleaming blades fell mercilessly. As I reached out to parry, I also felt that the force of the attack had increased significantly compared to before. My right arm, which was gripping the weapon, trembled slightly, and I was struggling a bit. Then came the second sword strike. As the sword light was still tilting in the air, it was intercepted by Xu Fengwu. The 2 weapons collided, sparking dazzling sparks, and the mournful sound of metal vibrating echoed in our ears. As a hunter, her strength was clearly inferior to that of a swordsman, and the consequences of barely taking this attack were obviously unpleasant. While being thrown back, Chasing Wind Dance took a step back to cushion the impact, bending down to rub her slightly swollen wrist. Classes like hunters and assassins are not really suited for close-quarters combat. Battles between swordsmen, knights, and even druids often transcend the realm of skill and may simply be a contest of strength. Faced with such a swordsman-type boss, they can only exist as support classes at best, and cannot confront the battle head-on. This problem becomes even more obvious when the boss enters two-handed sword form and gains a power boost. While burning fire, my attributes will change to some extent, but in terms of strength, I still cannot compare with conventional warrior-type professions. Therefore, I must try to deflect the unbearable force by taking the blows, which is to use softness to overcome hardness. This might seem like a pipe dream to many players, but at this moment, I inexplicably feel a desire to try it. As a former light swordsman player, and also a dual wielder, no one knows her better than me. The boss doesn't have much health, but in such close combat there's no chance to cast spells. This means I can only slowly whittle down her already limited health by using the fire-based melee attack. In the countless times I faced her before, I always felt a subtle sense of being like an ant trying to shake a tree, especially in the final berserk phase, when only the two-side swords were left to clash, and I failed every time without exception. This time, with the weapon in hand replaced by a club, and the boss being faced no longer being of the same level as before, will the outcome be different? I don't know. All I know is that at this moment, all the counterattacks were almost like muscle memory, no matter how many sparks flew in the air, not a single sword crossed my defensive range. I thought that after 3 years away from God Realm, everything I once had was gone, but at this moment I realized that deep in my memory, there had always been a pair of light swords. The veins on his hands were exaggeratedly exposed on the surface of his skin, and even his wrists gradually took on a twisted posture. The warlock's power is limited. Even if I can keep up with the boss in terms of consciousness, if this continues, it will be difficult for my body to make the corresponding movements. There's still 6% left, said Zhu Fengwu. 6% is actually a negligible number, but at this moment it seems difficult to sustain my movements. In an instant, my right hand lost its strength and I was hit head-on by the attack from the left sword. The blade pierced through his right waist, leaving streaks of blood that scattered in the air. Thank goodness, my health bar is down to less than 10%. I frantically used potions to bring my health back to a safe level, then used both hands to hold the fire in my hands, barely managing to withstand the attack from the other side. Meanwhile, Chasing Wind Dance secretly generated a lot of damage, releasing all her reserved skills without having time to consider the limitations of cooldown length. 2%. But I knew very well that I probably couldn't withstand it this time. My health wasn't enough to take another blow from the boss. In the end, would it be the same fate, falling beneath the golden throne? The immense force struck, overwhelming me and leaving me no chance to defend myself. I felt as if the blade was pressing down on my neck. Just as I was about to lose my balance, a pair of slender hands appeared on the surface of the fire. With the ebb and flow of strength, they actually blocked the sword in mid-air, which directly led to the boss being in an awkward stalemate. Just then, Zhu Fengwu suddenly pulled her hands away, dragging me around with her as she spun me, avoiding another falling sword. The dagger flew from his hand and pierced the boss's brow. At that moment, her mask shattered, and all her health bars were emptied. It's over. Zhu Fengwu sighed, finally relaxing, and bent down to pull her short sword from the boss. This kill was very rewarding, and it directly leveled me up to level 26. At this moment, I am dizzy and almost in tears. Before this, I never thought that it would happen to a lazy person like me to advance 2 levels in one day, although the process was full of twists and turns. How are you feeling? Zhu Fengwu pursed her lips, walked over with light steps, and reached out to help me up. Ouch, that hurts. Look at my wrist. Are you getting too into character? To avoid embarrassment, I pretended to cough twice, then stood up. In the Game Kingdom, any physical injuries sustained during combat will be completely healed once the player recovers their health, so there's no need to worry about any lasting effects. Thank you. I thought for a moment, but still said it solemnly. What do you mean? She just smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. You should know that I might not be able to withstand that sword strike in the end. So what? We're teammates. If you believe me, I can be your support. Then, seemingly realizing her misunderstanding, she pursed her lips and took a half step back. Even without you, I can take on this kind of boss by myself. I stood there, nodding thoughtfully, while Zhu Fengwu pretended to be indifferent and looked up at the other side of the field. But I saw a blush creep across her pretty face, which was marked with maple leaf imprints. All right, let's distribute the equipment. Thanks to Chasing Wind Dance for saving my life, you get the lion's share this time, I said, breaking the awkward atmosphere. That's more like it. At this moment, the boss's body had turned into specks of stardust and vanished into the air. Although I knew this was not her final form, I felt a sense of relief wash over me in an instant. Who knows? Maybe it's just a thought. There weren't many things scattered on the ground. After all, it was a checkpoint for 2 people, so we couldn't expect her to be generous. This. Zhu Fengwu stared wide-eyed, a strange expectation shimmering in her eyes. Here you go. I handed her the short knife on the ground. The blade was covered with the coldness of metal, and it didn't look like an ordinary item. It was a purple quality short sword that could only be used at level 33. Its value was no less than that of the bow that had dropped earlier, and I saw that it had a passive skill that every hunter dreams of. Eviscerate inflicts a 60% healing reduction effect on enemies, and deals an additional 50% damage on critical strikes. Xu Fingwu frowned slightly, looking at the short knife in her hand with a conflicted expression. I smiled and said to her very seriously, "Take it. Weapons dropped from hidden dungeons aren't so easy to buy on the market. But this would make the distribution of the boss's rewards unbalanced." I picked up the crystal and gestured to her. "The Philosopher's Stone is mine, I need it to upgrade my equipment." "The dagger is yours." "It's settled then. Incidentally, you can also make some money." While Zhu Fingwu was still in a daze, I quickly gathered the money on the ground and stuffed it into my bag. "Humph," Zhu Fingwu said with a sigh, putting the knife back into her bag. "Alright, then let's call it even." Her beautiful eyes sparkled. "If I help you with a dungeon run, shouldn't I be charged?" For a moment, I actually felt that what she said made a lot of sense. "Oh, right," I said, recalling the battle just now, "those 2 sets of medicine? It's yours now." Xu Fingwu didn't even turn her head, looking completely indifferent. This is the best medicine for recovery right now, and it was given away so casually. "Ahem, could we have 2 more sets? Frosty Winter, do you think I'm being too good to you?" I quickly waved my hand to indicate that I was just joking. "Ah, no need, it's enough." Xu Fingwu revealed a victorious smile, continuing to lower her head and caress the short knife in her hand, looking just like a girl facing the jewel she had always dreamed of. In this battle, I clearly felt my weaknesses in both offense and defense, not to mention my defensive gear. The key issue was that as my level increased, my fire-based stats gradually became insufficient to keep up with the main group, especially since it was only level 15 equipment. Fortunately, I got 2 Philosopher's Stones this time, which, combined with the one I had before, was just enough to complete an upgrade. Open your inventory, click on the Philosopher's Stone, and attach it to the fire. A flash of orange light appeared, and the 3 stones gradually melted into the stick, forming a layer of crimson patina on its surface. A system notification sound then popped up. Enhancement successful, new passive skill has been learned. Fire, transforms weapon into melee form. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Skill casting time is halved in melee form. I was overjoyed. This enhanced passive skill can largely solve the awkward situation of not having a chance to use skills. These 3 Philosopher's Stones were definitely worth it. "Let's go, what's all the fun about?" Xu Fingwu kicked her feet, regaining her usual expression. I proudly shared the fire control panel with her. As expected, the Philosopher's Stone enhances things differently. These attributes surpass those of a typical level 25 weapon. She looked on with surprise. "That's right. But don't be too optimistic," she said, pursing her lips. "This stuff is hard to come by. In our guild, we've only produced 1 piece in all this time. Level 25 is enough for a while, we can figure out a solution later." "I'm not too worried about that, I'm the type who always finds a way out." Xu Fingwu brushed the stray hairs from her forehead and pointed to the door behind the golden throne. "Let's go then." I nodded. It was time to leave. The task list has also changed, showing that all the groups have completed their progress. It seems that Feng Yueji and his group are doing quite well. Just as I was about to close the door, I couldn't help but turn back. Perhaps I had never imagined such a scene before, but at most, I should consider it as having passed the 90th floor of the Sky Tower. I comforted myself with that thought. This was the last time. I let go, looked away, and let the door close. Turning back, I realized that Zhu Fingwu was silently watching me, and I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Aren't you going to ask me why I disconnected earlier? It's obvious you don't have a very good memory. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. Wait until the day I'm interested in hearing a story." The space suddenly collapsed at that moment, the ground beneath my feet vanished, and I felt as if I were free falling from the sky, unable to find my center of gravity to control my movements. "Hidden dungeons are truly extraordinary," he exclaimed sincerely. "It's alright, pretty easy. Your expression doesn't look like that at all." He saw through my words and gave me a confident smile. Ugh, I hate pastors who are all-knowing and all-seeing. I don't know when it happened, but we had already left the forest and arrived at the riverbank. The darkness behind the lush trees was still unfathomable, making me wonder if everything before was just an illusion. The crowd gathered by the river, waiting for Feng Yueji to speak. Everyone must be tired, and it's getting late. Let's rest first. If there are no problems, we can meet here again in 12 hours, okay? 12 hours later, it was 6 a.m. Seeing everyone agreeing, I realized that I was about to start a life of getting up in the middle of the night to play games. I gave a wry smile. It seemed my healthy lifestyle was coming to an end. A series of flashes of light appeared as the character logged off. I greeted the people around me and then logged off as well. I was the only one left in the dorm. Housie had logged off and left sometime earlier. I only realized he had gone to participate in an esports club activity when I saw the message he sent on my phone. Sigh, it was a mistake not to stock up on a couple of bottles of liquor in the dorm. I'll just have to use soda to soothe my emotions. The packaging box of the Kingdom helmet that was sent not long ago has not been thrown away yet, and it is carelessly abandoned in a corner. At this moment, I picked it up, blew away the thin layer of dust on it, and saw a line of numbers written on the side. It was the Kingdom customer service number. Take out your phone, dial a number, and hold it to your ear. The phone was playing the promotional song Battle from the game Kingdom. Just a few seconds into the chorus, the call was answered. Hello, this is the official customer service of Kingdom, employee number 0051. How can I help you? I would like to look up some information about the game. Speaking. I gathered my thoughts and said, my ID is 735862470. Today, I unexpectedly entered a scene from your company's game God Realm in the hidden dungeon Moon Lake. Is this a bug? Please wait a moment. A minute later, the female voice on the other end of the phone rang again. Hello, after checking, your account has no abnormalities. The Moon Lake dungeon is a hidden dungeon in the early stages of the game. The scene you experienced is actually an Easter egg left by the designers. That level will use iris recognition to identify your personal information in God Realm and generate a scene that matches the corresponding two people. There is no bug as you mentioned. Is that so? Your ability to pass such a test is truly commendable. I shook my head to myself and then said, can we find out where it was purchased by checking its serial number? At that moment, I suddenly remembered the helmet that had appeared out of nowhere behind me. I could consider it the reason I entered the kingdom, even though I still don't know who sent it to me. Yes, you can. What is your helmet's serial number? 083579664. Wait a moment. The helmet was purchased in Sangzhou City, Jialing Province. Sangzhou City, Jialing Province. Isn't this the location of the God Realm Youth Training Camp? I spent 2 years there, and the helmet was purchased and shipped from there? I snapped out of my reverie and continued to ask, can you see the information about the person who made the purchase? I'm sorry, this is a matter of personal privacy, and we do not have permission to access it. Okay, thanks. Wishing you a pleasant life. After hanging up the phone, I leaned on the railing and drank soda, the bubbles rolling down my esophagus. Was the Sky Tower just an Easter egg in Divinity, Gods and Realms? And who bought the helmet? Today really brought back a lot of old memories. It's a bit funny that I have these thoughts when I'm only in my early 20s, but it's not that I'm being pretentious. For me, these past 3 years have been an extremely long time. Night was approaching, and the colors of the distant wind blended indistinctly with the hazy warmth of the early autumn sun. The vast, gray sky became the backdrop for the indistinct silhouettes of tall buildings, rippling outwards with the clouds until they reached the horizon. Hello, a rough, hoarse voice came through. What a rare guest. Why are you calling me? I downed the last drop of water from the can, nothing important, just wanted to chat. Are you free? Okay, just finished training. What happened? Tell me about it. Heh, I teased him, Lin Hansu will train hard too. The voice on the other end suddenly rose several decibels. You have no idea, but I've never skimped on training these past few years. I'm definitely the team's workaholic. What's going on? It's something that even Gu Qingzhu finds strange. Tell me so I can have a laugh. I squeezed the aluminum can in my hand into a twisted shape. I told you, you should be called Gunai. Oh well, you can't change your name anyway. I ran a dungeon today and got back to the 90th floor of the Sky Tower. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then a voice came through, "Is this Moon Lake?" I was deeply surprised. "How did you know?" "You didn't expect that, did you?" "I've done it too." These hidden dungeons are basically monopolized by professional teams in the early stages. Ordinary players simply can't beat them, and besides, these items sell for a lot of money, Lin Hansa continued. As expected of you, you cleared the hidden dungeon in Luodao. Ha, you can definitely cause some trouble wherever you go. I secretly suspected that Lin Hansa was exaggerating my abilities, and I vehemently denied it. I haven't passed it yet. I've only passed the first 2 levels. I'm still far from it. Before I could finish speaking, the male voice on the other end of the phone interrupted, "Don't rush to deny it. I think I know you better than you know yourself. Sometimes you're very hypocritical. By the way, I also played the Sky Tower level." Hearing my attempts to conceal my feelings, he explained gently, "You think the 90th floor is just a knot in your heart? It's also a knot in the hearts of the 10 of us. But the reason why it couldn't pass ultimately lies with me. Let me tell you, you're just too sensitive. You're too tired to live a life of overthinking," Lin Hansa said, his tone suddenly rising as if he was used to hearing me say things like that. "Think about it carefully. The second phase of the boss required a melee class to fight him for 60 seconds. You were the best candidate at the time. Even if you failed, it was because of the limitations of your level and equipment at the time. There was nothing you could do about it. I can still recall what the situation was like on the 90th floor back then. Lin Hansu, I, and 8 others formed the Sky Tower pioneering team, bringing together the most elite players of each class. We maintained the record for the fastest completion in the entire server until we reached the 90th floor, the Golden Throne. The boss has a strange mechanic. When its health drops below 50%, it enters a second phase. At this point, a melee class needs to engage in a 60-second solo fight with it. Only by surviving this period can the rest of the game proceed, otherwise, it will unleash a full-screen AoE attack that will wipe out the entire party. We tried many candidates, and without exception, they all failed. I was the one who lasted the longest and tried the most times, but my limit was 55 seconds, and I could not go any further. It was just a mere 5 seconds off. We were stuck there for more than half a month. Although no one else succeeded during that time, I vaguely sensed the growing resentment within the team that was about to explode amidst the repeated team wipes. This was the prelude to the team falling apart. Around that time, I was hit hard by a ban, and my appeals were unsuccessful. Disheartened, I quit the game altogether, and that was the end of it. Later, I heard that this situation continued for another 2 weeks until the level cap was raised, everyone upgraded their equipment, and in the end, the knights survived that level thanks to their tankiness. Perhaps the fault really wasn't mine, but knowing myself as I do, given my mental state at the time, I absolutely couldn't have made it through those remaining 2 weeks. What are you thinking about? Don't you think so? Lin Hansu's voice successfully pulled me back to reality. All right, this isn't the first time you've said that. I'm immune to it now. I neither agreed nor disagreed. It's impossible to say that I've completely let go, especially after returning to this world. I have to say that everything seems to have fallen into place naturally, as if I've simply gotten used to life in Kingdom. But so much time has passed that I can't help but smile wryly. Maybe so, but I'm just an ordinary player now. Aren't you really considering coming back? I denied it with a wry smile. There's no going back. I know my current skill level very well. I'm no longer the light swordsman I used to be, and the gap between me and you guys is now insurmountable. Besides, your biggest problem is that you're always trying to do one thing at a time and getting caught up in the ups and downs. Our captain even mentioned you before. Thinking back to that woman, I suddenly wondered, what did she say? She said if I hang out with you, I'm doomed sooner or later. You don't need to tell me that. You were the one who wanted to hear it. I comforted myself, oh well, at least I haven't been forgotten.
Being a negative example is a good thing.
I'm serious. Lin Hansa's voice suddenly became low and serious, almost unrecognizable to me. Regardless of what others think, personally, I still really hope you can come back.
I know it won't be easy, but it's not impossible. We're not the rookies we were a few years ago. We have some say now, so maybe we can make it happen?
He was always so optimistic, yet he also had a unique kind of stubbornness. Perhaps this was what supported him to walk out of the youth training camp and gradually grow into the #1 assassin. But I will always remember him as that hot-tempered, energetic young man. From this perspective, I am much more rational. The development of the God Realm esports competition has gradually formed an industrialized model in the later stages. The expansion of the professional scale and the inflow of funds have made the entry threshold for professional players increasingly higher in recent years.
Now that we've reached Kingdom, the level of specialization will only increase further.
Just 2 years ago, Gods of the Realms still used a youth training camp model, where all teams collectively cultivated reserve players. Today, due to the needs of the league, it has evolved into each team having its own youth training team. Not only has the increased number of players led to more intense competition, but the
threshold for recruiting players has also risen significantly.
Compared to when I was in the youth training camp, the number of players in the same period has increased by more than 5 times. Those are teenagers around 18 years old, whose energy and reaction speed are at their peak, and they are the hope for future professional development. Currently, most of the star players and pillars of the league come from the same youth training camp as me. That's right, the 2023 youth training camp was the one that recruited the fewest players under the God Realm youth training camp model. However, starting in 2023, the Professional League of Gods and Gods entered the era of stars, with capital inflows, expansion of offline competitions, and teams no longer being limited to the traditional esports model. Given this context, how can I bridge the 3-year gap and return to where it all began? Thinking about it this way, I felt that Lin Hansa's few words seemed weak and powerless, like the withered autumn leaves struggling on the branches outside the window.
Let's talk about it another time if there's an opportunity. This is the most honest answer I can give.
After exchanging a few pleasantries, I hurriedly hung up the phone, saying that it was to let Lin Hansa get some rest. I explained that professional players train very hard every day, and Xingyu has been the uncrowned king for years.
When he comes to Kingdom, he will definitely be aiming for the championship. The pressure inside and outside the team must be immense.
There's another reason. I'm afraid he might inadvertently say something that triggers emotions deep in my memory. I don't consider myself a sentimental person, nor do I regret the decision I made. In the 3 years since leaving the youth training camp, I have lived the life of an ordinary college student, a mundane life that is not unacceptable. The only exception I've made is when Lin Hansa made it to the finals, even though I don't watch professional leagues. I bought a ticket with my own money and sat in the 3rd row. That seat was very close to the competition venue, and the cheers from the fans were also very loud and enthusiastic. It was just a pity that the ending that year was not satisfactory, with Xingyu's defeat allowing Quij to defend her title. I hurriedly left the scene the moment Lin Hansa took off his helmet in frustration. Standing in the dark corridor, feeling sorry for Xingyu, I had a strange thought for the first time. What would have happened if I hadn't left back then, and instead signed with the team and entered the professional arena along with everyone in the youth training camp? I'll most likely sign with Lin Hansa to the same team, but that would mean being oppressed by Lin Xingyang, which wouldn't be pleasant. After all, Lin Xingyang is Xingyu's captain, a ruthless character who can even handle Lin Hansu. Then again, with me around, we might not even make it to the finals, right? A cold wind brushed my face, and my heart was filled with mixed emotions. A sense of sorrow and hardship, of being adrift in this world, welled up inside me. Luckily, I don't have the habit of smoking, otherwise I would definitely be the kind of person with a huge smoking addiction. Back in the dorm, Housie sent me some photos of the esports club celebrating, along with a few voice messages. As soon as it was turned on, there was a cacophony of voices, and it was almost impossible to hear what Housie was saying. So I hastily agreed with a couple of comments, tossed my phone onto the bedside, and lay down with my hands behind my head. The intense light from the overhead incandescent bulb made me feel disoriented and suddenly gave me a sense of unease, as if I didn't know where I was. I shifted my left arm and pulled a yellow file bag from under the mattress. It looked like it had been around for a while. I used 2 fingers to carefully unseal the white thread sealing the bag. It was filled with photos and A4-sized printed documents. There is a group photo of the 2023 youth training camp. There are close-up shots of me and Lin Hansa training solo. There were awkward situations where entire dormitories were punished for being late. There are candid shots of various youthful faces in everyday life. There are also light swordsmen wielding 2 swords in various maps, known as Wild Goose Without a Trace. Behind the photo are archival materials, including a physical examination information form, a youth training camp registration list, training analysis data, training plans, and role ratings. There are 2 more copies, one of which is a photocopy of the list of registered professional players. Number 282, name, Gu Qingzhu, has been approved by the Alliance Registration Agency to become an active professional player in God Realm. And there was also a crumpled notice. Upon verification, it has been confirmed that player number 282, Gu Qingzhu, has seriously violated the professional rules of God Realm by maliciously modifying game data. He is hereby banned from the competition for 5 years. Everything was laid out, and at that moment my hands were empty. Everything had slipped to the side of the bed. Tears began to stream down my face without me even realizing it. I have never denied my past, but I keep it at a distance with a sense of sadness, as if it's better to cherish the memory than to meet again. This is the ultimate reason why I left the youth training camp. It was like an unfulfilled promise, a tomorrow that could not be reached. When everyone was wondering why I suddenly left, I did not give any explanation. I simply packed my bags and left resolutely, in order to leave with a dashing figure. 3 years ago, I left God Realm and the once glorious youth training camp with such naive and stubborn ideas. But right now, at least at this point in time, I really miss you all and long for a future where things can change. After tidying up the photos and putting the file folder back in its original place, my mind was a mess, so I simply took a shower and went straight to sleep. Housie was still fast asleep, snoring softly. It seemed he had stayed up very late last night. After a quick wash, I looked at the breakfast Housie had bought for 2 on the table and muttered, "He's quite filial." It was still early before the agreed time of 6 o'clock, and there was nothing to do in the dungeon, so there was no need to rush to log in. With nothing to do, I chose to open the official forum of Kingdom to see if there were any new leaks. Considering the situation he mentioned to me yesterday, he's probably still living a life of being hunted down. It's astonishing that he could get to this point in playing games. Actually, if you think about it carefully, putting aside the various emotional entanglements of Shanin Tianqian, his mastery of ice magic is probably among the best in God Realm. As a teammate who came from the same guild Paradise, his ice spear accuracy is ridiculously high, giving people the feeling that it has an automatic aiming system installed. However, the rumors circulating in the martial arts world about the reclusive Tianqian consist entirely of stories about how he indulged in philandering, to the point that no one really cares about how good this guy is at gaming. Out of brotherly affection, I mourned for him for 5 seconds. The title is Tang Ying transfers to the Queech team, Ling Xiao transfers to the Lu Yun team. Has the era of star players teaming up arrived? Tang Ying and Ling Xiao, these 2 names are quite familiar. Thinking back carefully, aren't they the players who came out of my youth training class? It seems that the era of stars that Lin Hansu often boasted to me about is probably really true. Clicking in to see what was going on, the poster's tone was extremely strong, seemingly expressing considerable dissatisfaction with the recent team transfers. According to the news released on the official website of the relevant club at 9 p.m. tonight, it has been confirmed that player Tang Ying, profession, light swordsman, number 275, has officially transferred from Qinghu team to Queech team. At 10 p.m. on the same day, player Ling Xiao, profession, War Rider, ID 290, officially transferred from the Nanfeng team to the Lu Yun team. As a longtime fan of the Qinghu team, I must admit that the team's ability to maintain a mid-level position in the God Realm Professional League over the past few years is largely due to the performance of Captain Tang Ying, who is also the number 1 light swordsman in the Chinese server. I feel sorry for Tang Ying's departure, but I also support her in pursuing her competitive goals. It is true that with the current configuration of Qinghu, it is not enough to fulfill the dream of the captain to win the championship, but no matter how you look at it, Kegu is not a good choice. Although Queech had a dominant performance of winning 3 consecutive championships in the God Realm League, Queech's personnel configuration had too many damage dealers, leaving no room for Tang Ying to perform. If she joined just for the championship, I cannot support her.
Ling Xiao's transfer is even more incomprehensible to me.
It's true that the Luyun team won the championship in the last professional league of God Realm and defeated Qingyu with an absolute advantage, but Luyun is not lacking in knights on the defensive end. On the contrary, Nanfeng, whose duo of Ling Xiao and Lu Xiaoxi had just started to gel and secured a spot in the semifinals, was suddenly separated, which completely disrupted his team's plans.
Could it be that with the kingdom, an era has arrived where stars band together for a single championship?
The comments under the post were mixed, but most of the comments were dominated by enthusiastic fans, with only a very few people expressing the same opinion as the original poster, opposing this deliberate grouping. For example, someone sent 24 consecutive messages saying, "Tang Ying, no matter where you go, we will always support you."
Can't Qinghu's fans have some self-awareness and leave the director alone? Please.
Tang Bao, fly freely, mom will always be with you.
Wow, Sister Tang Ying is so beautiful.
Of course, there was also the banter between the fans of the two major teams.
I won't say much about what Tang Ying's transfer means.
Qinghu should have released her a long time ago. With her coming to Queech, this time it will definitely be another three-peat.
What are you thinking upstairs? Have you forgotten how Luyun defeated Queech in the last season?
The third-ranked team has the nerve to say they want a three-peat.
Queech's era is long gone. With the addition of knights, how could Luyun possibly lose to you?
Ling Xiao is no good. He used Lu Xiaoxi and the home team to reach the semifinals and then left without any consideration. He'll cause trouble sooner or later.
No, Qingyu is the strongest. What are you all arguing about? Go, Moon White. Go, Kingdom.
The comments below had become a war of words between fans of the 16 teams. When I saw a ridiculous comment that said Lin Hansu was so handsome, I love him so much, I resolutely closed the post. Although I no longer care about the game and professional esports scene after leaving Gods of the Realms, I still hear snippets of conversation from people around me, Housy's incessant chatter in the dormitory, and every time I have dinner with Lin Hansu, he always forces me to tell him some anecdotes about professional esports. So I am not completely out of touch with the times and have some understanding of the situation of the professional esports scene in the late stages of Gods of the Realms. Specifically, before the players I trained entered the professional arena, the God Realm competition was not yet large-scale, which can be called the early stage of the professional league.
At
that time, the development of tactics and the configuration of personnel were still in their infancy. The professional league of God Realm has been held for 9 seasons.
Since the youth training camp mode was cancelled in 2023, KGE's era has officially begun.
He won the championship 3 times in the 5th to 8th seasons. Even though he was narrowly eliminated by the Luyun team in the semifinals last year, no one would underestimate KGE's dominant performance. In the same year, Qingyu also made it to the finals again, but unfortunately lost to Luyun both home and away, ultimately suffering a big defeat. Therefore, in the industry's opinion, everyone generally believes that Queech's strength should be above Qingyu's. In that final battle, Lin Hansu faced considerable public pressure. When his team's tactics were completely suppressed by Lu Yun and their health was gradually eroded by the opponent, defeat was only a matter of time. He boldly stepped forward, attempting to break the deadlock.
Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Zhou Zhanshi detected the surprise attack and defended it perfectly.
The direct consequence was that Lin Hansu lost his life, which accelerated the Qingyu team's defeat. As one might expect, public opinion overwhelmingly pointed to Lin Hansu, with many even considering him the culprit behind Qingyu's defeat. Lin Hansu could only silently endure these rumors. As the saying goes, experts see the details while laymen only see the spectacle. As a mere spectator, it is difficult to see the significance behind the contestants' decisions and the unchangeable course of the competition.
However, the significance of discussing these stories is quite limited.
As a new game, Kingdoms is a completely new game, and the original concept of team ranking is no longer valid.
Who knows if a dark horse will emerge with this tailwind?
Thinking of this, I opened WeChat and sent a message to Lin Hansu.
Have you checked the official forums? Is that transfer exciting?
Unexpectedly, Lin Hansu happened to be online and quickly replied to my message. It's quite explosive, but how should I put it, it's also within reason.
He then sent me 2 more voice messages.
Many things were actually pretty much known to people in the industry a long time ago, but fans and viewers just didn't know it.
It was only a matter of time.
Look at Tang Ying, you know how stubborn she is.
Can an average person play for Qinghu for 3 years without transferring? This time, she's probably finally convinced by Lian Wuk.
Guadu is probably planning to change owners and replan her career.
That's normal.
Everyone who stays in Qinghu is aiming for the championship.
Let's not even talk about Ling Xiao.
Nanfeng and Liu Yun had already reached an agreement last year. Liu Yun's Shield Rider is retiring this year, but it hasn't been officially announced yet.
You should know him, right?
Brother Wang, who has been playing since the first season.
Winning a championship in the last year of his professional career would be perfect.
To find a successor, there are already few Shield Riders in the national server, so they simply found a big-name warrior rider.
Isn't that Ling Xiao?
So they signed the contract early last year.
Who knew that Nanfeng's twin stars would achieve some results that year? I'm afraid Nanfeng is regretting it now. This is something that money can't buy.
I finished my bread before his voice message ended, and I casually asked him, "How are you?"
Feeling stressed?
Zero pressure, feel free to improvise. I know Lin Hansu is also a competitive type, the professional skills in Kingdom have all been revamped.
Who knows if those star players can adapt and live up to their value? Hey, what you're talking about are just minor factors at best. Look at the professional players these days, aren't they all exceptionally talented in gaming and have reactions faster than the average person?
Give them 6 months to adapt, and
the landscape of Kingdom probably won't change much.
I said, if you don't finish this game, won't you lose even your second son?
The other end sent a question mark emoji. Why does what you're saying sound so strange? In any case, do you think my skill level is enough to earn my trust?
That said, I'm not too worried about the player's performance, but rather the changes to the tactical system might be a big problem.
I nodded seriously. That hit the nail on the head.
After all, Kingdom is a brand new game, and we certainly can't simply copy the tactical theories of Divinity. The players will have to develop them themselves.
Why don't you come over and give it a try? Why am I being dragged into this again?
When it comes to tactical command, I admire you the most. Back when we were training, you were like a madman, always able to come up with some bizarre plans that disrupted the enemies and our own plans.
It doesn't sound like a compliment at all. I immediately and decisively denied it.
Okay,
why do you always make things difficult for someone who's not in this industry?
Lin Hansa tried his best to make his voice very seductive, although to me it sounded more like Donald Duck speaking in a high-pitched voice. Really not going to consider it?
It's a great opportunity.
You can also spar with Tang Ying on the field and let everyone see who is the #1 light swordsman in the country and take back the title that has been lost for 3 years.
Oh, I can't beat her, you flatter me.
The images involuntarily appeared in my mind, and I quickly interrupted him.
These were not pleasant memories.
Heaven knows why someone would get up at 7 o'clock every morning to train extra, and not only that, but they also dragged me along as their sparring partner.
Back then, I might have been a little better, but 3 years have passed. She must have figured out my little tricks long ago. There are also many new technologies that she has developed.
If she gives me a handicap now, I don't think I'd be a match for her. Lin Hansu sighed as he listened, it's too difficult. The strength of KGE's substitutes exceeds that of the starters of several teams.
It's too tiring to play against them.
Let your captain think of a way to bring in some fresh blood, or maybe poach some talent from within the company.
Let's not talk about it.
My captain nags me every day, he never gives me a good look.
Why are all the girls in our youth training program so grumpy? Tang Ying and my captain are the kind of people you can't mess with.
It seems like only Zhou Zhan, the poet, is alright, he speaks gently and is considerate.
What a mistake, I should have gone to the Liu Yun team back then.
I can't talk to you anymore, my captain's here, if he hears me, I'll be in trouble. A fleeting emoji remained on my WeChat screen.
I could roughly imagine what kind of life Lin Hansu led every day.
Amidst the grief, I couldn't help but feel a little relieved.
After spacing out for a while, I realized it was time to go.
I picked up my helmet and prepared to head to the kingdom to continue my conquest of the Moon Lake dungeon. Actually, I don't understand why I suddenly started absorbing a lot of information about the Nation Professional League today. Maybe yesterday's events rekindled a long-dormant expectation in my heart.
Although I'm reluctant to admit it, my longing for the professional esports stage has never wavered.
It's just that, there's no point in thinking about the suspension notice now.
Maybe that notice only applies to the gods and gods competition? It's better to take it one step at a time and not set unrealistic expectations for yourself in advance.
When they arrived at the riverbank, most of the team members had already gathered, browsing the trading market and checking the items in their backpacks.
Good morning, I greeted Feng Yueji.
He looked half asleep and waved at me blankly. We should have met 2 hours later.
It's too much to ask me to get up at this hour. Is it any good? Guanza challenged from the side, flipping his shield. The old man didn't say anything.
The young man's stamina can't keep up, which is probably closely related to his lifestyle. Feng Yueji's eyes narrowed into an unfriendly line as he glanced at Guang Guang's still smug back. Guang, this month's guild subsidies and equipment are probably.
Ah, President, how wise and powerful you are. Under your leadership, we have been able to get to where we are today. Listening to this from the side, I just found it amusing.
Although Feng Yueji's guild was not large, the atmosphere among the members was very harmonious, unlike traditional old-established guilds with strict hierarchical systems and harsh rules.
To be honest, I preferred this kind of humane environment.
So, he simply opened his friend list and added everyone present.
Goodness, they're still online at this hour. However, upon closer reflection, it makes sense.
Given his current situation, to avoid being hunted down, he has no choice but to avoid the usual routines and secretly level up. With nothing else to do, I sent him a message, still online at this hour, you're really working hard.
Don't tease me.
I've been working myself to the bone to escape this predicament, and now my sleep schedule is completely messed up.
You think you can still level up to level 28 in this state? Is level 28 strange? Oh, for a lazy person like you, we're definitely not on the same wavelength.
I sent a non-committal smiling emoji, taking it as a sign of my dissatisfaction with Shanin Tianxian speaking the truth.
To a large extent, I really dislike the monotonous PvE aspects of the game.
Therefore, in the past, I was always being dragged along by my guild and just coasting through leveling grinds. Only challenging gameplay like PvP or hidden levels can truly ignite my fighting spirit.
Simply put, it's laziness. My impression of Shanin Tianxian, ever since I met him in the guild, is that besides flirting with women, he's always running around leveling up. Are you kidding me?
I barely reached level 26 after completing a hidden dungeon.
With your leveling efficiency as a warlock, can you compare to that of a mage?
I can solo pull mobs and farm in groups.
I gradually sensed that something was wrong. What the heck, are mages starting to solo nowadays? No problem.
Just make sure you have a good grasp of the skill range, use the casting delay to create distance, and try to chain up your skills well.
Wild monsters aren't like bosses, they don't have any special skills. They're just different models. Then you'd have to fight monsters that are way above your level.
Although I know nothing about mage gameplay, I have a feeling it's not as easy as he makes it sound. From Shanin Tianxian's tone, one could not sense any pressure. It's alright, I can only advance 10 or 8 levels at this stage.
Pfft, are you kidding me? You can't even break through the defense of monsters level 35 and above?
He casually sent me a picture of his weapon stats, and when I opened it, I immediately shut up. It was a level 25 purple weapon enhanced by the Philosopher's Stone, which already had a significant advantage in terms of attributes compared to other weapons of the same level, and it also had an incredibly powerful passive skill.
Sage increases current spell damage by 30%.
Based on this calculation, he does indeed have the ability to defeat monsters of a higher level.
Don't even mention it. It cost a lot of money to buy it. If I hadn't been being chased and couldn't enter low-level areas, I wouldn't be spending every day exploring the wilderness map alone.
I comforted him, this isn't the first time you've been through this. Just wait for half a month, and the storm will pass. The game Hidden Heaven is located in Liaodong, the main city. Most of the players there are from the northeastern provinces, and they value morality the most. If you really get into a fight, it's not an easy thing to get away. To this, I could only say helplessly, no, go apologize.
At most you'll get killed once or twice.
You're turning this game into a survival game.
No, this is a matter of principle for me.
Anyway, once the main city teleportation function opens at level 30, I'm ready to make a run for it and ride off somewhere else.
Huh? Is that so? Don't you read the update announcement?
It was only released a few days ago, and it gives you 800 gold coins at a time. 800 gold coins, at the current exchange rate of 1:5 between gold coins and RMB, is worth 4,000 yuan.
Are you in Luodao? How's the environment there? If it seems reliable, I'll come and stay with you.
I was still reeling from the shock of a single teleport costing 4,000 renminbi, and casually remarked, nothing else, but lots of girls.
Shanin Tianxian's tone rose several notches, I knew you were reliable. I'm going to level up now. Wait for me.
When I came to my senses, memories of my past with Shinyin Tianqian flooded my mind. In the world of martial arts, one can't avoid matters of the heart and grudges. Since we spent so much time together, we inevitably clashed with assassins.
But who are we to complain when we're brothers?
We'd go to great lengths for each other, of course.
Just then, Feng Yueji shouted, raising his arms, brothers, let's keep going.
I looked up and met Zhu Fengwu's gaze. She nodded, which could be considered a greeting, before quickly looking away, her face blank with a sleepy expression. I raised my left arm and awkwardly gestured a few times in the air before starting to walk. In the middle of the canyon stands a towering suspension bridge, suspended above a bottomless abyss. It looks rather old, with the wooden planks of the bridge deck mottled and worn from long-term rain erosion, held together by several ropes that don't look very sturdy. The entire structure sways constantly in the wind, giving the impression that it's about to collapse. This feeling was confirmed the moment the luster touched his feet. The heavily armored knight stepped directly into the bridge and created a hole.
Guanza, tell me the truth, how much did you eat last night? Feng Yueji asked thoughtfully. Boss, there's no other way. As a knight, you have to be prepared to be a frontman. I'm doing all this to protect everyone.
Alright, hurry up and take off your gear and cross the bridge.
If I keep messing with it, this bridge will collapse.
Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and we successfully reached the other side of the canyon.
The taskbar display also changed accordingly. Defeat the Moon Clan priest, 0-1.
It seems this is a ranged class boss.
If it's a ranged boss, it's much easier to deal with.
On the one hand, this type doesn't have particularly strong mobility or armor, and on the other hand, it's much easier for tanks to draw aggro.
The middle-aged man looked at me with great interest. Oh, what do you mean?
In general, people believe that melee bosses are easier to aggro because they are perceived as having short range, simple attack methods, and small attack range. However, this directly leads to the problem that the boss's attacks are always off-target, which can easily cause the tank to lose aggro. Ranged bosses are different, their attacks are less likely to miss the melee tank, which can actually help stabilize aggro. Of course, all of this is on the premise that the tank can withstand the damage. The uncle clapped his hands to himself, drawing a questioning look from the female priest behind him.
Well said, Frostwinter. If you played knight, you'd probably be a pretty good tank too.
I quickly waved my hand, thinking that I couldn't do without a tank when I was grinding in dungeons.
That class was always working themselves to the bone, and it didn't suit my personality at all. Uncle, you're joking. My interest is still in DPS. Classes.
I can see that this is the first time I've seen a warlock like you who doesn't focus on crowd control.
Young people really do have ideas and can even come up with some inventions.
After turning a few corners along the towering rock walls, the road ahead suddenly widened, leading directly to the plains in the heart of the canyon, where several campfires burned. Behind the pale yellow tents, dark shadows flickered, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere.
This is it.
The status of the quest log has changed once again: defeat the Moon Clan priest.
It is recommended to defeat the 4 Moon Clan servants who accompany him first. Doesn't this mean we have to fight 2 bosses?
Xiao Shangwan complained, pointing at her quest panel.
It shouldn't be that bad.
Those 4 servants are just small fry at best, far less powerful than the boss himself.
Alright, here's the plan. Guanza and I will hold off the boss first. The rest of you will pair up and kill the servants first, then come and fight the priest.
Feng Yueji arranged, taking advantage of the downhill slope to stride towards the heart of the territory.
How do we group them? Feng Yue Pao Pao called out from afar.
Feng Yueji's voice drifted over from the other end. You're such a grown-up, be more independent and make your own decisions.
It's up to you. There are 8 people here, and we'll divide them into 4 groups.
Brother Frost Winter, don't look at me, I have to be with my girlfriend. Wind and Moon Bubble clasped his hands in a fist salute.
Hey, it'll be faster if mages team up.
Xiao Shangwan said loudly, as if she wanted everyone to hear her. Brother Frost Winter, I can, in my line of sight, another taciturn archer slowly spoke. However, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man before he could finish speaking. The man, who was thin, was almost carried away, making it hard to believe that the 2 of them were in the same profession. From afar, the uncle's firm and resonant voice could still be heard. Hey, what did Aji just tell you?
You're such a grown man, can't you even assess the situation?
I was both amused and exasperated, looking at Zhu Fengwu, who was standing to the side with her arms crossed. Let's go, it's just the 2 of us again.
I didn't realize you were so popular. It's not that simple. It's just a matter of profession.
Just like no one dislikes priests, control classes like warlocks naturally have a good impression of people, I gestured.
Have you seen the statistics on the official website?
The most popular classes are always support classes, while damage-dealing classes are often disliked. Zhu Fengwu snorted dismissively, nonsense, yet everyone still chooses to attack.
I looked up and grinned. After all, we're already in a game, who wouldn't want to be the protagonist?
You're a really strange person, Zhu Fengwu said, turning her head to look at me. You chose a control class like Warlock, but you want to play yourself like a damage dealer.
I'm a bit unconventional, I said, looking into her eyes. Since I can't be the best, I'll be the most unique.
Zhu Fengwu nodded thoughtfully without saying a word.
Don't take it seriously, it's just nonsense. Let's go.
A campfire was lit on the plain, and wisps of grayish-white smoke rose up, offering no warmth against the backdrop of the dark flames. Just as Guangza stepped into the territory, a deep voice rang out from inside the tent. Invaders who have crossed the Black Forest, you have finally arrived.
This boss even greets us. It's time to engage.
Guangza muttered to himself as he ran towards the tent in the center of the area. The silver shield struck the Moon Clan priest's cane, dealing a small 2-digit damage. Judging from the attributes alone, compared to the Moon Clan elder in the first level, the priest's health and defense are only half of what they were before. After all, it is a ranged class and does not have such thick armor. However, its attack attributes are nearly 30% higher. In addition, the boss's level of 30 adds a bit more difficulty to fighting monsters above its level.
Can you handle it, Shaoguang?
Feng Yueji stared at the attribute panel with worry.
That depends on.
Guangza nimbly flipped over to dodge a flying ray, whether your healing can keep up. I changed my defensive gear, so I can barely manage.
Alright, everyone go and deal with your servants first.
Zhu Fengwu winked at me. Go. I shrugged to indicate my acceptance and poked at the shadows in the tent with the fire poker in my hand. Soon, a hideous and disgusting face emerged, its body hunched over, and it staggered forward.
That's it?
These stats are only comparable to a level 25 boss in the wild, and coupled with the slow movement speed, they can hardly be considered a real threat.
I have a feeling it's not that simple.
Just like the first boss's berserk skill, the second level will definitely not let players pass easily. Zhu Fengwu's expression remained solemn as she approached the attendant, holding her short sword.
Are you overthinking it?
In my memory, she was the kind of person who would only feel at ease if she did things to the point of being meticulous, no matter how small.
In fact, it was just an ordinary level 30 elite monster, and it didn't even have any skills worth being wary of.
With such a slow attack frequency, it was impossible for it to touch my body. Among this group of 10, my offensive capabilities and those of chasing wind dance are probably the strongest.
With each skill we unleashed, in just over 10 minutes, the servant's health bar was already depleted.
The dark figure in the robe slowly stepped out of the ice array, smoothly landing on the hunter's trap.
A blood-curdling scream echoed through the sky, and the servant fell to the ground.
It was somewhat disappointing that no equipment dropped and no experience was gained.
What happened? Guangza's panicked voice came from afar.
From the team list, you could see that his health bar had dropped to only 1/4 in an instant. Feng Yueji reacted quickly, and the light of the great healing spell fell on Guangma's head, instantly raising his health by a significant amount.
Plus 1057.
In his panic, Guangza made a careless move and a black ray struck him squarely in the face, taking away all the health he had just gained.
Minus 2548. Instant kill.
Guangza died, and the hatred mark fell on Feng Yueji, who had provided a lot of healing.
This situation is quite different from the first level.
If it were a melee boss, even without a tank, the team could still use their range advantage to fight the boss.
However, the mage-type monster is very merciless.
It directly launched a fireball from the tip of its staff, cleanly and decisively killing Feng Yueji.
Minus 3657.
I recalled Zhu Fengwu's prediction from a few minutes ago, and glanced at her. She really went berserk. You're such a jinx.
Why do you sound like you're praising someone when you say they're jinxing it? Let's prepare to push the boss again.
With the tank and priest in the team falling to the ground, the battle was clearly lost. Facing the oncoming skills, the group bravely sacrificed themselves.
2 minutes later, we met at the entrance to the valley. A miscalculation, we've all been wiped out.
I'm so sorry, everyone, Feng Yueji said with difficulty.
Xiao Shangwan was still unaware of when the situation had changed. What happened just now? Wasn't everything going smoothly up ahead?
Things went smoothly at first, Guangza gestured with his hand covered in patent leather armor. Just after Frost Winter and Wind Dance God killed the servants, the boss's attacks suddenly became fierce. I was caught off guard and fell for it, both in terms of damage and attack range.
Both Zhu Fengwu and I nodded in agreement. The boss went berserk as soon as the servant died. Does that mean we have to fight the boss first? Feng Yueji pondered,
resting his chin on his hand.
Alright, let's fight the boss first this time. The key question is, what about those 4 servants? Opening the boss fight will inevitably involve the servants' hatred.
The worst-case scenario is that we need 4 people, 1 each, to pull away the servants, the uncle said. No way, Zhu Fengwu, who had been listening the whole time, suddenly shook her head and denied it outright.
4 people going to pull monsters will seriously reduce efficiency.
She lifted her foot, kicking up dust from the canyon floor, and continued speaking under everyone's gaze. The knight and 2 priests must be on the front line, leaving only 3 classes to provide damage output. If the boss goes berserk or something, and we can't lower its health in time, we'll inevitably face another wipeout.
But, Feng Yueji hesitated, wouldn't it be too much pressure to have 2 people pull 4 monsters?
Just as I was about to say that I could give it a try, Zhu Fengwu spoke up first. No need for 2 people, I can manage on my own. After she finished speaking, the scene fell into a stalemate. After a long while, Fengwu Bubble took over. It's not that I don't believe in the great gods of Fengwu, but a team wipe is related to 50% of everyone's experience. Everyone understands the consequences of messing up a servant's aggro. We are very grateful to the great god Zhu Fengwu for helping us pass the first hurdle, but we feel we should be more cautious on this issue. What Fengwu Bubble said in a high-sounding manner was actually a tactful denial of Zhu Fengwu's ideas, or to put it another way, they had not yet reached the point of complete trust in Zhu Fengwu. After all, every attempt came at the cost of 50% of the team's experience. Zhu Fengwu kept her head down, making it impossible to discern her expression. Her lips were slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something, but she remained silent. Trust her, I think this tactic is feasible, I replied, staring into Feng Yue Bubble's eyes. Xu Fengwu still didn't look up, only murmured softly. Because I was close by, I heard those words very clearly. What are you trying to show off for? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yueji commanded, since Brother Shuangdong has spoken, let's begin. After all, it's a boss, and in its berserk state, no one knows what might happen. Having an extra person to deal damage is very important. Everyone walked towards the boss in unison, with Zhu Fengwu and me lagging behind, or rather, she deliberately slowed down her pace. Thanks. The words carried an inexplicable heaviness when spoken by her, sounding awkward. Come to think of it, this was indeed the first time she had seen Zhu Fengwu need support. It's nothing, I just think the plan is feasible. You can go and pull the monsters without worry. I'll help if things go wrong. If you really trust me, don't turn your gaze towards me later. I joked, is it because you looked so pathetic being chased by the monster that you didn't want me to see you? Pooh. The boss fight was activated, and the Moon Clan priest raised his staff, unleashing a black ray at the night. Meanwhile, Wind Dance had already set a trap in front of the attendants' tent. As they moved, the aggro was automatically drawn to Wind Dance, and 4 black-robed figures began to move towards her. The group began to focus their attacks, and the priest's defensive attributes were not high, so the first 20% of his health was quickly taken down. Looking back at Zhu Fengwu, she was calmly leading her 4 attendants around the field in circles, looking like a race leader, which was rather comical. After 20 minutes of this back and forth, the situation suddenly changed the moment the sacrifice's health dropped to 60%. The dark blue cane pointed to the sky, accompanied by an unknown incantation, and a blood drop icon appeared as a debuff in all the status bars. Sacrifice deducts 5% of current health every 5 seconds. This effect will double every 15 minutes. Damn, I knew things weren't that simple. This debuff seems harmless, only affecting 5% of your current health, but if the battle drags on and a tug-of-war ensues, the doubled effect can stack 2 or 3 times, leading to a serious health loss crisis. Feng Yueji said, the milk supply might not be enough for everyone, so please take your own medicine when the time comes. Should I take medicine? I took out the medicine that Zhu Fengwu had given me earlier from my bag. I didn't expect it would come in handy here. Another 20% of my health has dropped. Boss, do you feel your steps are a little heavy? A bolt of lightning almost grazed his shiny scalp as it flew past. Feng Yueji frowned, his eyes full of suspicion. Xiao Guang, are you trying to find an excuse because you can't hold on? It's only been a short time, not even an hour. You have to hold on. Guanzi held up his shield, looking like he was about to cry. Boss, it's true, I feel like my movements have slowed down a lot. It's true, the uncle nodded emphatically, there's something new in the status bar again. I glanced at it. Gravity magnetic field reduces the unit's movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed by 10%. This effect will double every 15 minutes. Are you kidding me? Xiao Shangwan shouted directly. Another debuff. The reduction in speed is particularly fatal, whether for the gleaming light in the center of the arena or the wind-chasing dance on the periphery. Fortunately, there's no sign of anything amiss with chasing wind dance yet. She's still moving with incredible agility. Who knows how much her equipment has boosted her agility? However, no matter what, this can't go on forever. It's time for a quick and decisive solution. Skills were continuously unleashed on the boss, finally causing its health to drop below 20% after 20 minutes. At this point, the boss had been sacrificed twice, losing 20% of its health every 5 seconds. Fortunately, with the support of potions, it could barely survive. However, if the fight dragged on for another 15 minutes, the existing amount of health recovery would be absolutely no match for the debuff. Just then, a system notification sounded. Boss Yuri, the Moon Clan priest, has entered berserk mode. Another piece of bad news. What's going on? At the same time, the combined reduction in movement and attack speed is not to be underestimated. Feng Yueji has to focus more on Guang. Knights already have low agility, and under the influence of the debuff, it is even more difficult to avoid area of effect skills. Meanwhile, the distance between Zhu Fingwu outside the arena and her attendants behind her gradually decreased, and the scene began to become tense. She began to frequently run in a serpentine pattern to increase the distance between herself and her clumsy attendants.
10% left. Qiu Shangwan complained, waving her staff, "I've used up all my mana. It takes more than a second to cast a fireball."
Feng Yueji watched the boss's every move with a tense expression, and hurriedly shouted the moment the cane was raised, "Watch your step." A black bolt of lightning struck diagonally, tracing my waist and striking the ground, leaving a charred crater. 2 people in the team list had their health reduced to 0. Upon closer inspection, they were another mage besides Qiu Shangwan and Feng Yue Paopao. Fortunately, the knight and priest were still alive, so the journey could barely continue, but it was obviously much less efficient than before.
"There's only 8% left, it seems like we're going to run out of time," the uncle said, calculating. "With 2 less damage dealers, our efficiency has dropped too much." "Ah. Then all that effort was for nothing again." Guanzi sighed suddenly, almost getting hit by his cane. "Wait. I suddenly realized that since the current output efficiency is not keeping up, the only way to improve the situation is to bring in the wind chaser from outside the field. After all, my fire burning cooldown is now on cooldown, and at best I can only play the role of crowd control and output, and my role on the output side is really limited." I turned around and ran out of the circle. I have to say that this debuff gave me the feeling of stepping in mud, and I was not as fast as I usually am. I put it simply, "Go and deal damage to the boss." She glanced at me, understood immediately, and decisively turned around and walked towards the central tent. I casually cast an ice spell to take control of the aggro, and the 4 servants began to close in on me step by step. This task was not as easy as I had imagined. Due to the slowing effect, I could not easily create distance between myself and the servant. I was hit on the back without paying attention, which triggered the sacrifice debuff, and my health bar dropped to 5%. That was close. I knew very well that the crisis was not over. At this moment, I still had 4 menacing servants behind me, and I could not possibly outrun them on foot. I took out a rope from my backpack. Ever since I went on a dungeon run with Housie last time, I've kept some everyday items in my bag for emergencies, and I was going to put them to use on a day like today. I glanced at the rock face above and found a protruding spot. I quickly hooked a rope around it, used my arms for leverage to lift myself off the ground, and swam forward. "What the heck, Frostwinter, are you rock climbing?" Guanzi was stunned for a moment as he watched my actions behind the boss. 6% remaining. Fortunately, the addition of Wind Dancer has greatly improved attack efficiency, giving hunters a lot of room to maneuver when facing ranged bosses. As the attendants behind me approached again, I looked around but couldn't find any rocks to lasso. I gritted my teeth, it seemed I could force my leg strength to work this time. He set up a slowing ice array on the ground, and with immense grief, summoned 2 skeletons to serve as cannon fodder. Under the attendants' fierce offensive, the Bone Knight was somewhat weak and frail. In just a few steps, he was swiftly dismantled by the tapping of the attendant's cane. To make matters worse, a cold system notification sounded in my ear, indicating that the debuff was stacking up again. My health bar dropped by more than 20% in no time, and then the servant's ferocious face almost touched my forehead, and the cane in his hand was raised high. A dungeon run can feel like a horror game? It's done! A golden light flashed overhead, and my level rose to 27, instantly restoring my health bar to full. I rolled away from the range of the cane's attack and turned around. The boss's health had been depleted, and its black robe lay scattered on the ground. It wasn't easy. Luckily, the great god of chasing wind dance came and improved the output efficiency. If it had been 10 seconds later, the outcome would have been hard to say. Guanzi breathed a sigh of relief and squatted down on the ground. It's all thanks to Brother Frostwinter's discerning eye that he volunteered. With tears welling up in my eyes, I waved my hand and said, "You can say whatever you want, but help me deal with these 4 things behind me." "Oh, right." 5 minutes later, I looked at the 4 lifeless corpses on the ground. The second phase of this instance had finally come to an end.
Congratulations to your team for completing the second phase of the Moon Lake dungeon and successfully defeating the Moon Clan priest Yuri. Feng Yueji walked towards the loot, glancing at me as if seeking my opinion. It's time to check the boss's loot. I understood immediately and said directly, let's assign them according to their professions. The boss has already gained a considerable advantage in the first phase, so it's not really appropriate to make any unreasonable demands at this point. Feng Yueji didn't say anything more polite, and nodded to me. Then it's settled. Equipment will be distributed according to class, and gold coins will be distributed equally for the same role points. This is indeed the boss of the hidden dungeon. The number of gold coins dropped on the ground alone is equivalent to the weekly output of some game studios, totaling more than 600 coins. In addition, there are 5 pieces of equipment and a shiny philosopher's stone. Feng Yueji took out a weapon from inside, which looked somewhat like the cane used by the priest earlier. Name, Crimson Scepter. Class, Warlock. Usage level, 33. Quality, Epic, Purple. Additional effect, increases the duration of the formation by 25%. I didn't expect to get a purple weapon for a Warlock right away. Although the Warlock class isn't exactly popular, a level 33 main weapon is definitely expensive on the market. However, I already have a fire-type weapon in my bag that can switch attack forms, so I'm not very interested in this one. Brother Shuangdong is really lucky. Feng Yueji picked up the weapon and pretended to hand it to me. I don't want it. You can keep it for the Warlock in the guild, I replied decisively. Guangza, being straightforward, blurted out his doubts. A level 33 purple weapon, bro, don't be shy with us. Those around them nodded in disbelief. I brandished the fire starter in my hand. I'm still more used to using this one. After all, my playstyle is a bit different from that of a typical Warlock. After listening to my explanation, Feng Yueji said, Brother Shuangdong has said so, but I still feel like I've gotten a great deal. I feel bad if I don't compensate you properly. I wasn't finished speaking. Give me that one, okay? I pointed to the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone, you want this thing? Feng Yueji picked it up from the ground and shoved it into my hand. It's yours. This thing isn't of much use to us anyway, so nobody has any objections, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. Thanks. Feng Yueji waved his hand, you're welcome. There was one purple necklace left, which rolled to another priest. The remaining 3 items were of blue quality, so they weren't as attractive. Although my defensive gear isn't very strong right now, purple items have been dropping so frequently these past 2 days that blue items are no longer a big deal. Let's keep going then. It seems there's one last stage to the dungeon. The man looked at the map and pointed to the exit ahead of the canyon. I have some recollection of this place. I first met Chasing Wind Dance because I was mistakenly teleported to the Moon Clan's territory, probably during the 3rd phase of this instance. I never expected that I would have to face it again in a head-on confrontation. It seems that Brother Frostwinter has done his homework. I scratched my head. It's not really that, I just happened to be here by chance. As expected, everyone's gaming experience is completely different. Xiao Shangwan sighed, looking dejected. We can only grind monsters and level up every day, unlike others who go on adventures and risk their lives in the frostfall winter. Something doesn't sound right. I was indignant about this. As they spoke, the final stretch of the canyon came to an end, revealing a series of camps of varying sizes. If I remember correctly, they were composed of Moon Clan members and elite Moon Clan warriors, a rather diverse group, but also a good place to level up. Your team has entered the 3rd phase of the Moon Lake instance, the Moon Clan camp. The current task is to clear out the remaining Moon Clan members, 0/500, and Moon Clan warriors, 0/100. Looking at this massive number of monsters spawning, it seems we need to reconsider our strategy. These 500 monsters will take forever to kill, Feng Yue Paopao said with a worried expression. I wouldn't say anything even if I got hit 500 times, Guangza rolled his eyes at him. If you think about it this way, these are all experiences. Alright, it's almost noon. Let's have lunch and continue this afternoon.
Feng Yueji saw that it was time and simply told everyone to disperse.
I took off my helmet, and Halsey was already sitting on the table, slowly moving his chopsticks and picking at the rice in his lunchbox.
The busy man has gone offline. He winked. Look at what you're saying, what do I have to be busy with?
I leaned back in my chair and looked at him.
We haven't seen you for days.
The esports club thought you were throwing a tantrum because they wanted to recruit you.
I scratched my head and said innocently, you don't know me.
I've been helping others with dungeons these past 2 days, just wandering around in circles.
Halsey's hand, which was holding a chopstick, was suspended in midair as he looked at me suspiciously. Wait, I told you that you always encounter good things, so why doesn't anyone invite me to play dungeons?
Hey, you need to be more independent, go explore more wilderness areas, and connect with unfamiliar players.
This is a standard I specifically set for you.
Something's not right, Halsey said, putting down his chopsticks and bringing his face close, staring at Gunai with lifeless, dead fish eyes.
Gunai, are you hiding something from me? I felt really uneasy looking at him.
Halsey isn't a very perceptive person, and the way he said it made it seem like he had some solid evidence, but I've been hiding a lot from him.
I don't even know which one he was referring to. Have you been flirting with some girl again? Confess. Roll. The afternoon was a boring monster slaying session.
When I was level 11, I accidentally wandered into Moon Lake and was chased by hundreds of Moon Clan members for half a day without being able to fight back. Now that I've leveled up and called for help, these monsters no longer pose a real threat to me. The camp covered a wide area, and since they only brought one knight, they didn't split into 2 groups. Instead, they formed a 10-man squad and swept through the area from front to back, which was quite efficient.
I can't go, uncle. You're a local. It's too much trouble for us Northeasterners to go all the way there, right, boss? Guanza said, looking at Feng Yueji.
Yes, uncle, I've been quite busy at home lately, with a lot of things to take care of, Feng Yueji said, looking troubled.
I'm so envious of you living in Linjiang City.
Linjiang City, I live in Linjiang City. It just goes to show how small the world is.
How can you meet locals from Linjiang City here? What about frosty winter? The uncle turned to look at me. I live in Linjiang City. Everyone looked on in surprise. Huh? What a coincidence. The uncle patted my shoulder. Then brother Frostwinter, remember to come. I'll treat you to a meal then. But, what is the opening ceremony of Kingdom?
After asking this question, seeing the confused looks in everyone's eyes, I regretted asking it.
Xu Fingwu leaned against the camp wall with her arms crossed, giving me a practiced eye roll. There are actually players from Linjiang City who don't know what the opening ceremony is?
Open the offline events section on the official website, and the first announcement is about the opening ceremony of Kingdom to be held in Linjiang City, which will be held in a month. In short, it is a large-scale game launch event for Kingdom.
The scope is quite broad, including promotions of game features, giveaways of offline merchandise, and even opportunities for close encounters with star players. Get up close and personal with star athletes. I continued scrolling down.
This year's event started with players selecting 2 teams for an entertainment match. Creech scored the highest, leading the second-place team by a quarter of the votes. Qingyu and Luyun followed closely behind, with a very small difference in votes. If Qingyu makes it to the finals, he might get to meet Lin Hansu.
Come.
To think of it, it's been more than half a year since we last saw each other. The last time was when I passed through Liaodong province, where Qingyu lives, on my way back home, and he treated me to a meal.
Ahem, I said, pretending to understand. If nothing comes up, I'll probably go.
Although she was secretly afraid of trouble, she didn't want to dampen the uncle's enthusiasm.
Okay, we'll get in touch then.
With the conversation over, the team entered into a busy monster-killing phase. Guangzhou was in charge of surrounding the monsters. I cast 1 or 2 formations, and then the ranged classes used AoE attacks. This cycle repeated for 3 to 5 rounds, and the monsters in one camp were cleared out. As I was walking, something suddenly bumped into my waist. I thought it was a monster attack, but when I turned around, I saw that it was Xu Fingwu fiddling with her short sword. I think the blow was from the hilt of the short sword.
You live in Linjiang City? Xu Fingwu asked me casually. Yes, in Linjiang City.
Oh. I remember you mentioned it last time, Xu Fingwu murmured. I was wondering why the character wind above your head looked so familiar.
It turns out it's the Esports Guild in Linjiang City.
Seeing that she had seen through me, I could only nod and say, quite a coincidence.
Judging from your schedule, you're still in school, aren't you?
What a great example of putting yourself in someone else's shoes. I'm much more diligent than you, I don't wake up until 1 p.m.
But I couldn't voice these thoughts, so I said, of course, I'm a junior now.
Xu Fingwu rested her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Which university did you attend?
Windchime University.
Her gaze habitually drifted upwards, as if she were thinking, before she said after a while, I seem to remember.
I'm also in Linjiang, at Xuanyu University.
Your performance shows that you have absolutely no recollection of it, okay? I raised an eyebrow, recalling what Liang Xinyu had said a few days ago. She hoped Fengling University could enter the national finals this year. This was probably just the starting point for others. I guess so, said Xu Fingwu, waving the short sword in her hand. The core of the Xianyu team used to be Chu Xiaozi. Later, he graduated and went to play in the professional league. The old tactics could not be executed, and the new system was not well implemented. That's how the past 2 years have passed. I had heard Liang Xinyu mention the name Chu Xiaozi before, but I didn't have a deep impression of this player, probably because his team, Ling Yuan, didn't have outstanding results.
Wait, why are you suddenly asking me this? You're not trying to gather intelligence, are you?
Xu Fingwu suddenly realized something, staring at me warily with her beautiful eyes, clearly classifying me as a spy. I was both amused and exasperated, and said to her, I was just asking around, nothing more.
If there's anything you want to know, I can tell you. Let me think about it, maybe. I can pay you back for now.
I helplessly shrugged, tacitly agreeing to her request.
In fact, I knew very little about the Windchime Esports Club.
My only impression was that Housie had mentioned that Windchime had a trainee player from a professional esports team, whom I had met once offline that day, but I had no idea how good he was. The older man listened quietly from the side, then smiled and said, I envy you young people. You have such a good relationship and your skills are also quite good. You have a bright future ahead of you.
Xu Fingwu pouted, my relationship with him isn't good.
I nodded and said, it's purely a combination of interests.
Uncle, there's no need to be so pessimistic, I retorted.
He smiled noncommittally, his stubble falling off his face. Life is indeed very long, but in terms of values or ideals and beliefs, they have already been set.
In an instant, I knew he must be a man with a story.
Considering his mysterious profession, he must have had many stories worth telling.
However, I didn't ask.
After all, everyone has a story, just of varying lengths and contents. For example, Aji and his ex-girlfriend, their relationship was so good back then. Feng Yueji stood at the forefront of the battlefield, her back twitching slightly, her voice drifting over slowly, Uncle, please don't sing of my sorrowful past. No, tell me about it, Xiao Shangwan said, her interest piqued and her gossip-loving nature ignited.
I still don't understand that matter. Xiao, would you like to help Guanza pull monsters?
Feng Yueji smiled as he looked at Xiao Shangwan. Focus on the dungeon, came the satisfactory reply from the other end. Before we knew it, another day had passed, but we were still far from clearing 100 campsites. Today we had only cleared a little over 50, so it seemed we would have to continue like this for another day. The 2-day monster hunting journey was finally completed at 10 a.m. the following day. The progress bar in the taskbar finally reached 100%, and all the monsters in 100 camps were cleared. This was indeed a considerable undertaking.
To be honest, I'm a bit numb. Guanza had been beaten for 3 whole days, and he looked emaciated. The durability of his equipment had dropped to 0 twice.
Feng Yueji grinned maliciously, Xiao Guang, this is just the beginning.
The journey in the game kingdom is still long. You need to learn to grow.
These 2 days are just about having to work 10 hours a day.
Boss, is it too late for me to switch jobs now? You don't want the equipment anymore?
His radiant face suddenly changed expression, becoming resolute and determined. Keep moving forward and take down the last boss. I watched their banter and laughter in silence, observing the results of the past 2 days. My experience points had jumped to about halfway to level 28. The monster drops had also been rewarding. The warriors in the camp dropped some blue quality armor around level 25, perfectly suited to my current level, finally allowing me to finally shed the days of wearing outdated level 15 gear. I looked at Zhu Fengwu with a hint of smugness. She used to always brag about my defensive gear. You didn't expect how much health I have now, did you? Over 4,000. That means even as a squishy ranged DPS, I can escape being one-shot. Oh, by the way, how much do you have? She opened the attribute panel, completely bewildered. Oh, I have over 5,500, what's wrong? Excuse me for asking, what kind of equipment do you have? This is normally a matter of personal privacy, but since you asked, I might as well tell you, she said, scrolling through her equipment inventory. A full set of purple level 25 armor, a purple necklace. She looked at me with some doubt. Your skills are decent, so why didn't your esports club give you priority in training and providing you with equipment? I recalled the scene of Fongling Esports and Wanqiu vying for leveling spots, and it seems that the conditions are not available for the time being. I'm more used to being self-reliant. Xu Fengwu raised her eyebrows. I didn't expect you to have this side to you. I misjudged you and shouldn't have shared the equipment with you. It's okay, I can make an exception for you this time. The dungeon has finally entered its final stage, and the status in the quest log has changed. Defeat the Moon Clan chieftain and Moon Clan guards, quest progress 0/1. Guanza's voice came from afar. What's going on? There are 2 bosses in the final level? Moon Clan Guardian, Feng Yueji looked at me. You're not referring to that dragon from back then, are you? Xu Fengwu and I exchanged a glance, thinking that we couldn't rule out such a possibility. The ice dragon boss back then produced the key to the hidden dungeon, and who knows if he might become the guardian of the final checkpoint. Again. We'll see when we look, there must be a way to deal with it. The layout of the camps on the plain was gradually coming to an end, and at the end was a vast wilderness with bare ground devoid of any vegetation, which seemed unsuitable for life. Where's the boss? Fengyu Pao Pao was quite puzzled by the fact that the end of the dungeon was a desolate wasteland. As the sunlight shone through, I saw a faint shadow on the ground in the distance. If I'm not mistaken, there must be something hidden there. There's probably an entrance over there, I said, pointing to the direction in my line of sight. As a hunter, Wind Dancer's profession inherently requires excellent eyesight and observation skills. Seeing her nod further confirmed my inner thoughts. Then let's go. After advancing about 30 to 50 steps, a void appeared in my field of vision. Inside, there seemed to be a downward spiral staircase, so the light was not enough for me to see what was at the end of the void. The final level of this dungeon is clearly not that simple. Feng Yueji sighed and stepped into it first. Guanza hesitated for a moment. Boss, why don't I go first? If there's a trap or something inside, your physique will make you a survivor in no time. Feng Yueji's response was to retract the foot he had stepped out and give Guanza a push as a matter of course. Fortunately, the cave was not as traps and machinations as they had imagined. It was just a long journey with no light, so the group continued to descend the spiral staircase in the pitch-black environment. I've lost track of how long this process lasted. Fortunately, Kingdom is a game with a realistic style, otherwise, this situation would inevitably lead one to associate it with the supernatural. Finally, the radiance walking ahead broke the silence. It's over. I kept my head down and focused on walking, and only then did I notice that faint yellow light was gradually penetrating the front of my field of vision. As I moved, it expanded and eventually revealed an exit that was about 1.5 meters high. No one could have imagined that there was a hidden paradise underground. Just moments ago, the upper levels were bathed in bright sunlight, but now, looking up, one sees a shimmering Milky Way. A crescent moon hangs high in the sky, serenely radiating a milky white light. We were standing in a lush meadow, with unidentified vegetation just ankle-high, resembling real foxtail grass, and feeling soft to the touch. Xu Fengwu's secondary profession is medicine-making, so she can also collect herbs. She squatted there for a while, fiddling with the plants, probably testing their quality. After a while, she stood up dejectedly. You need to be level 30 to collect them, what a pity. Seeing such a peaceful scene at the exit, my mental preparations crumbled instantly. I had thought I would be facing a formidable boss.
Are we still in a dungeon? I nodded. This is Moon Lake. I'd been here before by chance. You can see it in the distance.
I pointed to a bright mirror in the distance, which was Moon Lake under the moonlight. The lake was calm on a windless moonlit night, with undercurrents surging in the unfathomable water, and silver fish could be seen swimming by, flicking their tails. The group stared blankly at the scenery before them.
After a long while, someone finally spoke up. Weren't we here to complete a mission? How did we end up here?
I'm afraid this is the final hurdle, I replied, shifting my gaze from the shore of Moon Lake. If I weren't currently in a dungeon, I could lie on the grass in front of me for the entire night.
But we can't even see a shadow of the boss here. Let's go up the mountain. There shouldn't be another round of monsters to fight.
The mountain path was rugged.
Although there were signs of human construction, the steps were uneven, and there were no handrails to hold onto, so the climbing speed slowed down immediately.
A large number of
MoonClan people lived on both sides of the road.
They hadn't noticed us when we were watching from a distance at the foot of the mountain. Now it seemed that there were several times more monsters than we had imagined. Fortunately, the MoonClan people's hatred trigger mechanism seemed to be different from before. They just watched us warily, their hostile eyes making us look like a group of invaders who should be condemned. Similarly, we dared not provoke them. The largest one, Guangguan, walked shakily ahead, afraid of incurring someone's hatred and triggering a series of chain reactions. Just think of this huge monster horde, numbering in the thousands. With our abilities, we really had no way to contend with them. I had a feeling that there were no good people behind the door. It would be more accurate to say that they were inviting us into a trap rather than that we were visiting them. Perhaps the MoonClan members had put too much pressure on everyone during the ascent, because no one spoke as they reached the barrier. Seeing the somewhat somber atmosphere, Feng Yueji turned around and made a comical gesture of encouragement. We've reached the final stage.
After defeating this boss, we can go home. I feel like we're never going to get off work. Guanzi stammered, but after being glared at by Feng Yueji with ill intent, he swallowed the rest of his sentence. The uncle, however, seemed fearless, laughing heartily. Let's go in and take a look. We have the advantage in numbers, so why would we be afraid of a boss? The moment I opened the door, the surrounding temperature plummeted, as if winter had suddenly arrived. A dragon-like monster, roughly the height of 3 adults, came into view. Its entire body seemed to be covered in crystal. It was the ice dragon boss I had encountered in the underground cave that day. Judging from the boss's loot that day, I felt it must have some connection to the MoonClan, and sure enough, we had met again. Just as they were pondering this, a deep baritone voice came from the end of the barrier. Adventurers, I didn't expect you to still come here. The source of the sound was an ordinary middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes, holding a carrying pole in his hand. It didn't look like a weapon that could cause harm at all. But this unkempt man had a line of golden characters on his head. MoonClan Chief, level 35, Lord level boss. Level 35, someone exclaimed in surprise. I frowned, and the expressions of the people around me were also not optimistic. The difficulty of a level 35 boss for a team that was not even level 30 yet was self-evident. Level 30 is a significant dividing line for all classes. At this point, each of the 7 classes will evolve into 2 branches, which is what players often refer to as job advancement. When you change jobs at level 30, each job will learn a powerful skill that is unique to that job. For example, a priest will learn the resurrection skill after changing jobs to priest, or a mage will learn the ice crystal spell after changing jobs to ice mage. Thinking back, Lin Hansu had mentioned to me that their professional team had also successfully completed this dungeon. However, considering the leveling speed of professional players, they should have already reached level 30 and completed their class advancement when they played this dungeon. Therefore, their team's equipment strength far surpassed ours. Don't panic, everyone. Since the system has set up this instance, there must be a way for players to pass it. Let's give it a try. Feng Yueji reassured everyone, but judging from his expression, he was clearly not very confident. Boss, the key is that there are two bosses here. Guanzi pointed to the ice dragon not far away, as if the huge guy made him more wary. Although in terms of level, the ice dragon was only level 33, it should not be as difficult to deal with as the main boss here. As we were talking, the Moon Clan chieftain slowly walked over from the other side, gave us a solemn look, and then said, "So the Empire still won't let us go, is that it?" I was completely confused. What did this have to do with the Empire? Wasn't this a dungeon for players to challenge? The older man looked at me and explained in a low voice, "This mission was received from the kingdom. The task is to find the Moon Clan's location and defeat their chieftain." At this moment, Feng Yueji looked at the approaching boss and lowered his voice to reply, "We are only acting on the orders of the Empire." Sai, the Moon Clan chief sighed, then slung the carrying pole over his shoulder. "Since that's the case, there's no room for negotiation, so let's get started." In the blink of an eye, two hate symbols appeared above Guanzi's head, and both bosses entered combat mode. Clearly, they couldn't see eye to eye, and even half a sentence was too much. A battle was about to break out. The figure moved so fast that it was difficult for the human eye to catch it. All that could be seen were several overlapping afterimages in the field of vision, and then the light suddenly flew backward. "What kind of skill is this?" Guanzi complained, looking at his health bar which had dropped by a third. This was only the boss in its normal state. If it went into its berserk state in the second half, he wondered how ridiculously powerful its attack power would be. Watch out! While restoring Guanzi's health, Feng Yueji quickly added a level 25 skill, Divine Blessing, which grants 30% resistance and restores 7% of health per second for 10 seconds. As Guanzi fell to the ground and became stunned, the ice dragon launched an attack, hitting him accurately with another breath attack. If Feng Yueji hadn't raised his health beforehand, Guanzi would have been on the verge of death. It's unrealistic for a knight who hasn't yet changed classes to tank two level 30 plus bosses. Someone has to share the aggro of one of them, otherwise, once the priest's skills go on cooldown, Gleaming will have almost no chance of survival. The best person for this job is of course. Although I could give it a shot, I figured that chasing the wind dance would be a more reliable option. I was about to speak when I realized that the figure behind me had disappeared some time earlier. When I looked away, I saw that she was already locked in combat with the ice dragon. That's really self-aware. With great power comes great responsibility. Without saying a word, relying solely on her courage, she single-handedly pulled the boss away. This kind of action is probably something only chasing wind dance could do. There's no time to worry about that right now. I set up several formations along the boss's path in advance to try to slow it down, but the effect was minimal. The level difference meant that the negative effects of the skills were reduced by several percent. The 35% figure may not seem like much, but when it actually went on, it became clear that Guanzi couldn't withstand the boss's damage at all. A sudden punch, which she couldn't block, took away more than half of her health. No, we need to switch resistances. We have to wait for this armor reduction debuff to wear off. Feng Yueji frantically released skills, and also realized that Guanzi was no longer able to withstand the boss's fierce attacks. However, during this raid, Feng Yueji, aiming to increase damage output, did not bring many melee classes. The only two melee classes were an assassin whose fragility was no different from that of ranged classes, and a hunter who was already pulling the boss. You can't expect Zhu Fengwu to pull two bosses by himself, can you? Having analyzed all this, there's really no other choice. The off-tank role should have been taken on by the swordsman, but now, I'll have to fill in for him. Leave it to me. I activated the active state of the fire starting skill, made a gesture towards Feng Yueji, stepped forward, and struck the teleportation. This kind of thing should have been explained sooner rather than later. After understanding my current situation, I quickly calmed down. Since the boss has a so-called teleportation skill, then unorthodox methods like rolling to create distance are obviously useless. All I can do is confront him head-on and try my best to counter every move he makes. Although there is a significant difference in attributes between me and the Moon Clan chief, that difference is only at the level of the character panel and does not mean that I cannot overcome the attack through skillful maneuvering.
I stared intently at the boss in front of me. At this moment, the distance between us was only about half a meter. This feeling of facing the boss at close range is something that many ranged classes cannot experience, but this scene had a strange sense of familiarity to me.
That was in the Game God realm. Although it has been a long time, I still can't deny that the experience left an indelible impression on me.
I have stood at the front of the team countless times, facing bosses of all shapes and sizes. The punch came from the right, and I heard the sound of wind rushing past my ear. As expected, the Moon Clan chief kicked, and this time my prediction came true.
Then came the second round, this time on the left side.
They used the same trick again, and were still unharmed.
To some extent, the boss is just a program set by humans.
If you figure out the order and path of its attacks, it is not impossible to pull the monster without taking damage.
However, this is based on the condition that no mistakes can be made. Looks like, it seems I don't need to go on stage? Guanza stared blankly at me in the center of the arena, dancing around the boss like a dancer. Wow, that's amazing. Guanza, take a good look. Fongyue Pao Pao teased from the side.
Guanza rolled his eyes at him disdainfully and patted Fongyue on the shoulder. Boss, look at Bubble, it doesn't do anything.
You two brats, go find somewhere cool and stay there. Can't you see I'm busy? Guanza secretly rolled her eyes and muttered, it's not like I need your treatment.
The ranged classes continued to unleash their damage skills, steadily reducing the boss's health. The older man, seemingly out of nowhere, slowly approached Fongyue, a bao in his hand, and whispered in his ear, Aji, tell me who these two kids are. Fongyue helplessly shrugged. At this moment, his healing skills were basically useless, and he could only add 2 buffs on the side.
I don't know either. We met by chance.
At the time, I felt they were just ordinary players who were a bit stronger.
I asked them for help.
After all, it's almost impossible for our guild to clear this dungeon entirely on our own. The middle-aged man waved his hand, it's impossible, otherwise we'd still be stuck at the first hurdle.
Tell me the truth, you didn't borrow these 2 kids from some youth training team, did you?
I remember the penalties for youth training teams taking on private jobs are really severe.
Fongyue shook his head firmly, no, that's not the case. Didn't you hear what they said? College students.
Maybe times have changed.
It's the era of young people now.
It just so happens that they found 2 people with such a high level of ability. Having come from the world of divinity, I've only seen a handful of classes other than tanks kite bosses like this.
Fongyue patted his shoulder, no need to sigh too much. This boss isn't over yet. Who knows what other changes might happen later? It's hard to say.
No sooner had he finished speaking than I slipped in the middle of the arena and took a hard punch from the boss, sending me flying like a kite once again. The floor was slippery, which was indeed a factor I couldn't anticipate. Fortunately, I avoided being hit by the boss's kick this time, otherwise, given the armor I had been wearing, which the boss had reduced.
Said to Fongyue.
He nodded in response, that makes sense, but we have a limited number of people on the field.
Guanza, Frost Winter, and I have to stay here.
This way, the archers can stay, and the assassins and mages can go and fight the ice spirit. This will basically ensure that the rate at which our health drops is about the same. It must be said that the active effect of the wind and moon silence weapon played a significant role. With only 1 priest on the field, Radiance was able to withstand the boss's attacks, largely thanks to his high healing output. He stood at the edge between the 2 bosses, allowing him to keep an eye on both sides and single-handedly maintain the situation. The problem was that 2 key damage dealers were missing, significantly reducing offensive efficiency. Furthermore, the active effect of the Fongyue weapon only lasted for 1 hour, and it seemed unrealistic to defeat the bosses within that time frame. After that period, the fate of the 7 players remained uncertain.
I watched the Moon Clan chief's movements warily.
This guy with the carrying pole wasn't an honest man, and I was afraid he might unleash some tricks or unleash a skill that was hard to defend against.
Both bosses' health was dropping, and the turning point came the moment when Ice Soul's health dropped below 50%. When the Guardian Ice Soul's health drops below 50%, the skill Ice Crystal Domain is triggered, reducing the player's movement speed by 20%, and causing continuous damage of 5% health loss per second as long as the player is within the ice crystal domain.
Guanza stumbled upon hearing this, almost losing his health. Are you going to let people pass or not? Even the usually optimistic uncle shook his head this time. It's too difficult. Once this debuff appears, unless you have exceptionally good equipment or have completed a job change, it's almost impossible to pass. Foam Yueji remained silent, seemingly wanting to struggle a little longer, but the group healing effect could only barely counteract the debuff of the ice crystal domain's damage. Once the skills were in a vacuum, the continuous drop in health would be an inevitable reality. The first to suffer was Foam, who had the least health. After being hit by the ice dragon's breath, her already meager health was completely depleted. The remaining few seemed to have lost their will to fight, as if to say that this dungeon journey had come to an end. With Guanza's demise, the aggro shifted to Feng Yueji. As a fragile priest, she naturally couldn't withstand the boss's heavy blows. People in the arena began to scatter and flee, and in the end, only Zufengwo and I remained alive. Looking up, the Moon Clan chieftain and the Ice Dragon still had 38% and 35% health remaining, respectively. Both Xu Fengwu and I still have a 50% chance, so optimistically speaking, we might still have the advantage. Do you have any other ideas? She asked me, as the Ice Dragon behind her pressed closer and closer. I gave a wry smile and didn't answer. Just this buff that causes me to lose health every second would be hard to endure without a priest, let alone having to face two bosses chasing and blocking me under these conditions. If we absolutely must try to solve the problem, we must first get out of this area covered by ice crystals, but where is there anywhere to go now? The floor is completely covered. Wait, the floor is covered, but what about the ceiling? I looked up and realized that the ice crystal field seemed to only extend to the walls and floor, leaving the ceiling as the last blind spot. That large chandelier might be the turning point. Come with me. I took the rope out of my bag. I never expected that this piece of equipment would be the most useful in this dungeon run. If I had to rate it, it would definitely be an orange-level legendary piece of equipment. Twist your wrist and throw the rope forcefully, so that the part with the metal hook lands on the chandelier, thus completing the path to the ceiling. Xu Fengwu looked somewhat bewildered, but quickly realized what was happening and her eyes lit up. You go first, I gestured to her. Ah. You're fast, you can pick me up when you get up there. I didn't have time to explain further. After all, the boss wouldn't wait for anyone, especially the Moon Clan chief. If I got entangled with him, it would be very difficult to get away. As I watched Chasing Wind Dance's figure gradually rise, I set up all the magic arrays on the ground, climbing while simultaneously tightening the rope beneath me. Perhaps it was due to the nature of my light armor class, but I felt as if every ascent was a struggle against gravity. The power of science was so immense that I found it difficult to move. By the time Chasing Wind Dance had already settled on the chandelier, I was still awkwardly hanging in mid-air. A noisy discussion could be heard in the team's voice chat. You two must be great inventors, right? I had no interest in their discussion at that moment. Xu Fengwu peered up from above and said, Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm out of energy. It's probably because the light armor class has too little energy stored up and has already used it all up. She covered her forehead with her hand in exasperation, pointed behind me, and said, Don't say I didn't warn you, the ice dragon can attack you from this position. I turned my head in the direction she was pointing, and a pale blue breath flew towards me. But how am I supposed to dodge this? I could only watch helplessly as I was struck in the back and swayed forward. Luckily, I held on tightly to the rope, which prevented me from falling. My health is still relatively good, around 10%, and with the help of medicine, it can slowly recover. After all, I won't be restricted by the ice crystal field while in the air. Is it okay if I pull you up? Her eyes betrayed undisguised distrust, then she pursed her lips and tried to pull the rope with both hands. The result was that it didn't move at all. No, you're too heavy. I was powerless to argue. I took a deep breath and struggled to continue upwards. Finally, a minute later, Xu Fengwu reached out and pulled me up. The ice dragon kept breathing beneath me, but due to its limited attack range, its attacks always became obvious mid-air.
And while the Moon Clan chieftain could perform many actions that ordinary people couldn't withstand, it was unlikely he could defy gravity and ascend directly into the sky, was it? Ah, that's good, lying right under the boss's nose. I breathed a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Xu Fingwu rolled her eyes at me, as if she thought I was spineless. Have you ever thought about this? How are we going to even encounter the boss? I looked down from the high place, and a wave of dizziness filled my brain. After getting away from the boss, I had indeed reached a relatively safe position, but at the same time, I had to think that only archers and mages could make use of this attack range. What should we do? We finally made it up here, we can't just go back and get beaten up again, can we? Although she asked such a question, I could tell from Zhu Fingwu's expression that she seemed to already have a way to deal with it, and now she just needed me to give her an opportunity to express herself. She smiled slyly and pulled a crossbow from her backpack. I recognized it as a life skill item needed for the leather armor crafting profession. Crossbows were often used to hunt neutral creatures outside. That's also possible. As she spoke, she drew her bow and aimed at the boss below, but the arrow went wildly off course, flying out at almost a 60-degree angle to the crosshair. I pretended not to see it and gestured for them to continue. Please continue. Another shot, this time veered in a different direction. She frowned, seemingly wondering how she could have failed twice in a row. Frostwinter, are you sure you can do this? You can't even hit it. Glossy's voice came through the team voice chat. They couldn't see what was happening on the chandelier from their perspective, so they thought it was the crossbow bolt I fired. I understood immediately and loudly echoed, "There's no other way, it's not my major, I don't know how to use this thing. How about letting Chasing Wind Dance give it a try?" The look in the beautiful eyes beside me gradually turned unfriendly, so I quickly shut my mouth, fearing that the consequences of missing the target again would affect me. Fortunately, this time I managed to hit the ice dragon's hind leg, and a small number of 87 popped up. After all, it was just a life skill item, and the damage it caused to this kind of boss that was much higher level was really limited. As I was pondering this, a set of crossbow bolts was shoved into my hand. But even with two people working together, wearing down the boss would be a huge undertaking. By the way, do you have enough crossbows? After about 10 minutes of archery, the two bosses' health had only dropped by a little over 1% each. At this rate, the battle would last for more than 5 hours, and the number of crossbow bolts consumed would be considerable. It should be fine. My backpack is expanded to the maximum capacity, and a quarter of the space is used to store crossbow bolts, 99 sets, 100 bolts per set. Oh, then as long as I maintain a hit rate of more than 50%, I thought to myself, don't look at me, I didn't mean to imply anything. But no matter what, repeating such an action is really boring. If it weren't for the attraction of the items dropped by the boss, I would never have tried such a thankless task. Killing the boss with life equipment sounds crazy. The team voice chat was incredibly boring, all they could do was watch the boss's health drop at a snail's pace through the ground level perspective. Can't you be a little more careful? Phone Yueji interrupted him with a speechless emoji. People are working hard up there fighting the boss, and you're just resting here? Well, there's nothing I can do to help, so how about I sing a song for everyone? No. The voices in the audio suddenly became unified. I didn't think it would be a good idea to let these people just wait around. After consulting with Xu Fingwu, I said to Phone Yueji, why don't you guys log off and rest for now? It'll probably take about 5 hours. Just log back on an hour early. Xu Fingwu and I will try our best. Xu Fingwu and I stared at each other, completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening as the avatars in the team list went offline one by one. However, Feng Yueji sent me a message from my friends list. Keep it up, bro. The environment has been created for you, the perfect space for two. You don't expect me to have a romantic conversation under the chandelier above the boss's head, do you? Seeing the change in my expression, Xu Fingwu thought something had happened and asked, what's wrong? I couldn't tell the truth, so I just gave a vague answer. My roommate said he'd treat me to dinner tonight. Ouch. I wasn't close enough with Xu Fingwu to talk about anything, but we tacitly kept quiet. I continued with my mechanical work, and my thoughts began to wander. 2 hours had passed, and I felt like I might fall asleep at any moment when a message from Shanine Tianxian popped up in the chat box. Bamboo, I've arrived in Luoyang. Where are you? Bamboo is what people who knew me used to call me. After all, my name is Gu Qingju. What? You're already level 30? I sent him my coordinates. Hidden dungeon, how come I get all these good things at once? He fired off a string of question marks. What are you doing? Use your equipment to fight the boss while standing on the chandelier. You're really something, maybe that's what gaming talent is all about. I smiled and took it as a compliment. You can go to the west bank of the river in the forest outside the city first. I should come out from there. I estimate it will take more than 3 hours. Okay, I'll look around first and then contact you. I'll refocus my attention and finish this dungeon. I estimate I'll be able to reach level 30 by then, and then I'll face the issue of choosing a class branch. There are 2 types of warlocks. One is the control-oriented spellcaster, which will probably be the choice of most warlock players. The other is the more offensive confederate, but because its offensive efficiency is not as good as that of the mage, it still needs to be explored. Playing a control-oriented class in a conventional way doesn't suit my personality, so my final choice will most likely still be the sorcerer. Before anyone knew it, the boss's health had dropped by 20%. The system notification sounded, and the ice dragon in the arena suddenly raised its head and then completed a 360-degree rotation while exhaling, and the dragon's breath directly covered the entire arena. I was still shaken. If we hadn't thought of this method, we really wouldn't have had a chance of getting past this boss. Xu Fengwu nodded and said, I did my research beforehand. The main teams that cleared this dungeon and the surrounding cities were mostly professional teams with the best equipment and had completed the level 30 job advancement. The difficulty of this dungeon is based on level 30. So you already knew all along. Then why did you still dare to come? This team's configuration is simply not good enough. We have to give it a try, right? Going up a level isn't an impossible task. I shrugged. I'm afraid only you would think that way. Playing this dungeon has been so torturous that it's messed up my sleep schedule for several days. Zhu Fengwu was moved. Who isn't? It's easy to get tired after playing dungeons for a long time. I'm going to sleep for 12 hours after logging off this time. Looking back on this dungeon run, I realized that Wind Dancer was an indispensable key player, and also bore the heaviest workload. Without her, we would never have made it this far. Thinking that I dragged her into this mess, I can't help but feel a little guilty. I coughed and said solemnly, anyway, Lao Zhu, thank you. You are definitely the biggest contributor to this dungeon run. Old Zhu Fengwu, isn't that old Zhu? The person at the other end of the chandelier gradually lowered their gaze, a sense of crisis unconsciously rising within them. I could be kicked off the chandelier at any moment. She covered her forehead, giving you a helpless look. If you're going to call someone by a name, can you at least give them a nicer name? Old Feng? I shut my mouth, saying another word would put me in grave danger. She thought for a moment, as if she had made a decision, sighed, and said to me, you are allowed to call me by my real name in private. After all, we live in the same city, and we will inevitably run into each other in the college league in the future. My name is Wang Mufeng. She rarely spoke with such seriousness. The moment she spoke, it was as if she were making a divine oath, her face radiant with confidence. But what I was thinking was, so it was old Wang. I nodded solemnly and said, Gu Qingju, you can also call me Gu Nai. Gu Nai, good night, she muttered to herself, then looked at me. What a strange name, let's just call her Gu Qingju. Judging from her expression, there was basically no possibility of correcting her, so I gave up. Gu Qingju or Gu Nai were just code names. What she was called probably didn't matter that much. Nice to meet you, please take care of me. It was quite strange to say such polite words to her. Please take care of me. She gazed into the distance and said, you don't need to thank me for what you said before. I'm happy to pursue these challenging opportunities, and I will definitely go whenever possible and do my best to complete them. Before I could speak, she shook her head again. I'm sorry, I said some strange things. I just looked at her seriously and said, I understand. Everyone has their own life principles.
When I said those words, I never imagined that one day in the future, I would be sharing my seemingly strange life beliefs with her in a special setting.
Alright, keep going, we'll each have 18% left.
The mission is more than halfway complete, and it seems that the challenge of the dungeon is gradually coming to an end. My archery accuracy is decent, I might try transitioning to archery someday. Wang Mufing's is alright too, with an overall hit rate of about 50%.
Considering that, the number of crossbow bolts should be sufficient.
Hey bro, we've logged on to spectate.
Wow, you guys are making good progress. Looks like we're on our way to victory. Feng Yueji's voice suddenly appeared in the team chat. 3% left, just right. Let's witness the moment the boss is defeated.
Even a seasoned player like the uncle sounded excited. After all, it's a hidden dungeon, just completing the quests yields substantial rewards, not to mention the loot dropped by 2 level 30 plus bosses.
Shield, boss, see that. Guanza could no longer contain his excitement.
I see it.
Can't you be a little more dignified?
Feng Yueji said disdainfully.
There's still one more boss.
What's the rush?
The older man tried to lighten the mood. Xiao Guang is still using level 25 equipment, right?
That shield is probably a level 30 plus purple shield, which is quite rare on the market these days.
That's it. Come and see for yourself.
The final shot from the crossbow landed precisely on the Moon Clan chieftain's chest, displaying a critical hit number, and his long health bar finally reached 0. His body trembled twice, and finally he knelt on one knee, motionless. The ice crystals in the arena melted instantly, and a golden light flashed above my head. The experience points given by the 2 bosses were very generous, allowing me to level up completely and surpass the level 30 mark. The avatars in the team list lit up, and as Wang Mufing and I climbed down from the chandelier, they also entered the venue through the gate.
Thank you for your hard work. Feng Yueji couldn't suppress his smile and shook my hand vigorously a few times, just like a former boss.
Thanks to you, I quickly reached level 30.
I pointed to my head.
Without this dungeon, with my normal leveling efficiency, it would probably take me less than a week to reach my current level. In this current 10-person team, apart from Feng Yuefeng who has died quite a few times and is still at level 29, the rest have met the level requirements for job advancement, with Zifeng Wu even reaching an astonishing level of 31. Looking at the leaderboard, she is currently in 9th place, and there are no more than 100 people in the entire main city who have reached level 30. In just a few days, I surpassed the majority of players in level. Thinking about all the effort I put in these past few days, it was definitely worth it. The Ice Dragon drops a total of 5 pieces of equipment, a Philosopher's Stone, and a bunch of gold coins.
This shield? Feng Yueji looked at me. Although it was agreed beforehand that the shields would be assigned according to profession, he probably wanted to ask for my opinion since the final level would mainly rely on my and Wang Mufing's efforts.
Give it to Xiao Guang.
I waved generously.
I suppose Wang Mufing felt the same way. Just being able to participate in this dungeon was already a huge benefit. Guang had worked so hard, getting beaten up all the way, so it was only fair that he got this shield. When Guanza took the shield, the look in his eyes seemed to have changed. Xiao Guang, there's no need for that.
It's just a shield.
I quickly tried to dispel his strange idea.
Frosty Winter, it's all my fault for not being a woman.
He wanted to say something more, but Feng Yue Pao Pao couldn't stand it and covered his mouth. Check out the shield's effects, don't just keep having fun, the uncle reminded him.
Guangza posted the shield stats in the team chat, a level 35 purple item called Frostheart.
Its stats were naturally far superior to any other equipment on the market, and it also had an outrageous passive skill, Ice Crystal. When a block is successful, it reduces the opponent's damage by an additional 35% and causes a 1-second slow. Wow, this passive effect is way too overpowered. Feng Yueji patted Guangza's shoulder meaningfully. Guangza, you need to make good use of the shield and practice your blocking skills.
I'll give you extra training when we get back. Guangza was still basking in the joy of acquiring the divine artifact when he suddenly heard about the additional training.
He felt a sense of unease, and the smile on his face gradually faded. It seemed that the training that Feng Yueji was going to arrange was probably something special. There are 2 purple leather armor pieces and 2 blue weapons left, but they are not as attractive as the main weapon shield. After all, the most scarce and sought-after items on the market are always offensive equipment. After the roll, the 2 purple leather armors were taken by Uncle and Fengyue Bubble, respectively.
As for the blue weapons, Zhifengwu and I said that Fengyue could distribute them as he pleased.
After all, at level 30-something, most players already had blue gear, so blue weapons weren't exactly hot commodities. Then comes the main character of this dungeon, the Moon Clan chief. Among the loot beneath him are 2 two-handed swords emitting a faint red glow.
If I'm not mistaken, those should be the weapons of a light swordsman.
A sudden flutter ran through me, and then I realized that I was no longer related to this profession. Whether it was two-handed swordsman or light swordsman, it was all in the past.
The equipment dropped by the Moon Clan chief isn't a carrying pole? Feng Yueji joked, pulling 2 shimmering, fiery red two-handed swords from the pile of equipment.
When they saw the weapon's attributes, everyone fell silent for a moment. This is actually a level 40 legendary weapon, which is a red equipment that has never appeared on the market before. There are tens of thousands of weapons on display in the trading house, and there has never been a red weapon before.
This is the first one. Title: The Wildflowers Have Faded. Usage level: 40. Quality: Red Legend. Slot: Two-handed lightsword, exclusive to light swordsman. Special effect: Hot reduces the cooldown of all skills by 15%. When a combo effect is achieved, the attribute value of this effect is doubled. Its attack attribute is almost twice that of a level 35 purple weapon, Guangzi said, taking a deep breath. And there's this passive ability too. Light swordsmen already have short cooldowns, and with this weapon, if you play it properly, you can probably seamlessly chain skills together. Feng Yueji smiled knowingly. Everyone should know how valuable this weapon would be if it were sold on the market now. It would probably cost at least 6 figures. There are no light swordsmen here, so let's roll for it. It's quite fair to determine ownership of this valuable weapon using a roll system. Feng Yueji took the lead, casually shook his hand, and threw out a 9, which was basically eliminated without any suspense. Then came Fengyue Bubble, who took a deep breath with a serious expression, shook his wrist, and created enough momentum, resulting in a score of 18 points, twice that of Fengyue. After a round, the highest score was 87 points for Qiu Xiangwan. It's just me and Wang Mufling left. At this moment, she remained calm, showing no excitement at not seeing the red weapon. I guessed it was probably because the two-handed sword was not related to her profession. But it was precisely this casual toss that landed at 97 points, and a different emotion finally appeared in her beautiful eyes. I jokingly said to her, "Aren't you afraid I'll roll a 100? She raised her face and smiled nonchalantly. "Then you'll have to treat me to a meal." I pressed the roll button, and the number bounced around, rising from a single digit to a double digit, then falling back to a single digit, and finally settling very subtly and shakily at a 3-digit position. Wait, a 3-digit number? Isn't the 3-digit number in the roll just 100? I raised my eyebrows, momentarily unable to accept the current outcome. A joke I made earlier had unexpectedly come true. Wow! Brother Frostwinter, I'm counting on you from now on. Guanzo walked over and nudged my arm with his elbow. Okay. I took the 2 swords that were glowing red from Feng Yueji's hands somewhat blankly. By a twist of fate, I ended up touching a light sword again after 3 years. Congratulations, don't forget to treat me to dinner. Wang Mufing looked at me slyly, as if she had everything under control. The uncle shook his head, his face bearing an expression of self-deprecation that I couldn't understand. Frostwinter is indeed more powerful. He's got a weapon now and has the chance to treat Winddance to dinner. It's a double blessing. Uncle, what are you saying? I don't understand. I pretended not to know and quickly brushed it off, but this doesn't seem like a bad thing after all. At the same time, a system announcement suddenly popped up in the world. The first legendary weapon of Luo Dao has been created. Congratulations to the owner. The system will reward you with an additional 1,000 gold coins and a philosopher's stone. World broadcast, what a pity it didn't reveal who owns it, so we can't brag about it anymore. Phonyweb Bubble shook her head regretfully. The older man patted him on the head and said as if he were educating a younger person, "Fool. If you reveal who owns it, you'll be guilty of possessing a treasure, and people will inevitably try to take your weapon. It's better to keep a low profile for now." I nodded in agreement. The uncle was right. Countless similar incidents have occurred before, especially for a player like me without a strong background. Having a priceless weapon makes me an easy target for envy. Another round of rolling began, and I immediately chose to fold. Before they could speak, I brandished my two-handed sword and said directly, "I won't participate. I'm content with what I have." Given Frosty Winter's luck, he might actually win again. Before Feng Yueji could finish speaking, he rolled a number of 96. In fact, he eventually acquired the equipment. Another piece of equipment was a level 40 purple leather boot, which had a passive effect that increased movement speed by 20%. After several people rolled the item, the points were not particularly high, and it eventually went to Wang Mufeng with 85 points. She took the pair of exquisite leather boots, suppressing a smile from her face. I knew very well how attractive that 20% movement speed bonus was to her. The remaining 3 blue equipment pieces were given to Feng Yueji, and the gold coins were split equally among everyone. This dungeon run officially came to an end. The progress in the taskbar has been updated again, changing to go to the main city government, find the city lord Luing to complete the task and receive the reward. Feng, do you know what this is called? Guanza held up his shield and showed it off to Feng Weifeng. It's called returning home in triumph. Feng Weifeng scoffed, rolled her eyes, and headed towards the exit at the other end of the venue. As they passed the kneeling body of the Moon Clan chief, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke, startling everyone present. "Adventurer, can I discuss something with you?" Feng Yueji was the first to react and cautiously asked, "What is it?" "Tell me." I was afraid the boss might suddenly stand up and hit me with the carrying pole on his shoulder. The Moon Clan chief, however, showed no intention of fighting. He sighed slowly and said, "I know you have come here on a mission from the Empire. Our Moon Clan has been living here in seclusion for many years, and our seclusion has not defied the Empire's wishes at all. But the Empire still refuses to let us go." He looked at the gate in the distance. Sometime during the night, the gate had been opened a crack, and countless Moon Clan members stood behind it, quietly watching what was happening inside. He continued, "If possible, please don't hand over my people to the Empire. Once they fall into the hands of the monarch, they will surely die. Also, please rest assured, you can take my head to the city lord. Before I die, I will completely seal this place off as a forbidden zone, so that no one can ever enter this area again, and of course, we will never see the light of day again." As if waiting for a response, the Moon Clan chief lowered his head again. "What do you all think?" Feng Yueji turned to look at everyone. "According to the mission description, we'll complete the mission once we defeat the boss. However, if we follow his suggestion, the mission rewards might be reduced somewhat," Xiao Shangwan analyzed rationally. "Personally, I hope this area can be preserved, even if it's permanently sealed off." Wang Mufeng, who had been silent until now, surprisingly expressed her thoughts first. She looked out the window toward Moon Lake. "After all, it is indeed a very beautiful place." "I agree. We've received enough rewards along the way, so it's not a big deal if we get fewer from missions. Everyone's opinion is fairly consistent. They all tend to believe that Moon Lake, this pristine place, should be preserved." "Okay, I promise you." "Thank you, please proceed." The Moon Clan chief bowed his head, as if awaiting execution. The ice dragon beside him suddenly awoke, as if sensing its master's fate, and let out a heavy whimper. "Forget it, it's the 21st century already. It's inhumane to do this. Besides, it's creepy to walk around with someone's head on the street." Feng Yueji waved his hand, indicating that even the Moon Clan chief should be spared. As expected of the boss, he's compassionate and considerate. Guanza echoed admiringly from the side. Feng Yueji replied irritably, "It's no use flattering me now. The special training we agreed on will still be there, so don't overthink it. With his plan falling through, Guangza lowered his head in frustration, a posture almost identical to that of the Moon Clan chief.
A system notification popped up. Whether you truly intend to retain Moon Lake will lead your mission to another branch.
Please consider this carefully.
If more than half of the team chooses to retain it, it will be considered as agreed.
All 10 passed. You have formed an alliance with the Moon Clan. Moon Lake has been turned into a closed map and cannot be entered by anyone other than your allies. Guanza pointed to the system prompt box. What is a closed map? It's no longer open to the public.
All entrances to the wilderness maps are closed, and only people like us can get in. Immediately, a white, crescent-shaped stone appeared in my backpack. Moon Clan token, a certificate for free entry and exit to Moon Lake when out of combat, allowing a maximum of 50 people in a party at a time, with no limit on the number of times. The Moon Clan chief carried the carrying pole on his shoulder and pointed to the exit at the other end. Adventurers, please leave from there. I will keep my promise and turn this place into a completely closed area. A system notification sounded. Attention players, the mission has ended. Moon Lake will be closed for 48 hours, during which time it will be impossible to enter by any means.
Let's go. The exit should be the pool of water we came from a few days ago. Guanza was still happily waving his shield, as if performing
a farewell ceremony, completely forgetting that it was still a boss's loot. This left the Moon Clan chief, who was watching us leave, standing there dumbfounded and at a loss for what to do. The passageway at the end of the site is built on the bottom of the lake and leads directly to the ground. Just as they were about to see the light of day again, they suddenly saw an arrow whizzing past overhead. Fortunately, its aim wasn't very good, and it plunged headfirst into the lake water beside them.
Something's wrong, someone's lying in ambush. Someone's here, who is it? Guanza looked blankly at Feng Yueji, who was walking at the front. Haven't you finished the dungeon yet? What kind of dungeon?
They must be enemies with ulterior motives.
Let's prepare for battle.
I didn't expect them to have chased us all the way here. The uncle's expression gradually became serious. He took down the bow from behind him and aimed at the bushes in the distance.
What should we do? How many people are there on the other side? Should we retreat?
Feng Yueji shook his head. The instance is already closed, and we can't go back now. Or rather, we're already trapped at the entrance. From the bushes in the distance came rustling sounds, and layers of figures gradually appeared, probably 30 to 50 people. Among them, archers and mages could be seen with their weapons at the ready, as if they might open fire at any moment. The leader was someone we knew, Chen Mahanchan. The key to the hidden dungeon was taken from one of his men. The druid was dressed in a full green suit, almost blending into the bushes, radiating a strange green glow.
Friends, I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Chen Mahanchan had a confident smile on his face, showing off his yellow teeth, as if his numerical advantage made him feel confident of victory.
Old Xian, it's been a long time.
You're still as green as ever. Feng Yueji maintained a calm and collected demeanor on the surface, making it seem to anyone who didn't know better think that he had anticipated this and had set up an ambush in advance.
Feeling uncertain, I quietly asked the older man, do we have backup?
There isn't one at the moment. The brothers have all gone to level up in different places. I raised an eyebrow and took my weapon from my waist. Feng Yueji was used to acting like a big shot, but the disparity in numbers between the two sides was too great, and a battle was inevitable. Although Qian Mahanchan was dressed in green, her expression subtly changed upon hearing Feng Yueji's words, and her tone became urgent. Don't be so smug. Your 10 members of the Feng Yue Guild are already surrounded.
Let's see what tricks you can pull now.
Wang Mufeng and I exchanged a glance, as if there was nothing wrong with our thinking. After all, the grudge we had with Qian Mahanchan was, in some ways, even greater. Wait, those two, just as I was thinking, Qian Mahanchan seemed to have recognized me and Wang Mufeng from the crowd.
Damn, I was wondering where your Feng Yue Guild got the key to the dungeon. It took me so long to figure it out. Turns out you're all in cahoots.
Seeing his exasperated look, I interrupted him with a grin. Brother Hanchan, there's no need to make us look like we're heartless. This boss is definitely for the capable to fight, and whoever gets the loot keeps it.
You're talking nonsense.
If we're talking about ability, take a good look at the brothers in the Hong Kong Coliseum behind me. If you don't hand over the loot from this hidden dungeon, none of you are leaving here today.
Feng Yueji shook his head. Old Qian, you're too impatient. Tell me first, how did you know we were playing here? It has to be said that Qian Mahanchan is quite a talent.
Despite the back and forth between me and Feng Yueji, he maintained his patience and explained tirelessly, your lousy guild is quite hard to get into. It took several days to plant a spy.
You must have been lying in ambush here long ago after you found out your location.
I didn't expect you to have been in here for so long. You must have gotten quite a few loot from this dungeon. It's all right, Feng Yueji said, making a rather bizarre gesture in front of everyone. He picked his nose and flicked his fingers.
But what does this have to do with you, Qian Mahanchan? Alright, let's see who's the real deal then. Wait. You've taken all the good stuff at the Hong Kong Coliseum?
A hoarse and shrill voice pierced the air. Just as Qian Mahanchan was furious and preparing to start a battle, another group of people slowly walked over from the other side of the riverbank.
They seemed to be even more imposing than the first group.
Their IDs all had the character Wan in front of them, so they were undoubtedly from the Wanqiu Guild. The leader was none other than Xin Yuan, whom they had met not long ago.
The gray-robed assassin's eyes were devoid of any emotion. His gaze swept over Feng Yueji's group as if he didn't care about their presence at all.
It wasn't until he noticed me in the group that he inadvertently frowned, as if wondering why I was there.
Then, a message from Abyss popped up in my chat list. Why are you everywhere?
I sent a silly smiley face emoji. It's just a coincidence, long time no see.
I can avoid making things difficult for you, but don't make things difficult for me. Look at what you're saying, my opinion doesn't count here.
Qian Mahanchan, who was hiding in the grass, was also surprised to see the Hong Kong Coliseum team suddenly appear. After a brief moment of thinking, he turned around angrily and brandished his grappling hook. Who leaked the news? I'm not saying this to be rude, but if the Hong Kong Coliseum appoints someone like you as vice president, how can you expect them not to lead a bunch of rabble?
Say that again. I can't be bothered with you. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave on your own.
Looking at the tense scene before me, this sudden turn of events was something I hadn't anticipated. But this might not be a bad thing. The more chaotic the situation, the better our chances of escape. After all, the number of people is limited, and they are already exhausted after finishing the dungeon. The difficulty of breaking through in front of hundreds of people is self-evident. It is best to avoid fighting if possible. Just as I was preparing to seize an opportunity to escape, a booming male voice suddenly came from above the waterfall behind me. We're all here for the same reason, so why don't we get our hands on the spoils first?
What do you all think? Could it be that 3 groups of people have gathered in this small place? Judging from the situation, we are completely surrounded by 3 parties.
The one who spoke just now was a swordsman named Wen Dao, holding a dark blue longsword. The weapon gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, looking anything but ordinary. Combined with his flowing armor, he certainly seemed like a master. When asked to speak, not only did both sides fall silent, but even the usually quick-witted Feng Yueji chose to remain silent, which was quite unusual. I was puzzled and nudged Wang Mufing's arm. What's the background of this guy?
She looked at me in surprise, then explained, didn't you do your research before coming to Luodao? There are 2 professional sports teams here, and Wanqiu is one of them. The Wen Dao you see here is a youth training player for Wanqiu. I nodded in a mock manner. Youth training player, huh?
That's all right. Brother Shuangdong is still too carefree, the uncle continued from the side. The strength of professional players is beyond our imagination. Even a youth training player is considered a rare expert in ordinary situations. Let me tell you this, if it were only Wanqiu and Hongguan guilds, we might be able to break through. But with Wen Dao personally bringing Wanqiu here, the probability of escaping this time is
infinitely close to 0.
Feng Yueji added, I suggest we give the important equipment to Bubble.
He can use stealth to find an opportunity to leave.
That way, we'll only lose 1 level at most. We can just try to avoid them while they're leveling up.
I just think they're exaggerating.
It's just one more so-called youth training player.
Why make such a big deal out of it like the game is already decided and they're making their final arrangements? Just as I was observing Wang Mufeng's attitude, she noticed and rolled her eyes at me, saying, "Don't look at me, I know what you're thinking, I have my own way." What method? Run. I was stunned for a moment, not understanding, and repeated, "Run? If you can run as fast as me, I'm confident I can get you out of here."
Damn, it turns out it's all some unorthodox methods. But Wang Mufeng is right, with her agility, it would be really hard to keep an eye on her in a chaotic battle.
After a long silence, Shen Mahanchan broke the deadlock by speaking first, his tone somewhat conciliatory. "I think what Brother Wendao said makes a lot of sense."
Asking, fiddling with his long sword, wore a satisfied expression. He turned to look at Abyss's reaction, as if he were the leader of these three guilds.
But Abyss wasn't one to give in easily. When he was in a bad mood, he wouldn't give face to anyone. He said in a deep voice, "Wendao, don't think I don't know what you're up to.
I'm afraid all the stuff will end up in your pockets." As he listened, Wenzhou's expression turned extremely ugly, as if he was surprised that the Abyss did not give him face. Although Wenzhou is not the only dominant force in Luodao, our professional esports teams and guilds are not comparable to your rabble. If you cooperate well, we can even discuss giving you 3 or 5 pieces of blue equipment. If you don't cooperate, then we'll send you all back to the respawn point. As soon as the words were spoken, a number of ranged classes appeared in the field of vision above the waterfall. It was clear that Wenzhou had mobilized a large force this time. Judging from the numbers, it might exceed the combined total of the Wanqiu and Hongguan guilds. A huge crowd of people was crammed together, blocking out the sunlight. This display of force gave them a certain advantage. Moreover, the high ground itself was an advantageous terrain. I actually hope these three parties start fighting first. Once a chaotic battle breaks out, we might be able to find an opening to escape and fly away. Once we left this encirclement, in a place as large as the main city, it would be difficult to find a specific person even with a large number of players. However, when Zhou's eyes remained fixed on the 10 of us in the center of the arena, and the feeling of having something pointed at your head was not pleasant. At this moment, I couldn't figure out whether Abyss was keeping his promise not to make things difficult for me, or whether he simply didn't care about Wenzhou's strength. The grey-robed assassin laughed loudly in front of the formation, his hoarse voice extremely unpleasant, which only added a touch of sarcasm. "Then Wenzhou, come and attack me, and see if I, Wanqiu, am afraid of you." Without a professional player, a mere youth trainee dares to be arrogant in front of me. I think you're asking for it. Let me retrieve the loot from this dungeon first, then I'll teach you a lesson. The swordsman's figure suddenly leaped down from the waterfall, moving straight toward us. At the same time, as if as a signal, a dense rain of arrows began to fall from above the waterfall. The battle was about to break out, and no one cared about breaking the rules by fighting. Suddenly, the people on 3 sides began to charge forward, and the 10 of us were in the very center of the battlefield. Having not seen such a scene in a long time, I was quite shocked. It's rare to see more than 200 people competing on the same stage. Despite being surrounded, they had to find a way out. The path to the waterfall was clearly blocked. It has to be said that Wenzhou's offensive power was indeed very strong. He wielded his heavy sword with wide and sweeping movements, making it impossible for Guangzi to block and forcing him to retreat step by step. The best way to escape right now is through the gap between Wanqiu and the Hong Kong Coliseum crowd, which is currently the weakest point in the situation. The direct consequence was that his simple clothes made him stand out in the crowd, making him a prime target for attack. In the team chat, Fenjiwa Pepa posted, "The 8 immortals cross the sea, each displaying their unique abilities. See you again if fate allows." Surrounded by such a tight net, it's not an easy thing to display one's extraordinary abilities. Knights and swordsmen are often at the forefront of the charge. These two professions are mostly cumbersome, and since the main objective is to escape, there is no need to get entangled in combat with others. Facing the oncoming knight charging towards me, I made a feint to the left, just like in basketball, successfully tricking him into moving, and then quickly turned to the right, directly shaking him off. Using the same trick again, the swordsman behind me, seeing my figure suddenly disappear in front of him, froze on the spot and let out a questioning "Found you, Shishuangdong,
don't run away.
As I was walking, I suddenly heard a familiar voice beside me. I turned my head and saw a druid in tiger form weaving through the crowd, pouncing straight at me.
Why do you have to stare at me like that?
To be honest, I'm not touched at all. In fact, I feel a bit disgusted. This roar drew all eyes to me, and I suddenly became the target of their attacks. I awkwardly cupped my hands in greeting to the crowd around me, hoping they wouldn't notice me, while my feet kept moving, searching for gaps in the crowd to shift my position. But the further out I went, the denser the crowd became, until two knights blocked my way at the same time, and I finally had no chance to escape. At the same time, Shenma Honchen caught up from behind and swung a claw at my back. If I hadn't dodged it while shifting my position, that one attack from the druid would have been enough to hurt a squishy class like me.
What's going on, brother Honchen? Why do we have to make such a fuss over this? Think carefully about what you owe me.
Another claw came at my left chest, but I was blocked by two knights around me and had no room to dodge. I had no choice but to raise the firewood to take the hit head on. The force of the blow knocked me back a step. At this point, words were useless. He quickly activated the array he had set up at his feet to slow down Shenma Honchen's attack speed. At the same time, he started a fire and struck the knight directly in front of him, using the evil spirit entanglement technique to detonate the superimposed array marks. The level 24 knight's armor was burned to ashes. Although he was a tank class, his health was no match for the high attack power of the fire-based attack. Seeing that the opening had reappeared, I had no intention of getting entangled with Shenma Honchen. I picked up the shield that the knight had dropped earlier, suddenly accelerated away from his attack range, and summoned a skeleton to block his position. While the White Bone's attributes weren't much of a threat against the boss, it could still hold its own against players for 3 to 5 moves.
In contrast, Shenma Honchen was stuck in place by the crowd and couldn't move forward.
What's worse, the thing blocking his way is an eyesore of a skeleton. It's almost given him a psychological trauma. The skeleton has ruined his plans several times. The key to enter the dungeon was also stolen by the skeleton. In a fit of anger, he chose to unleash a charged bite to remove the obstacle, forgetting that the skeleton itself possessed a powerful strike skill that could interrupt casting and charging. When the white bone hammer struck, it caused him to freeze briefly, only able to watch my figure move forward.
Goodbye. As I ran, I felt genuinely guilty. Putting myself in their shoes, I realized how infuriating and unfair it was. I guess I just had to blame the wrong person at the wrong time.
Glancing at the list of teams that hadn't disbanded yet, Feng Yueji and Xiao Shangwan's avatars had turned black, and the remaining few people's health was also unstable, hovering around half. Only Feng Yuepao and Wang Mufeng were still at full health.
It makes sense when you think about it. Feng Yue Bubble was probably hiding and found an opportunity to slip away.
As for Wang Mufeng, needless to say, no profession could keep up with her walking speed. Looking up, I saw her not far in front of me, locked in combat with someone. She had a light purple shield around her, probably an active skill from her equipment, constantly blocking ranged attacks. Only when I got closer did I realize that the person was the Abyss of Late Autumn. Both are melee fighters, one wielding a dagger and the other a short sword. I've experienced Abyss's abilities before. He's quite skilled and not the kind of leader who's just good at management but clueless about combat. However, Abyss was showing signs of being unable to hold his own against Wang Mufeng. On one hand, he was 2 levels behind in terms of level, and there was a gap in attributes and equipment. On the other hand, his speed, which was his strength, became a weakness in front of Wang Mufeng. After a few rounds, Abyss began to lose his grip and his movements became flustered. I sighed. I could only blame Abyss for choosing the wrong target. Of all people to go after, he had to pick on Wang Mufeng and make things difficult for himself. Moreover, his position was quite precarious. He was in the middle of Qianmo Hongchen's group, and the priest couldn't take care of him at all. By some twist of fate, Wang Mufeng ended up taking care of him. The Abyss's body was still lying on the spot, not choosing to resurrect immediately from the resurrection point. From his perspective, he could still see me passing by. I waved goodbye to him. You escaped? Wang Mufeng looked at me, somewhat surprised. What, you think I should collapse in a crowd? She pouted,
That's not what I meant. According to your method, shouldn't you have found a hole in the ground and then used the ring to teleport out?
I must admit that I did have that thought, but faced with a huge crowd in a scene of great uproar, where could I find an opportunity to activate the ring?
How could that be? A true man never backs down from a fight. Don't think about it so much. Let's hurry up and find a way out. More people are surging up behind us.
Behind them, a cacophony of voices erupted, clearly indicating a chaotic melee. The three guilds had gathered together, and during the pursuit, accidental clashes were inevitable.
Their existing animosity gave this opportunity a pretext for war. Before long, the people from Red Pavilion and Late Autumn were intertwined.
Arrows and fireballs rained down from the sky, piling up the bodies of melee classes in the center of the battlefield, which ironically blocked the vanguard of Wenjio, who jumped down from the waterfall.
Wenjio clearly hadn't anticipated the situation would escalate to this point.
Although he had the advantage of manpower, breaking through the wall of people from Hong Kong Coliseum and Wenjio wouldn't be something that could be done in a short time. He pointed his long sword at the sky, and a dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from the tip, instantly drawing everyone's attention.
Don't let them get away, they have red weapons.
It was like a thunderclap exploding in the crowd, even more powerful than the lightning that had struck from the longsword earlier.
What? They got the red weapon. We can't let them get away. No wonder so many people were mobilized this time.
The first red weapon in Luo Dao is indeed worth the price.
Brother, this thing is worth $1 million or $2 million, right?
More than that, it's enough to buy a new apartment.
Can we really exchange it for a different apartment? I asked Wang Mufeng, struggling to keep up with her and listening to the discussions around me. She turned her pretty face to the side and gave me a disdainful look. You're supposed to be someone with great potential, can't you be a little more ambitious?
No, let me estimate my net worth. They had reached the outer edge of the encirclement, where dozens of ranged characters were piled together. Once they passed through this last line of defense, they would see the light of day again. The team had very few survivors. Apart from Feng Yuefeng, who had already disappeared, there was only the uncle on the other side hiding behind Guangshi's shield. Like a bulldozer, he fired arrows in rapid succession to clear away the obstacles in his way and moved straight towards the outside world. For this very reason, their momentum was significantly greater, with an endless stream of people piling up and surging in that direction, largely drawing the firepower of those present.
Something's not right. Have you noticed that our firepower has increased? Huh, really?
Wang Mufeng glanced at me inexplicably, fiddling with the arrows that had fallen onto the purple shield.
Never mind, someone like you with tools at your disposal wouldn't understand.
I don't believe it's just my imagination. We almost broke through the encirclement of hundreds of people just now, and now I feel like I'm trapped in a net. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that a mage had led the ranged troops from the Wine Inquiry faction, circling around from the waterfall to the rear of the other two guilds.
What do you mean? You're attacking your own people too? Suddenly, a group of ranged DPS in Qian Mahongshan's team fell, and the survivors looked at the team that appeared behind them with confusion.
The leading mage issued an unquestionable order: take everything.
Pick up any loot yourself. No need to hand it over to the guild. Hey, what do you think of that staff he's holding? Wang Mufeng asked me.
I naturally understood what she meant, and I have to admit that the idea was rather bold.
If it were a warlock's weapon, it would be worth a try, but is it really worth it for a broken staff? Don't you want to challenge the strong? I have absolutely no such idea. In this chaotic battle of a few hundred people, it's already a miracle that I escaped alive. I have no intention of going to the front lines to take the head of the enemy general. Besides, I personally think that these young youth training team members aren't really anything special. But it seems we're being watched. Wang Mufeng pointed to our 2 o'clock position, where a sorcerer named Wenqing was chanting an electromagnetic wave.
Troublesome, I muttered, looking down to find a knight as cover. The disintegrating ray shot out from a distance, completely emptying the half-health bar of the guy in front of me. I put my hands together in gratitude. I placed the breastplate that the knight had dropped onto his body. The mage was in an absolutely safe position,
and our attacks couldn't reach him at all. Just as I was figuring out how to escape this inescapable trap, a lazy male voice, amplified by a megaphone, slowly drifted down from above. Is this the place? It's getting lively. Speaking over hundreds of people using a megaphone that's practically a loudspeaker is something most people wouldn't even imagine. And why is there a megaphone in this game? I had a vague feeling that I had heard this voice somewhere before, and the image in my mind eventually overlapped with a face wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The spirit has vanished from the heavens. He had asked for my location coordinates before. I only knew that he had just teleported to Luodao, so I sent him the coordinates of the dungeon entrance. I didn't expect him to find this place. Although he was muttering to himself, his voice still came through the loudspeaker. Where is it? How am I supposed to find it with so many people around? The people at the scene looked up at the sorcerer sitting in the branches of the ancient tree, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a white megaphone on his wrist. They started talking amongst themselves, and for a moment even the frequency of their attacks decreased. Who is this? He must be a big shot. Do you think an ordinary person would dare to sit in that position? What's their background? So, it seems there are 4 groups of people gathered in this small place. I patted Wang Mufeng, who was also watching the show, and gestured to her with my eyes that she should take this opportunity to leave quickly. She nodded thoughtfully. So megaphones can be made here. I'll have to look into it when I have time. But it was precisely because of my movement that the hidden heavenly dryad in the tree seemed to notice my location. Right in my line of sight, he suddenly waved at me, and as a result, without the support of one hand, he almost fell off the branch, which still drew a chorus of boos from the crowd. A voice that filled me with despair came from the loudspeaker. Long time no see. Shishuangdong, I've finally found you. With my ID Frosty Winter above my head, it was impossible not to attract attention. In an instant, everyone around me unconsciously turned their gaze to me. Wang Mufeng muttered to himself, no wonder, it's so distinctive, it really is your brother. This is not necessarily something to be proud of. Having your ID called out in public through a megaphone means you're going to be famous in Luodao from now on. Who is Frosty Winter? Who cares who he is? Isn't he our target this time? When did he run off to? Go after him. The crowd was in an uproar, united against a common enemy like never before, all thanks to a few words from Shenin Tianxian. Suddenly, all the swords and spears were aimed at my head. If it weren't for Wang Mufeng's touching act of using his protective shield to absorb some of the attacks, my health bar would have been emptied on the spot. There was no time to greet Shenin Tianxian at that moment. I quickly typed a message for him. Help me clear out the crowd around me. Why didn't you say so earlier? It was an easy thing. You have to give me a chance, brother. More importantly, Shenin Tianxian is now a level 30 ice mage who has already changed his class, and his offensive methods are far superior to those of the ordinary players around level 25 present. Shenin Tian adjusted his posture, holding the staff steadily in his hand. A blue, compass-like rune appeared at the tip of the staff, with sharp, long ice crystals condensing above it. The Ice Mage's level 30 skill, Ice Crystal Spell. With a single shot, the assassin behind me, who was nimbly maneuvering and preparing to strike, was instantly killed. 2 shots, 3 shots, 4 shots, the firing positions that Wenqing had set up in the rear were already being overwhelmed by the ice crystal waves, causing chaos and casualties. 10 shots later, a number of knights and swordsmen in front of me fell, and a clear gap appeared in the formation. What's going on? Wenqing was completely bewildered by the sudden one-sided situation. The priest beside him looked bitter. Brother, that guy in the tree is a level 30 ice mage with very high attack power. Our current group of brothers can't withstand even 2 hits from his skills. In addition, this person's behavior is unethical. Where have we ever seen a master who climbs a tree and makes a racket with a loudspeaker? Wenqing couldn't think of a suitable solution either. I didn't expect you to be so capable, brother. Wang Mufeng took a few steps forward before realizing that someone was missing from his side. He turned around to look for my location. I quickly stood up and stuffed the last piece of purple clothing scattered on the ground into my bag. Here it comes, I've struck it rich this time. Wang Mufeng covered his forehead. This is outrageous. What kind of people are these? However, it won't be easy to make Wenjiu back down. After all, Wenqing is still guarding the rear, and the name of a youth training player is still quite intimidating. As we drew closer, Wenqing didn't dodge. Instead, she waved her staff and met us head-on. The ring on her hand emitted a strange white light, which wrapped around her weapon along her finger, presumably for some kind of buff. Let's all attack together and finish this quickly. I joked, didn't you say you were going to compete fairly with youth training? Why don't you two fight it out, and I'll run away first? There's no need for that, come on. I dodged the incoming magic orb by rolling on the spot while holding the firewood, but the opponent anticipated my movement and chanted a gust of wind in advance, which was about to strike me head-on. Luckily, I reacted quickly, using the momentum of my body to leap forward, and the wind barely passed between my legs. At the same time, I waved the fire-starting stick in my hand, placing a formation at the mage's feet. The opponent was also very cautious, immediately using a jump to pull back, afraid that taking a skill would put them at a disadvantage. But Wang Mufeng had already flanked from the right, leaping forward like a fleeting shadow, and in a moment he was close to the mage. Wenqing showed no sign of panic when the mage was approached. He held his staff across his chest to parry the oncoming dagger, then quickly chanted a level 25 mage skill, Corruption, creating an area where anyone who entered would continuously lose health, with the landing point right at his feet. He adjusted his position along the edge of the area, dodging Wang Mufeng's attack several times with his nimble movements. His mind was wavering, and he anxiously tried to withstand the corrosive damage, cross the black area on the ground, and further close the distance between himself and Wenqing. That's all? Wenqing smiled confidently, seemingly certain that Wang Mufeng would eventually step into the corrupted area. Upon seeing this, the staff that was behind his back suddenly appeared in his sleeve, and a disintegrating ray that had been chanted beforehand struck Wang Mufeng's body. The damage of over 2,000 almost reduced Wang Mufeng's health by more than half. The disintegration ray skill is usually difficult to cast to its maximum damage value, but Wenqing used a little trick to induce Wang Mufeng to take this full hit. Then, another fireball followed, dealing an additional 500 plus points of damage. While mages are certainly vulnerable to close-quarters combat, taking a few hits from skills at such close range is even more unpleasant. Seeing Wang Mufeng's health bar steadily decreasing, his current health level left no room for further mistakes. Upon reaching the front lines, taking advantage of the halved casting time from the firelighting spell, 3 formations were quickly set up to restrict Wenqing's movement. The mage's teleportation skill has a long cooldown, so unless he chooses to stay in place, he will inevitably step into the formations if he tries to adjust his position. Interesting. Let's take them down one by one. Seeing that I didn't intend to attack immediately, Wenqing turned her attention to Wang Mufeng, who was low on health. The protective shield above her head had disappeared, and her meager health was no match for the damage from the skills. But she deftly turned and dodged that close-range attack. Wenqing was somewhat surprised, but the situation didn't allow him much time to analyze it, because I had already quickly moved in the same instant I noticed him using his skill. The blazing fire was like a blow to the head, a stark reminder of its power. Hide? There was also a short knife behind it. It was just bad luck that he stepped into a slowing ice array while running. Mages are not agile enough to begin with, and with the added slowing debuff, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to avoid melee weapon attacks. The 2 attacks hit simultaneously, striking vulnerable areas and triggering a critical hit effect. Minus 1,200, minus 1,068. Feeling pained, and surrounded from both sides, Wenqing couldn't spare any time for defense or counterattack, and hurriedly ran back. This is the first reaction of all ranged classes when they are caught in close combat. But fate had other plans. At that moment, an ice crystal fell from the sky, piercing through his back and taking away Wenqing, who had almost no health left. The ring on his hand was exposed. I looked up and saw Shinin Tianxian giving me a smug thumbs up. After all these years, the accuracy is still ridiculously off. With Wenqing gone, the rear forces of Wendao lost their backbone and instantly fell into chaos, showing signs of collapse. They were pushed out by the Red Pavilion and Wanqiu Guild within their ranks, and the so-called encirclement completely vanished. You don't get tired running in Kingdom,
so why are you panting? Wang Mufeng leaned against a rock, looking at me standing to the side with my hands on my knees, and found it somewhat amusing. Running isn't tiring, but this journey has been incredibly exhausting. After continuous high-intensity battles, I've almost reached my mental limit. She nodded in agreement. These past few days have been quite fulfilling. What about the ring that youth training guy just dropped? I pulled out the white ring I had just picked up from the ground, which was decorated with ancient patterns. She was very generous and said without hesitation, "It's yours." So generous. I've already explained beforehand that this thing can increase output by 30% for 5 minutes. Although it can only be used once an hour, his skill damage was so high just now because of this thing. It is indeed a good item, but I can't replace either of my rings. So, consider this another favor you owe me. I said with a long face, I owe someone another favor. When will I ever be able to repay it? She looked at me with displeasure. You don't want to? I quickly changed my mind. Never mind, there's plenty of time, I'll pay you back slowly. She watched as I gave in, then turned to look at the distant horizon, sunlight falling on her profile. This experience, including the hidden dungeon, the youth training program, and you, has made me realize that I still have many shortcomings and a long way to go. I nodded subconsciously. The story has only just begun. Perhaps that's true, she said, a rare genuine smile on her face. Her small canine teeth were hidden between her lips, and the strands of hair on her forehead were blown behind her ears by the wind, making her look quite charming. I should go now. Until we meet again. Goodbye. The female hunter turned her back, waved twice, and with that monotonous and pale farewell, her figure disappeared into the jungle. I was too lazy to watch her go any further. Who knows when she might suddenly reappear? The story has only just begun. Whether I am the protagonist or not, I am destined to continue. But I absolutely do not want cliched plots, that's all. What are you muttering to yourself? The monk with gold-rimmed glasses slung his staff over his shoulder and asked me. What did I say? I breathed a sigh of relief, at least I didn't hear it clearly. Long time no see. I looked into his eyes, which, just like 3 years ago, were not deep at all, but instead had deep dark circles under them. He gave me a high five and said, "That's enough. Men shouldn't get too sentimental." I didn't say anything. You're just imagining a sentimental scene. My God, how could you say something like that to a heartbroken person? It's so sad. Come on, don't I know what kind of person you are? After catching up, Shanine Tianqian and I both sighed at how fast time flies. The fragments of the past in God Realm seemed like they were just yesterday, but it was enough to find a few traces of the old days. By the way, where's your sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? I looked at him, completely bewildered. A few images popped into my mind, making me roll my eyes involuntarily. The pretty girl was probably just an illusion. Brother's goal is to live well, don't make things difficult for me. The warm sun at the edge of the sky blends into the hues of the wind, and the air is filled with the fragrance of damp earth. The timeline in the game is consistent with that in reality, and it has already entered late autumn. Yellow leaves hang high on the branches, and occasionally a few are swept by the wind and blown into the surging river, flowing eastward. At some point, both Shanine Tianqian and I fell silent. He rested his index finger on one side of his gold-rimmed glasses, as if he were deep in thought. In the end, I sighed and spoke first. Tianqian, just ask me anything. I'll definitely tell you what I can. He dropped his nonchalant smile and said, "You know, I probably have a lot to ask." I understand, I said, trying to avoid his gaze. Let me ask you a question first. How is the amusement park doing now? Paradise was the guild that Shanine Tianqian and I belonged to during our time in the Game God Realm. It was there that I grew step by step, and it was a spiritual haven that left me with countless beautiful memories. After receiving the ban, I was heartbroken and gave up on the game. I also chose to leave without saying goodbye and never logged on again. When asked by outsiders, I simply shut myself in my cage and refused to respond. Over time, they must have become disappointed in me. I recalled the guild leader, a woman a few years older than us who almost never showed any maturity.
3 years have passed, and if I remember correctly, she's 28, which is indeed the age to get married. In any case, marriage is always something to celebrate. I was quite young when I was in the guild and received a lot of care from the guild leader. Now, all I can do is offer a belated blessing from the bottom of my heart. I went to the scene, and a lot of people came. Let me tell you, Shinin Tianxian put his arm around my shoulder, his eyes shining. I just realized that there are quite a few pretty girls in our guild. Remember Nanyu, who used to run dungeons with us? Oh yeah, that night. And that priest named Xianhui, her legs are really long. If I had known, I wouldn't have needed to go out and find resources, so I wouldn't have been hunted down by the whole world later. I found it funny, you're in even more danger. You'll be hunted down within the guild, and even the guild leader won't let you off the hook. But there's something else I need to tell you. He lowered his voice, as if trying to control his emotions. Haigu is gone, I think it was last winter. Gone? I repeated blankly, conjuring up in my mind a man with a beard, a muscular build, a hearty laugh, and an appearance like Li Kuei. Yes, I heard it from the chairman. Hai was a policeman who died in the line of duty. I didn't speak. Death was ultimately too far away for me. Even with someone I hadn't seen for years, it was difficult to quickly build up such a concept in my mind. It was nothing more than his image and voice gradually blurring until one day only his name remained as a symbol. Don't be too sad. It's an honor to die for your country. I nodded solemnly, but then I didn't know what to say. I opened my mouth but no sound came out. Don't take death so seriously. For example, if you hadn't entered Kingdom this time, or if you hadn't contacted me, we might never have come into contact with you again. To us, you would just be a symbol in our memories. That sounds pretty heartless. He shook his head dismissively. Life is short, so seize the day. Whether it's life or love, I'm just curious about why you thought of contacting me in the first place. He coughed and began to change the subject. Let's not talk about this anymore, it's my turn to ask. Seeing my acquiescence, Shinin Tianxian spoke up. You didn't come back this time just to relax, did you? Tell me what your goals are? Would you believe me if I said I don't have any goals for the time being? I looked down at the fire in my hand and answered him. I can even tell you that I entered Kingdom entirely because someone sent me a helmet, and I started playing it out of a desire not to waste it. He looked at me suspiciously. Truth or lie? You even sent a helmet anonymously. It's like something out of a suspense novel. Absolutely true. To this day, I'm still wondering who would send me something like this. People who know I studied at Winchime University probably don't know about my gaming experience in God Realm, so they can't pinpoint a specific source. I just have a feeling that the person who gave me the helmet will show up sooner or later. After all, he really has no reason to let me get it for free. A helmet is quite expensive. I'll ask you again, why did you leave in the first place? His questions jumped around so much that I didn't react for a moment. Can I say this? He asked when I remained silent. There's nothing to hide. I was banned from the professional league and forced to retire, so I just left the game. Suspended? Why? You had such good results in the youth training camp. Shinin Tianxian's face showed disbelief. I smiled bitterly. Why? Because I modified the game data without authorization, which affected the game balance. The system detected it and it's a serious violation of the player management rules. This is impossible. I don't believe you would do such a thing. His eyes were filled with shock and doubt. If Shinyan Tianqian was so confused when he only had a vague understanding of the truth, how much more so was I, who was young and impetuous at the time. But now, my heart is no longer stirred. That's what I said back then, but who believed me? They just think I'm distorting the facts and making weak excuses. What good can one person's words do in front of an official announcement? Besides, I can't produce any factual evidence. Shinin Tianxian asked me, why don't you ask us for help? On the one hand, it was such a shameful thing. I was so young back then, how could I have the nerve to publicize it? Besides, with the professional league's ban, there was little that others could do to help, and it would only disrupt other people's lives, so I simply withdrew from the competition secretly.
He shook his head. This isn't just your problem. If you've made a mistake, there's always a way to fix it. It was no use. I appealed for more than half a year, submitting 30 or 50 appeals. Every time I looked forward to it, I still got the same result. Later I got tired and just let things take their course. Seeing that Shanin Tianxian was still thinking about something, I continued, actually, I think I know why all of this happened to me. Why? I sorted out my thoughts. This was a very long time ago. A week before my suspension, I saw someone hand an envelope to the head of the youth training camp management office. Through the crack in the door, I saw a thick wad of cash and a notice that I didn't know what it was. When I saw how he was trying to hide it, I guessed that he was taking money to do some illegal thing. I was young and hot-blooded at the time, and I didn't know anything about anonymous reporting or anything like that. I just broke into the door and gave him a passionate lecture. What did I say back then? Oh right, no leniency. Seeing how he nodded and admitted his mistake, I thought I had done something amazing. But a week later, I was the one who was packing my bags and leaving. Isn't that funny? After saying so much in one breath, I took a deep breath to calm myself down. Actually, these words have been bottled up in my heart for a long time, but I rarely tell others because of face-saving. You really should discuss this with everyone, there might still be room for reconciliation. I did regret it, maybe things would have turned out differently if I had dealt with it sooner, but there are no cameras in the office, so whatever I say is just empty talk. He smiled at me with relief. Ultimately, the fault doesn't lie with you, and you shouldn't have to bear the consequences of this. I shook my head, not knowing what I was denying, but actually it didn't matter anymore. I've also questioned whether I made a mistake back then, and whether the team leader didn't actually take the money. But that scene was too vivid in my mind, and I can't forget it. Including the data modification competition later, at first, everyone believed I was innocent and spoke up for me. Later, I appealed for a month, then 2 months, but there was still no result, and they started to fall silent. In the end, even I started to doubt whether I really modified the data, or whether the truth was not that important. Shinyin lowered his head, showing signs of about to erupt. I comforted him. There's no need for that, we've gotten through it all. I believe you. You didn't have the intention to do that kind of thing, he said, controlling his emotions, nor were you even thinking about it. There's no need to say the second half. He stood up and looked at me firmly. In short, I will still try to find a way to handle this matter, but it will take a long time and may be a bit difficult to resolve. It may not be able to be solved in a short period of time. It's fine not to bother with that. After all, I don't have the idea or ability to return to the competition right now. I'm just playing around as an ordinary player. He gave me a knowing look. All right, 2 grown men have been rambling on for ages, just listening to you wallow in your self-pity. Damn, isn't that what you wanted to ask? This involves privacy issues, and I usually wouldn't talk about it. Your story is the kind that nobody would read even if you wrote a novel. Don't flatter yourself. All right, I'm going to take you leveling up. I rolled my eyes at him. His tendency to get carried away with success hadn't changed at all. Why don't you come back to the main city with me first? I'll change my job. The hidden dungeons must be quite lucrative, right? Your level is rising so fast, you're almost as high as mine. That's right. Since Shanin Tianxian was one of my own, I didn't hesitate to take out the 2-handed sword, which was glowing with fire, from my bag. A red weapon, and a 2-handed sword at that? Even someone as worldly as him showed a look of shock. So you're not taking off? Wait, why are you a warlock? What's going on? Isn't this just a chance to try a different career? You can play ranged classes too? I saw you playing an archer in the last guild event. You were practically shooting arrows into the sky. What do you know? That was for the sake of the show. Aren't remote-controlled professions something anyone can do? I chuckled and refused. Impossible. Do you think I'm stupid? How can I fight you if I haven't changed jobs? He said helplessly, I'm not trying to criticize you, but why did you choose to play a control warlock instead of a proper light swordsman? What are you going to do with those 2 2-handed swords? I put it in my backpack to admire, and occasionally I take it out to dance around a bit. TCH, you'll be crying when someone exposes you after you die, Shinin Tianxian said, suddenly bringing his face close to mine and startling me.
Bamboo, I'm telling you, you never intended to sell it, did you? You must have some ulterior motive for keeping it. I advise you to
change your profession as soon as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome to catch up and level later.
So verbose. Seeing that I didn't respond, he let out a lewd laugh. Don't I know what you're thinking?
I just felt that the warlock was playing quite easily.
I tried to argue.
Who knew that Shinin Tianxian was insightful and said, come on, with your attitude of just standing aside while dungeon crawling and grinding, slacking off no matter what class you play, it's all the same, isn't it? I shook my head mysteriously, then chuckled wryly, to be honest, give me some more time to think about it. I will wait for the day you truly return.
As we walked along the riverbank towards the main city, we joked around the whole way.
I don't know if it's because Shinin Tianxian and I have become well-known players in Luodao, but every now and then, casual players would point and comment on our IDs.
He curled his lip and said disdainfully, "What's there to be nervous about? I'm just taking a look. This is Luodao. They don't need to come all the way from Liaodong to find me."
In other words, if they really came to kill me, I'll accept a girl like this.
Alright, my equipment can't withstand any more damage, I'll retreat first.
Hey, wait for me.
After half an hour's walk, the towering stone city gate of Luodao came into view.
After passing the guard's inspection at the gate, we walked along the long street inwards. The main city had been open for some time now, and there weren't many players still in the city, most had gone to level up in the wilderness. There were stalls scattered on the ground, with players selling their scattered equipment. However, the chances of finding good items in such locations were not high, as the most sought-after purple equipment was usually consigned to the in-game store. Thinking of this, I looked through my backpack. I had picked up a lot of equipment during my escape, but I hadn't properly counted it yet. It seemed like I had made quite a haul.
I think I deserve some credit for this. Take anything you need. I handed him the backpack directly. I have to say, Shinin Tianxian is quite reliable in critical moments. Without his dozens of ice crystals, the probability of breaking through the encirclement would be extremely slim. He waved his hand and said, "Take it yourself. The strength of my equipment is beyond your imagination."
That's true. I first met him in God Realm. Shinin Tianxian is a gamer who spends a lot of money on equipment.
He buys tens of thousands of yuan worth of equipment without batting an eye.
If it weren't for his decent skills, which allow him to maintain a balance between income and expenditure by selling his loot, his spending in the game would be a considerable sum. Therefore, I didn't stand on ceremony and took out the equipment I could use, replacing all the blue-quality equipment I was wearing. After all, I had cleared the hidden dungeon, so I couldn't be so stingy with my gear.
Not bad, you're starting to look like a pro.
Shinin Tianxian leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, watching me change outfits, and occasionally casting a couple of ambiguous glances at the single female players who passed by. Although it's a hodgepodge of purple gear, achieving a full set of purple equipment is still an unattainable goal for most players at this stage. Looking at my fairly balanced attribute panel, I still feel a small sense of accomplishment. The remaining blue equipment wasn't very valuable, so I simply set a flat price and put it in the shop. There were still about 10 pieces of purple equipment that were rare, and it would be a waste to just sell them off like that, so I contacted Housie. "Housie, I have about 10 pieces of purple equipment here.
Do you need any of them?"
Gue, you've struck it rich. Where did you get so many purple great items?
Did you go on a murder and robbery?
It has to be said that his intuition was somewhat accurate. And it was indeed not far from being a murder and robbery.
Don't make wild guesses, take what you want.
Hee, I'm now dressed in a full set of purple gear, didn't expect that, did you? After saying that, he also sent a picture of the attributes. Full of ambition, level 30, he has become a great swordsman, wearing a full set of purple holy armor, which reduces damage from 500 yards away by 40%. I raised an eyebrow in shock.
I wouldn't believe Housie hadn't had some kind of lucky break.
I barely managed to reach level 30 after going through a hidden dungeon.
Halsey, on the other hand, just lazes around all day.
He got a level 30 job change and a full set of purple gear. Heaven knows how he did it.
I admit defeat. I didn't expect you, Brother Hao, to be doing so well. You're not bad either. The name Shi Shuangdong has spread throughout Luodao now. I was completely confused. Why? What's wrong with me?
First clear of the hidden dungeon, shot down a trainee member, colluded with the notorious womanizer Shenin Tianqian, and besieged hundreds of members from the 3 major guilds.
The beginning was somewhat fair, but what came after that was completely nonsensical. This is all just hearsay. I don't know the specifics, but there's a huge rumor circulating outside. What is it? Tell me.
I wouldn't be surprised by any kind of speculation from the outside world right now. The first red weapon in Luodao has appeared.
I nodded. Yes, it's with me. I think this is nonsense. What, it's with you? Yes, it's in my bag. Shall I send it to you?
No, Halsey's voice in the voice message was much softer.
You should keep it safe and don't take it out outside. It's best to put it in the warehouse. The 30% drop rate of the items in your backpack is too dangerous. Don't let too many people know about this, or it will be quite dangerous for you to go out.
Several major guilds are looking for this red weapon right now.
Didn't you say that everyone outside already knew? That's just a rumor. Who knows which company released it? But be careful. If things get really bad, you can come to me. Of course, I'm only talking about if things get really bad. Looks like Brother Hao has some connections too.
However, being able to obtain a full set of purple equipment means that the organization is quite powerful. At least, it should be stronger than Feng Yueji's guild.
Ha, what are you talking about?
By the way, if you're not going to use that purple gear, I'll leave it with the esports club and let them give you contribution points. How about that? I reckon the esports club has a pretty high demand for purple gear. I didn't expect to make money from these dozen or so purple grade items, so I promptly mailed them all to Halsey.
It would be a good thing to strengthen the esports club.
I have to go now, I'm still playing the game. After ending my chat with Halsey, I felt more and more that these two-handed swords were a hot potato. It would be better to leave them in the warehouse for now, to avoid a bloodbath if they were confirmed by outsiders.
We arrived at the warehouse in the 3rd block with Shenin Tianqian.
The gatekeeper was an old man with white curly hair, wearing a dark blue vest. When he saw us arrive, he awkwardly took steps to greet us.
Adventurers, welcome to the storage room. We will provide you with the safest service.
The price is 50 equipment slots for 10 gold coins, and the equipment can be stored permanently. I took stock of the contents of my backpack. Give me 100 slots.
Give me 200. I glanced at Shenin Tianqian. He was pulling things out of his bag one after another.
Not to mention all sorts of equipment, there were also some medicines picked from the ground. The majority of the items were household items whose purpose and how they were made were unknown, such as the megaphone I had seen before, as well as glass cups, teapots, eyeglass frames, flashlights, and so on.
I even saw a folding bicycle.
The old man hurriedly took the items and stuffed them one by one into the storage box. As Shenin Tian handed them over, he instructed, "You must take good care of them for me.
Each one is a priceless treasure.
Don't worry, our service is absolutely safe. Although I don't know what these things are, I can feel the scientific power they exude." I nudged Shenin Tianqian with my elbow, who was still intently watching the placement of the items. "Why did you bring all this stuff from so far away?
Why would anyone make these living supplies?"
I was speechless for a moment, and in the end I could only give a thumbs up and squeeze out 4 words: great inventor.
Let me explain. It's like this. Equipment is a must, in case you meet a newbie girl.
A flashlight is for lighting her up in case they're in a dark place.
And the teapot is for when winter is coming. It's a good gift for making tea.
You know, health is still important these days. Once you've built up a good relationship, the bicycle will come in handy. Because Shenin Tianqian carried too many items, it took 400 slots to completely store them. The old man looked on with a smile. Clearly the monk with gold-rimmed glasses in front of him was his biggest customer in recent days. My situation was much simpler. I only needed a few philosopher's stones, a few pieces of equipment that I didn't need for the time being, and those two-handed swords.
Adventurer, is this some kind of divine artifact?
The old man took the two-handed sword from my hand, his eyes shining with a different kind of light.
Ah, maybe so. This is a reward from the army for my expedition.
I made up a story since the other party was an NPC.
No wonder, this is the weapon that General Lek used during his northern expedition. Young man, you must use it well.
Okay, don't worry. This old man doesn't seem to have very good eyesight. He didn't notice that I'm just a sorcerer, which doesn't seem to fit the description of someone using a two-handed sword.
The person in charge of receiving me was still the vice president, Duane.
It seemed that he still remembered me to some extent. Oh, adventurer, I still remember you, the young man who went for the necromancer branch. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly.
Tell me which class you want to switch to.
A sorcerer.
This is a damage-oriented class within the warlock branch.
I made this decision a long time ago after doing my research.
Are you sure?
Really? He solemnly raised his hand, as if to bestow some kind of ritual, and I watched from the side, unsure of what action I should take in response.
After a while, he looked at me suspiciously. What are you doing? Aren't we waiting for the job change ceremony to take place? I'm asking you to pay a 200 gold coin job change fee.
After I paid, the process sped up immediately. He gave me a badge and tapped my head with his black wooden staff, changing my class on the panel to sorcerer. At the same time, I also learned the level 30 skill, Undead Resurrection, which generates chains around myself within a 500-yard radius, binding units within the range and dealing 4% of their maximum health as damage per second. If they do not escape the range within 5 seconds, they will deal an additional 20% of their maximum health as damage. This is a high damage skill, but the conditions for maximizing its damage are very demanding. Without other control abilities, it is difficult to achieve its full effect. Because you have completed the job change, your summoned creatures will also change accordingly.
Take a look for yourself.
The skill also adds a charge to the basic attack, similar to the knight's skill effect, allowing you to quickly close the distance to the target unit.
What else haven't you finished?
Let's get it done all at once, said Shinyinti Enkian, an outsider waiting outside the door, yawning idly.
Luodao is so big, it's too much trouble to go back to the main city.
Let me think. I still need to go to the city lord's mansion to turn in a quest, I said, looking at the quest log for the upcoming conquest of the Moon Clan. I also need to stock up on some medicine. I only realized how painful it is to run out of medicine during this dungeon run.
Alright, I'll go buy the medicine. You go and hand in your task. I looked at him questioningly. Aren't you coming with me?
I don't have any quests to complete, and besides, the city lord is just an old man, there's no need to see his face, Shinin Tianxian said, already starting to walk towards the other end of the street.
That's it, we'll meet up then. I'm going to the pharmacy.
I looked in the direction he was going and saw a graceful figure disappear around the street corner.
No wonder he was walking away so hastily.
I shook my head helplessly. This was indeed the style of Shinin Tianxian.
After glancing at the map, I headed towards the city lord's mansion in the first district. Unlike the bustling crowds in other parts of the main city, most of this area was occupied by NPCs' offices, so there were far fewer players here. However, at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, he met an acquaintance. The man had a headband and wore blue leather armor. This person was none other than Feng Yu Pao Pao. He saw me approaching and waved to me, saying, "Frosty Winter. We meet again after only a short while. I heard from the boss that you not only broke through the encirclement, but also led your brothers to defeat the wine hunting team." Awesome. He gave a thumbs up.
Good luck, good luck.
Wonjio and the others underestimated us.
By the way, where's your boss?
Isn't he with you?
He seemed to remember something amusing and couldn't help but laugh. The boss finished his mission a long time ago, saying he was very dissatisfied with Guangza's performance and hurriedly took him out of the city for special training again. That image flashed through my mind. I felt powerless and could only silently wish him well. I'm going to level up now. I need to get to level 30 and change jobs as soon as possible.
Go on, see you later.
After saying goodbye, I stepped through the gates of the city lord's mansion.
It was heavily guarded, with 2 rows of fully armed soldiers standing in the hall.
After I explained my purpose, a clerk-like man led me to a room in the attic facing the sun. The door wasn't closed properly, but out of courtesy, I knocked lightly twice.
Come in.
Pushing open the door, a simply dressed middle-aged man sat behind a wooden table. He had regular features, and although there was nothing particularly striking about him, he gave people a sense of approachability.
This must be the City Lord of Luodao City. Greetings, City Lord.
No need for formalities, adventurer.
I already know why you've come.
The City Lord is discerning. Although he was an NPC, it was still necessary to say the polite words. Increasing his favorability might result in more rewards.
You've worked hard on the Moon Lake matter.
You've accomplished what the Empire has been unable to do for so many years.
The Empire is proud of you. Eliminating dissidents is our inescapable duty.
I found that my ability to improvise on the spot was quite good, which was worth all the period dramas I had watched. The City Lord nodded in satisfaction. Although you did not bring me the head of the Moon Clan chief, I will still give you a generous reward.
A white light flashed. You have successfully completed your mission to subdue the Moon Clan. Adventurer, if you have nothing else to do, I need to get back to work.
Okay, good. Lost in my own self-admiration, I awkwardly closed the door to the City Lord's office and headed towards the street. I figured it wouldn't take Shanin Tianshan long to buy some medicine, but considering he might be off chatting up some girl, it would be better to meet up with him first.
At that moment, a system announcement in bold text suddenly popped up.
Congratulations on completing the Moon Lake dungeon quests in all 10 main cities. Kingdom will undergo a 12-hour maintenance update at 2400 hours tonight, during which time it will enter version 2.0. At the same time, the multiplayer online event, Forest Lost, based on the main city will start in 3 days.
Please pay attention to the update announcement on the official website for details.
The World Channel was in an uproar.
What's this Moon Clan dungeon? I've never heard of it before. What does it have to do with you, a level 20 player? What happened to those pros doing? Anyone interested in teaming up for the forest discovery activity? DM me. Looking for a knight and a healer team. Looking at the heated discussion in the world chat, I realized that I was the final link in starting Kingdom 2.0.
Luodao was the slowest city to complete the Moon Lake quest among the 10 main cities, and I was the last one in Luodao to submit the quest. As he pondered this, he walked to the entrance of the pharmacy.
Shanin Tian casually tossed a medicine bag aside, a lollipop he had somehow acquired dangling from his mouth.
Upon seeing my arrival, he spoke first. Don't ask, I bought the best ones on the market besides those made by private individuals, 50 sets, enough to last a long time. As he spoke, he casually tossed the medicine bag to me. Seeing that I was about to speak, he waved his hand first. I'll pay for it, there's no need to haggle between brothers.
Actually, I thought for a moment, but still asked the question that was on my mind. Where did you buy the lollipop?
After the farce ended, under my strong intimidation and enticement, Shanin Tianshan reluctantly shared one of his lollipops with me.
They can even make lollipops?
That's outrageous. I looked at the candy in my hand. Taste information can also be transmitted in Kingdom, so I could taste some sweetness.
Didn't you watch the Kingdom trailer? Anything you can think of, you can make everyday items. It's just a matter of finding the right method.
I rolled my eyes at him, thinking to myself, who would bother thinking about how to make a flashlight or a lollipop?
Only Shanin Tianshan would have such leisure and inclination. To be honest, I've been researching some practical combat weapons lately, like grenades and flashbangs. Are you sure you can do this?
I asked with deep skepticism. Kingdoms isn't a sci-fi game, its background seems to be related to the Middle Ages, magic, and cold weapons.
Technology can be innovated and improved, there's no doubt about that.
I feel that as long as we find the formula for gunpowder or something, we might be able to figure it out.
I casually asked, "Where can I get this?" "The library should have it, but unfortunately I can't get in." The NPC gave a bunch of random excuses, basically saying that I'm a commoner and it's not open to commoners. I suddenly remembered that when I was doing a mission before, the embassy's Lysander gave me a pass to enter the library, so I took out the leather pass from my bag. You may not believe it, but I do have a pass to enter the library. What? Shanine Tianqian looked somewhat excited. But you only have 30 uses, so use it as you see fit. I handed him the ID directly. It had been sitting in my bag collecting dust for ages, so giving it to him was putting it to good use. Don't worry, just wait for my research results. Shanine Tian's serious expression made me feel unreal. Hey, wait a minute, what about that forest looting activity? After Shanine Tianqian left, I wandered around the main city for another half hour, unable to think of anything to do or have any desire to continue leveling up. After looking at the gray and vast sky of Luodao for a while, I logged off. After taking off my helmet, having spent more than 10 hours hustling, the clock beside me showed 6 o'clock in the afternoon. My stomach was empty, not eating for a long time gave me an unbearable feeling of hunger, and compared to that, fatigue seemed less noticeable. There was a note from Housie on the desk in the dormitory. It said that he had already eaten in the afternoon and that I should take care of dinner myself because he was going to play a dungeon with his team. He also added a poorly drawn smiley face at the end of the sentence. I closed the door, stretched, and relaxed completely, free from tasks and schedules. I really enjoyed this lazy and carefree lifestyle, without having to think about where the future lay or what aspirations I had for life. In the late autumn evening in the south, the afterglow of the sun has not yet completely faded, but the streetlights are already on, and students ride bicycles in 2s and 3s past the trees lining the campus. The evening breeze blew, clinging to my skin from the cuffs and collar, causing every pore on my body to shrink instantly, and I finally felt the chill creeping in. I sat down at the food stall near the school gate, in my usual spot. Thinking back to the day before I entered Kingdom, I had my dinner here. I never expected to find the holographic glasses that had been sent to me when I returned to my dorm, which led to my unexpected start to the game. So many days have passed without me even realizing it, and looking back, I feel a little wistful. Gunai, if you hadn't been eating here for 2 years, I would have thought you were trying to skip out on the bill. I scratched my head sheepishly. I'd been playing games for so long that I'd forgotten all about it. On the day the game launched, I ate at a street food stall without my wallet, and I still owe them money. I was too busy recently, and I only remembered to come after leaving campus today. He looked at me with some surprise, flicking the ash from his cigarette. You can be busy sometimes, can't you? I'm such a lazy person, I said with a laugh, fiddling with my chopsticks, but if someone's urging me on, I have to put in some effort, right? That makes sense. By the way, the boss gestured to the Kingdom poster hanging on the wall. You kids are messing around with this, aren't you? Boss, you're very knowledgeable. He flashed a knowing smile, the kind that comes from characters with a compelling backstory in movies, and deliberately lowered his voice. Boss, I've played this game before, so I know a thing or two about it. This time it was my turn to be surprised. The boss looked to be in his early 50s, and holographic online games were not usually an entertainment medium that people his age would be exposed to. Don't be surprised. When my son was playing God Realm, I also tried it out to see what it was all about and why it was so fascinating. I said, I never expected that fathers and sons would fight side by side. He smiled and continued, I don't quite understand why he doesn't work and just plays games at home every day. I'll have to experience it for myself. If it can really be considered a job, then this line of work isn't so bad. You're quite open-minded. He doesn't have the talent. It's fine as a hobby to play around with occasionally, but in the end I persuaded him to go to work. The boss finished his cigarette and made a move to walk into the room. It's the same no matter what you do, you have to find your own place. After I was expelled from the youth training camp, one question plagued me day and night, am I really suited for holographic online games? From Gods and Gods to Kingdom, do I treat it as a pastime to pass the time in my boring life, a social tool to experience human relationships, or a life compass to stick with for the long term? I've always been hesitant and unable to find my place in the world. What are you thinking about?
Hurry up and finish eating, it's time to close up shop. I realized what was happening and started picking at the food in my bowl. So fast? It's only a little past 7 o'clock. I'm going to launch. Kingdom. The boss looked at the wall clock and waved his hand impatiently. I suddenly felt that there was no need to be so confused. Back in the dorm, Halsey was still engrossed in playing Kingdom, making strange hand gestures that were rather amusing. I turned off the light, lay back on the bed, and felt the peace I had been longing for. I closed my eyelids and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When I regained consciousness, I vaguely saw the bright, almost blinding fluorescent lights in the dormitory, and Halsey's unshaven face. He shook me. "Gunai, get up, it's time for a meeting." In my dream, there was an invisible bond trying to pull me back to that dark, enclosed space. I turned over, my back to him. "What meeting?" "I don't know." After a 3-second silence, Halsey's signature singing burst forth in my right ear. Although tone-deaf, it was powerful and invigorating. Time flies and never returns, the past can only be reminisced about. In an instant, not only was I not sleepy, but even my last remaining consciousness was almost washed away. I sat up and leaned against the armrest of the bed, taking a while to catch my breath. "What time is it?" "It's 9 a.m. Perhaps to apologize for the earlier singing, Halsey handed me a piece of bread. I ran my hands through my messy hair. It was 9 o'clock. Had I actually slept for 11 hours? "I was still half asleep," I said, taking the bread from his hand and instinctively putting it in my mouth to take a bite. At the same time, I quickly realized something was wrong. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. After a quick wash, I tidied my clothes and sat down at the table, asking Halsey, "What was that meeting you mentioned earlier?" "There was a notice in the eSports Club group last night, but I didn't tell you because you were asleep." "It's at 10 a.m. today, in the eSports Club." "What kind of meeting is it?" I asked casually. "How would I know? I'm not in management." "It can't be an awards ceremony for you and me, can it?" I chuckled. "You're already so close to Lu Jinsi and Liang Xinyu, aren't you considered a core member?" "Hey, what's the use of just talking? It can't compare to Gunai spending a fortune, donating over a dozen pieces of purple gear to the guild right now." Halsey cast a malicious glance at me, making me feel a chill run down my spine. "You're not going to go around telling everyone, are you?" He waved his hands repeatedly to show his innocence. "Heaven and earth bear witness, I didn't say anything. But, people tend to make connections, there's nothing I can do about it." I sighed, guessing that the situation had probably become quite mysterious by now. Halsey patted my shoulder and said, "Don't feel too guilty. Just treat it as a fan meeting, or even a blind date if all else fails." "Is this your idea to arrange a blind date?" "How could that be? I'm just benefiting from your influence." Alright, let's get ready to go. Let's find a corner to sit down, I don't want to attract too much attention." The eSports Club's activity area wasn't too far from the dormitory building. Halsey and I walked for a few minutes to reach the meeting room. Because we arrived quite early, there were only 6 or 7 people scattered inside. Upon closer inspection, they were all familiar faces: Club President Li Yunqian, Vice President Lu Jinsi, Logistics Staff Liang Xinyu, and even Zhou Yu, a youth training player from the Qinghu team whom they had never seen in the game. Li Yunqian, who was sitting on the platform, was facing the main entrance. When he saw me come in, he waved as a greeting. After I helped the eSports Club retain its leveling spot, and then contributed about 10 pieces of purple equipment that are currently in short supply to the eSports Club, Li Yunqian's attitude towards me became much friendlier. It was clear that he didn't have much trust or expectation of me, a player who joined casually at first, and maintained a small, exclusive attitude towards me. But things often develop in such subtle ways. My unintentional act actually helped a lot, and of course, most of this was thanks to Halsey's matchmaking. Halsey walked in and wanted to sit in the first row, but I pulled him up halfway down. I pointed out the second to last row to him. This was indeed a bit of a dilemma for someone like him who liked to show off. He muttered to himself, "With great power comes great responsibility. There's nothing to be afraid of." Lu Jinsi called out to me, "Gunai, Lu Zhenghao, where are you going?" Halsey seized the opportunity to tattle. Gunai is not giving me a chance to participate in the discussion, stifling the opinions of the people, and is going to put me in the last row.
That makes me sound like I'm utterly wicked.
Lugency chuckled and pointed to 2 seats below the stage. They've all been arranged for you, so please sit here.
Halsey broke free of my hand and winked at me smugly. Let's go.
Since Lugency had already said that, it would seem pretentious to refuse again, so I simply followed Halsey and sat down in those 2 seats. I whispered to Halsey, so it's related to that new event.
Halsey's audio was completely different from mine. Yeah, you didn't really think it was an awards ceremony, did you?
I slapped Halsey's thigh hard in anger, but thankfully only the 2 girls in front of me heard it, preventing the awkward situation from escalating. Gunai has made significant contributions to the esports club in a short period of time, so it's fair to call this an award, Lugency said, coming to my rescue.
Liang Xinyu added, yeah, Halsey, can't you learn from others? All you do is ask the guild for things. When will you contribute some equipment?
Yes, definitely. Halsey completely lost his usual playful smile and nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
I think I've noticed something.
The way these 2 are communicating is off.
Could it be that the blind date Halsey was talking about is this? I understand, I muttered to myself. What do you understand?
Halsey looked at me, completely bewildered.
I understand exactly what you say. Damn, are you speaking in riddles?
Just then, a round-faced young man walked in from the back of the classroom. He wasn't very tall and looked just like a high school student. He was Zhou, a member of the Qinghu youth training team with whom he had little interaction.
He extended a hand and said, let's get acquainted. My name is Zhou. I have heard of you too.
Halsey laughed heartily. No need to be so polite, we're all members of the esports club. I've been training with Qinghu in the main city of Sanzhou, so we haven't had much opportunity to interact. We should try to spar more when we have time. I'll also be going back to Luodao for this event to complete with the esports club. Liang Xinyu sighed. We have to spend money to change the main city, and then we have to change it back after the event ends.
It's so troublesome. Actually, it's not too bad, since the club reimburses the expenses. This treatment is too good. When can our esports club take this opportunity to implement it?
Halsey started to say, but Liang Xinyu glared at him, and he swallowed the rest of his sentence.
Lugency, having considered everything thoroughly, still had some concerns. The club's management is so strict. Is it alright for us to return to Luodao to participate in this event? It's okay. This event only has strict requirements for 1 team of players.
The youth training players can form teams freely. I'm thinking of just going back to Luodao and joining the esports club.
Okay, let's see how to group them later.
Just then, a sweet, childlike voice came from the doorway. Senior, I'm here.
Then, a petite girl dressed in anime style appeared at the door.
She seemed surprised to see so many people inside, and her voice became soft as she said, oh, and there's a senior.
2. Halsey winked and asked, who is this? What's his background? Lugency greeted her, then turned back to answer Halsey. It's great that the new junior is so energetic.
Please remember to take good care of her.
I'm new to the company too, why am I?
Halsey swallowed the rest of his sentence under the sharp gaze. I found it amusing to watch Halsey choke on his words. At that moment, the petite girl walked up to us. After seeing her face clearly, she looked like a character straight out of an anime. She had a youthful face, wore round-framed sunglasses, a JK uniform, and carried a blue and white canvas bag. My first instinct was to blurt out, no need for such formalities, just call me Gunai. This caused a burst of laughter and cheers from everyone present.
Then Halsey pointed to himself, looking bewildered, and asked, Junior, what about me?
The petite girl smiled slyly. I know you, your name is Halsey.
Halsey?
Liang Xinyu laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, and said to the petite girl, Tian Quan, you can sit in the first row.
Okay, senior. What Tian circle? Halsey looked completely bewildered. The petite girl explained, my name is Tian Quan. Donut?
I'd rather be a cream puff, Halsey persisted.
You're not really named Tian Tianquan, are you?
The girl took out her student ID card from her bag and handed it to Halsey. Halsey's expression changed subtly, and he stammered, "Whose child is this, with such a strange name?"
Tian pouted and retorted, "Don't you think it's cute?" "No, I'm just hungry."
Halsey persisted, "Call me senior and let me hear it." After saying that, he looked at Liang Xinyu for help, as if he knew the ropes. Under Liang Xinyu's gaze, Halsey had no choice but to obediently submit, slumping dejectedly in his seat. The meeting was about to start in 10 minutes, and many people came in one after another.
The classroom was almost full. I never thought that the esports community had so many members. Hey, Senior Gunai, I heard that the extra purple gear in the guild yesterday was sponsored by you?
I was in a daze when Tian Tianquan peeked past Halsey and asked me. Halsey reluctantly put down the phone he was playing with. "Of course it's true, I sponsored him."
Ugh, what sponsorship? It's a donation. Can you be more precise with your wording? Oh, then you're the biggest sponsor. Tian Tianquan didn't seem to have any intention of changing her mind.
I wasn't very familiar with my junior, so I didn't dare to joke around like Halsey. Instead, I pretended to be humble and said, "After all, I don't need it.
It's good to make the best use of it for the guild."
By the way, Tian Tianquan cautiously looked around, as if checking to see if anyone was eavesdropping, then lowered his voice as if discussing his secret and asked, "Everyone outside is saying that the first red weapon is in your hands, is that true, senior?" The senior is definitely a real senior, but whether the weapon is a real weapon is uncertain.
Damn, that's too cunning. Tian Tianquan looked sullen after not getting the answer she wanted.
Halsey watched her choke and secretly laughed to himself.
But Tian Tianquan clearly had no intention of letting it go.
When she spoke again, there was a strange excitement in her eyes, and I had a feeling that the question might be quite pointed. "Senior, everyone's saying that your friend, that womanizer, has a special relationship with you.
He even traveled all the way from the main city to find you. We have a good relationship.
My brother and I were working together on God Realm before."
Is there that kind of relationship? Tian Tianquan winked. Which one? It's that kind of. Tian Tianquan thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a suitable adjective. Halsey added from the side, "Fencing." I instantly realized what was happening and firmly denied it, "Absolutely not." Tian turned around disappointedly, "The rumors aren't accurate at all, it's pointless."
Halsey picked up the thread, lecturing like an elder, "I'm not trying to criticize you, but at your age, you shouldn't be focusing on these things. On a smaller scale, think about how you can contribute to the development of the esports club. On a larger scale, consider contributing to national development."
When I was your age.
The meeting officially began 10 minutes later. First, the club president, Li Yunxian, gave an official pep talk, which was full of familiar platitudes. Unfortunately, the Foamling Esports Club did not have any outstanding achievements in competitions, so when it came to the key points, he just glossed over them. I noticed that Halsey seemed to be getting sleepy, so I reached out and patted him on the shoulder.
"Huh, what did I do?"
He suddenly came to his senses. "Keep your voice down," I said, glancing around to make sure no one noticed what was going on.
"Don't you think our position is a little odd?" He looked at me with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?"
I gestured for him to look at our seats in the first row. There were only 4 people sitting there, including Lu Jinxi, Liang Xinyu, and other key members of the esports club, who were all sitting in the second row. "Oh, then you need to reflect on why they're not sitting in the same row as you anymore."
"So, we won't be sitting in the same row as you?"
I wasn't in the mood to argue with Halsey. There must be a reason why he specially arranged for us to sit in the first row. Most likely, he wanted us to go up and give a speech one by one. To be honest, I'm not against giving speeches, but this kind of motivational platitudes just didn't interest me. As he was speaking, Li Yunxian finished his speech, then a faint smile appeared on his lips. He continued, "Now, let's hear a few words from our newest member, Gunai."
Are you kidding me? I wasn't notified of this agenda item before it was completed.
But by then Li Yunxian had already stepped off the stage and naturally handed the microphone to me. I didn't want to embarrass him, since talking nonsense was one of my strengths. As I left my seat, a burst of applause erupted from the audience, followed by whispers that filled the classroom.
Hey, isn't he the guy who donated the purple outfit yesterday? Donating purple gear is nothing.
They already have red weapons.
Do they need your 2 pieces of purple gear? Yeah, they might be wearing a full red suit.
I heard that on the day the esports club recruited new members, Guan Yiping from the neighboring university played against him, but he couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes.
Of course. I heard he's a full member of some team.
These youth trainees are no match for him. I'll let you in on a secret, Lin Hansu of Qingyu and Lian Wuk of Quij have both been in contact with him.
What the hell? How come someone like that is in our school? They're low-key.
Maybe that's the quality of a professional player balancing studies and training.
I coughed twice into the microphone to interrupt the noise in the room. The news was getting more and more outrageous.
Although I didn't know why it eventually became the truth, I had never revealed this information to anyone. It could only be explained by a series of coincidences and a positive result during the spread of the news.
Hello everyone, I'm Gunai, and I'm currently a member of the Win Chime Esports Club.
Great.
That's wonderful.
Ahem, for this Forest Lost Stories activity, I hope everyone will respond to the call of the esports club, and I will do my best. I believe that with the wholehearted help of classmate Lu Jianghao, our Win Chime Esports Club will surely achieve the goal of this activity. Seeing Hauzi's gloating expression, I realized that I was the one who had been kept in the dark. I was the only one speaking throughout the entire session, and Hauzi knew all about it. Judging from his past behavior, it was even highly likely that he was the one.
Who suggested it?
I settled into my seat, gave Hauzi a you-figure-it-out look, and then turned my head to listen to Lu Jinsi explain the event's schedule.
Hauzi's gaze gave me the creeps.
His eyes darted around, and I wondered what he was thinking.
He patted me and said, Gunai, I have my own difficulties too. They forced me to do it. Gunai, let me tell you the real culprit, it's Liang Xinyu.
When he refused to budge, Hauzi said dejectedly, I'll treat you to 2 meals out.
Okay, it's a deal.
He stood there, stunned, a look of having been tricked on his face, tilting his head and muttering something.
I focused my attention on the projection.
I had logged off to rest before the system update and hadn't even paid attention to the event details. This Forest Lost Treasure Hunt event will be held on the outskirts of the main city, which means it covers a very wide area, encompassing the entire wilderness map. Players will participate in the event in teams of 6 or fewer, and new players can join during the event. During the event, if a player who dies is not resurrected by a priest within 30 seconds, they will be immediately removed from the event area and lose the opportunity to continue participating. In other words, everyone only has one chance to survive, and there is no resurrection point. But the good news is that you will not lose levels or equipment upon death, so everyone can participate freely. The background of the event is the country's once-a-decade sacrificial ceremony, in which people pray to the gods for blessings, and the gods will send down hyacinths that signify good fortune, which will be scattered throughout the event map. Players who enter the second stage can receive generous rewards and enter the Urcha's Labyrinth descended from the realm of the gods to defeat the boss underworld Triler and compete for the sole winning team. I scratched my head and roughly understood the process of the event. The first stage seemed to be a game of luck, with the 500 people who collected the most hyacinths winning. However, the fact that the drop from killing monsters meant that players could completely skip picking them up and directly take them from other players, thus completing the event objective in the same way or even more efficiently. Even if you don't kill others to obtain it, you can't guarantee your safety without the support of strength.
Ultimately, this is still an event with combat as its main theme.
The system announcement for the second phase wasn't very clear, but we can tentatively understand it as multiple players competing for a single boss in a wild map, with a battle royale element involved, where only one team can survive and achieve final victory.
After all that, we still have to fight. Hauzi was completely confused and managed to squeeze out this sentence after a long while.
In the end, it all comes down to strength. Lu Jinsi raised her head, held the microphone to her chest, and asked, "That's all I have to say?"
Does anyone have any questions?
It's 100, Lu Jinsi replied after flipping through the data. A murmur rippled through the room. There's no need for everyone to worry too much, Lu Jinsi added.
Each team has 3 chances to view the full leaderboard and determine their position. I nodded in agreement.
So the planners used some psychological tricks to increase the competitiveness of the event. Now that everyone is okay with the questions, let's start dividing into groups.
How do I group 3 couples together?
This team has 2 healers and 2 knights, but they don't deal any damage at all.
Hey, why are there 5 girls in Lao Lin's group? I want to switch with him. Liang Xinyu, sitting directly behind him, asked softly, what do you want to change to? Haozi was startled. It's nothing, let's eat at another restaurant tonight.
The way Haozi gave in made me want to laugh. This brings together the core members of the esports club. In terms of
skill, they're probably the strongest group on the field.
The decision to assemble elite forces isn't surprising.
The last group, Gunai, Lu Zhenghao, Tian Tianquan, Zhu Jia, and Yi Qingyan.
Because I had informed Lu Jinsi beforehand that I wanted to reserve a spot for Shenin Tianqian, our group ended up with only 5 people.
Do you know the other 2 brothers? What's their background?
I secretly patted Haozi and asked him in a low voice, afraid that the 2 of them might be sitting right behind me, so as not to cause an awkward situation.
It looks unfamiliar, I don't remember it at all. Haozi answered, and Tian Tianquan chimed in, that's my roommate.
Oh, so they're sisters, I muttered to myself. How strong are they?
Haozi's focus was different from mine. Haozi listened and looked at me with a heavy expression. Gunai, did you hear that? 3 experts, our group is probably half doomed. Haozi, what are you saying? Tian Tianquan pouted in dissatisfaction.
No, I didn't say which half was yellow. Your 3 bloomed freely, but ours is definitely yellow.
Wait a minute, there are only 5 of us here, Tian Tianquan thought for a moment before realizing, isn't the other one the senior's friend?
I nodded, which was my way of acknowledging her statement.
Tian Tianquan became inexplicably confident, then there's no doubt that our team will definitely enter the second phase of the activity. Alright, we'll see how you do then. Hey, senior, isn't Shenin Tianqian handsome?
In the game, he wears gold-rimmed glasses and waves his staff, sigh.
Tian Tianquan looked like a fangirl with starry eyes, which made Haozi's eyes twitch.
I don't know if he's handsome or not, but at your skill level you probably can't beat him.
Before I could answer, Haozi interrupted, wearing gold-rimmed glasses makes you handsome? I'll get a pair too. What do you know? Tian Tianquan glanced at Haozi disdainfully. This is called a refined scoundrel.
If you wear it, you'll look like an old watch repairman. Haozi was speechless after being choked, and too embarrassed to argue with his junior, so he could only stammer and mumble something unintelligible.
While Haozi was rambling on, I asked him curiously, aren't you going to be participating in this event with your group? He didn't answer, but asked me instead, and you don't usually seem to travel alone, do you?
What the heck? I was stunned for a moment, not realizing that Haozi was implying something. He grinned, took his phone out of his pocket, and after scrolling through 3 or 5 pages, a post appeared on the screen.
Luodao City Combat Strength Assessment Post, Personal Perspective. The post remains very popular, with thousands of comments below it. The first person in line was a fat guy wearing black-rimmed glasses. I couldn't recognize who he was. I only found out from the introduction below the photo that he was a professional player of the Wenzhou team and served as the current captain of the team. His profession was an assassin, which was completely inconsistent with his image. This physique definitely makes him more reassuring to play as a knight. However, the poster who made the review gave him a very high evaluation, not only placing him in the first position but also calling him the second best assassin in the Chinese server. The second best assassin in the Chinese server, why does that title sound so familiar? Isn't Lin Hansu supposed to be the #1 assassin in the Chinese server? As expected, a large number of Lin Hansu's fans gathered in the comments section of this floor. Can't the fat guy go back to his original profession? It's clear that Wenzhou has a relatively limited number of fans,
with very few people speaking up for Captain Wenjio in the comments section. I casually scrolled down and found about 20 professional players and youth training team members. I turned to Housie and asked, "What did you want me to see again?" "Don't rush, just scroll down a few more times, and you'll be there soon." I patiently scrolled down the screen a few more times and found Chasing the Wind in the 32nd position. The introduction wasn't long. A member of Xuanyue Sports Club, a hunter, a very talented young man, who was rumored to have once rejected Qingyu's invitation to join their youth training program. The cheers from below were quite loud, which speaks volumes about Wang Mufeng's status in the Xuanyue Sports Club. I love Feng Feng so much. My senior is so cool and awesome. They were all compliments like these, which I naturally ignored. Housie nudged my arm. "Why didn't you take a closer look?" I asked in bewilderment. "Why should I look at this? This isn't a compliment." I rolled my eyes at him, and as I expected, Housie couldn't say anything nice. Yunshui Ballad. The photo shows a tall female mage with long, flowing waves in her hair. Her features are striking and she has a mixed-race, exotic look. "You should take a good look at this," Housie interjected from the side. "How do you know all sorts of people?" Housie said casually. Liang Xinyu rolled her eyes at him skillfully, ignoring his question. Song Yunshui is quite capable. In her freshman year, she won third place in the National College League with Xuanyue Sports Club. She can be said to have become famous at a young age. Her fire mage was called Wildfire by the commentators at the time. Although she did not achieve better results after becoming the president of the club, it cannot be denied that she is an excellent player. That's pretty impressive. From what you're saying, it sounds like you're praising the members of your own esports club, Housie chimed in. It's because I'm close to her. You know how strong our school is. There aren't many teams willing to arrange practice matches with us, and Xuanyu is one of them. I nodded, swiped my phone screen to show Liang Xinyu the image of Zhu Fingwu, and asked, "Do you remember this person?" "This wasn't the one you asked me about last time?" I shouldn't have seen her before. I've seen such a beautiful girl before, there's no way I wouldn't remember her. She's probably a rising star. Liang Xinyu shook her head, but then a strange light flashed in her eyes. "Gunai, why are you in such a hurry to ask about other people's situations?" "It can't be. Only." Before I could finish speaking, Housie interrupted, "It's just curiosity. Everyone understands." The two then looked at each other and let out a knowing hee laugh. It seems that the love of gossip transcends gender. The photo was taken not long ago at the exit of the Moon Lake instance, but the moment this person snapped the picture, it's definitely not very professional. "Why did you take the picture when I was squinting?" "You're overthinking it. Your eyes are only so big." I stared speechlessly at the description below. Frost Winter, a warlock class with the special ability to transform weapons into melee weapons. Recently, he has repeatedly defeated professional players from various major guilds. His combat skills are strange, and his origins are unknown. He has appeared in the same places as Wind Dancer many times. I wonder if he is also a member of Xuanyue Esports Club. I pointed to the words on the screen. "What do you mean by strange combat techniques? This is clearly exquisite. Can't you work on your language skills? Whatever it is, it's a compliment to you." Liang Xinyu followed Housie and nodded repeatedly. "What a great player, it's a pity he's from Xuanyue Esports Club." Housie added fuel to the fire with righteous indignation. "That's right, you do have the potential to be an undercover agent." "What makes you think that? Why not speculate that she's a member of the Windchime Esports Club?" Liang Xinyu covered her face with a pained expression and said, word by word, "Wasn't that because our Fengling Esports Club didn't have much recognition?" Housie chimed in, "Gunai, I have to say a few words to you about this. You must keep the mission of revitalizing the Fengling Esports Club firmly in mind. There are many temptations and troubles in this world, so you must learn to restrain yourself." I was stunned by their back-and-forth banter until Tian Quan chimed in from the side. "Housie, where are you ranked on this list?" Housie glanced at her impatiently. "The adults are talking, little kids shouldn't make a fuss." Tian persisted. "You didn't make the list, did you? Your senior is low-key.
If I were willing to show off, I would be at least on the same level as your senior, Gu. Tian let out a disdainful hiss, eek. Okay, President Liu.
I scrolled down further and saw several familiar faces like Feng Yueji and Xin Yuan, but finding no useful information, I returned the phone to Haozi. This so-called review post is highly unreliable. The main city has only been open for a short time, and I firmly believe that many skilled players are secretly leveling up and avoiding conflicts with others. These people are unlikely to appear in the public eye, hence the lack of information recorded in the review. However, they are the opponents that will inevitably be encountered during the event, and only time will tell who is stronger. Thinking this, I inexplicably felt my heartbeat a little faster. Did this long-lost excitement indicate that I was also looking forward to the upcoming event? After the meeting, Haozi kept his promise, and we took a taxi to the city to have a nice meal. The gathering ended when I was completely unmoved by the delicious food. With only a few days left until the event, Haozi thought it would be good to form teams and practice together to ensure that there wouldn't be any major problems on the day. I contacted Shenin Tianxian, and he readily agreed. He has been very proactive these past few days, spending hours in the library researching and creating some strange household items. The idea of spending time in a library within a game is somewhat unbelievable. After dinner, Haozi and I had nothing to do, so we went online early and did some preparatory work such as repairing equipment. I hadn't seen him for several days, and seeing him in his silver-white swordsman's uniform felt a little strange. Haozi's stare made me uneasy. Gunai, you know me, I'm not that kind of person. Come on, I'm looking at your outfit. Is it pretty? It's fine if you don't look at their faces, but it feels awkward once you do. You're just jealous, blatantly jealous. Haozi was still indignant, while the two of us, a level 30 sorcerer and a great swordsman, stood at the entrance of the weapon shop chatting idly. The weapon shop was located on the main road leading to the city, and level 20 newcomers to the main city and players returning from the wilderness frequently passed by. At this time of year, changing jobs was still a rare occurrence, and Haozi and I, with our distinctive attire, attracted quite a bit of attention. Haozi was captivated by this for a long time, thinking it was his personal charm at work. Around 2:45, as I was basking in the warm autumn sun and almost dozing off, Tian Quan appeared with her two roommates. Tian Quan, true to her name, has the ID donut. As a warlock, she is wearing a pink warlock outfit that seems to have fallen from somewhere, and her hair is tied up in a bun at the back of her head. She looks quite approachable and cute. Little friend, do you want me to find you a broom and send you to learn magic? Waiting was difficult for Haozi, and now that he finally saw people appear, he jokingly asked them out of boredom. No need, weird uncle. Tian circled around in front of us, responded to Haozi, and then greeted me. Good afternoon, senior. Good afternoon. Haozi asked, dissatisfied, what about me? Why didn't you greet me? Tian Quan made a quirky sound of surprise, pretending to have just noticed Haozi. Oh, so you're here too, Haozi. Good afternoon. These two were used to being silly, so meeting them was like meeting their match, making Tian's two roommates behind him cover their mouths and laugh. One was a priest with freckles on his face named Moonlight, and the other was a slightly chubby knight named Deep Night. The two were a little reserved, and after politely greeting me and Haozi, they began to lower their heads and fiddle with their own panels. Almost exactly at 3 o'clock, Xin Tianqian appeared from the other end of the long street, wearing sunglasses and a robe, which gave him a rather imposing air. But when did sunglasses appear in this game? I don't even need to guess, it's probably the result of his research these past 2 days. So handsome not only Tian Quan, but also the two girls turned their attention to Xin Tianqian, eager to see the appearance of the protagonist who had caused such a stir in Liaodong. Haozi and I, on the other hand, were completely immune to this, so we both leaned against the door with our arms crossed, completely unmoved. Hello? Shenin Tianxian greeted us warmly, his gaze lingering on me and Haozi for no more than 0.5 seconds before turning to the three over there. I watched his retreating figure, so angry I almost kicked him in the butt. But considering there were outsiders present, I decided to give this legendary, god-level ice mage some face. Ahem, everyone's here. We should start preparing for the event in 2 days.
After getting acquainted, my roommates Shin Tian and Tian Quan exchanged glances, almost to the point of flirting. Afraid that Shin Tian might cause some trouble, I quickly interrupted the conversation. That's right, we need to take this seriously.
Halsey nodded vigorously in agreement.
I believe everyone is already familiar with the event schedule.
Shin timidly raised his hand halfway, looking at me with his head bowed. Bamboo, I haven't looked at it yet, huh? Do you think I should go and study it first?
Halsey repeated, somewhat confused. Bamboo? Who's that?
Gunai is strange enough, but then a bamboo plant comes along too, Halsey muttered to himself. Before I could speak, the girl with a few freckles on her face, Moonlight, spoke first, patiently explaining the event's procedures to Shin Tianxian in detail. Being handsome has this kind of advantage, Halsey said to me in a helpless whisper. Look at that girl, she's practically painting a picture of their bright future together.
I pointed to the remaining two, Yishinshin and Tian Quan, and replied, aren't there still two who are perfectly normal?
That knight seemed like a rather introverted person, so it's normal that she didn't speak.
She's part of Tian's circle, so honestly, do you think she's a normal person?
As they were talking, a purple sandalwood stick struck Halsey on the head. Tian Quan stood behind him with a pout, probably having overheard the entire conversation.
Ha, Junior, what brings you here?
Halsey, don't try to get close to me by secretly talking badly about me in front of the senior. At this moment, distancing yourself from the situation is the best option.
I shrugged, looking completely innocent. I don't know anything. Tian Quan didn't pursue the matter further, but bent over and chuckled as he began to pack his backpack. Why don't you go and give the influential figures a lesson?
Halsey asked, puzzled.
Tian Quan didn't even look up, continuing to rummage through the various props in her backpack. Aren't there two people there?
You're not a good fan at all, you're not putting in any effort.
Tian made a face at Halsey and said, I'm not a fan. I was just curious before, but now I'm not so enthusiastic anymore. I joked, I didn't realize you were immune to this type of thing?
Of course, I don't like that style, but, senior, I'm starting to get
interested in you.
Although I could tell it was a joke, this seemingly sweet and cute girl was far too skilled. She was definitely someone I couldn't afford to mess with. In that awkward moment, Halsey came to my rescue. Don't make things difficult for your senior. He's been troubled by love for a long time. After saying that, he gazed into the distance with a weary look in his eyes and began to sing, The Sea of Suffering Rises in Waves. After a short while, Shin Tianxian finished understanding the situation of the event. Judging from his confident appearance, it seemed that victory was only a matter of time. The first thing to clarify is that we will be randomly teleported to the event map as a team, but how is the number of items to be looted calculated, for individuals or teams? Individuals, Tian Quan glanced at the announcement and replied, the official statement said that the final 500 people to enter the second phase will be determined by calculating the number of shares held by individuals, not by the average number held by the team. This arrangement is quite subtle, I thought to myself. In the end, many teams will definitely concentrate their quotas in the hands of a few people in order to enter the second stage.
Halsey nodded in agreement. That's right, so even if a name is on the leaderboard, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person is safe in the end. But would anyone really be willing to hand over their hyacinths to someone else and let them pass the test? Moonlight questioned.
Think about it, rather than the whole team failing to get into the second round, it's not a bad thing to let some people pass the level, Halsey explained. Besides, I estimate that many people participate in the event just to sell hyacinths and make money. The so-called second stage only has 500 spots, which is not something that everyone in the huge player base is qualified to reach. This caused the originally relaxed and pleasant atmosphere to become somewhat heavy, as if everyone could see the undercurrents surging behind the forest's scavenging activities, realizing that this event was not just a simple scavenging competition.
Then how about we distribute the hyacinths? Before Tian Quan could finish speaking, I interrupted her question, distribute equally.
This was originally a rather pointed question, but upon hearing my straightforward answer, Tian Tianxuan's eyes sparkled with delight.
I felt uncomfortable under his gaze. You have to ask such a small question?
Yishinshin still seemed a little hesitant, and said, Senior, the competition for this event is so fierce, if it really doesn't work out. I obviously have my own considerations. Since the number of hyacinths is calculated per person, it is not necessarily safe no matter how many you hold. The purpose of the event is not to allow players to clear the level by concentrating hyacinths in the hands of a few people, but to allow teams to obtain as many as possible. After all, even in the second stage, it is a team battle, and going it alone may not be effective. What? I agree with this point, since changing jobs is a major turning point, and the skill strength before and after changing jobs is vastly different. But Brother Tianxian, Tian Tianquan immediately tried to get closer to him. There are only 2 days left, is it enough time to level up 1.5 levels? More than enough. Shinyin Tianqian uttered 4 words crisply, then adjusted his sunglasses. And then what? Tian Tianquan waited expectantly for Shinyin Tianqian to continue explaining his plan, but that was the end of it. I comforted her, don't worry, if he dared to make that promise, he must have already thought it through. It's just 2.5 days to get 1 level. That's right, he said, his expression hidden behind his sunglasses. But he pointed at me and said, whether we succeed or not depends on you. I was completely puzzled. I had no idea I had any tricks up my sleeve. Leveling up had always been a long-standing and difficult problem for me. Seeing that I didn't respond, Shinin Tianxian helplessly put his hands in his pockets and said, I'm in an unfamiliar place, so you, as my host, should at least find me a place where I can level up. Oh, you should have said so earlier. After thinking about it, I realized that since I came to Kingdom, my daily routine has been basically occupied by various tasks. I have almost never had the opportunity to quietly grind monsters for an afternoon. Therefore, the only leveling spot I can recall is the abandoned village at the end of the river. Before entering Moon Lake that day, I stayed there briefly. The monsters were diverse and visually striking necromancer-type monsters. These monsters are often naturally thick-skinned and tough, so the power of swords, spears, and halberds is limited. Instead, magic damage is very effective against them. Come with me. I led the group away from the main city, starting from the east gate, passing through the forest, and heading downstream along the river in the heart of the canyon. Whether it was because it was getting late or because the stench of decay was spreading from the end of the river, the more we walked, the paler the surrounding vegetation became, faintly exuding an aura of death. I stepped on the dead tree branch in front of me, snapped it, pointed to the ruins ahead, and said, We've arrived at our destination. So there are such wonderful places in the main city. How come I've never seen them before? Tian Tianquan showed unprecedented excitement in the face of the abandoned village in this cold and gray environment. Housie rolled his eyes and said, Sis, haven't you ever seen a horror movie? Something bad is definitely going to happen here. Are you that oblivious? TCH, Housie, you're not scared, are you? You think I'm afraid? I'll go first, let me tell you. Looking at these two who were always at odds, I shook my head speechlessly and reminded them, there are corpses lurking in the house. Although they're not moving very fast, be careful. I haven't gone too deep into this place yet, and I don't know what's behind it. Why think so much? Just follow your brother Housie. After saying that, Housie casually hoisted the heavy sword onto his shoulder, placed his hands on the tip and hilt, and strolled leisurely into the village gate. Tian Tianquan followed him inside nonchalantly, probably someone who wasn't afraid of trouble. Looking at the group, it seemed that Shinyin Tianqian looked more nervous. I joked, nervous? Ah. I'm not nervous. If you're not nervous, why are you wearing your sunglasses upside down? Haha, he said awkwardly, taking off his sunglasses. I watched a few horror movies a few days ago, and I haven't recovered yet. Don't worry, I've been here before, there's nothing scary about it, I reassured him, pushing him towards the door. Come on, by the time you're talking, I've already finished killing all the monsters. Since you've already said it. Holy crap! The two people at the front then had a subtle change in expression and began to move slowly toward the four of us. Everyone's attention was focused on the door not far away, but I could faintly hear rustling sounds coming from the direction of the sound. I glanced out of the corner of my eye toward the direction from which the sound came. That was the shadowy place behind the hidden heavens. Watch out! I didn't have time to organize my thoughts, so I could only give him a rough indication of the impending danger. Suddenly, a hideous corpse rushed out, its mouth almost opening to a terrifying 180 degrees, with green juice splattering out of the air.
It looked like it was about to strike Shinyantiankian's neck.
Then I heard the loudest scream I'd ever heard in my life, which almost made me instinctively cover my ears.
Brother, don't get agitated if I didn't run into you. Fortunately, I
reacted quickly and used the flames of the fire to repel the corpse, but even so, Shinin Tianxian's screams still made me feel uneasy. The ice mage beside him seemed to have lost his soul, his face pale as he stared at the corpse that had been knocked to the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless, his lips slightly parted as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say a word.
The remaining 4 were not in much better shape.
The withered hand that had been at the door had already carved out a passage through it and was about to be exposed again, ready to attack them. The 4 people stood together in a rather united manner, their steps moving away from the wooden door in unison.
Is it really that scary?
I passed in front of the hidden heavenly emperor. The corpses that had been repelled earlier lay on the ground, their joints broken, but they still struggled to stand up instinctively. These monsters below level 30 are no longer a big threat to me at this stage, although they are rather terrifying. The fire was aimed at his throat, the flames burned through, unleashing a critical hit that instantly killed him. I turned around and gestured to Shinin Tianxian, brother, you see, it's not that scary. Seeing the corpse so easily defeated, Shinin Tianxian's expression gradually softened. He nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the fallen corpse, as if afraid that it might suddenly get up again at any moment. Just as I was about to say something to ease the tension, a roar like that of a wild beast suddenly came from not far away, accompanied by the sound of a wooden door breaking, and the corpse that had been behind the door rushed out.
Ha! What is that? It's catching up, Tianquan, right behind you. The scene descended into unexpected chaos.
I never imagined that this 6-person team would be so frightened by a level 27 monster that they would scatter and flee. The situation spiraled out of control after someone shouted a desperate run. The 4 people who had been huddled together were now scattered in both directions. No matter what I was saying, the hurried footsteps and screams drowned out everything else. When I came to my senses, only the corpse remained on the street, staring at me blankly, looking somewhat lost and helpless. With the same bewilderment as him, I pulled out my fire starter and quickly finished him off, then listened with a headache to the screams of agony coming from all sides. The group ran around aimlessly, attracting the hatred of almost all the monsters in the village. Half an hour later, I finally gathered the 6 people together at the entrance of the village. The process was quite tortuous, with the time spent searching for Shinin Tianxian being the most time-consuming. After all, it's like playing hide-and-seek. The idea of hiding in a water tank is something most people wouldn't think of. Ahem, Housie straightened his clothes and raised his heavy sword as if to encourage himself.
Let's go. To be honest, I'm not scared at all. I only ran away before to match everyone's actions. It would be awkward if only 1 or 2 people were scared.
Come on, you're the fastest runner.
Tianquan retorted irritably, seemingly quite dissatisfied with Housie's performance earlier. How can I frame someone? I ran away first to attract attention and give you a chance to escape.
I sighed helplessly and said, everyone, mentally prepare yourselves. They're just level 26 mobs.
We can just clear them head on.
The real leveling spots are in the back, so don't wander off this time.
Everyone readily agreed, except for Shinyantiankian, who seemed a bit off.
He cautiously stared ahead, his staff raised to his chest, his ice crystal spell already set up, ready to attack. There's really no need to be so nervous, I patted his shoulder, his joints were a little stiff, we haven't even gone in yet. Housie raised his arms and shouted, let's go. After the slogans were shouted,
there was a moment of complete silence. No, let's go?
Housie looked at everyone in confusion.
Tianquan smiled knowingly, why don't you leave then?
Should I go first? Housie pointed to himself.
Be confident, that's you.
I'm not saying I'm the only one who can go first, but I need to analyze this for you guys. First of all, The knight should be in the lead when engaging the monsters, but considering that our knight is a lady and the environment ahead is complex and harsh, that's not suitable.
As a mage, Shanin Tianqian should stay in the rear and provide firepower.
If I go first, I'll easily expose myself, and I'm more suitable for support work, Halsey said after rambling on for a while, then walked over and pushed me to the front.
Gunai is still the best choice. I accepted the arrangement speechlessly.
After much persuasion, coercion, and enticement, Halsey was forced to become the last one in the group. I walked along the main road of the village, and after a few steps, the target appeared. I pointed to a hospital-style building at the 2 o'clock position and was about to speak. Whoosh! Suddenly, I heard a series of whooshing sounds coming from my left shoulder. In the corner of my eye, I saw that azure ice crystals had shot out, forming a firepower network in the air like lightning, surrounding the target building from all sides. By the time I realized all this, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the hospital had been razed to the ground. Even if there were a few more corpses hidden inside, they had all turned to ashes. Shinyin Tianqian contentedly tucked in his sleeves, confidently boasting, "Complete annihilation, perfect. Brother, there's no need to use a whole tube of ice crystals to fight a single monster." The monk before me had a resolute and courageous expression. He corrected me, saying, "For such creatures, we must take drastic measures." Halsey, looking around at the back of the group, chimed in, "That's right.
Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Gunai, don't commit a cardinal sin in warfare."
The journey was uneventful, as the monsters were low-level and posed no real threat. With the powerful ice mage, Shanin Tianqian, they reached the end of the village in less than an hour. In the distance, a city stands faintly, with bonfires burning. Although it is not exactly a riot of flowers, it still has a sense of life and is probably a human settlement. But between the village and the city lies a desolate plain overgrown with yellowish-brown weeds, where leaning stone tablets stand, some with vines clinging to them, obscuring the mottled inscriptions. A withered sycamore tree stood abruptly in the middle of the plain. In the afterglow of the setting sun, several night crows flapped their wings and took flight, emitting shrill, hoarse cries.
"Senior, what's going on up ahead? Can you give me a hint?" Tian asked timidly, huddled behind Yi Shinshin's armor. "I've never been this far before either." I shook my head and walked towards the wasteland ahead. There are very few such desolate landscapes in Kingdom. Before, most of the time was spent traversing forests, but now it has suddenly become an ancient road in the west wind and a wasteland under the setting sun, and the feeling has completely changed. In any case, they must be crossing the wasteland to find clues in the city on the other side. The atmosphere here is very different from the main city, and there might be some special mission here. I squatted down in front of a stone tablet and wiped away the vegetation covering it, revealing some blurry black characters. It's a pity I don't recognize the text above. The strokes of the characters have strange frills, and they don't look like a product of modern culture. "Well done, Junior, you know all this." Halsey also leaned forward and glanced at it, but it was obviously not within his knowledge, so he turned back and said awkwardly. Moonlight replied with a smile. "After job advancement, the drop rate of purple gear will gradually increase, eventually replacing blue gear." The three girls' equipment wasn't quite complete, especially Tian Tianquan's. She seemed to prioritize appearance when choosing equipment, as she still had several green tier items on her. We replaced them with her old ones and used them internally. After working hard for a long time, as night deepened, the harvest was quite good. The three girls had already surpassed level 29 an hour ago. At this rate, they can complete their job change tomorrow. There was no natural light source in this wasteland, the only light was the faint moonlight. Fortunately, Shanin Tianqian was well prepared and took out several flashlights from his bag, which he arranged around the area to create a simple light source. Leveling up like this is so comfortable. I won't even look at that. With your brother Halsey leading the team, the leveling efficiency is definitely guaranteed. Tianquan retorted, "Don't think I didn't see it. You were just standing there most of the time, and it was Tianqian who did all the damage." "What do you know? This is teamwork." "Teamwork? Not causing trouble for your teammates is also a form of help." Halsey persisted. Moonlight followed closely behind Tian Tianquan, nodding repeatedly. It's a good thing that brother Tianqian is here, otherwise, without any light at night, the gloomy and terrifying environment would be unbearable.
Halsey shook his head dismissively. I was too embarrassed to tell you, but lighting up at night is the most dangerous thing.
In the pitch black, no one can see anyone else, so this exposes you to the world. To be honest, what Halsey said actually made some sense. The remaining people's faces changed as they listened, gradually turning as pale as the light around them. How about we call it a day?
There are ladies here, and staying up late is bad for your skin.
Shanin Tianqian said evasively, making it seem like he was about to log off.
The decision was unanimously supported by the three girls.
Halsey and I had been in a position of having no say.
The six of us immediately took a break on the spot, and our leveling plan for the day came to an end.
After taking off our helmets, Halsey and I looked at each other in dismay.
The clock was only pointing to 9 o'clock, it was too early to go to bed.
To be honest, I didn't feel the slightest bit envious.
In my opinion, being able to take care of oneself is already quite a lot of work. People who feel confused and uncertain about their future are probably not qualified to be in a relationship. When I firmly believed in the above ideas, the youthful laughter, the smooth and slender legs in summer, and the long hair dancing in the wind did not arouse my interest at all. Of course, this was only at the level of observation, but I would not be stingy with my eyes.
When Halsey finally put down his phone, I asked him, Liang Xinyu? How did you know? Halsey looked at me with some surprise. Anyone with eyes can see that something's going on between you two, okay? He touched his nose guiltily, as if talking to himself. Is it that obvious?
I felt it was already quite subtle. I found it funny, you, Lu Zhenghao, are not the kind of person who can keep things to yourself.
Halsey instinctively wanted to argue, but then smiled and remained non-committal. You seem to know me quite well. We can roughly deduce this from your drunken, talkative state. What did I say to you?
Halsey looked at me warily, as if he were a member of the intelligence agency and afraid of leaking state secrets. Actually, it's nothing much, just about first love, and that girl from fashion design class 2 in my freshman year. I dismissed it. Come on, who's going to bother with your old, trivial matters?
No way. If Liang Xinyu finds out, it'll all be over.
This is still in the early stages, and I don't want it to fall apart at the very beginning.
Okay, I readily
agreed, or rather, I simply couldn't find anyone to confide in about Halsey's stories.
When have I ever been unreliable for Halsey's sake?
There's no need for that, we haven't considered it yet.
You're not getting any younger. There are so many pretty girls in the esports club, why don't you take a look?
Halsey moved 2 steps closer to me, gesturing with his left hand as if he were an elder urging me to get married.
I think Lu Jinsi is pretty good.
She speaks gently and is very organized in her life, unlike Liang Xinyu, who has a bad temper and is hard to understand.
Come to think of it, Lu Jinsi seems to have a good impression of you. Don't you really want to consider her?
Seeing that I didn't answer, he continued to berate me. The esports club also has someone who plays archery. She's the most beautiful girl in the software design department, with super long legs.
I saw her last time. If you're interested, I can help you get her WeChat. I don't like this one either. You don't like the Tian type, do you? That's not good. She's crazy all the time. You can't handle her.
The wind blew past Halsey's ears, and the night wind outside grew stronger. Winter would soon arrive, and the yellow leaves piled up on the ground, only to be blown away by the wind and scattered in the air.
It's getting late, let's go back and get ready for bed.
I stretched and felt a bit sleepy.
Are you even listening to me?
You need to think things through when it comes to relationships, Halsey said as I walked past him, still talking as he pondered something.
Oh, I forgot, you seem to have a hunter-lover.
I can't help you with that, it's not within my jurisdiction. On the evening before the Forest Lost Tomb began, the 3 girls in the team finally reached the level 30 threshold for job advancement. Leveling up with brother Tianqian is so comfortable, I hardly have to do anything, Tian Tianquan exclaimed. Halsey spoke up in time, remove the almost, you were just watching.
But I now understand why Gunai doesn't like leveling up. He's always living this kind of leveling up life. If I were him, I wouldn't want to go to the wilderness with a group either. Although it sounds strange, these past 2 days have really allowed me to relive the carefree feeling of my God realm days. Go back to the main city and change your class, get ready. We'll team up and enter the event at 8 a.m. tomorrow, I said to the 3 girls. In less than 2 days, their equipment had been significantly improved. At least in terms of hardware, they were on par with most players at this stage. However, skills and such things couldn't be improved in a short time. Tomorrow's event will definitely require players to change jobs or not to advance. The combat ability of ordinary players is incomparable to that of players who have changed jobs. According to the statistics of the main city leaderboard, only a few thousand players have completed the job change, which is still a small number compared to the huge player base in the main city. Although she was talking about you guys, her gaze was fixed on Shanin Tianxian, clearly indicating that the core leader of our group was the Ice Mage. Shanin Tian smiled gently and put his sunglasses back on his nose, of course. Upon hearing the response, Moonlight nodded excitedly, as if she had received some kind of promise, and her steps became lighter. Hauzi and the other 3 left the plains together because they needed to return to the city to resupply, leaving only Shanin Tianxian and me behind. With not much time left before the event started, we decided to casually walk a few steps towards the city to see what was going on with the campfire that burned all night. As he watched the figures of the group disappear into the distance, Shanin Tian's smile gradually faded. How so? What do you mean, how do you say it? He looked at me, puzzled. A seasoned player like him wouldn't miss it, would he? Oh, you mean that pastor? He then realized what I was talking about and decisively replied, to be honest, I'm not interested in girls my age right now. Alright, you prefer someone more mature. Knowing I was no match for him in matters of the heart, I didn't press the issue any further. After the wasteland was cleared, we walked straight through without any obstruction, and the city came into view. The city walls were somewhat dilapidated, tinged with a pale yellow from years of rain, with gaps hastily filled with pebbles, offering absolutely no sense of security. The tall arrow towers had been abandoned for a long time, with rusty metal fixtures draped over the windowsills, and no patrolling soldiers in sight. This scene actually matches the vast, gray sky overhead quite well. The city gate was wide open, and Shanin Tianxian and I stepped directly inside. There were no pedestrians on the street, but traces of a once bustling marketplace could be vaguely seen. The campfire was nearby, its red flames stood out starkly against the gray surroundings. Passing through several dimly lit alleys, wisps of smoke curled from the courtyards at the far ends of the alleys. At this moment, Shanin Tianxian became nervous and asked for my opinion. There are only 2 of us, is it still necessary to go in? You don't need too many people to watch a campfire, do you? He repeated, I mean, there are only the 2 of us. If there's any danger, we won't be able to handle it. I laughed heartily after hearing that, confidently patted the staff in his hand, and took the lead. Is there anything that an ice mage like you can't solve? The moment I stepped through the gate, before I could even get a good look at the courtyard, an arrow suddenly shot from the attic and landed squarely on the ground in front of my left foot, as if it were a warning against my intrusion. A muscular man sat on a wooden bench not far from me, looking at me with a hostile expression. Who are you, and why are you trespassing into this ruined city? I saw the name Fong Yan above the big man's head, and knew he was an NPC. I breathed a sigh of relief. Just looking at the strong muscles on his arms, I knew that fighting a guy like him would not be an easy task. We came from Luo Dao and stumbled into this place by accident. Fong Yan's wariness remained, and he pressed aggressively. Didn't the city lord already order the downstream of the river to be sealed off? How did you get past the outer perimeter? Warning line? Shanin Tianxian and I exchanged a glance, but we couldn't find the answer. When we came here, there was no such thing as a warning line outside. At this moment, a lithe woman leaped down from the attic, and judging from the longbow in her hand, the bow and arrow from before were from her own hands. She brushed the dust off her cuffs and continued, Captain, it should be true. The cordon should have been removed. I heard that the Empire no longer plans to heavily guard the border. Fong Yan listened without saying a word, his expression complicated.
After a long while, he finally replied, "No wonder you transferred most of the troops from the ruined city last month."
But what if those things attack us?
The woman comforted him, saying, "Our mission is complete.
It's not our concern anymore. Let those important people think about it."
Fang Yin frowned. "That's just an excuse.
We've been here for over 3 years, resisting countless waves of undead attacks and defending the border without ever losing it. Now you want me to give up voluntarily? I'm really unwilling. But Captain, our current forces are no longer sufficient to sustain our defense."
The muscular man pressed his palm against his forehead, as if hesitating. "I just regret that we didn't eliminate the root of all evil. I don't know how many more years the bitter consequences on the border will continue."
"Very well. I will serve the Empire."
Fang Yan's eyes gleamed, and although he didn't show his joy, his voice was much more invigorated. "I believe that with you all here, we can defend the ruined city this time. However, I must remind you that this journey is extremely dangerous, and you may be in mortal danger.
The time is not yet ripe.
Before the undead invade, we must quickly improve our strength." A system notification sound appears. Team Quest, Siege of the Undead, failed to accept due to insufficient level, below 35. Team Leader, please level up as soon as possible and then go to Fang Yin to accept the quest again.
Level 35, that seems like a long way off, I sighed to Shanin Tianxian. I'll leave the leveling up to you.
Seeing my resigned attitude, Shanin Tianxian replied helplessly, "You should think about doing well in tomorrow's event.
Maybe you can level up by 3 or 4. You'll be almost 35 now, won't you?
There are too many random factors in this event.
We might get ambushed by the youth training team as soon as we leave the house and then be sent straight back to the main city."
Pa, can't you speak properly?
Don't simulate the worst possible scenario.
Just kidding, we've been partners for ages, we should at least make a splash, right? I said, brandishing the fire starter in an exaggerated gesture. Come on, I used to be somewhat useful with light swords, but now I'm 100 times more worried about warlocks. After a round of laughter and banter, Shanin Tianxian was the first to log off to rest, ostensibly to prepare for tomorrow's activities, but I reckon he probably went off to have some fun in the real world.
There's almost no doubt that this guy is a social butterfly.
I called out to Fang Yan a few more times in the courtyard, but he just repeated the same old NPC lines. It seems he won't budge until I reach the required level of 35. I immediately abandoned any further thoughts and logged off. After taking off his helmet, Housie had already washed up early.
After chatting with him for a couple of pointless minutes, I turned off the lights and lay down. The night passed quickly.
When he began to explain Activity Plan 6, it was almost time for the activity to start. He regretfully ended his speech, put on his helmet, and went online. At this point, everyone was ready to wait online for the event to start, and a large countdown was displayed on the system. I created a team, added the remaining 5 people to it, and confirmed the list of participants on the event page.
Everything was ready then. The group chatted casually in the team chat until the countdown finally reached 0.
A rotating 6-pointed star formation appeared beneath their feet, and as their bodies were enveloped in white light, they were collectively teleported to the event map. Before us lies a picturesque forest path, winding and secluded, leading to a sea of azaleas and distant, rolling mountains.
The environment here is not bad, is it? Tianquan looked around excitedly, observing the surrounding terrain.
All right, sister, we're here to collect things, let's get the priority sorted out, Housie said, seizing every opportunity to strike at Tianquan. His figure had already disappeared into the bushes, and he reached out to poke at the bushes, asking, "Hyacinths, what do these things look like?" Seeing everyone buried in the bushes, I felt bad about just sitting around, so I chose a secluded area and started searching like Housie. Although I wasn't quite sure what a hyacinth looked like, it was undoubtedly a type of flower, and it should be quite easy to spot in the green forest. But my vision was filled with gray-brown branches and dark green leaves, and this tedious repetitive work was precisely my weakness. After moving my hands for a few minutes, I was already in a semi-standby state, and even began to doubt whether there were any hyacinths in this area.
Taking a short rest shouldn't be a problem. The first hyacinth came from Tianquan's hands.
Her cheerful, clear voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention, and at the same time, she held up a deep blue flower in her palm. The crowd gathered around, comparing the information with the event description, and finally came to a consensus: this was undoubtedly the hyacinth they were looking for. I looked at the hyacinth in her hand a few more times. Its unopened state was less than flattering. It looks like a garlic clove. Tian Tianquan widened her beautiful eyes, as if she habitually wanted to argue something, but in the end she lowered her head and squeezed out, "Senior, it does look a bit like garlic." Since Housie has spoken up, I felt embarrassed to slack off. After all, we had agreed that the hyacinths would be distributed equally, and it would be really awkward to enjoy the fruits of others' labor without doing any work myself. I volunteered to search to the north, using the compass that Shanine Tianshan had insisted on giving me before the event, hoping it would come in handy. As a result, I gradually left the others behind, and by the time I realized it, I could no longer see them when I turned around. Fortunately, I had a good harvest along the way. Hyacinths were often found wrapped in the vines. In less than half an hour, I found more than a dozen plants. Just as I was about to continue on my way, I heard a rustling sound of leaves moving in the grass not far away, as if someone was moving over there. I'm currently fighting alone and dare not rashly clash with other teams. Although I don't intend to obtain other teams' hyacinths by killing them, it doesn't mean that others will share my idea. What if I get surrounded by an entire team and killed and sent back to the main city at the very beginning of the event? Who can I complain to then? With that in mind, I completely disappeared into the bushes, determined to wait until the group left before continuing my actions. My dark leather armor was not conspicuous under the cover of green, and without concentrating, it would be impossible to detect someone hiding in the grass. Soon, footsteps approached, and a jovial baritone voice could be faintly heard. "Hua Jian, let me tell you, in this event, our Luoshui guild will definitely have a place on the leaderboard." I have a vague feeling that these two people's voices sound somewhat familiar, but I can't quite recall where I've heard them before. The male voice continued, "Well, we still have 4 teammates. I'll talk to them and we'll split the hyacinths equally. We'll go to that sky fortress in the second round together. For now, let's just enjoy the scenery here and wait for good news." "You wish." "I didn't even agree to go with you," the girl said, feigning refusal. "I've extended a warm invitation, surely Butterfly won't refuse me that favor?" Just then, Housie's deafening shout came from afar behind them. "Gunai, where are you? Did you run off somewhere to slack off?" The forest was silent, but the sound echoed outwards, startling several birds into flight. "There seems to be someone over there in the middle of the lake. Perfect timing. I'll go check it out and just wipe them out. Aren't these hyacinths delivered right to our doorstep?" When I stood up, I noticed that the monk in front of me had a familiar ID above his head, Drunken Lake Heart. Coupled with his surprised expression when he saw me, I suddenly remembered who he was. Isn't this the Luoshui Guild duo who tried to monopolize the leveling spot in the newbie village? These two unlucky guys have run into me again. Drunken Lake Heart seemed to remember who I was, but her movements became awkward. She put the staff she was holding back at her waist, and her expression stiffened. Passing Frost Winter. What's wrong, Lao Zui? Long time no see. Are you stuttering? What a coincidence. Ha, I won't disturb your editing any longer." He pretended to turn around and leave. Meeting me was a complicated matter for Zui Huxin. The Luoshui Guild wasn't a large organization, and he never expected that after occupying a leveling spot and suffering a setback at the hands of a warlock, the same warlock would later cause such a stir in Luodao. Judging from the rumors, he couldn't afford to offend such a person. "What's wrong, Lake Heart? Who did you run into?" Just as Drunken Lake Heart was looking at me awkwardly, unsure whether to stay or leave, a beautiful female assassin walked out from behind me. As expected, it was Flower Guest. Zui Huxian awkwardly tried to cover it up. "I'm an acquaintance, Huajian, you've met him before." "It's you." Huajiang's expression darkened, as if recalling the scene from back then. "Lake Heart, what are you waiting for? Are you going to let him go this time too?" Ironically, whether the Flower Guest failed to understand his meaning or had no intention of reconciliation at all, he immediately drew his dagger, held it to his chest, and said with unwavering conviction, "Anyone who allies with him will not be able to leave here today."
Huajian, calm down.
Look, he's already level 31, while we're both level 29 and haven't even changed jobs yet.
What can we do to keep him here, honey? Seemingly influenced by Zue Huexian's words, Huajian Kalu showed some hesitation, and the dagger hung down at his side.
The young couple chatted away, completely oblivious to the fact that I was standing right in front of them, as if I were some NPC giving out quests.
Although I am quite patient, that doesn't mean I'm going to be endlessly fed dog food here. Ahem. I coughed, interrupting the farce. No, he's not leaving today anyway.
Hua Jianke gritted his teeth, staring intently at me.
An uninformed person might think there was some major grudge between us.
It's a trivial matter among the flowers, there's no need to delve into it. Hua Jianke, with a haughty and unreasonable look, said, "This concerns the reputation of the Luoshui Guild."
Zue Huxin, you're so submissive, are you even a man?
Having said that, I've started to feel sorry for Zuhuxin's boyfriend. After all, not everyone can handle a personality like Huajiang's. These words, coming from the mouth of drunken Lake Heart, were rather comical. Just minutes before, he had been arrogantly declaring that he would kill the opponent and extract all of their hyacinths, but now it had turned into a friendly sparring match. I flicked the fire starter from my waist, and with a burst of flames spreading, I had transformed into melee mode.
In any case, this battle was inevitable.
Just as the battle was about to break out, a deep female voice came from behind the two people in front of them. "Lake Heart, what's going on?" Then 4 more people emerged from behind the woods, all wearing the same Luoshui Guild emblem on their heads. They were probably members of the team that had teamed up with Zuhuxin for this event. Leading the group was a stout, level 31 paladin with a menacing face. The voice she had just spoken had come from her. Behind her followed a level 31 priest and 2 level 29 archers.
This is the complete picture of the team. Sister, this is the person. Huajiang stood behind the female knight, pointing at me with a wronged expression.
The paladin took 2 more steps closer to me, and I saw her ID clearly, West Wind Cool. It matched her domineering and sharp gaze when she looked at me, which was quite fitting.
Sister, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Zue Huexian still acted like a peacemaker who didn't want any conflict, muttering something in Shifeng Liang's ear.
Clearly, Shifeng Liang was the one with the most say in this team.
Shut up.
Shifeng Liang glared at him, and Zue Huxin was immediately speechless, as if he had choked, and silently retreated to the second line of the team. At this moment, I was calculating the situation of my opponents. There were 6 people in total, but only 2 of them had completed the job change.
Judging from my current conditions, I could easily take on all 6 of them.
Seeing arrows already flying towards the front of the formation, I was too lazy to argue anymore. I leaped away from my original position, pretending to charge towards the archers in the back. West Wind reacted quickly, launching a charge attack along my trajectory, seemingly trying to predict my landing point and block my path. As its massive body moved, sand and stones flew everywhere, and it almost instantly blocked my path, using its shield to withstand my attack.
What frosty winter! It's all just boasting.
West Wind smiled confidently, preparing to cast the skilled Mountain Collapse as soon as he was in position, slamming his shield into the ground to knock back enemies within range, thus coordinating with his teammates to trap me in an endless chain of control. But what she didn't expect was that my target wasn't the ranged damage dealers in the back row at all. Just before her charge skill touched the hem of my clothes, I had already lost my momentum, made a right-angle turn, and changed course, aiming directly at the priest in the corner. After changing jobs, priests will learn 2 resurrection skills with different effects. A priest's resurrection grants immunity to control effects for 3 seconds, and a cleric's resurrection grants 20% lifesteal for 5 seconds. Prioritizing the elimination of other units will not achieve the goal of reducing the number of personnel, but will instead waste your existing skills. Therefore, the primary target of firepower should undoubtedly be the priest, who has weak defense capabilities. Shifeng Liang's charge skill missed, and the resulting landslide also slammed into the ground out of nowhere. Unfortunately, she also stepped into the formation I had set up beforehand, and blue mist rose up, temporarily binding the paladin in place. Seeing that I had crossed the line, the people behind me seemed a bit flustered and frantically threw all sorts of projectile skills at me. With my current equipment stats, I pose no real threat to the attacks from these unclassified players. Therefore, I simply didn't change my route and approached the priest despite the oncoming attacks. Various bizarre and dazzling lights flashed across the sky, landing on the warlock's leather armor and cloak, but the damage was negligible, ultimately only reducing my health by nearly a quarter. Is this still a warlock? The attack was not as effective as expected, and one archer was showing signs of retreating, missing 2 arrows fired at point-blank range. But he wasn't my target. I triggered the ring's buff, and white light wrapped around my arm. I swung the fire, and red flames surged up and climbed onto the priest's shoulder. He panicked and just kept retreating and dodging, using skills to heal himself. He was completely unaware of the formation I had set up behind him. The black mist instantly engulfed him, reducing his remaining half of health to 0 in that instant. A dozen or so hyacinths fluttered down from the air, but the priest had vanished without a trace. The remaining people froze in their tracks. In just a few seconds, such a powerful priest who had already changed his class had been instantly killed. Shi Fengliang couldn't believe it. Even Zue Huxin, who had always believed that I had some strength, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. He had heard of assassins killing people instantly, or even swordsmen killing people instantly. When did a control class like a warlock become able to create such burst damage? Taking advantage of their momentary daze, I dared not slack off and continued to act. After all, the disadvantage in numbers was quite obvious. If I made any mistakes and got out of control, I would easily fall into a passive state of being suppressed. Without the priest, I no longer need to worry about resurrection. Knights have high defense and health, and once entangled, it's hard to escape, they'll definitely be left for last. Assassins are too agile, and forcibly chasing them is quite difficult. Right now, I need to deal with those 3 ranged attackers huddled together in the back. Scatter, scatter quickly. The one who reacted the fastest was Zai Fengliang. Having just broken free from the control of the formation, she turned around and, as if realizing something, shouted nervously to the people behind her. At the same time, the paladin moved, clearly trying to get close and entangle me, dragging the battle back into a multi-against-1 situation. I obviously couldn't grant her wish, so I summoned a Death Knight to block her path. Although the summoned creature's attributes were not as good as those of an ordinary player, it would still take a lot of effort for a paladin, a class lacking offensive capabilities, to dismantle the skeleton. When the 3 people behind heard Zai Fengliang's shout, it was too late for them to create distance. As the black ripples on the fire surged, black chains emerged from the ground and tightly bound the 3 people in front of them, causing their health to drop to varying degrees. Coincidentally, Hua Jianka, who was lying in ambush nearby, also fell victim to the attack. As an assassin, she chose to conceal herself and wait for an opportunity to strike from the moment the battle began, but she chose to launch a surprise attack from behind me when I used Resurrection. However, what she didn't realize was that invisible units would also be affected by the resurrection of the undead. This move not only failed to work, but also exposed her to my view. 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the group that had been hit by the level 30 spell of the sorcerer all had only a short health bar left. Pressing her advantage, she struck the nearest assassin on the neck with a flaming iron, dealing massive critical damage before turning into stardust and ending her mission. Frosty Winter, you're finished. Seeing the flower guest killed, Westwind's expression turned ferocious, his face twitching. He charged up and unleashed a fatal blow, shattering the undead knight, and then pounced on me amidst the dust. Although Westwind's attack looked impressive, I knew that the paladin had no other movement options after using her charge skill, and it would take her a few more seconds to get close to me with her slow movement speed. However, considering that the mage also has a skill called Leap to create distance, it is unrealistic to take him down in a short time. I simply focused my attention on the remaining 2 archers. The thin leather armor they wore offered little protection against the flames of the fire. While unleashing the blood array, they launched a close-quarters attack using fireballs. Almost simultaneously, damage numbers popped up on the 2 archers present. Although not high, they were enough to send them out of the area. When I turned around and faced the furious knight again, even though her face was terrifying, all my worries disappeared.
After reaching level 30, knights can choose between two job branches, Lancer Knight and Paladin.
Lancer Knights possess some offensive and defensive capabilities, while Paladins are purely tank-type classes focused on protection, struggling to even take down opponents offensively.
Just as I expected, although Zifeng Liang swung his shield with great force, the damage he generated was quite limited.
If I used a potion, I could even maintain an exaggeratedly full health status.
Drunken Lake Heart. Come here and deal damage.
Zifeng Liang roared through gritted teeth at the mage cowering to the side, looking as if he was about to drag him in front of him to supervise the battle.
Sister, the situation is special.
I'm not feeling well and can't perform at even 1 or 2/10 of my usual level, Zuehu Xingdi said, making excuses and showing no intention of accepting the challenge.
Instead, she began to persuade Shifeng Liang, why don't we just call it a day? Shifeng Liang's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He
snorted coldly and ignored the mage's reaction, raising his shield high in front of his chest. Then a golden light spread from the shield. This was the Paladin's level 30 job advancement skill Impregnable Fortress, which reduces external damage by 50% for 150 seconds and reflects 30% of the damage received back to the corresponding target. The Impregnable Fortress didn't last long. After enduring those long 2.5 minutes, she had no chance to defend against my subsequent moves and could only passively defend, her health bar slowly decreasing.
After the cooldown of resurrection was completed once again, and after dealing the full percentage damage, that sturdy body finally swayed and fell. The outcome is decided.
It has to be said that Zifeng Liang should be the leader of this team. After she left the event scene, dozens of hyacinths fell, which was almost more than the total of the others.
Where are we going? To the heart of Drunken Lake.
I watched as Zuehu Xian tiptoed away from the other side of the bushes, and called out to him meaningfully. He turned around awkwardly, brother, we've already finished fighting.
If there's nothing else, I'll be going now.
Hey, you're supposed to be a member of this team, how can you just leave like this? Those who understand the times are heroes, Zuehu Xian said solemnly, looking at me as if explaining a profound truth. Then he sighed and said in a consultative tone, for this reason, I won't trouble you, brother. I'll take my leave now, and we'll meet again someday. Before I could react, he pulled out a return scroll from his bag, decisively crushed it, turning himself into stardust in an instant, and even waved goodbye.
Well, this guy is kind of pitiful as a man.
When I came to my senses, only a hyacinth was left on the ground.
It certainly ran away quickly.
I bent over and rummaged through the grass, gathering the fallen hyacinths together. I estimated there were about 100 of them. After finishing this, I was thinking about going back to rejoin the main group when suddenly, a distinct sneeze came from the grass about 10 meters behind me.
Is someone still lying in ambush? In desperation, I threw a formation at the target location. I was a little confused.
I hadn't expected that the person crouching in the bushes was Housie.
What was going on here?
Immediately afterwards, 4 more people emerged from the woods in my sight.
So, you guys were just watching the show the whole time? I rubbed my forehead, now I understood everything.
These 5 people had probably been lying in the grass for quite a while. You guys really think highly of me.
What if I had been instantly killed?
Tian rolled her eyes, seemingly plotting something wicked. Don't worry, I have moonlight healing on hand.
If there's any danger, I can definitely raise your health.
In other words, if you really get instantly killed, then we'll just turn around and run.
As expected of my junior. Alright, let's keep going.
The leaderboard is out now, and I have to say, these people are collecting things at an astonishing speed. Housie patted me on the shoulder and then led the way towards the other side of the forest. The group moved towards the end of the forest. The activity map covered a very large area, and the probability of encountering other players was not high. They only encountered 2 or 3 groups of strangers along the way, and since they were not familiar with each other, they passed by each other peacefully.
Hey, did you guys see that?
That assassin was staring at us the whole time. Yi Shinshin turned around and saw the group walk away before she spoke timidly, showing a hint of nervousness.
Oh my god, could it be that he's after my good looks? Tian Quan chimed in inappropriately.
Come on, Halsey scoffed through gritted teeth, he's just after the hyacinths in your hand.
That's true. We're all just ordinary people. Can't we have some aspirations? Tian Quan muttered disappointedly, tidying up the hyacinths and stuffing them into her backpack, while curiously looking around at the scenery.
Don't worry, we're still quite safe. After all, there aren't many teams like ours where everyone has completed their class changes, and most people wouldn't dare to mess with us. Besides, in the early stages of the game, everyone doesn't have many hyacinths, so it's not worth the risk. Shanine Tianxian's voice rang out, offering words of comfort. Don't be afraid, Halsey's lazy voice came from ahead again.
Didn't we just see 1 against 6?
The 6 of us should be able to handle at least 30 people without any problem.
As I walked, searching for the lost hyacinths, I left the edge of the forest.
A vast sea of flowers stretched out before me, with gentle breezes blowing from time to time, causing the flowers to sway like waves on the sea. The girls were stunned. Such a spectacular and romantic scene is not easy to see in reality, but it was presented to them so directly. Shanine Tianxian also took a few glances with great interest and exclaimed, "This is just as impressive as the lavender fields of Provence."
Don't rush to pretend to be cultured, I said, gesturing to the sea of flowers to the southeast. Is there a fight going on there?
The vibrant colors of the flower field largely concealed the skill moves, but the arrows flying through the air could not be hidden no matter what.
You know what, it looks like there are 2 teams.
Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Shanine Tianxian took out binoculars from his bag, observed for a while, and then came to a conclusion.
How come you have everything?
I asked curiously, looking at his large backpack. At that moment, I suddenly lost interest in the 2 groups of people clashing ahead.
He covered it with his sleeve and said mysteriously, "We'll need the things in here sooner or later."
Given his mysterious demeanor, I didn't press him for details and instead turned my attention to the battlefield ahead. However, we were still a few steps away from the scene of the incident, and the situation didn't look clear.
Should we go take a look? Moonlight asked the others for their opinions.
Yishinshin hesitated. I don't know how strong these 2 teams are.
Maybe we should avoid getting involved in trouble for now?
What's there to be afraid of? Tianxian will set up a cannon, and the senior will just go up and hit it a few times, and they'll all be gone.
We can just pick up the stuff from behind.
Tian Quan had a smug smile on her face, as if everything was going according to her plan, and the concerns that the other 2 had were completely absent from her.
I'm a magician, that's not a cannon.
Shanine Tianxian tried to correct her in vain for what seemed like the umpteenth time.
Wait a minute, I realized something was wrong. The atmosphere in the group was too abnormal.
Under these circumstances, it was highly illogical for Halsey, a chatterbox, to be silent.
I glanced around and asked, where did Halsey go?
Everyone was stunned for a moment before they began to search around. In the end, it was Tian Quan who had the sharpest eyes and spotted a figure lying on the ground in a corner at the edge of a flower field that was quite far away. The complete set of armor was too conspicuous, and it was obviously Halsey.
Why are you so late?
Halsey looked at us with a puzzled expression, as if we had fallen behind and hadn't kept up with him.
They didn't say where we were going, did they? Tian Quan replied irritably, peering through the gaps in the flowers.
At this distance, they were quite close to the fighting scene, and could almost identify the types of projectile skills being used by both sides.
So, did you meet anyone you know?
Halsey turned his head from the sea of flowers and asked me in a low voice.
You should ask Halsey about this. I don't know anyone in Luodao, who could I possibly know? Halsey
didn't respond, but chuckled and made a shushing gesture before continuing to crouch and move forward through the sea of flowers.
Tian Quan took a few steps closer, tugged at my sleeve, and asked, Senior, what is Halsey trying to do? Who knows?
I said helplessly, pursing my lips.
Halsey's way of thinking has always been unconventional.
Look at how sneaky he is, he's definitely not up to anything. Through the gaps in the fighting crowd, I carefully observed the IDs of a few people. After confirming that I didn't recognize any of them, I decided to give up and quietly become an observer.
Both sides have 2 priests who have undergone job advancement.
It seems that this tug-of-war will be difficult to determine a result in the short term. Although the hit rate of the skills on both sides is not low, it is difficult to reduce the opponent's health to below the safe line. What really caught the eye was a red-clad fire mage in the outer ranks of the group. Her long, wavy, fiery red hair seemed deliberately styled to match her class, giving her a touch of fiery allure. Wearing high heels, she swayed her hips, dodging the incoming skills with the agility of a dancer.
Oof, what an exaggerated fighting style. Tianquan was also watching the person in the formation, muttering to himself.
I don't know much about mages' combat methods, I can only glean some superficial understanding, such as the accuracy of skill casting and the timing of cooldowns. That fire mage's combat techniques were very flashy, but to delve deeper into whether these methods are as practical as they appear, I'd have to consult Shenin Tianqian.
When did you arrive?
Shenin Tianqian's gaze remained fixed as he slowly adjusted his sunglasses, which had slipped off his nose, and said with unprecedented tenderness, I have always been by her side. I rolled my eyes at him speechlessly, realizing that he had fallen back into his habit of being unable to move when he saw a beautiful woman. Before I could even speak, Shenin Tianqian grabbed my arm.
Even with sunglasses on, the light in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Remember what I told you a few days ago? This is my type, Juzi. You have to help me this time.
You've been tempted by me far too many times.
Maybe we should just give up. Look at the war raging outside. If we go out, we might get sent back to the main city right away.
His tone was as firm as a rock, and the battlefield of only a dozen or so people was not enough to make him back down or be moved.
What are you talking about? I don't understand. Tianquan looked at us blankly as we talked nonsense.
I didn't explain, hey Junior, something unusual might happen later. I suggest you guys just squat here. If your Tianqian brother dies, you can ask Yue Guang to pull him up if you have the chance.
Senior, why do you sound like you're giving your last instructions?
It's so creepy. Wandering through the sea of flowers, I thought for a moment and then muttered a few words to Shenin Tian, who was clearly out of his mind. If things get bad, run first. If we collapse, we'll have to go straight back to the main city.
Alright, I'm better at escaping than you. Besides, I'm an ice mage, they might not be able to pinpoint my location.
As we moved forward, the noise around us grew louder, with the sounds of skills cutting through the air mixed with human voices gradually approaching.
Shenin Tianqian and I couldn't help but feel a little nervous, so we found a corner where no one would notice us and crouched down.
The red-clad female mage was not far ahead, serving as the backbone of the group and constantly bearing the brunt of the frontal fire.
Even with two priests continuously healing her, the female mage's health kept fluctuating around half.
You'd better set up your ice crystal spell first, I said, pointing to the empty space behind the female mage.
Right there. I'll let you fire it when I tell you to. Shenin Tianqian
looked at me suspiciously, but out of trust, he didn't ask why and pointed his staff at the spot I had marked.
The reason is simple.
According to my observation, the shadow dancer of the opposing team has been missing for some time. This is the time when the priest has used up a round of healing skills, which is the best opportunity for the shadow dancer to kill the back row. As I expected, within 20 seconds, a man with a buzz cut rushed out from the other side of the flower field, brandishing a dagger and charging arrogantly into the formation. Fake, he repeated, then suddenly realized that even if they were to cut into the back row, a fragile class like Shadow Dancer wouldn't be able to run rampant. They were probably using shadow clones to attract attention, and the real person might reappear from somewhere else. Sure enough, when the flames touched the man with the buzz cut, he instantly turned into a phantom and vanished into thin air. At that very moment, a blurry shadow appeared faintly to the right rear of the fire mage. It was clearly the hidden Shadow Dancer. He leaped high into the air with the speed of a rabbit and the agility of a falcon, his silver blade poised to fall upon that snow-white neck. But the ice crystal shot out faster, striking the Shadow Dancer's waist before the blade could reach him. The man's body twisted strangely in the air, and the dagger slipped from his hand. Clearly, the ice crystal had interrupted the Shadow Dancer's throat-sealing spell. The fire mage in the arena was shocked. The appearance of a Shadow Dancer was already unexpected, and the sudden appearance of an ice crystal to help extricate them made the situation even more unpredictable. Because of this sudden event, the attacks from both sides eased up for a while. The female mage in red reacted the fastest and immediately raised her hand to chant. A fiery meteorite fell from the black hole in the sky, striking the fragile shadow dancer and instantly wiping out all his remaining health. On the other side, the leading knight looked at his fallen men, and somewhat panicked, raised his shield and commanded the remaining men to retreat. Go first, they still have others lying in ambush. Those few people were decisive. Seeing that the shadow dancer had fallen too deep into the enemy ranks and there was no possibility of resurrection, they simply threw a bunch of skills forward for cover and prepared to leave the main battlefield. As the situation calmed down, I finally saw that the Fire Mages team had the character, Lai, meaning fierce/fierce, above their heads.
Liahua Esports Club, from our city.
A familiar voice came from beside me. It was Hausi, who had caught up with me at some point.
When did you arrive? Is it fashionable to appear out of nowhere these days?
After getting a good look at the person, I reflexively pulled out the fire starter and put it away.
Why did you say again?
You two were rushing forward at a jog. I had to check what was going on.
You really are always looking for trouble and don't seem to care about making things worse.
Unable to dissuade Hausi, she had no choice but to allow him to follow behind.
Don't rush to chase after it. We haven't figured out what that ice crystal is all about yet.
She looked around in confusion, trying to find clues among the flowers, but the ice crystal's range was too far, making it impossible for her to lock onto the target.
I stared at him blankly. What was this all about?
Doing good deeds anonymously and helping others out of trouble by quietly leading behind the scene was not the style of a hermit.
As if guessing what I was thinking, Shanine Tianxian explained, it's different from 2 years ago.
Now we emphasize a gradual approach, and the current stage is mainly about understanding.
What did you learn?
She's my type, he added.
Bamboo, let me tell you, I have a feeling this might be true love.
I said helplessly, didn't you just say you weren't
interested in people your own age? Interest is something that needs to be cultivated, and now it has been cultivated.
Hausi, whether he understood or not, nodded repeatedly. Gunai, he's right, everyone has the right to pursue true love.
I sighed inwardly, realizing I wasn't on the same wavelength as these two.
I stood up first, ready to join Tian Quan and the other two who were still waiting. Just as my left foot was raised into the air, a spark flew past in my right eye's field of vision.
Right.
Without thinking, I instinctively jumped to the other side, and right where I had just been standing, a charred fire pit appeared. A cold female voice came from not far behind. Even if you helped, why don't you dare show your face?